Chapter 181. When the RV was about to drive out of the south gate, Han Lin came running over. Jiang Dong stopped the car and opened the door. "Captain Han, no matter what, you can't block the front of the car. You know I don't know how to control my feet now. If you don't step on the bald skin, you can use the small flowers in the drawer of the conference room." "Unlucky? What nonsense are you talking about?" Han Lin looked up and saw that Jiang Dong's face was covered with bruises. Knowing that it was from the fight with Chung Sun yesterday, he deliberately asked, "Hey, what's wrong with your face?" Jiang Dong snorted coldly. "I fell when I was sleeping last night." "Look at the bruises, does it hurt? Did you have a nightmare?" "No, it's not a nightmare, I dreamed that I went to repair the Great Wall, and I was too tired in the dream, so I accidentally fell off the bed." Jiang Dong made up a story. Chung Sun sneered. Han Lin turned his eyes and looked exaggeratedly surprised. "Chung Sun, you also went to repair the Great Wall?" Chung Sun, Shen Xi laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. "Yes, when they were repairing the Great Wall yesterday, I went to see them in my dream and even sent them bricks." Hee. Han Lin smiled and called Shen Xi down. "It's like this, Chung Sun is going to the wine market next week. I want to send some people to go with him." "Sure." Shen Xi agreed readily. Han Lin and Lao Li had said before that the wine market should not be allowed to develop so freely. The two bases must be deeply bound to be safe. Then who to send, you and Captain Li decide. "Okay." Han Lin smiled and looked for Shen Xian last night just to talk about this. He and Lao Li always felt that Shen Xian didn't care so much about the wine market base, just like an adopted child. I also thought about how to persuade him. I didn't expect Shen Xian to agree so readily. "Then be careful when you go to Gue City this time." "Okay." Shen Xian made a gesture. "Pick up one man and a two from the south gate and head towards Gue City." Li Xiang, who was sandwiched in the crowd, looked at the tall RV with a strong jealousy in his eyes. Even though the city gate was crowded with people, Shen Xian still keenly caught this trace of unkindness. She glanced through the crowd and saw Li Xiang hurriedly lowering his head. Shen Xian picked up her phone and sent a message to Wang Jia, and then opened the map. Now that there is a satellite map, Shen Xian still has to compare it with the paper map. This map is densely packed with marks. Lu Qiming came over bravely. "Amazing, you have traveled so many places at such a young age." "Haha, this flattery hit the horse's leg." Chung Sun smiled and said, "Captain Lu, this is the bloody road that our Captain Shen fought for. Look, in Zhou City, we killed more than 20 people. Then it was Anqing and Sannan City, where we killed nearly 100 people. Later it was Lan City, Liangping, and Zhou City, where we killed hundreds of people." Hee. Lu Qiming, Looking at the map that had many creases, and was worn white, he felt indescribable. This is no longer a simple map, it is Shen Xian's bloody and tearful history of making a fortune. I was too lazy to listen to Lu Qiming's irrelevant mumbling in my heart, and Shen Xian regained consciousness. Comparing with the Beidou satellite, he began to find a route. From Anqing to Gue City, it is almost more than 1,000 kilometers. Before the end of the world, it will take 2 days to drive there. But in the apocalypse, everything is unknown. Shen Xian pointed at the map. "We go to Dazhou first, then to Anzhou, and enter Guicheng from Tongzhou." "Hey, why don't you go directly through Shancheng? Why take such a long detour?" Lu Qiming didn't quite understand Shen Xian's arrangement. "Why take such a long detour?" Shen Xian explained without raising her head. "The road conditions in Shancheng are complicated, and there are many people before the apocalypse. There are probably many dangerous areas and zombie groups here. What we have to do is to arrive in Guicheng safely. It's okay to take a detour." "Safe?" Shen Xian is not afraid of trouble, but she is not going out to fight. Lu Qiming blushed a little. He is old and experienced. Why didn't he think of this? At this moment, he suddenly realized that Shen Xian is really something, and it is natural for him to be the leader of Anqing. Then, if we go to Gue City with just a few people, aren't we afraid of being detained? What if Gue City takes us hostage and asks Anqing to provide supplies? Lu Qiming was really worried. He came out of Jing City with several cars of people. "I thought that when going to Gue City to get equipment, I should at least bring a few more cars and more combat power. I didn't expect that there were only a few of them." After the words fell, the whole RV stopped suddenly. Jiang Dong didn't control the force well, and stepped on the brakes hard. Several people looked at Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming didn't understand and touched his head. "I'm right to worry." Shen Xian raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "If we are detained, I will kill you first." Lu Qiming was stagnant. Aye. Indeed, he promised the solar energy equipment, and he also contacted Gui City. Normal, the official base of the entire Yin country is under the management of Jing City. But in the Doomsday, people's hearts are unpredictable, and he just made a normal Doomsday assumption. But why is Shen Xian's answer so outrageous? He swallowed his saliva. Shen Xian spoke again. As long as Gusher is not stupid, they should choose to cooperate with me instead of blackmailing me, so that it will be a win-win situation. Double. Lu Qiming, who is familiar with history books, felt a chill on his back. What is a win-win situation? A and B join forces to eat C, and then A and B both won? This is a win-win situation. So if Anqing and Gusher join forces, who will they eat? Shen Xian didn't need to use his consciousness. Just looking at Lu Qiming's face, he knew that he must have made up some messy things in his mind again. He chuckled and continued to look at the map. Leaving Anqing, the outside world is the real Doomsday world. The green highway scenery before is now bare. The zombies on the highway are gradually increasing. In Lu Qiming's shocked eyes, Shen Xian and Cheng Sun climbed to the top of the starry sky. The RV rushed into the zombies without any avoidance. At the moment when Lu Qiming was thinking about his funeral, Shen Xian and Cheng Sun took out the solar air gun and killed everyone. This was the first time Lu Qiming saw this kind of weapon. Silent, except for a little pain in the ears. It was powerful. With one shot, the zombies that rushed over bloomed on the spot, and the blood rain in the sky was heavier than the rain that fell on the night when Yiping asked her father for money. The two cooperated tacitly, one shot after another. The bullets were endless. No wonder, a solar RV, a few people dared to go on the road for 1,000 miles. Such weapons, such configuration, who wouldn't want it? Lu Qiming was jealous and panicked. But he could only be jealous. He was jealous and defensive against Shen Xian's team, and even Anqing. In addition to conveying the message to Jingshi, he could do nothing. He couldn't do anything. Otherwise, with so many eyes watching, if he really dared to do something, Lu Miao would be the first to die. Jiang Dong lowered the clearing devices at the front and bottom of the RV, and the zombies were scattered. Chapter 182. A battle, over in 3 minutes. It was so fast that Lu Qiming couldn't react. He saw the road sign ahead read Fujiang Airport. Dazhou. Kangan. Jiang Dong turned right and drove towards Dazhou. The road conditions here are relatively good, and the highway is not broken. Shen Xian looked at the map and compared it, and came to a conclusion. The wave of zombies we just passed by was probably the people infected by the airport. Below, it should be the Han River. But do you think that the wave of zombies just now was too concentrated? It's like they were deliberately placed there. Shen Xian just set out his doubts. Squeak! The RV braked suddenly. Jiang Dong cursed and turned the car around immediately. Because this is a high-speed turn between mountains. Due to various visual reasons, when he turned the corner, he found that the highway was broken about 30 meters ahead. It was like it was torn apart by people, and the road surface was twisted into a knot. The highways in this area all shuttle between the mountains and above the Han River. This place is at least 50 meters above the river. The river surface was frozen hard, reflecting the tall bridge piers. Jiang Dong could only reverse the car and prepare to get off from the nearby highway exit. Now I know the importance of little Song Yuan. Song Yuan didn't come this time, of course. The base shed and weapons are more important. The drone was not so timely in exploring the road, so this happened. Jiang Dong opened the car window to the maximum to make it easier for him to see the turning intersection. Just after turning the RV, Shen Xian's ears moved. He shouted, "Be careful." There was a sharp hinge sound from the bottom of the RV, and then the body of the RV stagnated and leaned directly towards the guardrail. Shen Xian quickly grabbed the handrail by the window, and Cheng Sun dodged to Lu Qiming's side and pulled him to prevent him from falling. Jiang Dong held the steering wheel tightly and stepped on the brake. The huge pulling force of the body of the car stretched the iron chain that came out of nowhere straight. The RV must not slide down the highway. They have not yet trained themselves to be strong enough, and falling on the ice at this height will definitely kill them. Even if Shen Xian had space to take a few people in, they would still fall on the ice when they came out of the space. Jiang Dong stretched out his left hand from the car window and grabbed the guardrail. Shen Xian deliberately left the side window of the driver's seat larger for emergency use, but he didn't expect it to be used. Jiang Dong's tall body leaned out of the car window without any pressure. Catch me! Jiang Dong was not wearing a down jacket in the car, but only a black combat uniform. The muscles on his arms bulged rapidly, and his sleeves were completely burst. It was obvious how much force he had used. Chung Sun jumped forward, holding Lu Qiming with one hand and Jiang Dong's right arm with the other. The RV finally broke through the guardrail and slid down towards the ice. Homan waved his arms a few times, but failed to catch the RV. Jiang Dong, Chung Sun, and Lu Qiming slipped out of the car window like skewers, hanging on the half-pulled guardrail. Shen Xian was quick-witted and jumped over the table, directly pounced, and grabbed Jiang Dong's right foot. This scene was really too thrilling. Jiang Dong grabbed the guardrail, hanging on Chung Sun and Shen Xian, and Chung Sun also held Lu Qiming, who was about to faint, with one hand. Fortunately, Jiang Dong's ability has evolved and he has great strength, otherwise it would be really dangerous this time. In the sight of several people, the RV fell onto the ice with a bang. The huge reaction force even caused the car body to bounce. Hold on. Chung Sun exerted force with his right hand and threw Lu Qiming, who weighed more than 100 pounds, onto the road. Lu Qiming gritted his teeth, grabbed the railing, and climbed up by himself. Then, Chung Sun climbed up swiftly. Shen Xian, climb up again, I pull you up. The guardrail is about to collapse. Chung Sun stretched out his hand. Don't. Ancestor, don't climb. Jiang Dong hurriedly stopped him. He felt that his pants were about to be taken off, but he couldn't say it. It would be too embarrassing to say it, and it would also be suspected that he was too heavy for Shen Xian. Shen Xian. Hold on tight. Jiang Dong's face flushed red, and he exerted force with his right leg, and actually lifted Shen Xian up like fishing. Chung Sun quickly grabbed one of Shen Xian's hands and pulled him up. Finally, Jiang Dong roared, exerted his strength with both hands, and pulled himself up. Lu Qi looked at the shattered RV and described it in a speechless way. He had seen that the RV was full of guns, a full refrigerator, and various technological equipment. Any of them would be in great demand if they were placed in the Jingshi base. It hurt so much. Shen Xian was like nothing happened. He took out a few down jackets from the space and distributed them to everyone. He squatted down with Chung Sun and studied the hinges on the road together. What's going on? Chung Sun pulled the thick iron chain. It's man-made. Look, one end of the iron chain is stuck in the mountain next to it, and the main body is buried in the road. This is a sensor device. No. I say, should we leave here first? Lu Qiming spoke weakly. Shen Xian sneered. Why do you want to leave? She was too lazy to cause trouble, but she was not afraid of it. They had all been plotted against her, so of course she would give them a hard time before leaving. Shen Xian stood up, looked around, and released her consciousness at the same time. Of course, this time she was not trying to listen to someone's voice, but to listen to the voices of a few hundred meters around. Seeing Shen Xian close her eyes, Chung Sun and Jiang Dong stopped talking. Lu Qiming only knew that Shen Xian had a storage space, and did not know her specific abilities, so he also observed curiously at this time. About 2 minutes later, Shen Xian opened her eyes. His eyes were fixed on the high hillside next to him, and then he took out a fully equipped AK from the space and threw it to Chung Sun. With such a long range, the solar air gun naturally could not work. Shen Xian raised her hand and pointed to a huge rock more than 400 meters away. Chung Sun was a mercenary reaching out, and this distance was no pressure for him. Bang, bang, bang. The range of a fully equipped AK is 800 meters. After a few shots, a few screams came from the distant hillside. 10 people, no hot weapons, go. Shen Xian reported the location and quickly equipped Jiang Dong and Lu Qiming with submachine guns. Chung Sun had an AK on his shoulder and an air gun tied to his waist. The figure became a shadow in the sight of several people and ran towards the boulder. Jiang Dong was not to be outdone, holding a submachine gun in one hand and an air gun in the other, following closely. Shen Xian said that Huaman would not be allowed to eat people casually, so Huaman and the two followed slowly at the back. Shen Xian turned the air gun and walked slowly up the mountain. Lu Qiming took a deep breath and followed. To be honest, although he was in a high position, Lu Qiming had not robbed for many years since he retired. Even in the Doomsday base, it was not his turn to go to the battlefield. After 3 years, I touched a gun again, and I was excited and found the feeling I had before. 10 people were not enough for Chung Sun and Jiang Dong to fill their teeth. But they did not kill him, but beat him half crippled after a few shots. When Shen Xian and Lu Qiming arrived, they saw people wrapped tightly, covering their limbs and wailing on the ground. Jiang Dong stepped forward and pulled off the hats and scarves of several people. The people in front of him were all men in their 50s. Shen Xian frowned, let go of her consciousness to capture her inner voice, and said at the same time, "Tell me, who are you?" She did not ask why they were blocking the road. This is the end of the world, isn't it normal to block the road? Shin Xian was just curious. These people did not look like bandits or the army. They looked like people farming in the village. Chapter 183. The leader was a skinny old man. His sleeves were blown up. There was a blood hole on it, bleeding. The blood froze after a few drops. His eyes were crazy and pious, an expression that was hard to describe. It was like... Shin Xian suddenly thought of a movie she watched with her parents when she was a child. The ignorant villagers tied up the lively little girl in the village with iron chains and threw her into the Yellow River. Sacrificed to the Yellow River, so that there would be no flood next year. The eyes of these people in front of him were no different from those of the villagers in the movie. Pious, crazy, expectant, ignorant, stupid. Hard to understand. Seeing such eyes, Shin Xian instantly lost interest in asking questions. Waving his hand, signaling Chung Sun, "Kill her!" After all, the other party had already killed her. Wouldn't he keep her for the new year? Horman howled twice, and was about to pounce on him. "You can eat people." The old man, feeling the threat of death, immediately shouted hoarsely, with a Geisher dialect accent. "Wait, wait!" Shin Xian stopped and turned to look at him. "Tell me, you only have one chance. We are normal religious activities, and the official has agreed." "Official? Uncle, you are offline?" "The Doomsday has been more than half a year. Which official are you talking about?" Shin Xian was aroused with curiosity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she took out a chair from the space and sat down. "Tell me about it." Her move shocked everyone, god, fairy, immortal. Everyone ignored their wounds and knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Shin Xian frowned and looked at Lu Qiming. "Are you sure that the popularization of law is in place before the Doomsday? This situation is not suitable for young people. Grassroots work still needs the elderly to take action." Lu Qiming put away his gun. He squatted opposite the old man, looking harmless and amiable. He persuaded them step by step, starting with the easiest questions to answer. "Do you live nearby?" Several people wailed and nodded. Fortunately, the zombies nearby were all concentrated on the road ahead, and were crushed to pieces by Shin Xian's RV. Otherwise, their movements would inevitably attract a group of zombies. "How did you survive for more than half a year?" Lu Qiming looked around, and these people could be said to be unarmed. This question hides many mysteries. Their size, survival methods, and whether there are any masters. The old man's dark face showed sincerity. "We rely on the leader's help. The leader will send us supplies regularly. We just received a batch of supplies before the end of the world, so we can survive." "Very good, leader, and Angela, the big baby," Shin Xian silently complained. And they also engaged in stockpiling supplies. Shin Xian couldn't help but start to wonder if there were people who were reborn on the other side. This should be taken seriously. "Then your leader is quite powerful?" Lu Qiming continued to ask. "Our leader has been passed down for 100 years, so he is naturally powerful." When mentioning his own beliefs, the old man seemed to be relieved of his wounds. New era, freedom of belief. But Shin Xian had a headache when she heard about the inheritance of hundreds of years. She has the Xingtian organization PTSD. "What religion do you believe in? Tell me," Lu Qiming asked casually. Xingtian religion, Xingtian religion. When Jiang Dong heard these three words, he instantly exploded. "It's endless. It's everywhere." Chung Sun also looked unhappy. To be honest, a virtuous woman is afraid of a clinging man. Their serious team is really afraid of the all-pervasive bullshit Xingtian organization. Shin Xian raised her hand to comfort Jiang Dong, and leaned over to look at the old man. The dark eyes made the old man unable to resist at all. "Then why are you blocking the road? What kind of religious activities are you doing? Which official approved it?" At first, she thought it was a normal Doomsday robbery. "I didn't expect it to involve the Xingtian organization, so it's worth digging into it." The old man hummed, and the others were also alert. Jiang Dong snorted coldly, and punched the boulder next to him. The wardrobe-sized boulder crackled a few times in an instant, broke into large pieces, and scattered down, rolling down the hillside to the highway below. Staring at the old man fiercely, "Say!" The old man shuddered. "These days are the sacrificial days. If you miss the sacrificial days, the river god will be angry and people in the tribe will die. There is no tribute this year, so we thought of looking for it on the road. The sacrifice is held every year, and the leader agrees. The leader is the official. What the hell is going on?" Jiang Dong and Chung Sun looked like old men on the subway looking at their phones. Shin Xian's consciousness told her that the old man was not lying. "I ask you, What year is it now? You don't need to think about it to know that sacrifice, river god tribute. It doesn't sound good. 2. 2026. Sacrifices every year? What is the tribute? Shin Xian continued to ask. The old man was ready to speak, probably because he was afraid of the guns in Chung Sun's hands. He said everything he should and shouldn't say. During the Great Famine 100 years ago, God was blind, and the whole tribe died with only a few people left. One day, a missionary came to the village. He said that if we believed in his religion and offered a pair of boys and girls, the Lord would give us food. My great-grandfather's grandfather offered his 2 grandchildren, and the 8 or 9-year-old child was taken away by the missionary. He left us a large cart of food, so our tribe survived. Later, every few years, the missionaries came once, took away the 2 children, and left food, money, or other things. Until 50 years ago, the missionaries came for the last time, but they didn't take the children away, and asked us to give the children to the river god of the Han River. The old man's words had an accent, and Shin Xian barely pieced together the whole incident. So, the Xingtian organization came to Yin country in the form of missionary work at the beginning? What do they want children for? Such things may have happened in many places. Shin Xian didn't want to know how these people escaped legal punishment, and how they persuaded other tribesmen. The world is so big, there are always places where the light doesn't shine. Even if I knew, what can I do? Bah! Which river god? Call him out, so I can see him. Jiang Dong was so angry. Fortunately, Zhang Min was not there. He loved children so much. If he knew that 2 children were drowned in the Han River every year for so many years, he would have wanted to kill people. The old man was stunned by Jiang Dong shouting, "The river god is right there." He pointed to the hillside in the distance. His expression was extremely pious. Shin Xian caught the voices of the people in front of him. They all believed that there was really a river god there. Shin Xian was a 5 good youth in the new society. She didn't believe in feudal superstition at all. It's just that it involves the Xingtian organization. Who knows which corner may hide clues? We have to go and see. She stood up, put her hands in her pockets. Let's go and take a look. If there is a river god, I will let you go and give you food. If there is no river god, you will be the tribute this year. Old man, Several people got up from the ground with difficulty. The bullets sent by Chung Sun and Jiang Dong were all in their arms and legs. Although it hurt and made it difficult to move, it was not fatal. Especially in this extremely cold weather, it is difficult to bleed to death. At most, they will become disabled afterwards, lose their combat effectiveness, and slowly wait for death. Being pointed at by guns, they had to endure the pain and move forward. When passing by the hinge mechanism on the highway, Shin Xian captured the psychological activities of several people. Chapter 184. Lord River God, can you break the necks of these people too? This girl and that boy, the river god will definitely be satisfied. My legs hurt so much. It's okay, the river god will heal me. Long live the river god. Long live your uncle. Shin Xian glanced at a few people. This Xingtian organization. The old man led everyone along the highway for more than 10 minutes. Then he got out of the emergency lane next to the highway. The mountain protection net was gone long ago. The group went straight to the top of the mountain. Shin Xian collected the thoughts of these people, filtered out the garbage, and analyzed the useful information, while observing the surrounding terrain. This mountain is not high, bare in the Doomsday, and the winding mountain road is in full view. After climbing halfway, turning to the other side of the mountain, the view suddenly became clear. A small temple-like building suddenly appeared. Many places have been damaged, but it can be seen that it has been carefully maintained. Standing at the door, you can overlook the Han River in front. Shin Xian frowned, and then he found that this section of the Han River was winding like a dragon. Chung Sun also found this phenomenon, and took out his mobile phone to call up the satellite map. Take a look. Shin Xian took it and enlarged the map. Sure enough, this section of the waterway can be clearly seen on the map, winding and twisting, like a swimming dragon. It seems that things are not that simple. Shin Xian turned around and looked at the old man. So, the river god you mentioned is in this temple? The old man instinctively feared Shin Xian and shrank his neck back. Yes, the Lord said that the river god is here, because the river god has to watch the Han River every day. Jiang Dong was a staunch materialist. He stepped forward and kicked the temple door open. The heavy wooden door fell to the ground with a bang. Shin Xian looked at the door panel and felt something in her heart. This was a relatively simple building. There was only a front hall and 2 back halls, with 3 statues placed in the middle. They were not Buddha statues, nor were they any gods that Shin Xian knew, such as guanine. It was hard to describe. They were 3 green statues with 3 heads and 6 arms, wearing hairpins and rings on their heads. Eyes as big as fists, with a lot of white in the eyes, eyeballs as big as black beans, and ferocious facial features. Shin Xian felt uncomfortable all over. She had never felt this way before. River God. The villagers knelt down and kowtowed. Jiangdong. Yes. Shin Xian took a deep breath and blew on her bangs. Smash it for me. Okay. To be honest, Jiangdong had wanted to do this a long time ago. If it was a proper temple or Taoist temple, even if it was the end of the world, Jiangdong would kowtow. After all, making wishes is diverse. He often believed in Yin countries' metaphysics and Western constellations together. If it's right, it's accurate. If it's not good, it's not accurate. As for this place, just looking at those statues, they don't look like good things. Jiangdong's strength worked miracles, and several old men rushed up to stop him desperately, regardless of Chung Sun pointing a gun, but how could they stop him? River God, River God. Don't, you will be punished. Jiangdong snorted coldly. You killed so many children, but you didn't get punished. I smashed a dead thing, so I have to get punished? The old man's lips trembled, unable to speak. Bang, bang, bang. Jiangdong smashed the statue to pieces in no time. The old man was so angry that he cried on the spot. Shin Xian lowered his eyes. If you cry again, you will go to accompany your river god. Woo, hiccup. The villagers looked at Shin Xian with hatred, but dared not speak. After the 3 statues were broken, Shin Xian felt much better. She raised her foot and stepped on the broken bricks and soil, and an inexplicable resentment rose in her heart. The crying made her head hurt. Shut up. Hiccup. Others dared not cry anymore. One man stepped on the head of a statue that rolled to his feet. There was a trace of dissatisfaction on his big gray face. Something was stuck in his foot. He wanted to lift his foot to see the sole of his foot, but his fat belly blocked his movement. He tossed his feet a few times, but he couldn't see the sole of his foot. Woof. In the end, one man raised his foot, and Ah Tu raised his claws to scratch a few times. He scratched something from Huan Man's left sole. Comfortable, Horman sensed Shin Xian's emotions, and continued to swing his big feet, crushing the statue fragments into pieces. Shin Xian stepped forward and picked up the thing that Ah Tu had pulled away. It was a cone-shaped object the size of a number 5 battery. It was made of metal and felt cold. The moment she got the object, Shin Xian heard the sound of fine and dense gears turning. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to hear it, and even with instruments, they might not be able to hear it. But at such a close distance, and with Shin Xian's current high concentration, the sound of the gears intersecting could be heard clearly. What is this? Chung Sun stepped forward and took the metal object from her. It was taken from the head of the statue. Shin Xian was sure that this thing was affecting her just now. Very strange. Shin Xian described the sound he heard, and Chung Sun couldn't think of anything for a while. Go back and show it to Lu Miao and Ning. Shin Xian threw the things directly into the space. He was worried, so he found a separate place in the space to separate the metal objects from other materials. He walked a few steps and stood in front of the old man. When was the statue built? The old man wiped his tears and didn't want to talk. But seeing one man who wanted to eat people behind Shin Xian, he could only speak, I don't remember it either. It doesn't matter, Shin Xian will take action. With a little use of consciousness, useful information can be extracted from the thoughts of these people. The temple was built after the missionary left, and the statue was sent by the leader. It was repaired once 3 years ago, right? Seeing that Shin Xian easily explained the situation of the statue. The old man looked at Shin Xian as if he was looking at an alien. How did you know? River God, can you kill this witch? Several villagers wanted to kill Shin Xian and his group. But the wish is there, but the ability is not enough. Want to kill her? Huh? Shin Xian sneered. They had committed many evil deeds before, killing innocent people, and they were lucky enough to survive in the Doomsday, and they also worked for the shitty Xingtian organization. Any reason is enough to make them die several times. Shin Xian asked Ah Tu to check it once, and after confirming that there was no other strange smell here, he turned and walked out the door. He said 3 words lightly, bury it. Ah! Before Lu Qiming could react, he saw Chung Sun and Jiangdong shooting at the mountain and the temple wall. This time they used a solar air gun. The mountain rubble slid down. Ah! Homan jumped high, kicked it down a few times, and a piece of rubble rolled down the hillside. Which? Do you still have the law? Chung Sun had experience in field combat, and was familiar with the geological environment, so he easily caused a small landslide. In less than 3 minutes, the entire temple and those people were buried inside, without a sound. Lu Qiming looked at Shen Xian, then at Chung Sun and Jiang Dong. Jiang Dong patted him on the shoulder. Do you understand eliminating harm for the people? Chapter 185. You just heard it. Before the end of the world, they throw a pair of boys and girls into the Han River every year. Yes. Lu Qiming is certainly not a saint. He fully and completely understands. The reason for his surprise is that Shen Xian is not like a young girl, but a general who has been on the battlefield for a long time. It is far beyond his expectation. In fact, there is another reason that Jiang Dong did not say. That is, Shen Xian dislikes the Xingtian organization very much. Let alone the Xingtian sect, this kind of dirty method is 100% related to the Xingtian organization. Now they and the Xingtian organization are in a situation of life and death. Of course, they will kill them when they can. Otherwise, based on what their team has done to the Xingtian organization, once they fall into the hands of the Xingtian organization one day, I am afraid that there will be no good results. The first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. Shen Xian is very satisfied with this new small mound of landslide. Before leaving, he did not forget to pick up the 2 door panels on the ground. Do you like this kind of antiques? Chung Sun asked, touching his chin. He had already planned in his mind that he would find a chance to get some for Shen Xian in the future. Although, antiques in troubled times are not as valuable as half a steamed bun. No, I don't like them, I just think they are useful. 2 door panels, what's the use? Didn't you notice that Jiang Dong couldn't kick the 2 doors open with such great strength? And it doesn't look like metal, it's probably a good thing. Shen Xian's stinginess and the mentality of picking up rags are a legacy from her previous life. Facts have also proved that many of the things she picked up accidentally later had wonderful uses. Anyway, the space is so big, take it if you like it. Lu Qiming sighed. We need to find a car to go to Gui City now. I remember when I came here, there was a... He hadn't finished speaking. It was suddenly dark in front of him. An identical RV appeared out of thin air. Is the world stuck with a bug? Lu Qiming blinked, reached out and touched it. It was real. Shen Xian opened the door and got in first. There were 3 RVs like this, and one of them was scrapped. Chung Sun, Jiang Dong, and A2 all jumped in the car. Jiang Dong muttered, what a pity, Amei made so many delicious foods for us. What a pity, can't we go down and take a look later? Shen Xian set up the table. The new car and the old car still feel a little different, too new. A2 had no place to put his feet. Huaman hesitated and climbed onto the roof carefully. He had jumped directly on it before. Lu Qiming was still dizzy after getting on the car. Commander Shen, did you prepare 2 cars? Shen Xian nodded. After getting a positive answer, he became even more jealous. This time Chung Sun drove the car because they had to find a place to get on the ice. Shen Xian found a good location on the map and ordered Chung Sun to drive off the highway and then drive onto the ice from a small ferry. A2 saw such a large piece of ice for the first time, and he and Huaman jumped out of the car and ran wildly on the ice. Lu Qiming held the railing tightly, muttering, drive slower, it will roll over. Chung Sun turned a corner, and the RV rushed out a long way on the ice. Captain Lu, the wheels are all equipped with anti-skid iron spike chains, you can rest assured. Woo woo woo, he always thought it was dangerous to fight on the front line when he was young, but now, he realizes that the most dangerous thing is to fight with a group of young people who are just playing around. Chung Sun drove the car directly to the RV that had fallen before. Jiang Dong used his arms to overturn the remains of the old car. The door of the old car had been deformed and could not be opened. Jiang Dong used his arms to tear the door open with a roar. TSK, 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 is this the power of love? Chung Sun smiled and shook his head. Oh, just a car door. Jiang Dong endured the numbness of his arms, replied disdainfully, and got into the car. Don't be modest, this is a bulletproof design. Chung Sun had participated in the design of the RV and knew the strength of the door. After getting into the car, he took out the bed, drone, guns, and A2's dog food. Jiang Dong squatted in front of the refrigerator with a look of regret, took out the food that had been shaken apart, and put it in the new car. Lu Qiming then realized that there were so many things in the car. There was also a drone. Shen Xian ignored the busyness of the others and stood on the ice, looking up at the twisted broken bridge. What do you think of the river god they are talking about? Jiang Dong was furious. Anyway, I don't believe it. Even if there is one, it still requires children as sacrifices every year. It must not be a good thing, ugh. Lu Qiming came up and hesitated for a moment before speaking. I have heard a rumor. Tell me about it. Shen Xian retracted his gaze and looked at the ice under his feet. Of course, the following are just folk rumors. I am an atheist. It is said that the Han River is the dragon vein of Yin State. Before the end of the world, many bad people coveted our dragon vein and thought of many ways to destroy it. The Xingtian sect they just mentioned may be one of them. But isn't this the end of the world? It's useless to say anything. This thing is originally illusory. Lu Qiming's words gave Shen Xian a new idea. She had also heard of this kind of folk legend. This Xingtian sect can be 100% confirmed to be from the same lineage as the Xingtian organization. Perhaps the Xingtian organization was originally called the Xingtian sect, but later changed its name to welcome internationalization. She thought about it, and took out the metal object from the space, and shook it in her hand. Combined with the thing hidden in the statue, it is not impossible. Dragon vein. Let's do the business first. If we meet Xingtian people in the future, just kill them directly. Even if Yin country doesn't have a dragon vein, Shen Xian doesn't want the messy shit organization to continue to exist. Throw the metal object back into the space, and collect the old car by the way. There are solar cells on the old car, which can't be wasted. Take it back and dismantle it. The brand new RV slid across the ice, drove ashore, and headed towards the provincial road. With such a low temperature, not to mention the Han River, even the Pacific Ocean is probably frozen. Under the cold surface of the Han River, the ice is 10 meters thick. 10 meters below is the slowly flowing river water. In the darkness, a red dot suddenly flashed twice somewhere. It was like someone smoking in the dark, flickering on and off, but after flashing twice, it returned to calm. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the RV arrived in Dazhou, a few hours later than planned. Chung Sun parked the car on a high ground in the suburbs, and turned on the night mode. The car windows were automatically covered, the mute device was turned on, and the all-round night vision monitoring was turned on. After a series of operations, Lu Qiming's eyes lit up. He thought Shen Xian only had one RV, but he didn't expect there was a second one. Is it possible that there is a third one? Needless to say, with Shen Xian's attitude of preparing for a rainy day, there must be a third one. How can I get one? Chapter 186. Lu Qiming racked his brains. Looking at Shen Xian, who was lying on the table looking at the map, Lu Qiming's heart moved. Got it. He coughed a few times, moved to Shen Xian's side, and began to recite the text. Dazhou's terrain is high in the northeast, and low in the northwest. With a population of 6 million, a total natural gas volume of 3.8 trillion cubic meters, coal reserves of 763 million tons, and an estimated iron ore reserve of 14 million tons. He stated Dazhou's information slowly. Every time he said one, Shen Xian's eyes lit up a little. Captain Lu, you're awesome. Jiang Dong was wearing an apron and cooking for everyone. No, I was just the top scorer in the liberal arts in the college entrance examination that year, and my favorite subject was geography. If there hadn't been some accidents in the middle, I would have joined the army, and maybe I would be a geography expert now. Lu Qiming started the Versailles performance with a bit of pride. At the same time, he secretly paid attention to Shen Xian's expression. Sure enough, when Shen Xian heard about natural gas, coal, and iron ore, her eyes lit up. Just like a little hamster seeing piles of nuts. It worked. Lu Qiming praised his wit in his heart. Shen Xian tugged at her hair in confusion. Lu Qiming was plotting a naked conspiracy. Tell me, Captain Lu, what do you want? You can forget about love and eat slowly, but Shen Xian can't walk when he sees supplies. Lu Qiming smiled, revealing a row of big front teeth. Your RV. What? Captain Lu, do you want our RV? Jiang Dong wiped his hands on his apron and immediately pulled out a chair to sit over. Shen Xian pinched his chin and thought for a while. It's not impossible. Jiang Dong moved away reluctantly. Of course, he was reluctant to give up the RV, but what he and Chung Sun said was irrelevant. Shen Xian had his own plan. Of course, my RV won't work. After returning to Anqing, the base can customize an RV for you according to your needs. We now have a new energy vehicle production line. There are also Qi Anning, Song Yuan and Chung Sun. Qi Anning is responsible for vehicle energy design, Song Yuan is responsible for monitoring design, and Chung Sun is responsible for security design. The rest is handed over to the production line. Really? Lu Qiming was surprised. Why would I lie to you? Didn't you see? The factory building is opposite the high-speed train guest house. Jiang Dong was happy again, without giving away Shen Xian's RV. Lu Qiming's heart was filled with huge waves. He kept scolding himself for being a pig. He had been at the base for a few days, but he didn't even know that Anqing had a new energy vehicle production line. Lu Qiming didn't listen to a word of Shen Xian's conversation. He calculated the assets of Anqing in his mind. The train guest house, train dormitory, new energy vehicle production line, this is outside the North City Gate, and now there is a greenhouse. In the north of the city, there are daily material warehouses, granaries, weapons warehouses, water towers, hospitals, and laboratories. In the south, there are several brand new dormitory buildings, canteens, and bathhouses. These are all visible assets. As for how much food is in the granary, how much supplies are in Shen Xian's space, he doesn't know. There are also those invisible assets, such as the team leaders with superpowers, and the support and respect of the people in the base for Shen Xian. The more Lu Qiming thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he reached out to touch his pocket. There was a cell phone. He wanted to send these messages to the Beijing base reflexively, but for some reason, he hesitated and didn't send it out. He sighed secretly, said nothing, and waited for dinner. Shen Xian, who was leaning over the table to look at the planning map, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I didn't expect Lu Qiming's inner thoughts to be quite rich. Captain Lu, come and mark all the resources you just mentioned. Shen Xian handed over a pen. Oh! Lu Qiming stood up and drew circles on the map. Puguang, Lujiazhai, Taishanpo, Duku and Shurha, these 5 places are all natural gas, and the byproduct of natural gas is sulfur. Changshu, Qingxiu, Guanba are mainly iron ore, vanadium ore, bauxite, potash ore, and phosphate ore are almost all in this area. Every time he drew a circle, Shen Xian's smile deepened. Okay, let's go check it out tomorrow. Ah? Go tomorrow? Not going to Gue City? Lu Qiming thought Shen Xian was going to Gue City to find solar energy equipment first. It's just a matter of convenience. Shen Xian rolled up the map and gave Jiang Dongtan a place to set up dinner. In fact, Shen Xian was worried that something might happen if he went too late. Is solar energy equipment important? Of course it's important. The resources Lu Qiming just mentioned are also important. More importantly, solar energy equipment won't be gone for a while, and what if someone gets the resources in Dazhou first? Sometimes it's just so unfortunate. Anqing doesn't have any mechanical equipment to process these resources yet, but let's get the things first. Shen Xian took out his mobile phone, found Lao Li's number, and sent a message. Come on! Braised pork with preserved vegetables, made by Ame. Mincemeat and eggplant, made by Ame. Potatoes and beans stewed with braised pork. Okay, we know, it was made by Ame. Chung Sun really disliked Jiang Dong. Why does a good person become stupid when he falls in love? Tell me, which one did you make? Jiang Dong chuckled, red bean rice, I made it. Yeah, he was quite confident. Chung Sun was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and directly put 1/3 of the pork with preserved vegetables in Shen Xian's bowl, 1/3 to Lu Qiming, and the remaining 1/3 in his own bowl. He was really fast. After a few images, there was only an empty plate left. You? After Jiang Dong reacted, everything was gone. That was the dish made by Ame. You bastard, you used this trick again. Shen Xian ate calmly, and had time to pick up some food for it too. Lu Qiming tried his best to keep his rice bowl in the gap between his arms, and legs flying around. Because Chung Sun and Jiang Dong were fighting again. This meal was so tiring, Lu Qiming had a good night's sleep. Shen Xian also slept very peacefully because one man was on the roof of the car. When he encountered zombies surrounding him, he went upstairs to eat. The next day, Lu Qiming was awakened by a loud noise. He opened his eyes. There was no one in the car, and there was a loud noise outside. After getting off the car, he found that Lao Li had come, and there were dozens of team leaders around him. So what happened? Hearing the noise, Lao Li smiled and waved at him. Hello, Captain Lu. Thank you for the information you provided yesterday. Lu Qiming, he understood. He thought Shen Xian was going to find resources by herself, but he didn't expect Shen Xian to ask someone to come. Shen Xian is not stupid. How to put so many resources in her hands? You can't put them in the space, it will be so troublesome when you use them, and she was worried about changes. Just let Lao Li bring people over overnight. Enter Dazhou and head straight to the destination. The areas that each team is responsible for have been sent to your mobile phones. If there are living people in the destination, control them directly. If there are zombies, clear them out directly. After completion, report directly to Captain Li. This time, I want resources. Do you understand? Understood. Dozens of team leaders responded in unison. Old Lee's mouth was cracked to the roots of his ears. Chapter 187. Who understands? Lu Qiming's mood is very complicated now. He saw with his own eyes the lively and fully equipped teams running in all directions with a cry. Like cats that have been hungry for 10 days or half a month. He didn't regret providing the information about those resources. Although there is no internet now, the information is not easy to find. But as long as Shen Xian wants to know, it's just a matter of time. These things will belong to Shen Xian in the future. After entering her pocket, you want her to spit it out? Forget it, just go to bed. Lu Qiming gradually became numb and lost in Lao Li's thanks. Shen Xian is still thinking about how to use these materials in her hands. Especially natural gas. If it can be combined with solar energy equipment, the life and production of the base will be more efficient. From Anqing to here, it's 480 kilometers along the highway. A bit far TSK, Chung Sun pointed to the map. Before the apocalypse, the transportation of natural gas was also very costly, not to mention now. Chung Sun also wanted these resources. Shen Xian looked up at the sky. Pass, no hope. Look at the ground. Also pass, frozen hard. Rely on vehicles for transportation? A drop in the bucket. Her space is boundless, and she can transport natural gas, but there are two problems. One is that the volume or range of the item she collects is limited. What did Lu Qiming say about the natural gas reserves yesterday? 3.8 trillion cubic meters. Even if the space can accommodate it, she can't collect so much at a time. The second is that if she collects as much as she can, it means that she has to go back and forth along this line repeatedly. Where does she have the time? Professional problems should be solved by professionals. He waved at Lu Qiming and told him his problem. Lu Qiming, if you want to fleece someone, you should fleece him, right? What's more, it's a sad sheep, but even if he cries, he must show his value. Dazhou itself has a natural gas pipeline, which mainly supplies Sichuan and Chongqing. Before the end of the world, Anqing also had its own natural gas pipeline, but it was not connected to Dazhou. If we can find a way to connect these two pipelines, it may only take a few dozen kilometers. Lu Qiming said it simply. But Laoli knew that this must be a huge project. First, the location of the pipeline needs to be explored to see if it can still be used. Secondly, the connection route needs to be planned. It must be very difficult in the cold weather. Finally, this is the end of the world, and there are zombies everywhere. But looking at Shen Xian's expression, it seems that he likes this plan. Laoli scratched his head. The natural gas pipeline in Anqing has been out of gas for a long time. It should be that the gas field was lost during the earthquake. If it can be connected to the pipeline in Dazhou, it would be good. He couldn't say anything against it. Shen Xian nodded repeatedly. Recruit people. Divide them into 3 parts, 1 for surveying, 1 for construction, and 1 for security and cleaning up the zombies along the way. We will provide food and accommodation for these people. After the pipeline is built, we will take out 1/3 of the equity and distribute it to them. 1/3. There is such a good thing? Lu Qiming felt a pain in his heart. If he started recruiting people from Jing City now, would it be too late? 1/3 of the equity in the Doomsday might be enough to support a large base alone. Shen Xian is really generous. Of course Shen Xian has to be generous. In troubled times, severe punishments must be used. Severe punishments must be given, and rewards must be even greater. Otherwise, who will follow you to fight for their lives? Horman squatted on the roof of the car, looking into the distance, muttering, I'm hungry. Shen Xian simply let him go out with a team to fight, and Tu followed him happily. Soon, a few hours later, Laoli received the news of the first successful attack on his mobile phone. Excellent. Shen Xian held the phone and read it several times, waving his hand. Let's go and take a look. The target was an iron mine. Laoli followed and got in the car, staggering to the destination. This is an open-air super-large mine. There are not many zombies, so the attack is fast. The cold red soil has a very high iron content. Shen Xian jumped out of the car and grabbed a handful of red soil from the hard slope. The team leader quickly ran over to report, there is no risk here in the mine, and the smelter has been controlled, with 43 people alive. Good job. This iron mine is under the responsibility of your team. Shen Xian arranged on the spot, sort out the clues as soon as possible, and report the basic situation to Captain Lee. Try to put it into use as soon as possible. 1/3 of the rights and interests of the iron mine belong to you, and report in person once a month back to the base. Thank you, miss. The team leader immediately smiled so hard that his mouth couldn't close. Shen Xian didn't even look at the situation at the smelter, and arranged it like this. 3 words flashed through Lu Qiming's mind. Prodigal son. In fact, Shen Xian was not afraid that these people would have ulterior motives. She would report back to Anqing once a month. As long as she sat there, with her consciousness flowing, no one's inner thoughts could escape her eyes. Besides, as long as they are not stupid, the team leaders can deal with the 1/3 of the rights and interests she gave them openly, instead of being greedy. Those who can survive under her, until now, are all aware of the bottom line. At least for now, they are determined to protect the resources, follow Shen Xian closely, and never betray. Shen Xian went to several iron mines in the morning, and followed the same method. Every team leader who succeeded in this strategy received the same treatment. Everyone was happy in private. Fortunately, they did not slack off when Captain Li issued the task in the middle of the night. Shen Xian was not going to see the bauxite, potash, and vanadium mines. But she accidentally heard the voice of a team leader in the middle of the night. So happy, the young lady came to see me. Hee, luckily I chose this mission point. I love the young lady. That bastard Ma Lu lost 10 boiled eggs to me. The young lady didn't go to see him. Yay! Shen Xian was so upset. Where's the brain? One by one, the prohibition of personal worship, but she also realized a problem. People are more worried about the lack of people than the inequality. So she still let Chung Sun drive, and take her to inspect each resource point. But she didn't expect that her move would speed up the progress of those teams that had not completed the mission. The firepower attack was more intense. Some of the team brought here this time have been equipped with solar air guns. Ordinary zombies have no power to fight back under the gun. Envy to the point of numbness, Lu Qiming has said he is tired. When strangling zombies yesterday, he had seen the power of this weapon, and originally thought that it was only used by Shen Xian and a few others. Unexpectedly, the Anqing team also had it. He didn't know that Anqing also had solar air cannons. He wanted such a gun, but he no longer had the bargaining chips to negotiate a deal with Shen Xian. He couldn't help but hold the map, and began to rack his brains to think about what other resource points there were on the way. Chapter 188. Lu Qiming decided to forget his conscience. Some of the supplies were reserves of the Jingshi base. He gave himself a good reason. The mountains were high, and the roads were long. How could people from Jingshi dare to come here? It is better to use them reasonably. He made up his mind secretly, and found an opportunity to reveal the supply point to Shen Xian and exchange some solar air guns. The group got on the car, and came to the last natural gas resource point. They picked up Huaman and a 2 and prepared to go to Gushi. At this moment, Huaman's tall body stagnated. He roared and ran towards a natural gas pit. Huaman, come back. Shen Xian immediately stood up, opened the car door, and called for people. Huaman is now extremely powerful. He does everything by instinct. His IQ is indeed at the bottom. A natural gas pit, is that a place to go? Let alone whether there is danger in it. He can't survive with the oxygen content. Fortunately, Huaman braked in time and stopped at the edge of the pit. A 2 slipped past Shen Xian's feet. After sniffing the edge of the pit, woof. Then he barked a few times. There is something in the pit. Shen Xian and Chung Sun looked at each other, and jumped out of the car immediately. Chung Sun's body was fast, and his afterimage passed by, and he ran to Horman at the fastest speed. Before the Doomsday, the natural gas pit burned day and night, and the edge of the pit was charred. There is a high probability that this place was flooded during the Doomsday flood. The flames have long been extinguished. The 4-meter diameter pit was quiet and dark at this time. Woof! Ah-Tu barked a few more times. Shen Xian was silent, and listened for 2 minutes, but he didn't hear any movement, not even breathing. Lao Li frowned. How about someone force the attack? Shen Xian touched his chin and thought for a while, and sneered, there is no need to waste our people. Chung Sun, light him up. Chung Sun took out a lighter from his pocket. He originally wanted to throw the lighter into the pit, but suddenly remembered that this was modified by Qi and Ning for him, and the weather was not very friendly to ordinary lighters now. Shen Xian had no idea how important a lighter was to a man. He tilted his head and looked at him. Why didn't he light it? Jiang Dong certainly knew, and immediately took out a crumpled toilet paper from his trouser pocket and handed it to Chung Sun. Chung Sun hesitated. It's not used, right? TSK. Jiang Dong immediately unfolded the crumpled toilet paper. I'm a man, I don't use toilet paper for small ones, but you still put the big one in your pocket after using it? Do you want it or not? Don't you want to give it back to me? Chung Sun quickly retracted his hand, lit the toilet paper, and threw it lightly into the pit. The big pit immediately ignited a ball of blue-green flames. After the pit was extinguished for more than half a year, it never burned again. According to regulations, their behavior of lighting a fire on the edge of the pit is very dangerous. However, in low-temperature weather, natural gas diffuses slowly and has a high concentration due to thermal expansion and contraction. There is no problem outside, but the people in the pit are in trouble. When Wang Tian heard Atu's cry, he knew who was coming. Shen Xian, that haunting guy, strictly speaking, he is no longer a human being. He is a zombie that has evolved to the top level. He was originally recuperating nearby. There are few people and zombies here. There will be no ground-based zombies gathering here by instinct. The last explosion caused considerable damage to his body, and he originally wanted to recuperate here. But when a black Iveco drove into this area, he had a bad premonition. Although there were only a few cars, he could easily strangle the other party if he tried hard, but less trouble is worse than more trouble. He was used to being cautious. He decided to find a hole to hide. Unexpectedly, people, oh no, zombies were unlucky, regardless of species. Shen Xian still chased him. He was so crazy that he lit the natural gas pit. He couldn't bear it no matter what. He cursed a few times in a rage, mobilized his limbs, and rushed out of the hole with a sharp cry. He watched a round thing rush out of the hole. Shen Xian sneered and threw a maroon door panel directly from the space. Jiang Dong took the door panel, threw it hard, and slapped it towards the black shadow. Before Wang Tian found Shen Xian's specific location, his eyes went black. His head was buzzing with pain, and there was a bloody golden star in front of his eyes. His body paused. In less than a second, he was caught by Chung Sun. They cooperated tacitly. After the black shadow was pressed to the ground, Shen Xian could see clearly what it was. Wang Tian, it's you. Forget it, I can't leave now. The group came to the place where the Yuan pit was, and Shen Xian took out a chair and sat down. He didn't say anything, just looked at Wang Tian. Chung Sun stared at him. As long as Wang Tian dared to make any move, he would cut him into pieces. Jiang Dong was not interested in Wang Tian, holding the door panel with one hand, and couldn't let it go. I don't know what material it is, it's too strong. The most important thing is that he used it very smoothly. It would be great if I could carry it with me. But it seems a bit sick for a person to carry a door panel with him anytime and anywhere. Oldly knew that Wang Tian was a powerful high-level zombie, and thought to himself that he probably couldn't be killed. After all, I go back and slice it for Chow Mein Hawaii for research. Lu Qiming saw Wang Tian again, and his mood was very complicated. Finally, Wang Tian couldn't stand this depressing atmosphere, and took the initiative to find Lu Qiming and said, Captain Lu, I didn't expect you to become Shen Xian's dog too. Lu Qiming, can you please stop making personal attacks? He coughed heavily and decided to throw the pot into the ground. Why are you envious? Captain Li gave him a thumbs up. Good job, Wang Tian, Turning to Shen Xian, what do you want to do? I'm hiding here, and you can find me. You don't like me, do you? Ha ha ha. You, Chung Sun immediately became angry, and was about to hit me with his fist. Shen Xian stood up from the chair, and walked slowly to Wang Tian. Do you think I won't kill you? The cold words made Wang Tian's breathing stagnate. Everyone, including Wang Tian himself, felt that Shen Xian needed Wang Tian alive. But Shen Xian's next words made Wang Tian feel like he was falling into an ice cave. In research, there is not much difference between living and dead. Besides, my zombie vaccine has been almost researched. It doesn't make much difference whether you are there or not. So have you thought about how to die? Shen Xian even said with a smile. Wang Tian clearly felt the killing intent after just a few simple words. He was sure that if he did something that didn't go his way, he would be killed. He was a zombie, a high-level zombie, the zombie closest to humans. And he also had most of the shortcomings of humans. Fear of death. Shen Xian tried again, but she still couldn't see through Wang Tian's inner thoughts. But she tried, and she could capture the thoughts of Horman and Lu Miao. So in essence, Wang Tian was fundamentally different from other evolved zombies and mutants. She turned to Captain Li, take this thing with you when you go back. If you resist, just kill them directly. Even if it's a corpse, it's enough for Professor Chow. Okay. With Shen Xian's words, Old Li was ready. No matter how powerful Wang Tian was, he had to be tied up honestly in front of the well-prepared Captain Li. And Shen Xian stuffed a locator into his mouth in front of everyone. Chapter 189. What Wang Tian was thinking was that he must let his 100,000 zombie army invade Ping'an City. Although Shen Xian didn't hear his inner voice, he knew from his expression that Wang Tian was definitely not holding back. He chuckled, "Wang Tian, you are not thinking about your 100,000 zombie army, are you?" Wang Tian, I'm just waiting for them to come. You better hurry up. Shen Xian's nonchalant attitude made Wang Tian even more angry. Especially Shen Xian turned around and got on the RV with a smile, and left in a flash, leaving Lao Li watching. "Wang Tian, you have nothing to say about being caught this time, right? I advise you not to think too much. Shen Xian is a very soft-hearted person. If you behave well, she might let you go." Soft-hearted? You may have some misunderstanding about soft-heartedness. Wang Tian's eyes were almost burning with fire. Of course, Lao Li was talking nonsense. If you know Shen Xian a little, you will know that Wang Tian will never be free again. Soon, all the people still alive in Dazhou knew that many powerful teams had come here. Some people began to approach tentatively and asked the teams in Anshan if they wanted to recruit people. The more people, the better. Although these people could not get involved in the core business, there were many things to do at the resource point. More and more people were recruited. A steady stream of food and supplies were transported from Anshan. Lao Li was very busy. Han Lin sent him a message, asking him when he would return to the base. Even across the screen, you could feel Han Lin's resentment. And Chao Minghui, after hearing that Wang Tian had been captured, urged Lao Li to send him back every day. There was no other way. Lao Li could only take time to go back in the middle, and bring back the supplies and information here. Han Lin grinned as he looked at the information. He patted his thigh and felt sorry for the food he had sent out, and sighed that these bauxite and iron ores came just in time. There was no other way. The raw materials for cars and weapons were inseparable from iron ores. Now it's good, the problem can be solved from the root. Once the smelter is opened, the production speed of new energy vehicles and weapons will be faster. Shen Xian now has a tendency to only focus on building a kingdom, and as for defending the kingdom, it is not in her plan at all. As soon as she entered Gui City, the RV was warmly welcomed. Of course, it was welcomed by zombies. Gui City has a complex terrain, and has been known as the difficult road to Shu since ancient times. Especially in the Doomsday, the highway here was hit the hardest, breaking and collapsing. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong took turns driving, and finally Shen Xian decided not to take the highway and the whole provincial road. As soon as she entered Gui City, she encountered a wave of zombies. Lu Qiming also witnessed the powerful firepower of Shen Xian's team again. Especially Jiang Dong, who had finished eating the food that Ame had prepared in the refrigerator of the RV, and he was not in such a good mood. "It's all the fault of this zombie, delaying my progress." He cursed and fired. After dealing with 3 waves of zombies in a row, Shen Xian came to his senses. "Are we being fooled?" The smart Lu Qiming immediately raised his hands. "It has nothing to do with me. I only sent one message to Gui City along the way." "Hey, look at the phone yourself, I swear." Chung Sun took Lu Qiming's phone, which had a message record with Gui City. "Brother Gui City, we have set off. Received, welcome." Nothing else. Shen Xian pondered for a while. "You are not the only one who knows that we are going to Gui City. Is it Jingshi? Or Guishi?" This was Lu Qiming's first reaction. That shouldn't be the case. What good would it do to Jingshi and Guishi? Jingshi shouldn't do such a thing. Guishi, maybe they want to find out the bottom line, so as to consider whether to eat us up or fulfill the deal. Shen Xian nodded. "Ah?" Lu Qiming couldn't say anything to refute. "Because this is very likely." "Heh, a bunch of idiots." The irritable Jiang Dong started to curse again. Of course, he cursed the people in Guishi. "Then what should we do next?" Chung Sun fiddled with the drone. Song Yuan was not there, and they were about to enter Guishi, so the drone had to go first. "Send a message to the base, turn on the signal jammer of the RV." Shen Xian arranged. "Okay." Chung Sun sent a message to Anqing, telling him the general situation, and also complained about how inconvenient it was that Song Yuan was not there. Soon he received a lot of replies. Oldly, "Be safe and protect Shen Xian." Han Lin, "Got it, protect Shen Xian." Song Yuan, "Yes, protect Sister Shen." Chao Minghui, "Ah." "Got it, protect Shen Xian." Chung Sun, Jiang Dong pressed a button in the car, and after a few buzzes, the mobile phone GPS showed none. Lu Qiming sighed. Since leaving Anqing base, he has been sighing all the time. "Sometimes I think, why is such a great thing not in Jingshi? Sometimes I think, Jingshi deserves to have nothing." More often I think, alas, people are so annoying when compared to others. Look at Shin Xion's team, and then think about my disappointing son. At the same time, in Gusher security base, the commander in simple clothes looked at the red dot that suddenly disappeared on the tablet. He frowned. What's going on? The guard's forehead immediately broke into sweat, and he explained in a panic, it shouldn't be like this. They came out of Anqing, and nothing happened except for a break in the middle. The commander stroked his whitened sleeves. He asked himself, they shouldn't lie to us. Yes, they don't dare. The person who provided the information said that Shin Xion killed his family, and would never give up until he died. The guard glanced at the commander cautiously. Seeing that the commander was not obviously angry, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving the command center, the guard looked up at the shattered sky inside. Before the Doomsday, this device was used to observe the planetary universe. After the Doomsday, it was used as a solar thermal collector. The huge Sky Eye device is shocking even at the Doomsday. What a pity. The guard came to a row of bungalows and pushed open one of the doors. Inside was a chicken coop, which was burning honeycomb coals. The temperature in the chicken coop was good. Some chickens even laid eggs. He grabbed a chicken and went to the bungalow next door. He took a deep breath and pushed open a small window the size of an A4 paper on the door. But the whole person took a step back. The next second, an arm covered with blue veins and gray-white suddenly stretched out from the window. With constant roars, the arm waved randomly for a while, caught nothing, and then retracted it. The guard stuffed the live chicken through the window and quickly closed it. All in one go. Screams and tearing sounds were heard in the house, as well as the sound of flesh being bitten. A few traces of confusion flashed across the guard's face. After there was no sound in the house, he sorted out his emotions and returned to the command center. At the same time, I was thinking silently, I wonder where Shin Xion's team is now. In the Bear Mountains, the provincial road is winding, and Shin Xion's RV is parked in a hidden place. Chapter 190. They have now withdrawn from Gue City and stopped outside a mountain road. It is about 50 kilometers away from Gue City. Captain Liu, are you sure that Gue City's command center is in Gue City? Shin Xion looked at the map on the table. Signal shielding is two-way, and there is no satellite map available now. She and Chung Sun are discussing the issue of whereabouts being leaked. If they were indeed deliberately chased and intercepted. Is there a signal tracker on the RV? But after the RV broke down halfway, they changed one. Unless someone put a tracker on the RV in Anqing, and then after changing the car, they installed a tracker for us in Dazhou. Chung Sun explained. Jiang Dong, it's not impossible. You see, we are in Anqing, and the RV is not protected 24 hours a day, but there is an extra tracker, which we can't detect. Shin Xion nodded. If it was a bug, she would definitely find it. Just like the bug put by Yehu in the wine market at that time, she found it easily. But the tracker. It's not certain. Jiang Dong. Besides, we have many people approaching the RV in Dazhou, and Laoli has come up. It can't be Laoli. Shin Xion denied it directly. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Shin Xion was too lazy to pay attention to Jiang Dong. Jiang Dong now is just a resentful woman who can't get the love she wants. Her resentment can revive several evil cultivators. She judged by Lao Li's inner voice, and Lao Li had no second thoughts. Of course, she didn't plan to tell anyone that she could hear other people's inner voices. After all, there should be some trust between people. Chung Sun also nodded. If it's not a tracker, then it's a mobile phone signal. Therefore, Shin Xion could have prevented both situations by turning on the signal jammer. The disadvantage is that they can't use satellite maps now. Jiang Dong, does that mean our mobile phone codes have been leaked? Now we use satellites, not mobile phone numbers, and each mobile phone has a code. Chung Sun continued to reason. No, it doesn't have to be a code. As long as there is a signal receiver, after the satellite is turned on, it can receive messages and filter out our whereabouts. Then he slapped the table, stood up and walked around the RV for a few times. Yes, that's right, it must be like this. After the satellite is turned on, just lock the signal from Anqing to the south, and then check one by one. It's most likely that we came all the way to Guicheng. Yes. Shin Xion held his chin with one hand, listened to Chung Sun's analysis, and thought, so, if it is confirmed that it is someone from Guicheng who is tripping us up, then this method is used. Listening to the two of them talking and answering each other, the logic before and after was arranged clearly. Lu Qiming was almost convinced. I prayed in my heart that it was not the commander of Gue City who was thinking too much. So does Gui City have a way to closely monitor our signals? Shen Xian asked. Lu Qiming's mind unconsciously followed, and he suddenly thought of something. Sky Eye. What? Don't be superstitious, Captain Lu, we don't believe in that. Jiang Dong peeled a banana and started eating. No, it's not superstition. Gui City has a radio telescope with a diameter of 500 meters. It's bigger than the vegetable greenhouse you built. It is a light rope towing mechanism and parallel robot, which can achieve high-precision positioning. In terms of knowledge reserves in this area, it has to be the legitimate Lu Qiming. Shen Xian recalled that he seemed to have seen this report before. If this Sky Eye device is not damaged, it is very likely. Come on, Captain Lu, circle the location. Shen Xian threw the pen to Lu Qiming casually. Alas, Lu Qiming accepted his fate, picked up the pen and found Ping County on the map, and drew a circle in the southwest corner of Ping County. Don't be nervous, Captain Lu, maybe the people who monitor us and the people in Guisher Base are not the same group. Thank you, that's even scarier. It proves that there is a traitor in the command level of Guisher Base, who leaked the transaction between Anqing and Jingshi. The transportation in Doomsday is not convenient, and they are blocked from entering Guisher at every level. The highway conditions inside Guisher are not much better. So Shen Xian judged that the people in Guisher who monitor them will not be too far away from the Sky Eye device. What they want is to be caught off guard. Let's go, Jiang Dong. Get to the destination before 9 o'clock in the evening. Okay. Jiang Dong stepped down and started the RV. Many of the provincial roads here are in the mountains, and from time to time you will encounter cliffs hovering on the road. As a result, one man could not sit cross-legged on it. He couldn't sit in the car, so he simply lay on the roof, feeling aggrieved. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the destination, Lu Qiming began to worry again. Shen Xian, do you think it would be bad if we just broke in like this? After all, we are too few, and we have no idea how many people the other side has. Of course, I'm not saying that your combat effectiveness is not good, I don't mean that. Very good, Captain Lu, you have made progress, and you are using us. Chung Sun joked. Lu Qiming looked embarrassed. Shen Xian touched his solar air gun. Don't worry, it's all a small matter. Soon, Lu Qiming knew why Shen Xian said that. Because Chung Sun released a drone 10 kilometers away. The drone was programmed by Song Yuan himself, and it didn't use satellite signals at all. It was not only quiet, but also invisible. In the middle of the night, if there was no specific radar surveillance, it would be impossible to detect it. Soon, Chung Sun sorted out the information sent back by the drone. The Sky Eye equipment is surrounded by mountains, with only one road, no villages or towns around, and only a tourist hotel. Infrared capture, there are about 70 people on the hotel side, and about 100 people on the Sky Eye side, adding up to a maximum of 200 people. There is also infrared capture. Lu Qiming was confused. Can you give him one of these drones? He wants too much. What should he do? Shen Xian didn't open his consciousness, so naturally he couldn't know Lu Qiming's rich inner thoughts. Twisting the pen with one hand, he drew a line on the map. This hotel? Feign to the east and attack in the west, right? It should take 20 minutes to get there. With Herman here, at least half of the people can be attracted. It is estimated that we need to face up to 50 people. Quick battle and quick decision. Okay. Jiang Dong rubbed his hands and stopped the RV. Chung Sun checked everyone's equipment, especially Lu Qiming, and put on a bulletproof vest for him. Captain Lu, if you encounter zombies, you must hide. If you are bitten, you can only go back to Professor Chow for experiments. This made Chung Sun look forward to it. Lu Qiming simply asked Shen Xian for a gun. After getting off the car, Shen Xian waved his hand, and the RV disappeared. Homan, you and A2 go to the hotel. Roar, be careful, attract people over, and retreat when you are almost there. If you don't know the way, follow A2. Roar, woof woof. Good boy A2. Jiang Dong always felt that A2's IQ had increased since he ate the seedlings. Chapter 191. Woof woof. In the darkness, A2's cry sounded empty and abrupt. In the Tianyan office, which is the command center, Gaoka sat upright. On the tablet, the red mark representing the location of Shen Xian's team has not yet lit up. As soon as the other party entered Gui City, they disappeared after fighting with the zombies that he had deliberately led over. Is the plan successful, and the other party is dead? Or is he hiding? Put the tablet on the table. Put it together with his own rice bowl, neatly arranged. The guards behind him dare not breathe. Gaoka, the commander, looks gentle, but his heart is dark. You can tell by just looking at the things locked in this small room. The calmer the other party is, the more unpredictable and dangerous they are. At this moment, the guards dare not speak casually, lest they get into trouble, and be thrown into the small room as food. Galka suddenly asked, "Did you hear any sound?" The guard did not answer immediately, but pretended to listen and shook his head. "No. That means he was hallucinating." "Are the people in the hut okay?" "Very good, we ate 2 chickens today." The guard quickly replied, "If that can be considered a person. The lonely wilderness and mountains are so quiet that you can even hear people's heartbeats. If it was before the end of the world, the mountains would be full of insects and birds, full of vitality. Now, there is only the cold sky eye equipment, glowing in the darkness." The guard thought for a while, and said tentatively, "Don't worry, although the signal has disappeared, no matter what happens in Anqing, they will still come to trade with us." "You are right." Galka raised the corner of his mouth. "Are the solar energy equipment ready?" "It's ready, 20,000 pieces, not a single piece less." The guard hurried to report. Galka sneered, "The Jingxi base will be a good person, using our stored supplies, and I don't know what benefits they have exchanged with Anqing." The news said that only 1 car came from Anqing, so Shen Xian is likely to come here to negotiate first. Hold her, and if it doesn't work, use force, at least make Anqing give up half of the supplies in exchange for people. "That's fair." The guard flattered and said with a little courtesy, "Yes, she's just a woman, how powerful can she be? Don't underestimate women." Galka glanced at him coldly. "Yes." The guard lowered his eyes, and dared not speak again. "Okay, arrange a car to go back to Guicheng, and they will probably arrive tomorrow." Galka stood up and adjusted his collar, like a soldier going to the battlefield. At this moment, a burst of fire suddenly appeared in the distance, and there was dense gunfire. Looking at the direction, it was the Tianyan Hotel. Galka grabbed his clothes and rushed out, but stopped at the door. "Commander?" the guard asked cautiously. "Interesting, go, send some people to the hotel to check, and the others stay on standby." Although the guard didn't know what was going on, he still gave the order as required. Galka was not stupid. The moment he went out, he thought, could this be someone else's trick? He knew how important the Sky Eye equipment was. So after the Gui City base was stable, he immediately took control of the Sky Eye. There were no zombies wandering around, and nothing had happened in so many days. Suddenly, something happened at the time when Shen Xian was about to come. In addition, the other party's whereabouts disappeared. Who would believe it if it wasn't a coincidence? Haha, he wouldn't be fooled. Just wait here, waiting for the rabbit. In the distance, Shen Xian and others were standing in the dark with night vision goggles. Chung Sun used the drone to monitor again. There are about 70 people left. But, there are a few infrared images that are not very clear. I don't know what's going on. Shen Xian nodded. Lu Qiming made his last struggle. Or, let's negotiate first. Shen Xian nodded, don't worry. Of course, kill directly. If the other party is not from the Guisher base, then it's just right. The Sky Eye is hers. If the other party is from the Guisher base, that's good too, meeting in advance. If the other party didn't deliberately make trouble for himself, then of course he could consider it and negotiate a settlement. Okay, it's that simple. The battle was about to start. Jiang Dong chewed gum and listed 3 possibilities to Lu Qiming in one breath. Then, what if the other party is from Guisher base and deliberately creates trouble? Tui! Lu Qiming wanted to bite his tongue as soon as he asked this question. Is there any need to ask this question? What awaits the other party is definitely a one-sided massacre. Although Chung Sun just said that there are still 70 people on the other side, to be honest, he is not optimistic about Guisher at all. The main reason is that Shen Xian's team is too strong. And he has a hunch that Shen Xian has a killer. Shen Xian waved her hand. Chung Sun, as the pioneer, rushed into the darkness and disappeared after a few jumps. He stretched out his hand swiftly, not inferior to the peerless masters in the book. Next was Jiang Dong, who was a power player and not as fast as Chung Sun. He kicked his feet and ran after Chung Sun's trace. Shen Xian walked behind slowly. Can we just walk by like this? It was like a joke. Lu Qiming tightened his bulletproof vest, felt relieved, and followed Shen Xian. Chung Sun was very fast. He had memorized the precise location of the infrared image in the drone in advance. Start killing from the location with the least people. His skills, coupled with the solar air gun. Unless the distance is close enough, the enemy can't detect that their companions have died. In fact, everyone has the answer in their hearts. It is impossible for the Guisher base to leave such important supplies as the Sky Eye in the hands of others. These people are from the Glacier base, and they experience 3 waves of zombies as soon as they enter Glacier. If it weren't for the tough means, it would be difficult to survive. The other party didn't want Shin Xion's team to enter Glacier alive. So Chung Sun killed without any guilt. Every bit of kindness to the enemy today will be a bullet shot at himself in the future. Buzz, buzz, boom, a silent battle unfolded in the darkness. Jiang Dong was not to be outdone, and kept a distance of about 20 meters from Chung Sun, and began to attack inwards like a minesweeper. Shin Xian walked forward step by step, towards the house with the brightest Sky Eye. Behind her in the distance, there was the sound of gunfire, which provided the best cover for Chung Sun and Jiang Dong. Chung Sun found Shin Xian's position in the night vision device, and made an okay gesture to her. At this time, Gao Ke found something wrong. He stood in front of the window, and suddenly a woman wearing a fur hat and a long black down jacket appeared in his sight, walking towards him slowly with her hands in her pockets. It was like walking in a park. Where did the person come from? Why was there no warning? Where are the others? Shin Xian stood still, tilted her head, and looked at a row of small houses on the right. In her night vision device, the brightest house was still about 30 meters away. But she heard heavy and weak breathing in the house next to her. While he was still tilting his head to think, the door of the room in front of him was suddenly opened. A man in his 30s, wearing a neat Zhongshan suit, appeared in front of Shin Xian and Lu Qiming. The man had deep eagle eyes, and stared at Shin Xian. After a few seconds, he spoke, "Are you Shin Xian?" Chapter 192. Lu Qiming quietly poked his head out from behind Shin Xian and looked at Gao Ke. Unfortunately, he didn't know Gao Ke. He simply retracted his head and stopped moving. Shin Xian looked up at Gao Ke and said, "Gao Ke." Gao Ke was stunned. He didn't expect Shin Xian to recognize him so quickly. Shin Xian smiled lightly and swept his eyes over the guards behind him. Of course, he was cheating. The little guard's inner thoughts were like the barrage of the game before the end of the world, densely packed. After being recognized, Gao Ke's eyebrows were lowered even more. "Don't wait, your people are gone." Shin Xian chuckled again, and said Gao Ke's thoughts at once. Every chuckle seemed to be mocking Gao Ke. "Gone? What does it mean?" Gao Ke frowned. "Gone means gone." Shin Xian was very patient. Gao Ke was not the only one stalling for time. She was stalling for time as well. She didn't take off her night vision goggles until she saw Jiang Dong in the dark, who also made an okay gesture to her. "What? Commander Gao, are you going to go back on your deal? I ran so far, not to suffer the cold, but to get the solar energy equipment I promised." Gao Ke was unsure of Shin Xian's intentions. It had been so long, and none of his people had shown up. Either they were controlled, or they were in danger. A woman shouldn't be so cruel. Also, at least we have to wait until the people from the hotel come back to defend. Shin Xian smiled slightly. She silently replied in her heart, "Of course, the main point is cruelty." Gao Ke also smiled and stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. "Captain Shin and Captain Lu, please come in." The news he received was that there were 5 people, and a dog this time. Now there were only Shin Xian and Lu Qiming in front of him. There was so much noise at the hotel, so at least 2 people had to be arranged, not just a dog. So, there was at most 1 person in the dark. There was no need to be afraid. He and the guard should be able to beat a woman and an old man. Although the man in the dark should be very strong. Shin Xian walked into the house openly. Lu Qiming wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He didn't have night vision goggles, and he looked around but couldn't find Chung Sun and Jiang Dong. However, his many years of frontline experience would not make him panic in such a situation. If there was an emergency later, he would stand in front of Shin Xian. Wearing a bulletproof vest, it would not be a big problem. If Shin Xian's life was saved, he would exchange it for 2 solar air guns from the other party. Shin Xian, eh? He turned his head and glanced at Lu Qiming with an unclear look, took off his hat, and sat down. There was a small wood stove in the room, crackling with wood burning. The furnishings were very simple. Gao Ke could see Shin Xian's appearance clearly. She was indeed a girl, really ignorant of the world. He felt more relieved that the situation was still under his control. He closed the door, picked a seat, sat opposite Shin Xian, and tried to hide himself in the blind spot of his sight. He thought that if the people outside had a sniper rifle, he could also use Shin Xian as a shield. "Shin Xian, you are so dramatic." "Captain Shin, I didn't expect you to find this place. I reserved a room for you in your city." Gao Ke sat upright. Shin Xian looked at her watch, and the time she agreed with Huaman was almost up. To be honest, Shen Xian didn't know how strong the Gui City base was. She had Chung Sun and Jiang Dong on her side, and Huaman relied on her body. Even if there were too many ants, they would kill an elephant, so she didn't let Huaman fight to the death, and she would withdraw after making a little noise, just to delay some time and manpower. It would be best to solve the problem before the people from the hotel came to support. Gaoke had a lot of questions to ask. Seeing that Shen Xian didn't speak, he was about to speak, but Shen Xian spoke first. But Commander Gao, have you thought about how to die? Gaoku, ? Lu Qiming, ? Guard, Shen Xian decided to make a quick decision. In order to become the commander of the Guicheng base, you push the former commander into the zombie group during the battle. The people locked up in the next room are your mutated family members. The reason you want to be a commander is not for the development of the base, but simply to protect your mutated family members from being executed. To be honest, I understand you doing this. Gaoke's face turned pale. He blurted out, how did you know? The guard was also surprised. Many people don't know these things. As Gaoke's personal guard, he was Gaoke's secretary before the end of the world. It's not surprising that he knows these things. But how did Shen Xian know? Shen Xian waved his hands. It doesn't matter how I know. What matters is that you arranged the zombie wave this time to kill me. If I die, the deal will be over, and you can also sow discord between Anqing and Jingshi. If I'm not dead, they would have detained my people and asked Anqing to exchange them for supplies. Am I right? The guard's heart almost jumped out of his throat. He didn't expect that Shen Xian knew everything. Of course, he didn't know that his rich inner activities were an important way for Shen Xian to obtain this information. Every time Shen Xian said something, Lu Qiming was surprised. He had thought that Gui City might not be so easy to cooperate with. But he didn't expect that Gaoke, as the highest commander, actually wanted to kill Shen Xian and let Jing City take the blame. Commander Gao, the transaction between Jing City and Anqing has no loss for Gui City. Why do you do this? Lu Qiming couldn't help asking. Seeing that his old background was dug out by Shen Xian, Gaoke's eyes flashed a trace of coldness. Haha, what do you mean Gui City has no loss? Isn't 20,000 solar equipment a loss? Then. But Gui City base must listen to the dispatch of Jing City base. Lu Qiming didn't expect Gaoke to think so. Fuck. That's the former commander's business. Wait until you die and talk to him. Gaoke refused to listen and had already started to kill. He did not do anything that a commander should do. His relatives turned into zombies, so he didn't kill them? He killed the excellent commander before to protect a few zombies? He didn't want to make a deal, so he lured the zombies to kill him, and let Jingshi take the blame? Forget it, he deserved to die. Lu Qiming was so angry that he shook his sleeves and stopped talking. Shen Xian moved her ears, and heard Tu's cry hundreds of meters away. She stood up and looked at Gaoke's guard. Do you know where the solar equipment is? The guard glanced at Gaoke and didn't dare to speak. Okay, you just need to know. Guard, Don't frame me, sister, I didn't say anything. Woo woo woo. Shen Xian clapped her hands, and before Gaoke could react, a voice broke through the door. Commander Gao has fought all his life to protect his family, so send him to see his family. Gaoke, Shen Xian, you bastard, you can't do this, I'm the commander. Chung Sun didn't care about him, and reached out to pick him up. At the moment when their arms crossed, Gaoke took out a pistol from his arms. He shot Chung Sun in the head. Ah! The incident came so suddenly that Lu Qiming and the guards exclaimed. Shen Xian took a step back and tilted his head slightly. Gaoke still had a triumphant smile on his face. Go to hell. Unexpectedly, Chung Sun turned his face, and the bullet actually flew past his head. Chapter 193. That was his skill that had evolved after eating the seedlings. Before, Chung Sun was a mercenary. He was calm and composed in the face of gunfire and rain of bullets. It was his professional quality. Now, his agile skills were a real show to everyone. Gaoke's smile disappeared visibly. Chung Sun sneered, wrapped his left hand around Gaoke's arm, and touched his back with his right hand. The dagger he carried with him reappeared. He raised his hand, and the dagger circled Gaoke's neck. Gaoke's neck felt cold, and a faint blood line immediately appeared. Be honest. Shen Xian said that he would send him to see his family, so of course he would not kill him. At this time, Jiang Dong jumped in from the door. Grandpa is here. The battle is over? Damn! No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't catch up. Chung Sun slowly took the pistol from Gaoke's hand, grabbed the collar, and dragged him out of the door. Shen Xian also walked out the door, stood on the steps, and watched Jiang Dong kick open the door of the small house next to him. Ignoring Gaoku's resistance, Chung Sun threw him in directly. Just like the little guard threw live chickens in every day. Gaoku's painful howling and the sound of zombies biting flesh were immediately heard from the house. The little guard was behind Shen Xian, breathing carefully, afraid that he would be thrown in too. To be honest, he did have feelings for Gaoku, but these feelings were worn out by Gaoku, who was becoming increasingly sick. If he didn't have high emotional intelligence and knew so many black histories of Gaoku, he would have been killed long ago. Alas. So, when a scholar meets a soldier, a pervert like Gaoku must be subdued by someone even more perverted like Shen Xian. Shen Xian didn't mind being called a pervert in others' minds. She was not interested in how many zombies there were in the house. After the howling stopped, Chung Sun drew his gun at her instruction. Boom boom boom. The zombies and Gaoku turned into blood rain. Then the ground shook a few times, and several people looked up and saw a man and a two appearing from the darkness, running towards this side. Following behind them were several military pickup trucks, chasing at full speed. That? Commander Shen, Captain Liu, you better run. The little guard's voice trembled. Shen Xian raised the corner of his mouth and said jokingly, if we run away, how will you explain it? I will say that Captain Gao is crazy in purple sand. Shen Xian raised his eyebrows. The little guard did not lie. He really wanted her to run away first. Very good, a talent. Shen Xian's heart suddenly moved, and he looked at him sideways. Do you want to be the commander of your city? Ah, the moon is not big tonight, and the cold light reflected by the eye of the sky illuminates Shen Xian's eyes, and his eyes seem to contain water. Those who don't know would think that Shen Xian is looking at his beloved. The little guard doesn't dare to think so, he hasn't lived enough. I ask you, do you want to? Gulp. In the silence, the sound of the little guard swallowing saliva is unusually obvious. Determination flashed in his eyes, and he nodded vigorously yes. That's good, and I don't have to find someone else, Shen Xian said with a smile. He took out an AK gun from somewhere. Handed it to the little guard. What's the name of the gift for you? Bai Tong. Do you know how to use it? Gulp. I used it during military training in my early years. That's fine, you will get it after a few times, Shen Xian smiled, looking at Huaman and Atu who were getting closer and closer. Atu jumped up the steps, rubbed Shen Xian's legs affectionately, and squatted beside him. Huaman's huge body also braked flexibly in front of Shen Xian. He rubbed his hands, smiled widely, and squatted beside Shen Xian, like a door god. Bai Tong looked even weaker and more helpless. If we ignore the AK in his hand. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong disappeared, and Lu Qiming tried hard to find them, only to find that they went to clean up the battlefield. Shen Xian's principle is that as long as it is not her territory, she must leave nothing behind. If she leaves anything for the enemy, it means she has not done her job well. There are 4 pickup trucks chasing after them, and they stopped not far from the hut, and a group of people jumped out of the car with guns. She looked at Shen Xian and the others with a vigilant face. Bai Tong, what do you mean? Where is Commander Gao? Did you raise this monster? Shen Xian asked Bai Tong calmly. Do you know how to manage 100 people with 10 bullets? Gaoku tightened his grip on the gun. He knew that this was the first test he faced. If he could not subdue these people on the opposite side, Shen Xian would find someone else to take over before his position, as the commander of Gui City was even warm. Gritting his teeth, Bai Tong replied, I know how to manage 99 people with 9 bullets. Very good, Shen Xian smiled and nodded. Lu Qiming looked at Bai Tong in surprise. I didn't expect this kid to have good eloquence. He was probably the first in the political examination that year. I hope he is not a big talker. Bai Tong clumsily picked up the gun and stabilized his voice. Commander Gao went to see his family. But that's what he deserves. You should be happy for him. Many of the people who can be stationed here are subordinates of the former commander, and they have more or less heard of what Gaoku did. One is that there is no evidence. In addition, these people are only good at fighting, and don't have much idea about political struggle. Besides, the Doomsday base also needs a commander. So Gaoku, who used shameless means to get to the top, has survived until now. Now Gaoku is dead, just like the previous commander is dead, and it has little to do with them. The new commander needs them just as much. The leader sneered. So, are you the new commander now? The man was not respectful at all, and made a perfunctory salute. Bai Tong was unmoved. You think too much, the new commander is Commander Shen. As he said, Bai Tong turned sideways to face Shen Xian. He made a serious and standard salute. A woman? The people in the pickup truck opposite were all stunned. The leader frowned tightly. Bai Tong, although the Gusher base is not big, it can't be handed over to a woman to manage. Across this distance, Shen Xian felt the overwhelming resentment. Bai Tong's tall and thin body blocked her firmly. Commander Shen is the highest commander in Anqing. If he can be the commander in Anqing, why can't Gusher? Or do you still miss the days when Gaoke was the commander? Then I don't mind sending you to see Gaoke. Ha ha ha. Bai Tong's threat had no effect in the eyes of the hundreds of people on the opposite side. Crazy laughter accompanied the sound of guns being loaded. So, Bai Tong, are you going to fight in numbers now? Just the few people on the opposite side, if you ignore that monster. The leader's eyes fell on Shen Xian. We can't control the rules of Anqing. Here, men have to make the decisions. Bai Tong raised his gun and was about to pull the trigger, but was stopped by Shen Xian. She came here to work on solar energy equipment this time, and she didn't think about building a base for herself. The Gusher base should be managed by Gishi's own people. If Bai Tong really opened fire now, it would be difficult to deal with it after she left. Chapter 194. Bai Tong was a talented person. It's a pity that he died. With a little polishing, he might really be able to manage the Gusher base. Picking up a base for free, isn't it great? Shen Xian lowered his eyes, sneered and said, I thought that here, people with strength should be in charge. Damn, I was fooled by this woman. The leader's expression froze. Shen Xian raised his head and scanned the crowd. Since you are not satisfied with me and Bai Tong, let Hua Man be the commander. Hearing Shen Xian calling him, Ho Man's huge body stood up suddenly and took a few steps forward. Ho Man is the nightmare of these people. He is huge and moves fast, and his lethality is very high. The bullets hit him, just like hitting cotton. A pair of big hands are invincible. They watched Hua Man tear people apart with their own eyes. If Hua Man hadn't been thinking about running, I'm afraid that they would have become Hua Man's snacks. At first, they thought Hua Man and the dog had strayed into the base. Later, they saw Hua Man squatting near Bai Tong, and thought that Bai Tong had secretly raised the dog. After all, Gaoke had a history of raising zombies. But now they found that it was Shen Xian's man. The dog was also Shen Xian's dog. Hua Man took another step forward, and everyone on the opposite side raised their guns. Bang! At the critical moment, Bai Tong took the lead in firing. A shot hit the leader's feet. I only warn you once, don't test me. I'm doing this for your own good. Bai Tong almost broke his voice. He was always gentle and quiet, and this state of near madness made everyone stunned. The leader looked at Shen Xian, and then at Hua Man. Hua Man's eyes were like looking at a dessert. And in the darkness, Shen Xian's eyes were neither happy nor sad, as if he was looking at a group of dead people. They heard about the deal between Anqing and Gusher from the beginning. After all, preparing so many solar energy equipment could not be hidden from everyone. Among the many survivors in Gusher, no one would use those high-end solar energy equipment. They could only make a small solar water heater or something. But Anqing asked for 20,000 pieces of equipment, which shows that Anqing must have talents. Needless to say, it is known that the development there must be better than Gusher. And now, maybe it is an opportunity. Maybe what Bai Tong said is right. It is for their own good. If they don't agree now, what awaits them is definitely becoming Hua Man's food. Until now, they didn't think Shen Xian was powerful. With a buzzing sound in his heart, Shen Xian's head hurt a little. Today, he used his consciousness a little too much. But it seems that it should be stable. I ask you one last time. Do you want Bai Tong to be the commander, or Hua Man to be the commander, or go and accompany Gaoke? She pinched her brows, her tone carrying a hint of impatience. The gears of fate moved slightly. The leader hesitated and looked at the others. Bai Tong seized the opportunity sharply. Everyone's rights and interests will not change, and there will be more and more in the future. I promise. In fact, Bai Tong's promise was not very convincing. But it was a perfect step. Okay. The leader lowered his eyes. People like them, from childhood to adulthood, have been educated to be a qualified soldier and a perfect executor. They are very clear about their position, and are destined not to be leaders. If they meet a good leader, they will have a different world. If this Bai Tong is capable, then listen to him. If he is not capable, then wait for him to die. Okay, Shen Xian listened to these messy voices. To sum up, those people need a leader. If the leader is worth following, then work hard. If the leader is not capable, then stay dormant to save your life and wait for the opportunity. Alas, Bai Tong's road is difficult. Shen Xian completely retracted his consciousness and stopped trying to capture the voices of these people. Anyway, his solar energy equipment is stable. As for the others, they are all free, so what is there to be afraid of? He waved his hand and let Bai Tong do his own things. To be on the safe side, he also let Huaman and Lu Qiming follow Bai Tong. Huaman played a deterrent role, and as for Lu Qiming, Shen Xian meant to let Lu Qiming take care of little Bai Tong. He went up to the observation deck and looked at the Sky Eye equipment quietly. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong were on the left and right, and Ah Tu followed behind with his tail wagging. Jiang Dong knew what Shen Xian was thinking by looking at her expression. He scratched his head and said, "Should we take this thing back to Anqing?" Shen Xian touched his chin and said, "This is only part of the equipment. There are also many post-processing equipment. It's not impossible to take it away. But it's really too big." Before the apocalypse, Shen Xian had seen the Sky Eye equipment in pictures. It didn't look big, but when he actually stood in front of it, he realized that it was a behemoth. If I take it back, where should I put it? Shen Xian pondered the possibility of taking it back. Jiang Dong clapped his hands and said, "Put it on the greenhouse and use it as a pot cover. Isn't it just right?" Chung Sun glanced at him with disdain and said, "This thing can cover 5 greenhouses. Take it or not, if I take it back, Song Yuan and Qia Ning will definitely be very rare." Shen Xian was confused. You can't eat for free, you have to exchange things, so that Gusher can also develop. After a lot of confusion, Shen Xian sent a message to Lao Li. "Captain Li, are you in Anqing or Dazhou? Dazhou, what's wrong? Have you arrived in Gusher? Is it going well? Do you need me to go there? Are you unwilling to trade?" Lao Li's screen was full of question marks, which made Shen Xian dizzy. Bring some supplies from Dazhou tomorrow. Bring more food, and bring 2 teams. Got it. Although he didn't know what Shen Xian was going to do, Lao Li still prepared non-stop after receiving the message. Hearing that they were going to Gusher, the team in Dazhou went crazy. On one side is the kingdom he built with his own hands, and on the other side is to protect the eldest lady closely. Which one should he choose? Of course, the latter. Anyone who hesitates for a minute is not sincere. Closing the phone, Shen Xian looked at the darkness in the distance. Gaoku is the commander of Gusher. He didn't see any food in the house just now, which shows that the situation in Gusher base is very difficult. It must be right to ask Lao Li to bring food over. She still has some supplies in her space. Her own supplies can only be used by herself or in emergencies. If you want to form a virtuous cycle, you must try to realize the circulation of supplies instead of paying directly from your own pocket. It's not easy to think about it. We actually have 3 bases, Jiang Dong smiled. Anqing, Jiushi, Gusher. Although Gusher is currently only nominally under control. After going down the small building, Shen Xian waved his hand and took out the RV. Huaman and Lu Qiming accompanied Bai Tong to work in this small base all night. Shen Xian and the other 2 and a 2 slept soundly in the RV. The next morning, Bai Tong came to knock on the car door in person and delivered breakfast. As soon as the door was opened, Shen Xian saw milk, ham, small cakes, fried chicken wings, and preserved egg and lean meat porridge on the dining table. This is the KFC breakfast that Shen Xian had stockpiled before. Bai Tong held the thermos in his hand, feeling a little embarrassed. There were only boiled eggs and omelets in it. There was no other way. The base had many chickens and many eggs. Chapter 195. Seeing this, Lu Qiming, who was following behind Bai Tong, immediately stepped forward with dark circles under his eyes. "I told Bai Tong that I love eggs. We have everything at our base, except eggs. I was thinking of bringing some of these chickens back when I go back." Shen Xian put down the fries and chuckled. "Indeed, it is not easy to raise so many chickens in the Doomsday. Come up and have a meal together, and talk about something by the way." Lu Qiming got into the car with ease. It was the first time for Bai Tong to step into a warm RV. Like all the people who got in the car for the first time before, tears almost fell when he was wrapped in warmth. The tip of his nose was filled with fragrant food, and in front of him was a happy scene. In a trance, everyone would doubt whether the Doomsday was a dream. "Sit down, I have something to tell you." After letting Bai Tong sit down, Shen Xian got straight to the point. "I'm going to take the Sky Eye equipment away." Bai Tong was surprised. How? He didn't think of not letting Shen Xian take it, but that thing was too big. It took several years to install it back then. If it is dismantled and moved away, and then reassembled. If the Sky Eye is dismantled, no one here can install it, and there are not so many pickup trucks. Bai Tong is like a nagging mother-in-law, worrying endlessly. Don't worry about it, I won't let you suffer any loss. I will take away the solar energy equipment and the Sky Eye equipment, and leave you some food and weapons. Oh, it's alright. Bai Tong was still thinking about how Shen Xian would take it away. Shen Xian raised her hand to stop the poor little thing, who couldn't stop thinking. I have a way. By the way, Jiang Dong, remove the positioning blocker. Well, let's withdraw. Oldly should be able to see our position now. Jiang Dong crossed his legs and snatched the last French fry from Chung Sun. A small breakfast made by Tong reassured the strength of Shen Xian's team, and even became curious about Anqing's strength. After leaving the RV, he kept asking Lu Qiming about Anqing. If you really want to know, come back with us this time. Lu Qiming patted Bai Tong's shoulder. Bai Tong shook his head like a rattle. No, there are still many things to do in Gui City. He rubbed the corners of his clothes nervously. It was his first time as a commander, and under such circumstances. To be honest, he didn't know what was waiting for him ahead. The internal supplies were tight, and the external teams were eyeing him covetously. The future was dark. Oh no, it was shining with gold. In Bai Tong's sight, a series of black Ivecos drove in the morning light. The machine gun on the roof seemed to say to everyone who questioned it, "Little thing, do you want to try my power?" As soon as he entered the vicinity of the Sky Eye, Lao Li's loud voice increased the power. Chung Sun, Jiang Dong. Here, here. Stop shouting. Jiang Dong grabbed his clothes and ran out of the RV. To be honest, they came to Gui City alone with the purpose of trading. The zombie tide on the road and the rebellion of the Gui City base were unexpected. If it weren't for the strong strength of the team, it would have been gone long ago. Seeing Lao Li again, Jiang Dong hugged Lao Li excitedly and patted him on the back. His hand strength made Lao Li roll his eyes on the spot. Shen Xian couldn't stand it anymore. You didn't know how to control your strength. You beat people to death, and you will take over Captain Li's job. Jiang Dong quickly withdrew his hand and smiled awkwardly, too excited. The teams in the surrounding Gui City looked at the fully equipped Iveco, the black muzzle, the fully armed soldiers, and the carts of supplies, and dared not breathe. So, they really got a big leg. Looking at Shen Xian again, his eyes changed. Shen Xian got off the RV with dignity and walked towards Lao Li. Thank you for your hard work. The old man grinned. It should be. Everything is for the base. Lao Li turned his head to look at the Sky Eye behind Shen Xian and sighed. It's really big. Where do you think it's better to put it? Shen Xian's words made Lao Li pause for a while before he realized what Shen Xian meant. You mean, where in Anqing? Shen Xian repeated his thoughts. Lao Li scratched his head. Growing greenhouses do require a lot of solar energy equipment, but this one is too big. The Sky Eye device just looks like a pot lid. After some modification, it is not only a super solar energy device, but also a precise positioning device. This thing is very useful in the Doomsday. It must not fall into the hands of others. It can't even be placed in the wine market. It must be placed in Anqing. Oldly hesitated, or we can build a few more greenhouses. Yes, Shen Xian smiled. Her thinking was limited. Compared with the Sky Eye, one greenhouse is too small, so build a few more. That's a good idea. Then you can take people to measure the data and send it to Qi Anning, let him take care of it. Build a few more greenhouses, don't waste the Sky Eye. Yes. Oldly accepted the task with a smile, not feeling tired at all. Shen Xian asked him to lead 2 teams, and for safety, he brought 5 teams, plus supplies, almost 100 people. The fully armed 100 people stood in unison behind Bai Tong at this time. It was silent support. At the command of Oldly, everyone dispersed in an orderly and well-trained manner. Some asked Bai Tong where to put the supplies they brought. Some followed Oldly to measure the Sky Eye equipment. Some scattered everywhere, with Shen Xian as the center, and began to be on alert within a radius of 200 meters. The people of Gusher team seemed to have lost their function in an instant. A deep sense of crisis enveloped them. Is this not needed? Finally, the leader threw away the cigarette in his hand and walked in front of Bai Tong. Commander Bai, what do you need us to do? Bai Tong, ahem. Bai Tong quickly adjusted his state and issued an order. Divide into 2 teams, 1 team to unload the supplies, and 1 team and I will go, accompany Commander Shen to get the solar energy equipment. After measuring the data, Lao Li recorded the connection points between the Sky Eye and the equipment, so that it would be convenient to restore them after returning. At the same time, all the connection points were disassembled to facilitate Shen Xian's storage. Shen Xian was just about to put the big pot lid into the space. This will be the largest item she has ever received. It is bigger than the entire train. It is exciting to think about it. Woof woof. At this time, Ah-Tu's voice came from afar. Shin Xian, who was standing under the sky eye, looked over. Ah-Tu was running over with his feet swinging, and Horman followed behind with a grin. When they saw Horman coming, everyone in the Glacier team took a few steps back. They were afraid of this big guy. On the other hand, the Onqing team was all greeting Horman. Someone even took out a chocolate from his pocket and put it in his palm. Horman squatted down his huge body and pinched small chocolate beans with his thick fingers. Put it in its big mouth, smacking its lips a few times. The Glacier team was both scared and envious. Every time Shin Xian saw Ah-Tu's expression, she had a bad feeling. Ah-Tu, stop right there. Don't come over. She took a step back. Woo woo. Ah-Tu shook his tail and put the food in his mouth on the ground. Chapter 196. Shin Xian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale, and she tried hard not to scream. Because there was a snake on the ground that was still slowly wriggling. After getting free, the little snake, as thick as a chopstick, twisted a few times and wanted to run. But Chung Sun stepped on it quickly. In contrast, Shin Xian would rather fight against the zombies than face a snake. Seeing her so scared, Chung Sun drew his gun and was about to blow the little snake to pieces. But Shin Xian stopped him. Wait! Shin Xian patted her chest. Ah-Tu, where did you find it? Woof woof. Ah-Tu jumped a few times. Captain Lee, wait for me here, I go take a look. Shin Xian would not miss any opportunity and decided to go take a look. You know, it's minus 40 degrees Celsius, normal snakes and mice would have frozen to death long ago. For a while, everyone was still studying why animals were not infected by zombies. Later, Chow Minhui ridiculed everyone and explained, because of the extremely hot weather, those who like cold weather died of heat, and those who like heat survived, but then, there was extremely cold weather. They were basically extinct. Now it is of great significance to encounter a wild animal that is still alive. Shin Xian endured the goosebumps, and asked loudly to put the snake in a cage and throw it into the chicken coop to keep it first. Ah-Tu jumped in front, and Shin Xian followed behind. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong were worried and must follow. After Huaman finished eating chocolate, he found that his friends were walking towards the mountains again. He also kicked his feet, and rumbled to follow. The few people walked deeper and deeper. Chung Sun couldn't help asking, it's just one night, you won't go over the mountains and run to Gui City? No. Huaman uttered a word in a muffled voice. 20 minutes later, Ah-Tu and Huaman squatted in front of a cave. The half-meter-high cave was pitch black inside. Huaman couldn't get in, but Ah-Tu got in easily. Chung Sun stopped Shin Xian. I go, just in case there are snakes inside. Shin Xian immediately stopped and stood 10 meters away from the cave entrance and waved his hand. Take care. Jiang Dong, you go too, just in case there is a snake nest, you will die sitting on your butt. I wait for you outside. Jiang Dong, Shin Xian and Huaman stayed outside. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong followed Ah-Tu in. Huaman raised his big palm, like a palm leaf fan, and patted Shin Xian's little head gently. Don't worry, I'm not worried, I'm just waiting for boredom. Shin Xian simply climbed to a higher place, and overlooked the entire mountains. It can't be said to be overlooking, because there are only small hills here, which is not quite the same as the vast mountains. It is indeed continuous. Shin Xian changed the direction again, and tilted her head to look for a while. She got interested and simply opened her phone to study the map. She realized that she was in the mountains, but the map showed that she was on a nearby road. Shin Xian exited the map software and re-entered it. It was still the same. This is too different. She had looked at the map at Tianyin in the morning, and there was no difference. Why is it like this here? Swish! Chung Sun's voice came from the intercom, and he was excited. Shin Xian, down there. What's going on down there? It's better for you to come down yourself. Forget it, we go up first. Chung Sun turned off the microphone. Shin Xian continued to study the map attentively. When Chung Sun and Jiang Dong came up, they saw Shin Xian was so focused. Jiang Dong couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Is there a flower in your phone? What are you looking at so seriously? Shin Xian didn't even raise his head. Come and see, I found something interesting. Then, he told the story of the position offset. Unexpectedly, Jiang Dong became even more excited. He slapped Chung Sun on the back, making him stagger. Brother. We got it this time. Huh? Shin Xian raised his head now. Chung Sun smiled, Let's talk about your matter first. The map is a high-precision software. Some important areas, see areas and other places will be offset on the map. Offset processing? Shin Xian heard of this thing for the first time. Yes, for example, important military locations, strategic locations, etc., will not show their precise locations on the map. Positioning will also be biased. This is a rule set by humans. So if you find that your location on the map is not the same as your actual location, it is likely that there is an offset nearby. Is that so? Shin Xian learned something new. What's the use of that? So if someone wants to attack these targets, they can't hit them accurately unless they come to investigate on the spot. Chung Sun's explanation was very detailed. So, many important locations are prohibited from taking photos and approaching. Jiang Dong added. That's it. I understand. Shin Xian nodded, his eyes lit up. So, this is an important military location? Chung Sun smiled and nodded. Shin Xian guessed it instantly. In that cave? Oh, it's hard to explain in a few words. Do you want to ask Captain Li to come and take a look? Jiang Dong scratched his head. Shin Xian decided to go and take a look herself. Are there no snakes down there? Chung Sun shook his head. The space down there is very large. We can't confirm whether there are any snakes. You'd better be careful. Shin Xian couldn't wait any longer. She wanted to see what was in the cave. This time, Jiang Dong waited outside to prevent any accidents. After walking about 10 meters along the half-man-high cave entrance, there was a cave that went vertically downward. Such a regular and straight cave entrance must have been man-made. Below the cave entrance was a huge space. It was pitch black in this space, and it was not very clear. Only from the vaguely reflected outline of the object, it can be seen that it is probably, maybe, an airplane? Chung Sun followed behind to explain, we are in a ventilation hole or exhaust vent, and there should be a formal entrance in the space below. This is a secret base, Shin Xian, we have found it. Shin Xian took out the night vision goggles and handed them to Chung Sun. The two of them can clearly see the outline of the light green object through the night vision goggles. It is indeed an airplane, but not a civil aviation one. It is a helicopter, a fighter jet, and other strange-shaped airplanes. Shin Xian was excited just by looking at the outline. There is no road under the cave entrance, and they can't jump down rashly. They can only retreat first. Stand outside the cave entrance and take a look. Shin Xian connects the previous and the next situation together, and it is easy to deduce the conclusion. Before the apocalypse, this place was surrounded by mountains, and there was a sky-eye device. This was probably a secret base. The entrance to the cave was blocked by trees and forests, so no one found it. After the apocalypse, the entrance to the cave was exposed. In addition, the base was inside the mountain, so the temperature was not that low, so some small animals survived inside. I don't know how they crawled into this cave, and they were discovered by Atu. Woof woof. Atu barked twice to show his agreement. This is a big deal, more important than solar energy devices and sky eyes. Although these planes need a lot of gasoline energy to take off, Shin Xian doesn't have gasoline now, but it doesn't stop her from taking these planes for herself. Chapter 197. All for myself. Just thinking about it makes me so happy that I can fly. Eat one bite at a time. Do one thing at a time. Let's go! Shin Xian gritted her teeth and withdrew from here. Let Hua Man and Atu stay here to guard, and Shin Xian and the other two quickly returned to the Tianyan base. How is it, are you okay? Old Li looked concerned. Jiang Dong put his arm around Old Li's shoulders. Captain Li. TSK, I'm not saying, this time we. TSK. Old Li glanced at him. Speak halfway, give birth to a son without an asshole. Jiang Dong, Shin Xian's eyes were excited, but his tone was still calm. Is the Tianyan equipment ready? It's ready, the link has been marked and photographed, and the video has been recorded. Old Li has always been flawless in his work. Okay, let everyone evacuate. Shin Xian stood under the huge Tianyan equipment with her hands behind her back. The Tianyan equipment is more than 1,000 meters above sea level, with more than 4,000 receiving panels. Humans are really tiny in front of it. Soon, everyone evacuated here. People in Gue City still don't know what happened. Not enough, we need to go further. Lao Li shouted with his small loudspeaker. Bai Tong waved his hand. He took a look at the supplies piled on the side, and simply retreated another 200 meters. Chung Sun, Jiang Dong, and Lao Li stood not far behind Shin Xian. Shin Xian took a deep breath, took off her gloves, and placed her slender white hands on the pillars of the sky-eye device. She was not sure that she could take such a large object away from the air, so she had to get close to it. Her consciousness was released, as if the Sky Eye device was a part of her. Shin Xian counted silently in her heart and took a deep breath. Whoosh! The huge equipment suddenly disappeared out of thin air, leaving only the bare mountain cave, indicating that there was once a huge monster here. A wave of dizziness suddenly hit. Damn it! Shin Xian shook. Chung Sun hurried forward to hold him. Are you okay? Shin Xian calmed down, shook his head with a pale face, and returned to the RV to rest. The Anqing team in the distance probably knew what was going on, but the people in Gui City were still in the dark. When they came to their senses, they found that the distance was empty. Where is the Sky Eye? Did it just disappear like that? Is there really a god in this world? No, it should be some special ability. Immediately, someone with a big brain reacted to what was going on. The eyes of the people in Anqing began to look wrong. At this time, more details gradually became clear. No wonder these people in Anqing are so strong. They can carry such a large barrel of supplies with one hand. The carriage is so high, and they jump directly up. And the speed was so fast. Especially Chung Sun, who was beside Shin Xian. They saw him rushing by like the flash for a moment. I thought it was dazzled. Unexpectedly, it was all real. No wonder Shin Xian dared to confront the Sky Eye base with only a few people. It turned out that they were already so strong. Luckily, they didn't force it at the beginning. Shin Xian lay alone in the RV, emptying her mind. This seemed to be the fourth time she used space and consciousness to the limit. The first time, her hearing increased, the second time was the size of the collected items increased, and the third time was the ability to collect items remotely. The fourth time was the ability to hear other people's voices. What is it this time? Shin Xian endured the headache and fell asleep in a daze. Oldie stood outside the car anxiously circling. Are you really okay? Chung Sun leaned on the car window and looked inside. After using your ability to the extreme, it is definitely uncomfortable, just like Song Yuan last time, but there will be breakthroughs later. Let's have lunch first, and other things will be discussed after Shin Xian wakes up. Shin Xian was not there, so Chung Sun naturally took over the work arrangements. I haven't told Oldie about the things in the cave yet. It's better to wait for Shin Xian to announce such an exciting thing in person. Soon, the base was filled with the smell of rice. There were so many eggs, and the kitchen staff brought by Oldie simply made potato and egg stew, egg and fungus soup, and steamed several buckets of fragrant rice. The people in Gui City haven't eaten so well for a long time. As the saying goes, people are soft-mouthed when they eat. The people who were full and satisfied gradually became less resistant to the Anqing team. They began to open their hearts. Started chatting with the team in Anqing. When will this miserable life end? It's already like this. Our eldest lady said that we should look forward and do well in the present, and there will naturally be a future. Oh, who is the eldest lady? Captain Shin. Then why is she called the eldest lady? It's a long story. It has to start from the first time the eldest lady stepped into Anqing half a year ago. Counting the major things Shin Xian has done, killing Chen Shua, doing infrastructure, killing zombies. Each one is shocking. The people in Gui City suddenly felt that only Gao could die this time, and it was really Shin Xian's kindness. Bai Tong held the rice bowl and listened quietly. At this time, he had only one thought in his mind. He must work hard with Shin Xian. The Guisher base only sounds grand, but it is actually very poor. Due to the terrain, the survivors did not gather together. And it is unknown how many living people are left in the entire Guisher. There are still many things to learn. You take your time. Lu Qiming noticed Bai Tong's worries. He took the initiative to comfort him. Bai Tong grinned, revealing two small canine teeth, and said sincerely, well, I know, Captain Lu. It was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Shin Xian woke up slowly. There was no one in the RV. She blinked, came back to her senses, and flashed into the space. Every time the space changes, there is not even an instruction manual, and it depends on yourself to dig. The supplies are neatly stacked together. The seedlings grow normally, green and lush, and look good. There are also metal blocks wrapped in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, quietly placed there without any movement. It seems that there is nothing different. Flashed out of the space. The temperature in the RV is a bit high, and a box of refrigerated yogurt is taken out of the refrigerator. Seeing Chung Sun and Jiang Dong outside the car, she knocked on the car window, and 2 handsome faces turned at the same time. Chung Sun rushed into the car first. How is it? Are you okay? It's okay. Are all the other equipment sorted out? Oldie has arranged everything. Don't worry. Jiang Dong brought up the meal left for Shin Xian. After Shin Xian finished eating, he followed the same method and put all the back-end equipment of the Sky Eye equipment into the space. The Gui City team secretly asked Bai Tong, "What should we do if Anqing takes the Sky Eye away?" Bai Tong shook his head. "Have you ever thought about why the communication was suddenly restored?" The man shook his head. Bai Tong continued, "As soon as the communication was restored, the Jingshi base contacted us and wanted to make a deal with Anqing. This is not a coincidence. The biggest possibility is that Anqing has repaired the communication. The Sky Eye is not very useful here. Although the satellite has been restarted, none of us will use it. Why not give it to Anqing and exchange it for useful supplies?" The man nodded. Bai Tong is right. Shin Xian came over wrapped in a thick down jacket, with the light of the setting sun shining from behind her. She looked sacred and domineering. Chapter 198. The teams from Anqing and Guisha were all afraid to breathe. It wasn't until Shin Xian stood in front of Bai Tong that he came back to his senses. "Shin. Commander Shin, are we going to get the solar equipment now?" He had worried before about how Shin Xian would take away so many solar equipment. It turned out that he was worrying for nothing. Now they have even taken away the Sky Eye. That little bit of equipment is nothing. Shin Xian shook his head. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. Now let everyone be on guard. You stay here." "Yes." Shin Xian and the other two, plus Lao Li and a team, drove the RV to the cave. Lu Qiming was not brought along. Lu Qiming smacked his lips, regretting it with a hint of jealousy. Looking at the scene, it was clear that Shin Xian was afraid of another big move. Alas! "Lao Li, I promise to blind your eyes later." Jiang Dong couldn't hide his happiness. "Thank you, I didn't say dog eyes." Old Li was very calm, ignored Jiang Dong, and turned to Shin Xian. "Shin Xian, what do you need us to do now?" Shin Xian now misses Lu Miao's ability. If he were here, he might be able to quickly determine the official entrance to the cave. Now, it's not that there is no way. In a while, let the brothers bring enough equipment and go in to check and find out the details. Shin Xian arranged. She didn't have to confirm the entrance and exit. With her, those planes could be brought out without going through the exit. It's just that the place inside is too big, and bringing enough people can be foolproof. The more anxious you are, the slower you have to go. This is her principle. Horman squatted on the ground far away, picking the ground boredly. Seeing Shin Xian's RV, he jumped up and ran a few steps. Shin Xian reached out and patted the big man's elbow. Now she was only as high as Huaman's waist. Huaman laughed and climbed onto the RV skillfully. He found a comfortable position and began to rest. Chung Sun parked the RV at the entrance of the cave and slowly lowered the hinge on the roof. Lao Li saw the entrance and went in with a puzzled look on his face. A few minutes later, he came out again with an excited look on his face. Shin Xian. Jiang Dong, "Oh no, Chung Sun, hit me quickly, am I dreaming?" Chung Sun also grinned. "I didn't lie to you, is it a good thing?" Yes. Lao Li rubbed his hands and quickly asked someone to send the hinge into the cave and down along the pit. The hinge on the RV was 100 meters long, but it didn't reach the bottom even so. It could only be removed from another RV and linked together. Shin Xian took out the night vision goggles and lighting equipment to arm the vanguard team. The pioneer team climbed down along the hinge skillfully. A group of people waited excitedly at the entrance of the cave. Soon, the microphone reported safe. Good. Shin Xian was also happy. Soon, the lights in the cave were lit, and the entire mountain was as bright as day. Rows of various aircraft, like soldiers, lined up together. Like eagles waiting to set off. "Too high, I take you down." Chung Sun turned to Shin Xian. Shin Xian took a look and nodded. The inside of the mountain is about 150 meters, the size of 6 football fields. It was still a bit difficult for her to climb such a long distance along the hinge. Chung Sun took Shin Xian, and Jiang Dong took Lao Li. A few people were left up there for emergency. Everyone else landed safely. Looking at the various fighters, Lao Li was so excited that he couldn't speak. Ahem, this kind of professional work should of course be left to Chung Sun. These 3 are bombers, codenamed Firebird, and these are Flying Shark and Submarine Dragon. This one is an aerial refueling aircraft, which you should have seen. Chung Sun introduced them one by one, and finally stood in front of a tall and solid aircraft. Shin Xian nodded. "Military transport aircraft. I've seen it in movies." "Yes." Chung Sun's eyes sparkled. "So, we really made a fortune this time. Didn't Wang Tian say that there were 100,000 zombies? If these planes are fully fired, They will blow up their nests. Lao Li was busy registering. There were a total of 13 fighters, 2 aerial refueling aircraft, and 1 transport aircraft. You know, the earth-shattering earthquake and the tsunami-like floods destroyed the strongest military fortresses on land and sea. I didn't expect that this place was not affected at all. The tankers were still full of oil. This batch of fighters is probably one of the few still alive in the world. Oldley took pictures of each plane lovingly. He wanted to send them to Han Lin to show off the new supplies. Shen Xian touched his chin. There is a new problem. We don't have pilots. Everyone paused. Flying a fighter and driving a car are 2 completely different concepts. Every pilot has to go through several years of training before he can take up his post. Because fighters are precious, pilots are even more precious. Before the end of the world, the number of fighter pilots in the entire Yin country was limited. Now, I'm afraid that even if all the bases in the northwest are added together, there won't be 2 fighter pilots. This is indeed a big problem. Now everyone is like guarding a hen that lays golden eggs, but they just can't touch the golden eggs. Have you recorded it? Shen Xian looked at Lao Li. Yes and yes. Regardless of whether there is a pilot or not, Shen Xian decided to take the things away first. Shen Xian's use of space today can be said to be unprecedentedly intense. She felt a little full. Captain Shen, there is also a storage room here. Someone suddenly shouted. What is it? Chung Sun ran over and saw a room with a password. 2 large iron doors with password access control. The key is that the access control is still flashing red dots and is still working. Jiang Dong spat on his palm. Let me do it. Chung Sun quickly stopped the man. No, if the power is off, maybe you can force the door open. But now it is powered on. If you force the door open, or the secret is entered incorrectly, or the access card is incorrect, the door will be completely locked and become a lump. What should we do? Did you find the wires and cut them? Chung Sun shook his head. For this kind of door, the power supply and wires are connected inside and integrated with the storage room. If you can cut the wires, you can get in a long time ago. What should we do? Everyone looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian spread his hands. We can only find Song Yuan. Song Yuan's ability is a super intelligent brain. The password problem may be solved through calculation. For this kind of thing, you don't need to ask the people in Guisher base, but you can figure it out with your toes that no one knows. Otherwise, how could Gao Ke, a crazy person, let go of the supplies here? Maybe the former head of Guisher base who died knew, but that is in the past. Check again. If there is no problem, evacuate first. Yes. Everyone went about their business, trying to take away everything that could be taken away from this base. Soon, everyone was given 2 password storage rooms and an office. Unfortunately, no one could understand the things in the office. This is useless, right? Jiang Dong had a headache looking at so much information. Who knows? Shen Xian stepped forward, flipped through it a few times, and put all the information in the office into the space and took it away. What if it is useful? Chapter 199. No matter how much Shen Xian missed the things here, she had to leave first. She had more important things to do. Until the evening, everyone was so excited that they couldn't sleep. Let's just pull Bai Tong up and go to Gui City to get solar energy equipment. Oh! Bai Tong was completely awake. The Anqing team only left a few people to guard the cave, and the others actually set off with Shen Xian. Bai Tong couldn't help asking that. Captain Li, don't you leave someone here to watch? Oldley tilted his head and glanced at him, then glanced at the Gui City team. Aren't you leaving it here? Bai Tong meant that the Anqing team was left here to watch. After all, there were so many hot and fresh supplies. Oldley saw his subtext and patted him on the shoulder. We are all family. Why distinguish between you and me? The people in Gui City are also our own people. Hearing him say this, Bai Tong looked touched. Lu Qiming looked at Oldley coaxing the child and curled his lips in disdain. Oldley's words were just polite talk. The reason why Shen Xian didn't leave many people here was because the most valuable Sky Eye equipment had been put away. As for those materials, they were originally meant to be left for Gui City. Bai Tong boarded Shen Xian's RB for the second time. He sat carefully at the dining table, looked at the bright red cherry tomatoes on the table, and swallowed his saliva. Are all the solar energy equipment new or old? Shen Xian asked. Bai Tong immediately stood up and answered like a primary school student, all new. It was originally an export order, and it had been inspected and loaded into containers, but the end of the world came. Bai Tong was full of emotion. At that time, this manufacturer received such a large foreign trade order, which caused a sensation in the local area. People said that this factory would have enough food for the next 3 years. Indeed, let alone the next 3 years, the next 10 years are all there, but unfortunately, the RV and a series of Ivicos came out of Ping County and drove into Gue City. Gue City is a relatively large city in the southwest with a large population. There were groups of zombies wandering in the streets, and there was not a single living person to be seen. Chung Sun frowned. You haven't cleared out the zombies in Gue City? Bai Tong shook his head. Daoku's mind was not on building the base. He was thinking about how to study and use zombies every day. Otherwise, the Gue City base would not be so poor. This also explains why Gaoku wanted to be so evil and wanted to use zombies to consume Shin Xian and use Shin Xian to exchange for supplies. Stop! Shin Xian raised his hand. The RV stopped quietly immediately, and Chung Sun handed the driving seat to Lao Li. Shin Xian opened the starry sky top and climbed up with Jiang Dong. The other Ivicos consciously formed a semicircle with the RV as the center and stuck in the middle of the road. Teams of fully armed people got out of the car, climbed onto the roof, turned the machine guns, and pointed them at the end of the dark road. Bai Tong and Lu Qiming didn't know why. Shin Xian took out the solar air gun and pointed it straight ahead. It was not until now that the zombies appeared in everyone's sight. They were densely packed and stacked. Damn it, why are there so many? Jiang Dong spit the gum on the ground and cursed. Bai Tong explained, this is one of the largest communities in the world. There were many people before the Doomsday, and it's normal that there are many zombies now. One of the largest in the world. How big is it? Chung Sun asked casually while flying the drone. 500,000. 5. Everyone in the car was stunned. If this community has a population of 500,000, how many zombies are there now? Jiang Dong whistled. Fortunately Wang Tian is not here, otherwise we will have to face not only 100,000 but 500,000 in the future. Huh. They caught Wang Tian in Dazhou, and it is very likely that Wang Tian is heading towards Guisher. Chung Sun took in the surrounding situation in the drone. Don't worry, there are not so many in the previous wave. That's fine, come on. Let's practice. Shin Xian took the lead in firing the first shot. The zombie in the front was knocked to the ground and shot in the head. The people who came with Lao Li this time have all experienced the zombie siege, so it is not difficult to deal with the situation in front of them. And they can accurately distinguish the level of zombies. After the seedlings are strengthened, they can fight alone and face a level 4 zombie without any problem. If it is a higher level zombie, they can't handle it, and they will take the initiative to leave it to Shin Xian's team. Lu Qiming has seen the power of the solar air gun. This was the first time that Bai Tong had seen it. The shock was no less than seeing the Sky Eye equipment disappear out of thin air. The zombie army was shot in the head by the convoy outside before they could rush to the front of the RV. The fish that slipped through the net were shot by machine guns. Bai Tong was poor in language. Facing this scene, he could only think of a phrase. Thousands of trees bloom in the east wind at night. But these were not fireworks or birch trees, but blood rain. The blood rain brought by the wind, with the smell of blood, drifted into the car. Spots of brown blood drifted in, and fell on Lu Qiming and Bai Tong. It was like some kind of flame that suddenly burned Bai Tong, and he felt that his blood was boiling. He stood up suddenly. Commander Shin, do you have any more guns? Shin Xian glanced at him and pointed at the closet. Take them yourself, be careful, and don't shoot your own people. Who are you looking down on? Bai Tong puffed his cheeks and opened the closet. He saw all kinds of guns. He picked one that he knew and slung it over his shoulder. Climbed to the top of the starry sky. Started to kill the zombies in all directions. The passion hidden in his blood was gradually ignited. There were more and more zombies. Chung Sun could see in the drone that the zombies were piled up like ant nests around the RV in Iveco. He used the drone to circle the huge community and confirmed that there was only one wave of zombies. He took back the drone. He picked up the solar air gun and rushed up. This battle lasted from late at night to early morning. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong were so angry that they jumped out of the RV and rushed into the zombie group, bombing them wildly. In this situation, it was not suitable to use machine guns. Other teams equipped with solar air guns also rushed into the zombie group like Chung Sun. Each person stood at a distance and showed their skills. Old Li was eager to try. If Shin Xian hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed in. Lu Qiming and Bai Tong could only envy. It wasn't until the last row of zombies exploded into a bloody mist that Shin Xian retracted his gun. Chung Sun twisted his shoulders, ran a few steps, and jumped onto the RV. Great! Jiang Dong didn't reach out so quickly, not to mention that he tore a few zombies with his bare hands, and was stopped outside the RV by Shen Xian. I swear, I just couldn't help it. He couldn't help his wild power during the battle. I'm not saying it's Shen Xian's fault for disliking you. Look, there's a zombie's eyeball hanging from your collar. And your trouser legs are stained with. What is this? Chung Sun crossed his arms, and made sarcastic remarks. In the end, it was Bai Tong who helped Jiang Dong throw away his coat and shoes, and Jiang Dong was able to get on the car. Chapter 200. As soon as the battle ended, Lao Li went to count the casualties. Not bad, only 2 people had minor scratches, and they didn't even need to wrap them with gauze. Facing so many zombie attacks, there were no casualties. Lu Qiming and Bai Tong were so envious that their eyes turned green. Shen Xian looked at them meaningfully. Soldiers need to be trained continuously. People need to be used, and knives are useless if they are not sharpened. This was one of the few times Shen Xian taught someone, and Bai Tong nodded. I made up my mind that after this matter was over, I would pull out those teams, and the first thing I would do was to clear out the zombies in Gui City. But did you notice that there were not many buildings collapsed in Gui City? Shen Xian touched his chin. In this case, it was Lu Qiming's turn to do science popularization. Houses built in the past 10 years have all been treated with earthquake resistance. Look at those old and dilapidated houses. Are they still going to collapse or fall down? Earthquake resistance? No one really understood it. As a native of Guisher, Bai Tong gave everyone some basic knowledge, including specialties, humanities, geographical environment, etc. Shen Xian asked meaningfully, as a secretary of Gaoka and a local, have you not heard of any supernatural events? The kind that ordinary people don't know about. When everyone said this, they were no longer sleepy. Chung Sun drove towards the solar energy equipment storage site. Bai Tong began to rack his brains to think of a story. That feeling was like when adults told children bedtime stories when they were young. A pair of eager and expectant eyes looked at him. Got it. You know the Han River, right? When I was a child, I heard the old people in the village say that there was a dragon king in the Han River. Hey, was it the dragon king or the river god? I forgot. Someone has seen the dragon of Han River turn over with their own eyes. In the old society, boys and girls had to be fed to the dragon king every year to ensure safety. But in the new era, such things are less common. 10 years ago, I heard that someone saw a dragon in the river again. But such things have always been nonsense. People also said that there was a roaring dragon in the mountains over the Tianyin. The official Tianyin was built to allow the dragon to ascend. It's nonsense. However, Shen Xian still grasped the key point keenly. Are you sure it was 10 years ago? People saw a dragon in the Han River? Yes. Bai Tong recalled carefully, yes, there was also a report on approaching science at that time. Shen Xian fell into deep thought. Chung Sun knew that she must have caught some key information when she was in such a state. He sneaked over. He touched her with his elbow. Shen Xian understood and asked, do you think the roar of the dragon people heard in the mountains is the sound of those fighters, or the sound of the construction of the cave? Chung Sun was stunned, then nodded. It's possible. Then you said it was all nonsense, then what is over the Han River? Chung Sun followed Shen Xian's thoughts, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was really a secret base under the Han River. This matter can only wait until I have time to go to the Han River to see it myself. It's not a good idea. The Han River is frozen. After arriving at the solar equipment storage point smoothly, Bai Tong jumped out of the car. This is a semi-abandoned factory. It's empty, probably because there is no food, and there are no zombies here. Large red containers are piled there. Some of them were lying there in a crooked manner. Those were rolled up when the flood receded. When it comes to the receding flood, Bai Tong is still in a state of fear and doesn't dare to elaborate. Chung Sun walked up and checked the information on the container. It should be solar energy equipment. Jiang Dong? Shen Xian turned to look at Jiang Dong. Okay. Jiang Dong also jumped up and randomly picked a container as the first step, opening them one by one. Some had been deformed, and the doors could not be opened. But in front of the strongman Jiang Dong, these were nothing. With great strength, he pulled the bolt of the container door open. Lao Li went to check it out in person. In addition to solar energy equipment, there were many unexpected surprises. For example, when a container was opened, round and large black grape-like things rolled out. The appearance of black and green. It made Jiang Dong dream back to the Grave Robbers Chronicles. He ran several meters away. Shen Xian calmly picked it up from his feet. It turned out to be frozen black fungus, black with green. I guess there are a lot of dry goods in this container. It was soaked during the flood, evaporated in extremely hot weather, and froze again in extremely cold weather. Like glass balls. Okay, although the taste may not be very good, it will definitely be fine for scrambling eggs. Bai Tong, you can ask someone to get it when the time comes. Oh, okay. Bai Tong looked calm, but his red face betrayed him. Black fungus, and practical black fungus. Let alone the nutritional content, this container alone is probably enough for those teams to eat for a year. He thought Shin Xian would take it away. There was also a container full of plush toys. Shin Xian turned around and left. It was better not to have this thing. Jiang Dongnan looked around, and while no one was paying attention, he quickly grabbed Lingna Bell and stuffed her into his arms. There were also containers of wood, furniture, and clothes. The most surprising thing was that 2 containers of intact corn were found. Shin Xian left 1/3 of these for Bai Tong and took the rest away. There was no other way. Anshin was also short of supplies now. Especially those who ate the seedlings, their appetite grew wildly, and they couldn't be stopped. Since Anshin got on the right track, Shin Xian has never treated the combat team badly in terms of food. This is also an important condition for gaining everyone's support. In troubled times, whoever can feed people will win the world. Finally, Shin Xian was tired of watching. He left loudly to continue checking as if he was not tired. When he saw something that could be taken away, he called Shin Xian to go over and pack it up. Shin Xian sat on the steps of the RV, touched Ah-Tu's head and sighed. It would be great if this space could be shared with others. Woof. Why? You want it too? What are you going to install? Woof. Ha ha ha, do you mean to install Huaman? Shin Xian leaned on Ah-Tu. No, Huaman is a living person and cannot enter the space for a long time. Just as she was speaking, Shin Xian's consciousness moved. Ah-Tu, you wait here, don't let anyone disturb me. After saying that, she quickly got into the RV and slammed the door shut. The whole person flashed into the space at the same time. The space materials were still the same, everything was still in place. The farthest place was still gray. But Shin Xian felt that something was different at that moment. From the nearest seedlings, to the solar energy equipment that had just been collected, and then passing by the remaining pair of express deliveries. Her own reserved food. The water tank. She finally found out what was different. At the edge, she found several straight lines on the ground of the space. It forms a square of about 30 square meters. I counted and found 2 squares. What is this? Chapter 201. A 30 square meter square, an independent space? Shin Xian frowned and thought for a while, then came out of the space and called for people. Chung Sun, Jiang Dong, come here. Here they are. The 2 of them flashed and appeared at the door of the RV. What happened? Ah-Tu also turned around, wagging his tail and looking at Shin Xian. He waved to loudly, signaling him to do his own thing. Let the 2 get in the car. She focused her attention, and it seemed that a gray thing appeared in her mind. Shin Xian used her mind to control the gray mass to float towards Chung Sun. Chung Sun could not see anything. There was confusion between his heroic eyebrows. What, huh? His tall body suddenly stagnated, and the whole person was stunned, and then ecstatic. After taking a look at Shin Xian, he disappeared on the spot with a whoosh. Ah, Jiang Dong's hair stood up, and he looked at Shin Xian with horror, and asked tremblingly, he. Shin Xian smiled and nodded. Yes. Just now she manipulated a small piece of space, and landed it on Chung Sun. As expected, Chung Sun had a space of 30 square meters. Shin Xian could still feel Chung Sun in his own space, although she could not sense what he was doing, or what was inside. This was good, the children had grown up, and needed their own space. Chung Sun turned around inside for a few times. He had been to Shin Xian's space, and his own space felt different from Shin Xian's. Shin Xian's space looked endless, and there was no end to it at a glance. And this one, he measured with his feet, was about 30 square meters. Although it was small, it was enough for him to use. He left the space unskillfully, and looked at Shin Xian. Even though he was known for his calmness, he couldn't hide his excitement now. After a while, he uttered 2 words, thank you. Shin Xian just smiled and didn't say anything. But Jiang Dong couldn't help it, and pulled Chung Sun to look left and right. No, what are you thanking for? What are you 2 planning? Jiang Dong, this naive person, still didn't know what happened. Until Shin Xian controlled another ball of empty gray, and smashed it on Jiang Dong. Jiang Dong, wait. Jiang Dong felt something was different, But he turned around several times in the same place and couldn't find the right method. Dog Chung Sun, teach me. Hey, called Daddy. Go away, you learned bad things from Shin Xian. Jiang Dong was about to cry. Chung Sun, how to teach this thing, it all depends on understanding. Jiang Dong couldn't find the right method for a long time, and Shin Xian spoke, mind? It's consciousness, right? Use your mind to sense and control. Jiang Dong refused to understand. Shin Xian and Chung Sun really couldn't help, so they could only leave him and a 2 here. Shin Xian even gave a 2, man, and Lao Li 30 square meters each, because her space was unlimited anyway. It would be convenient to use it for her own people. But after the distribution, she started to have a headache again. She understood that this space was not distributed casually. There would still be a price to pay. As for the remaining close friends, she would talk about it when she returned. She asked Chung Sun, and Chung Sun's space could not be distributed to others. Lao Li was so happy holding this space that he tried to collect supplies. Of course, Bai Tong had only watched from a distance before, and he was not curious at all. Shin Xian had no plan to give him such an important space. One man and a 2 didn't know what space meant yet, and they were tired of playing with each other in and out. Jiang Dong hadn't figured out how to use space either. Let's just say, why don't you give me your space? Chung Sun shook his head. Jiang Dong looked coldly at him. Unfortunately, Shin Xian tried, and the small space classified out of the space could only be 30 square meters. And each person could only be given 1 piece. The space given out could not be transferred or divided. But it was good this way. Shin Xian smiled and said, I'm still your father. Everyone, Soon, all the materials in the containers were sorted out, and the ones that Shin Xian wanted to take away were packed up, and the ones left for Gui City were handed over to Bai Tong for unified processing. After everything was almost processed, Shin Xian called everyone to the RV for a meeting. Let's have a meal together. As usual, eat hot pot. How long has it been since Lu Qiming and Bai Tong had a good meal? They almost forgot the taste of meat. The boiling red oil, the bouncy duck intestines, the round beef balls, fish balls and fish tofu. Shin Xian's favorite tofu, mushrooms, and wide noodles. Chung Sun and his friends' favorite beef rolls and mutton rolls. Bai Tong didn't know whether it was because of the spiciness or because he was moved, but tears welled up in his eyes. Shin Xian put down his chopsticks. The others also stopped. Everyone knew that the main event was to take over Lai. Bai Tong, Guisher is handed over to you. Don't always think that Guisher is mine. Guisher is even more yours. The first thing is to train soldiers and clear out zombies. The second thing is to find more living people. Only people can have a future. The third thing is to find supplies. Collect all the available supplies. The fourth thing is that I have no experience in managing the base. I rely on the support of people around me, so I also suggest that you set up your own team as soon as possible. Every suggestion was from Shin Xian's heart. Back in the wine market, Chung Sun stayed to take charge of the overall situation. Now in Gui City, there is a novice who has seen a lot but has little experience, so Shin Xian will say a few more words. After all, he has also gained a lot of benefits from Gui City. Bai Tong was excited and stood up to salute. Yes. Commander Shin, don't worry, I will definitely work hard to manage Gui City well. Shin Xian nodded, don't be afraid, just do it, I will take responsibility if something goes wrong. Bai Tong was even more excited. I wanted to kowtow to Shin Xian on the spot. Shin Xian was just arranging tasks routinely. She often told the leadership of Anshan that she would take responsibility if something went wrong. In fact, her inner thought was that if something went wrong, the worst that could happen was that the base would be gone, and she would be free of debt. In the Doomsday, no one is the savior. If you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, just be beautiful on your own. Lao Li and Lu Qiming smiled and nodded. They saw all the qualities of a qualified leader in Shin Xian. Although Shin Xian is a girl and a young person. But the competent ones should be in charge. It's the end of the world. It's unreasonable to still engage in gender discrimination. After the meal, Bai Tong said goodbye to Shin Xian with excitement. Commander Shin, I'm going to do what I should do. I can't accompany you on the next trip, but my heart is always with you. Lao Li, who was drinking water, almost spit out a mouthful of water. Shin Xian, you don't have to. Go. Jiang Dong finally mastered how to use the space now. He really searched everywhere for things to bring to Ame. What plush toys, snacks, small toys, beautiful clothes. Chung Sun watched him collect a blue dress into the space with his own eyes and frowned. Why do you want that thing? Everything else is understandable, but this thing is useless to Ame. Jiang Dong pouted, you know shit, my woman cannot wear it, but cannot live without it. Chung Sun, Dogecoin love brain hopeless. Chapter 202. Bai Tong went to do his own thing. Shen Xian also received a message from Song Yuan. It's like this, there is a password storage room here, I will send you the photo. Now the communication is mainly satellite phone, at most send a picture. There is no way to directly video chat. It's a bit difficult to communicate. After the photo was sent, everyone squatted at the entrance of the cave and waited. A two caught another snake from somewhere, and was driven away by Shen Xian. He squatted in the valley with Woman and played. The spaces of several of them were more or less filled with important things. And they tried it, living things with life signs, entering the space as dead. Except Shen Xian's space. But there are too many important things in Shen Xian's space, and they can't take risks. But everyone unexpectedly discovered that Woman and a two's space can actually hold living things. So the live chicken set by Bai Tong and the snake caught before were all received by Woman in the space. Can people go in? Jiang Dong was very curious. Why don't you try? Chung Sun began to encourage. Why don't you go? Daily bickering. Homan and a two's space can collect living things, but I don't know if it can collect living people. But it's just such a coincidence. Homan and a two, one has a degraded IQ, and the other can't speak. And the things collected in the space need to be controlled by the owner of the space. They are just afraid that if they go in, Homan and a two will not be able to release people at the critical moment. Jiang Dong clicked his tongue a few times. In the future, if you meet bad guys, let them collect the two of them in the space and torture them slowly. It's one of the 10 tortures of Jubi. This was originally a joke. Who would have thought that it would be used directly after returning to Anqing? Ding Di Shen Xian's mobile phone message alert sounded. What do you mean? Can it be done? Oldie came up. Shen Xian put away the phone. No, Song Yuan said that there are hundreds of thousands of password combinations, and it is very risky to run it with a program. It is better to wait for him to come in person. I told him not to come. Oldie frowned, and he was really excited to receive so many fighters. He had a hunch that there must be more good things in the storage room. It's a pity. Indeed, it's not cost-effective for Song Yuan to make a trip alone now, maybe next time. Everyone could only leave the cave reluctantly. No one was left to guard it. It didn't matter if someone found out. Anyway, the fighters were taken away. As for the password storage room, Shen Xian couldn't open it. If someone really opened it, it would be her bad luck. The group set off towards Anqing. When passing Dazhou, the Iveco team stayed and continued to work on their own supply points. After a few days of absence, this place has become quite large. The collapsed construction site was flattened and rebuilt, and even a white two-story house was built. Although gasoline is precious, there are still some large working machines in operation. At this time, who cares about environmental protection? Laoli directly uses a few excavators to mine coal, burn coal to make iron and generate electricity. When we were in Anqing, everyone thought about burning coal to generate electricity, but there was no coal reserve, and at that time, zombies surrounded the city, and eating and drinking became a problem, so where would they have the energy to find coal? After the base was on track, Shen Xian directly engaged in solar energy equipment. Dazhou has a natural coal advantage, of course it should be used. Well done. Laoli. I give you a chicken drumstick later. Shen Xian didn't know how many times she had praised Laoli. Laoli was so excited that his face turned red. It's all what we should do, what we should do. He showed off his space to Han Lin last night, and Han Lin was so jealous. Imagine what would happen if they continued to follow Chinshua without Shen Xian. You don't have to think too much to know that the development of Anqing might not be 1/10 of what it is now. No, not even 1%. What's more, Shen Xian also provided the seeds and space for people to evolve. Looking at the world, it's probably unique. Shen Xian's RV continued on the road, and it was restored to 5 people plus A2. Horman cursed and lay on the roof of the car, passing the cliff road. When passing the Han River, Shen Xian asked Chung Sun to stop the car. She stood on the bridge, looking at the frozen river surface below, thinking. Still thinking about the river god? Chung Sun joked. He knew that Shen Xian was thinking about something under the Han River, although he didn't know what it was. They didn't believe there was any river god here. How can we open the Han River? Shen Xian pondered. As the saying goes, the ice is not frozen in one day, and the ice on the Han River has been frozen for more than half a year. No one disturbed Shen Xian. Only Chung Sun accompanied him silently. As for Jiang Dong, his brain was almost nothing, just like Horman. So Chung Sun didn't ask him at all. And Lu Qiming didn't know what Shen Xian was thinking, but was just curious why he didn't leave, but he didn't ask. The weather was good today. It was a rare sunny day, although the sun was still cold and white, there was not a cloud in the sky. Because of the Doomsday climate change, the sky is not as blue as before. Instead, it was a little green and yellow. The sunlight shone on the guardrail, and flashed through Shen Xian's eyes. Got it! She slapped the railing. But today, she was just thinking about the problem and not working, so she didn't wear gloves, but kicked her hands in the warm down jacket. Her palms were slightly sweaty. With this slap, her hands came into close contact with the icy cold guardrail. She was inertial and couldn't control it, so she raised her arm up. As a result, a piece of flesh on the palm of her right hand was torn off. Caught off guard, the pain almost made her cry. Fortunately, she has always had strong self-control, and quickly found a solution instead of crying. Too careless, go back to the car first, don't get frostbitten. Chung Sun quickly took off his scarf and wrapped Shen Xian's right hand. After returning to the car, Lu Qiming and Jiang Dong were both shocked and gathered together to treat Shen Xian's wound. It's over. You'll be torn into pieces when you get back. Jiang Dong muttered as he wrapped gauze around her. Shen Xian felt embarrassed for the first time. It's none of your business. I was careless. Alas. Chung Sun sighed. It's obvious that Song Yuan, Chao Minghui, Zhu Zai, Han Lin, and even the Yam King A, Wang Yi, and Li Min will come to visit. Then, they scold Chung Sun and Jiang Dong. Lu Qiming will probably be in trouble too. There's nothing they can do. Although Shen Xian has long been indifferent to life and death, and will fight if she doesn't agree, everyone still loves her. The boss of their family must be spoiled. Shen Xian comforted everyone, and ate several seedlings in front of everyone. Lu Qiming hadn't seen green leafy plants for a long time, and looked at them curiously. Wait, are these corn seedlings? Where did they come from? He was shocked. Shen Xian was puzzled. I planted it. I have the space. You didn't just find out. No, that's not the point. Lu Qiming felt his mind was in a mess. Chapter 203. He confirmed with Shen Xian again. You planted it? Shen Xian nodded in confusion. What's wrong? Shen Xian had supplies, RVs, solar equipment, seedlings, and even space, and he felt that he could accept it. After all, he was old, and he was lucky to be allowed to have God's favor in this world. Although these things are good, there is a limit. And the number of RVs is limited, and solar equipment is also limited. Oh no, solar equipment should soon break through the limit, because Shen Xian can smelt iron. All of the above or nothing. What made him feel like a blow was that Shen Xian could actually grow food. In such extreme weather, if you want to grow food, you need seeds, water, temperature, and sunlight, none of which can be missing. When he first saw Shen Xian so actively building a greenhouse, he felt that Anqing base was like other bases, and food was a big problem. And what did he just hear? Shen Xian can actually grow food, although it was grown in her space. What does this mean? It means Shen Xian can feed more people. Shen Xian ignored the crazy Lu Qiming. She was too lazy to use her consciousness to listen to Lu Qiming's inner voice, which was nothing more than shock. In fact, Lu Qiming really misunderstood her. Her seedlings were really not for filling her stomach, otherwise, she wouldn't be like a lunatic, eating grass after being injured. Shen Xian turned to Chung Sun, asked loudly, where are the natural gas pipelines in Anqing and Dazhou? Turning to Jiang Dong, asked Anqing to send a few exploration personnel, and bring Lu Miao here as well. Yes. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong received the task, and went to work. After hearing his son's name, Lu Qiming finally regained his sanity. Finally, he couldn't help asking, Commander Shen, do you trade the food you grow? Shen Xian looked at Lu Qiming and said meaningfully, it's not impossible, it depends on what you have to exchange. Her seedlings can tap into people's talents, and enhance human capabilities. This matter will be discovered by Jingshi sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. Anqing is unlikely to break up with Jingshi. In the long run, individuals need to find a small team to survive in the Doomsday. And if the base wants to survive in the Doomsday, there is only one plan, to be strong enough to defy the heavens, and then to unite the strong, and it is imperative to form a group. Now she is not as strong as the Jingshi base, but it doesn't stop her from taking advantage of it. The Jingshi base must have a lot of good things. She really didn't think that she and Lu Qiming wanted to split their legs over the seedlings. What she wanted was to form an alliance with Jing City, trade seeds and seedlings, and train a team. Getting stronger and stronger. And what Lu Qiming wanted was to form a deal with Anshan to buy food and feed more people. If that didn't work, he would form an alliance. He thought for a while and asked, "What do you want?" "As long as Jing City has it, I can apply for it." "Go on." Shen Xian said without hesitation, "Aviation gasoline, pilots, and aviation bombs, the more the better." She was not polite at all. "Ah!" Lu Qiming was stunned. "You? What do you want these for?" He didn't know that Shen Xian now had a total of 16 military fighters. He wanted to ask what he wanted to do, but thinking of Shen Xian's temper, he swallowed it. After thinking for a few minutes, he asked, "How much food are you willing to trade?" Shen Xian shook her head. "I have as many seeds as I want. It depends on how much I want you have." Before the end of the world, she had stored a lot of seeds in her space, and later she searched for a lot of seeds everywhere, and found a lot in the containers in Gue City. And there are so many corns, all ready-made seeds. It must be enough to trade with Jing City. Lu Qiming squatted on the chair of the RV with his mobile phone in his arms, concentrating on contacting Jing City. From Anqing to Dazhou, then to Pingxian and Gue City. Shen Xian's team had crossed once, and later loudly led the team to run back and forth several times. The route to Hanjiang here is already very mature. In less than 4 hours, Zhu Zhe came with 3 Ivecos. "Boss! Long time no see." Zhu Zhe was extremely enthusiastic and gave Shen Xian a bear hug. Chung Sun stared at him. "What do you mean by long time no see? It's been less than a week since he came out." Shen Xian smiled and patted Zhu Zhe's increasingly strong shoulders, looking at the people he brought with him. "Zhu Zhe, a guard team, 5 geological survey personnel, and all the equipment are brought. Oh, and Lu Miao is also in the car." "Very good. Rest for a while, and then have someone survey the underwater conditions around this section of the Han River, as detailed as possible." Shen Xian raised her hand and circled a section of the Han River on the map. She had asked Bai Tong in advance that the area where the river god appeared in the story was probably this area. Zhu Zhe understood Shen Xian's request and went to work without stopping. What a joke! He had wanted to come out to find Shen Xian a long time ago, and he finally got the chance, so of course he had to perform well. Lu Miao got out of the car and started looking for his father everywhere. "Dad, why are you squatting here? I finally came here, and you don't even look at me?" Lu Qiming looked up and looked at his lively but not cute son. His mind was in turmoil. He had just told Jingshi that Shen Xian had food, and also told him his own ideas, but the Jingshi base was not interested in the information he provided, and even began to paint a rosy picture for him. He said that if he went back, he could become one of the leaders of the Jingshi base. In essence, it was to urge him to go back. In just a dozen messages, more than half of them were urging him to go back. Before urging him to go back, he thought that Jingshi couldn't do without him. But now, he thought that Jingshi was probably worried that he was dazzled by the world. Or, Jingshi base didn't want him to establish a stable cooperative relationship with Shen Xian. Sighed. Touched Lu Miao's head. "Do you like Anqing?" If this was before the mutation, Lu Miao would definitely answer without hesitation, "I like it." But now, he has grown up. His father would not ask this question for no reason. "Dad, what happened? Shen Xian doesn't want to let us go?" Lu Qiming originally wanted to say it as usual, "Nothing happened." But thinking of his son's ability, he still said his thoughts. "You know how deep the water is in the Jingshi base. Anqing has developed well, and the relationship is simple. The most important thing is that Shen Xian is a young man, and you can still play together." "Stop!" Lu Miao was horrified. "You said that Shen Xian and I can play together?" Lu Miao shook his head like a rattled dad. "You are not trying to match me with Shen Xian, are you? I'm telling you, you better give up on this idea. You haven't been in the base these days, and you don't know a lot of things about Anqing. I heard that there was a little guard who liked Shen Xian before, and was forced by Shen Xian to fight zombies outside. He is still imprisoned in the south of the city. I heard from Wang Jia that Shen Xian issued a death order that the man could never enter the Anqing base in his lifetime." Chapter 204. "Besides, Dad, Shen Xian is such a good fighter, aren't you afraid that your son, me, will be killed?" The old man sends the young man away. "I still want to live a few more years, don't have that dangerous idea." When Lu Miao thought of the scene when he followed Wang Tian to fight the zombies, and saw Shen Xian let Song Yuan fire without hesitation, his heart, liver, spleen, stomach and kidneys ached. He quickly expressed his position, an attitude like a machine gun. "Get lost." Lu Qiming was so angry that he laughed. How could he have given birth to such a stupid thing? Lu Miao quickly tucked his tail between his legs and ran away. On the other side, Shen Xian, Cheng Sun and Jiang Dong stood by the highway guardrail, watching the surveyors, who were busy below. Jiang Dong asked, touching his chin. Cheng Sun, do you think the Han River is frozen like this? Are there any fish? Cheng Sun replied seriously, although the temperature is very low in this weather, it is like the ocean. The deeper you go, the more stable the temperature. There should be fish, but they only live at the bottom of the Han River. Jiang Dong nodded in agreement. Fishing is impossible, so do you want to pick up pebbles? Beautiful pebbles? Cheng Sun glanced at him. He sneered, needless to say, it's for Ame again, right? So childish. Jiang Dong turned to Shen Xian as if he didn't hear it. Aren't the pebbles pretty? Shen Xian smiled and nodded. At this time, a gust of wind blew behind the two of them, and then Cheng Sun appeared again with a cloth bag. Let's go, aren't we going to pick up pebbles? My bag can still hold them. Jiang Dong, Thank you, I have space. Geological surveys are not affected by weather. Soon, the data of the Han River waters in this area reached Shen Xian. Zhu Zhe led people to explain to Shen Xian one by one. Everyone has their own expertise. They will not have any ideas about Shen Xian, because he cannot understand the survey drawings. They will only try their best to explain to Shen Xian. This section of the river valley is narrow, about 12 kilometers long, with a curvature coefficient of 1.7, a catchment area of 150 square kilometers, and an average slope of 12.7. Shen Xian looked at the data in his hand. What about the depth? An average of 42 meters? The deepest point has running water, 55 meters, which has been marked. Okay, you have worked hard. After sending the people away, combined with the fresh natural gas pipeline route map, Shen Xian made a bold decision. This ice can't melt. But we are digging a tunnel. You see, the natural gas pipeline between Anqing and Dazhou happens to be connected through the Han River. I plan to dig a tunnel to connect to the ice layer of the Han River. If there is water in it, it will flow out along the natural gas tunnel and freeze. If there is no water in it, it would be the best. Of course, this plan still needs to be demonstrated. Shen Xian's team has always had a fine tradition. Shen Xian is responsible for drawing the pie, and others are responsible for making it happen. Cheng Sun and Jiang Dong don't care about other things. If it sounds feasible in theory, it is really feasible. Shen Xian took a photo of the drawings and sent them to Lao Li. Let him arrange for the construction teams on both sides to come. As long as it is dug out, find the place closest to the bottom of the river within the ability, and then let Lu Miao come to see it. That's right. Lu Miao's ability is deconstruction. It's just that the ice layer in the entire Han River area is too large, deep and thick. Even if Lu Miao is exhausted, he can't get the results that Shen Xian wants. So Shen Xian first locked the Han River area, surveyed the terrain data of this area, and then used the natural gas pipeline to connect. Find the ice layer closest to the bottom of the Han River, in the form of a grid, let Lu Miao explore it one by one, and finally lock it. If nothing is found, this channel will be kept for natural gas. If something is found, it can be taken away, and natural gas can continue to run. It won't waste precious manpower and material resources. Especially when various large machines are moved away, the fuel burning makes Lao Li heartbroken. Lu Miao doesn't know yet that he will be used as a human detection radar. He is still happily following the surveyors, and picking up things by the river. How could he not realize that there are so many good things on the Han River? Such a large area of ice is frozen, and at that time a large amount of water retreated, and the river level dropped. There are many good things in the riverbed, which were thrown into the water by people before, and happened to be here along the river. For example, he picked up a camera, and after using his ability to deconstruct it, he found that the camera was waterproof and could be used again after a little repair. He picked up a wallet with an ID card inside. Lu Miao curled his lips and threw away the wallet and ID card. What is the use of this thing now? He also picked up a school bag, which he pulled off the exposed riverbed with force. Swish! The school bag broke into two pieces. A lot of things fell out of it, including a diary soaked in water. He picked it up and flipped through it. It was the mumbling of a 5th grade child. I had sesame oil chicken today, and it was spicy and delicious. Why did my desk mate Ah Hong ignore me again? Grandpa said he wanted to do something big and needed my help. I'm so happy to be able to help Grandpa. What do you mean by going to see the river god? The teacher said there are all kinds of monsters and ghosts now, but Grandpa won't let me tell my parents. Tomorrow is the day to go with Grandpa to see the river god. Grandpa said the river god is at Sanhiku. The rest is blank. He shook the diary, hesitated for a while, and handed it to Shin Xian. He probably thought that Shin Xian was looking for something, because his biggest role is to find things. When Shin Xian saw the 3 words Sanhiku, his eyes lit up. I give you an extra chicken leg in the evening. Well, a broken diary earned a chicken leg, and Lu Miao picked up garbage more actively. When the construction team came, Shin Xian directly locked on the location of Sanhiku. This is much faster than the previously scheduled progress. This was the task Shin Xian was looking forward to. Lao Li couldn't leave in Dajo, but he gave the order to the construction team. Full power. The precious diesel fuel was burning like it was free. Lu Qiming knew from Lu Miao that Shin Xian was looking for something, and it was most likely at the bottom of the river. He recalled it himself, but he didn't remember what supplies were here. He could only watch Shin Xian squandering money there. The natural gas pipeline channel cannot be dug directly from the ice surface, but from the shore, choosing a place with a relatively stable foundation to dig. In the low-temperature environment, the ground here has a high water content and is frozen hard. However, these are just drizzles in front of the large equipment of the infrastructure maniac. For the ground part of the pipeline, 3 meters deep and half a meter high is enough. But according to the survey data, the thickness of the ice layer is more than 40 meters. So the closer to the Han River, the deeper the pipeline. Soon, the pipeline channel extended from the shore to under the ice surface. Before the apocalypse, construction of this scale required approval from various levels, the relocation of people, and the planning of routes. And work could only be done during the day. Now there is none of this. Everything is decided by Shin Xian. The large machinery worked overnight, and in the early morning of the next day, with a cheer, water finally came out at the location designated by Shin Xian. Although the water flow was frozen as soon as it came out. Chapter 205. Shin Xian arrived amid cheers. Everyone was happy because they could help the young lady. Shin Xian was happy, as if she was on an adventure, getting closer to the truth step by step. Others, retreat, mechanical equipment is ready for rescue at any time. Zhu Zhe issued an order. Soon, only Shin Xian, Zhu Zhe, Lu Qiming and his son were left at the entrance of the passage. Horman and Atu did not enter either. Put on your non-slip shoes, Captain Lu Miao, you two must follow me closely. Although Shin Xian was smiling, the solemnity in his eyes also made everyone serious. Shin Xian was afraid of getting into danger soon. They could all hide in the space in an instant and wait for rescue. Lu Qiming and his son had no means of self-protection, and when they were in danger, Shin Xian took them into the space. Everything was ready. Zhu Zhe, boss, don't worry, I'm outside. He rubbed his hands and suppressed his excitement. Last night, Shin Xian found a time to give Zhu Zhe some space. His excitement has not yet passed. There must be a reliable person who can make the decision outside, so Zhu Zhe took the initiative to stay outside. Shin Xian was the first to step into the passage. The daily part of the passage is open air, and it is connected to the ice layer here, forming a hole. At the end of the ice cave, there is no groundwater, but the other side of the Han River. It is equivalent to an underwater tunnel. Before the Doomsday, it would take 1 or 2 years to make such a thing. Now it is frozen into a lump of ice, and it was opened in 1 day and 1 night. It happened to pass by the location of Sanhiku mentioned in the diary. Zhu Zhe spared no manpower, and deliberately made the hole 2 meters high. In this way, Chung Sun and his companions would not feel depressed at all after entering. I didn't expect that after the apocalypse, I could still experience the world of ice and snow here. Jiang Dong took out his mobile phone and kept taking pictures. He wanted to show off to Ame when he returned. The ice layer of dozens of meters, like a mirror, reflected the light, and the sunlight outside rarely shone in. I thought it was all ice, so it would be more transparent. Chung Sun popularized science for everyone. The density of ice is small, and the distance between molecules is large. Many people have seen clear and transparent ice surface. That's because the ice layer is not that thick. Ice layer of more than 1 meter is very rare. But now the ice layer of dozens of meters, if the sunlight is vertically absorbed, the transmittance is very low, and it is normal that it is not transparent. Brother Chung, how do you know so much? Lu Miao immediately followed the pole and kept praising. Chung Sun was unmoved. He led everyone to continue moving forward. Jiang Dong waved his hand. I don't know what the principle is, just use the Pythagorean theorem to explain it all. The ice underfoot was very slippery. Although Zhu Zhe said that it was at least 1 meter thick, Everyone was still a little worried. At that time, Jiang Dong praised Zhu Zhe. If this were in ancient times, the position of the chief eunuch of the palace would belong to you. Zhu Zhe said, that won't work, it must be Captain Han Lin on. Every 10 meters, Shen Xian asked Lu Miao to deconstruct the ice body. This was Lu Miao's first time to deconstruct this thing. It was fresh the first few times, but after a few times, it started to give him a headache. Shen Xian pulled out the seedling and handed it to him. Are you asking me to eat grass? Chung Sun patted him. This is the best in the plant world. You can be full of energy immediately after eating it. Just to trick Lu Miao, who doesn't know the difference between grains. Lu Qiming looked at him and shook his head. Let alone feeding his son a grass. Even if it was poison, he wouldn't dare to say anything in this environment. Until now, he still believed that seedlings were used to grow food. Lu Miao covered his forehead, happily grabbed the black bean sprouts and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Don't mention it, it's quite delicious. In less than half a minute, the discomfort on his head disappeared, and Lu Miao paused slightly. Bulbasaur, pretend to have a headache later, and ask Shen Xian to give him some more food. Hee. Shen Xian gave him a cold look, and that look seemed to see through his thoughts. Lu Miao smiled silently with boredom. Continued to explore forward. Until he approached the deepest part of the lake, Lu Miao suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked at him and began to look forward to it. Lu Miao used his ability again to explore once. Then he turned to look at Shen Xian with a surprised look. Is this what you are looking for? Shen Xian raised his narrow eyebrows. What is it? Submarine. Lu Miao gave an answer that shocked everyone. Are you kidding? Jiang Dong didn't believe it. Lu Miao spread his hands. He didn't know what a seedling was, but he grew up in a military compound. He had seen a lot of submarines, of course, they were all models. Lu Qiming was also stunned, and stepped forward excitedly, grabbing Lu Miao's collar. Can you say it again? Calm down, Dad. A small submarine, nuclear power, I can see the words sprayed on the ship. Lu Miao quickly pulled out his collar. Otherwise, he would be strangled to death by his own father. Shen Xian and Chung Sun and Jiang Dong looked at each other. It's still a nuclear submarine. This is equivalent to a nuclear bomb explosion. Retreat first. Shen Xian made a quick decision. Of course she wanted this thing, not just her. I believe that as long as a base leader with a normal mind, he would not hesitate to get this thing at all costs, but it is very difficult. First of all, how to approach a nuclear submarine. Secondly, how to break the ice. This is not an ordinary thickness of ice. Secondly, the nuclear submarine, now the river is frozen, although she wants it, but she can only temporarily put it in space. And most importantly, none of them can control this thing. There are so many fighters in the space, and no one has driven it, but give up, Shen Xian is really unwilling. The entrance to the ice cave is just ahead. Shen Xian stopped, turned around and looked at Lu Qiming, and his dark eyes met Lu Qiming's eyes directly. A chill instantly climbed up his back. You don't want to kill me, do you? Jingshi doesn't believe that you can grow food, and Jingshi won't believe that you can grow nuclear submarines. No, don't look at me like that. My son, Lu Miao, he is still very useful. Ah, save me, save me, save me. Not hearing any betrayal, revealing thoughts to Jingshi, Shen Xian retracted his gaze, and continued to move forward. Captain Lu, you are a smart man. You should know what to do, right? Shen Xian said indifferently. Lu Qiming secretly pulled the sweater inside his down jacket, and his back was slightly sweaty. Just at that moment, he even thought of his last words. Steady his mind and replied, I know, don't worry. He didn't even think about reporting this to Jingshi. Now that he has calmed down, he will not report this. Yesterday he talked to Jingshi about the grain trade, but it failed. If he talked about nuclear submarines again today, would the people in Beijing think he had some conspiracy? If one plan failed, he would try another one? After leaving the ice cave, Zhu Zhe was right in front of him. Zhu Zhe waited outside in fear, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Seeing that everyone appeared in one piece, he breathed a sigh of relief. How is it? He was asking if Shen Xian had found what he was looking for. Shen Xian nodded. Zhu Zhe looked around. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong looked excited, Lu Miao looked indifferent, and Lu Qiming was worried. Chapter 206. It seems that the harvest is good. Zhu Zhe is relieved. After everyone dispersed, Shen Xian and the other two began to think about how to deal with the nuclear submarine. If it really doesn't work, we can only leave it here, Chung Sun said with a trace of regret. Jiang Dong nodded in agreement. Now that rivers are frozen everywhere, the ocean should also be frozen. If we have a nuclear submarine, It will be like a landlocked country having a navy. It feels useless. Shin Xian shook his head. It's not what you think. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. This nuclear submarine can't be hidden for long. If it doesn't fall into our hands, but into the hands of others, think about it. Chung Sun frowned tightly. That's true. You don't have to use this thing, but you have to keep it in your own hands. Shin Xian continued to talk about his concerns. Now that communication has been restored, it is limited to the Yin country area. You know, there are many continents and many countries in the world. We are just a small team, a base. What's going on in the world has little to do with us. But you can never underestimate the gene of humans who like to fight. I'm not that noble. I haven't thought about taking responsibility for Yin country or something. I can do without a base and go it alone, but if the nuclear submarine is in the hands of bad people, I'm afraid I won't have the peace I want. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong were silent for a while. They understood what Shin Xian said. Moral sense? Very low. Conscience? Not much. Sense of responsibility? Score people. Shin Xian always does things according to his heart. At least for now, he has never thought of taking the development of the base and the Doomsday Flame country as his own responsibility. Most of the time, they caught up. But the nuclear submarine thing is really too involved. Of course, everyone has a consensus. The nuclear submarine must be ours. The RV was silent for a while. Zhu Zhe was so excited that it was hard to describe. That was a nuclear submarine. Boss, do it. I believe that Captain Li and Captain Han would say the same thing if they were here. No matter what you do, we support you. Lu Qiming hesitated. Shin Xian pinched his eyebrows. Captain Lu, just say whatever you want to say. Ahem. Lu Qiming sorted out his thoughts. Jing City has its own development plan. It may take some time to wait for the pilots from Jing City. TSK, Lu Miao crossed his legs. His father's way of whitewashing the peace was the same as always. But we can go to the Min City base. Min City base? Shin Xian put down his hand, rolled his eyes, and thought for a while. Tell me. There are 5 bases in the entire Yin country: Jing City, Min City, Northwest Anqing, Gui City, and Sha City. Of course, these 5 bases are not prepared for Doomsday, but for sudden situations. But we didn't expect the Doomsday to come. When the rainstorm beyond human cognition came, the official made a decision to activate the base immediately. You also saw that the Northwest Anqing base and Gui City base are to stabilize the rear and provide supplies, while the Min City and Sha City bases are for war, and their positioning is different. Everyone was listening carefully, and now they had a full picture of the entire Yin country base. And the Min City base is different from other bases. It is the only offshore base. Jiang Dong was stunned. Offshore base? Yes, there are pilots and submarine operators there. I don't know what the situation is like at the Minshur base now, but there should be some survivors. To be honest, up to now, each base is nominally under the management of Beijing City. You have also seen the actual situation. Communications have been interrupted for more than half a year, and the development of things is completely uncontrollable. For the specific situation, you have to go there in person to see. Everyone's eyes fell on Shin Xian. We must go there, but not now. The Minshur base is too far away from us. We still have a lot of things to do now. Growing greenhouses, finding secret keys, zombie vaccines, the second batch of seedlings, the development of Joshur base and Guishur base, the development of Dazhou material points, Wang Tian's 100,000 zombie army. Let's do it one by one. With a direction, it will be much easier. It would have been better if Shin Xian hadn't said so many things. Once she started talking, even she herself wondered why there were so many things all of a sudden. Now, the good news is that we can't take the nuclear submarine away, and neither can anyone else. Zhu Zhe, arrange for someone to guard it here, in the name of guarding the natural gas pipeline. Yes. Although I didn't take anything away during this busy trip. There is a lot to look forward to in the future. Shin Xian could only sum it up like this. Take people back to Anqing first, and leave Zhu Zhe to deal with the aftermath. Zhu Zhe knew that this was a nuclear submarine, and he would guard it here in person no matter what. He returned to the base in a dusty state. Han Lin and his people greeted him at the gate of the South City. The construction of the South City is now nearing completion, and simple small buildings are rising from the ground. It looks much more orderly. People in the South City also knew that Shin Xian was coming back today, and they were all squeezed on the periphery. Seeing the RV approaching, Song Yuan dragged Qi and Ning down from the city gate. Sister Shin. Chung Sun stopped the car. A figure ran out of the car faster than Shin Xian. It was Jiang Dong. As soon as he got off the car, he looked for Ame in the crowd. After finding her, he was in love and dragged Ame straight to the small building. Ame blushed. He just wanted to show off the good things he had saved to Ame. But in the eyes of others, it was not like that. Han Lin, alas, young man, can't you wait even a moment? Wani, woo woo. Despicable villain. The crowd, are you going to eavesdrop? Although I really want to, I dare not. Shen Xian got off the car second, and Song Yuan threw himself into Shen Xian's arms as usual. Did you have a smooth journey? Smoothly, you guys worked hard at the base. Shen Xian touched Song Yuan's head. Yeah, it seems to have grown taller. Really? Song Yuan grinned and smiled at Shen Xian. Qi Ning didn't say anything, just nodded at Shen Xian. Chao Minhui also stepped forward. The Wantian you said back is very useful for vaccine research, and the data on the second dose of seedlings has also come out. Hey, it's not the work report stage now. Let the children come in first. Han Lin quickly stopped Chao Minhui, who was chattering. Shen Xian and others were surrounded and walked into the city. In the crowd, the extremely thin Li Xiang glared at Shen Xian's team fiercely. Suddenly, Shen Xian stopped, looked up and shouted at Wang Jia. Wang Jia ran down the city wall. Boss, what's the matter? Shen Xian whispered a command and went straight into the city. The city was more orderly and clean than before she left. Han Lin came directly to the warehouse and dispersed the following teams. No work to do. Why are you following? There are braised eggs in the cafeteria for dinner today, aren't you going? The crowd dispersed. Han Lin smiled and said to Shen Xian, Oldie found a way to have a batch of hens sent back, and they are raised in the planting greenhouse. They have started laying eggs in the past few days. Shen Xian listened to Han Lin's chatter while taking supplies out of the space. Chapter 207. Han Lin swallowed his saliva every time he took something. Food, dry goods, drinks, although they were frozen. Tools, daily necessities, cigarettes and liquor, medical supplies. Building materials. Children's toys, milk powder. Han Lin carried a bag of diapers. There are no such young children in our base. This thing is useless. Shen Xian was unmoved and continued to take supplies. Don't worry. People will have children if their lives are safe. It's just that the situation is turbulent now, and I don't approve of having children. By the way, give everyone a box of this. Shen Xian said, and took out all the small umbrellas in stock in the space. Han Lin, no more. Wang Jia just sent a message saying that he is waiting for us at the command center. Han Lin saw Shen Xian walking out and followed him out. But after leaving the warehouse, Shen Xian waved his hand. Dozens of containers appeared out of thin air on the open space. People coming in and out of the hospital not far away were also shocked. Not to mention, the moment he saw the container, 108 ways of using it flashed through Han Lin's mind. In this kind of weather and environment at the end of the world, it's not that no one has thought of using containers. But the containers need to be placed in a safe place. To transport containers, ordinary cars are not enough, trucks or trains are needed, and diesel is needed. Both cars and diesel are in short supply now. People who have the ability to find these two things don't have to worry about having no place to live. People who are thinking about containers don't have that ability. This thing is absolutely amazing for housing. Han Lin clapped his hands. Let Laoli get a container later. Let him show off that he has space every day. Hee. Shen Xian understood the meaning behind his words. He turned around and said to him, Everyone come to the small building for dinner tonight. Okay. Han Lin excitedly turned around and waited for Shen Xian to leave before calling for people to sort out the supplies. The container really couldn't be moved. Han Lin didn't bother Shen Xian, but stopped Horman, who was going back to his own nest, and asked the big guy to cooperate with several power teams. 5 containers were left as weapon warehouses, and the remaining containers were moved to the vicinity of the greenhouse. After receiving the order, Qi Anning and Song Yuan built several greenhouse pits in a row for several days. Use strength to explain what is bright as day. There are now 5 greenhouses in the base. Zhang Mingjin is busy with people. The children are doing daily work, and professional planting personnel have begun zoning planning. The rest are a lot of construction personnel working overtime to clean up the site and build shelves. Han Lin asked people to dig a lot of planting soil around Anqing. These lands were originally used for grain production. Although they are frozen now, if we find a way to transport them to the greenhouse, they will thaw as the temperature rises slowly. Captain Han, what is this? Hey, a container. No, I'm asking, what is this used for? Zhang Min climbed out of the pit and watched Han Lin instruct Hua Man to place 3 containers near each greenhouse. Okay, a little further to the left. Yes, put it. Brother Hua, you've worked hard. Han Lin sent Hua Man away before explaining to Zhang Min. These containers are for the team in the greenhouse to live in. They can be used for planting staff, guards, and as a laboratory for you to live in. Look, you are busy here with the kids. No matter what, it is outside the city. The container can also prevent zombies. Looking at Zhang Min's gradually changing expression, Han Lin patted his shoulder. Brother, do it well. Shen Xian and the base will give the greatest support to the greenhouse project. Zhang Min coaxed his eyes and nodded vigorously. Alas, there is no way. Shen Xian, this kid, only knows to stuff good things into the base every day, but rarely asks everyone to do this or that. Of course, issuing tasks is issuing tasks. Never asked everyone to be grateful. But Han Lin and Lao Li have spared no effort to build momentum for Shen Xian recently, and they are bound to make Anqing's loyalty to Shen Xian an iron plate. At this time, Shen Xian was crossing his legs and looking at the people in front of him. Wang Jia, boss, the people are here. At the same time, he kicked Li Xiang and Yang Hai. Yang Hai was so frustrated. Li Xiang threw himself at Shen Xian's feet. Captain Shen. Captain Shen. Shen Xian raised his foot and stepped on Li Xiang's forehead, pushing him away from under his feet. Li Xiang, do you know why I want to find you? No. I don't know. Then tell me, how did you send the message to Gue City? Huh? Lu Qiming on the side was stunned, and he figured it out instantly after connecting the past and the present. They were besieged by zombies when they entered Gue City. Shen Xian had said before that it was probably man-made. Someone tipped off Gue City. In addition, the high-tech in Gue City was not upright and did not think about the deal properly, which led to many crises for Shen Xian's team. Unexpectedly, it was such an inconspicuous outsider who did it. Yang Hai stared at Li Xiang fiercely. Shen Xian continued to ask, what I want to know is, how did you communicate with Gue City? Bai Tong provided a rough clue, but he didn't know how they communicated. Gaoku was in charge of it personally. So when Shen Xian heard the name Anqing Li Xiang, her first reaction was that Gaoku was also a member of Xingtian organization. Otherwise, how could they get in touch? But later on, it didn't seem right. Calculating the time, after Gaoku took over, Xingtian organization in the northwest had been almost wiped out by her. So the former commander of Gue City was a member of Xingtian? That's not right either. The former commander of Gue City died suddenly, and the contact information with Xingtian couldn't have fallen into Gaoku's hands. This is a confusing plot. Li Xiang said stubbornly, I don't know anything about Gue City. But he and Yang Hai's inner thoughts had betrayed them long ago. Yang Hai, Li Xiang, this big bastard. Can't even hide a telegraph machine? Li Xiang, you damn thing. Yang Hai, I did all the dangerous things. I'm afraid I'd be blamed again this time. Are you still using telegraphs? Shen Xian pretended to guess that as long as there was no traitor in the core layer of Anqing base, it would be fine to reveal the contact information of Guicheng. Li Xiang, Yang Hai, Damn, you are the worm in my stomach. Shen Xian waved to Wang Jia, go to the South City to search for telegraph machines. Yes. Wang Jia received the task and was about to go out. Yang Hai lowered his eyes, and a cunning look flashed in the corner of his eyes. Haha, go and find it. If you can find the telegraph machine hidden in the public toilet, I lose. Wait, Wang Jia. Shen Xian rubbed his forehead, focus on searching the public toilets in the south of the city. Okay. Wang Jia didn't hesitate at all. Isn't it just a public toilet? What's that in the apocalypse? Li Xiang looked at Shen Xian with horror and blurted out, how did you know? Yang Hai, why don't you just die? Shen Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and said to the guards behind him, leave it to a 2-in-1 man, put it in the space for experiment. A 2-in-1 man space can hold living things, but they haven't tried whether it can hold living people. Because a 2-in-1 man can't communicate normally, they are worried about accidents, so they haven't tested it. Now Li Xiang and Yang Hai just ran into the muzzle of the gun. Chapter 208. After dealing with the annoying people, Shen Xian was in a very good mood. Let Lu Qiming and Lu Miao go back to their own residence. The father and son were also assigned to an ordinary dormitory. Afterwards, Shen Xian brought people to the North City again, where Hua Man and a 2 were having fun in several greenhouses. Shen Xian looked at Hua Man and chuckled, is this guy fat again? Song Yuan and Qian Ning followed. Song Yuan, Hua Man looks happier than when he was in the wine market. When they were in the wine market, They were half hostile to Huaman's bitter and vengeful look left a deep impression on Song Yuan. Jiang Dong also smiled and said, "How does it say that good-looking skins are all the same, but interesting bellies bounce around?" If he had stayed with that old Anton like that, he would have been sent to feed the zombies sooner or later. Although he is a little stupid now, at least he is still alive. Huaman was bitten by accident at the beginning. Chow Minhui rubbed his face. He was so busy studying Wang Tian recently that he didn't even bother to shave. The gray stubble made his hands hurt. I asked Horman if he wanted to try the vaccine, but Horman didn't want to. The vaccine research has achieved some results, but I'm not sure if I should continue. Tell me. Shen Xian finally retracted his attention and focused on Chow Minhui's words. The current vaccine can stop zombies from evolving, but it can't reverse zombieization. Our original intention was to turn zombies back into humans. But in terms of genes and patterns, it's almost impossible to achieve. Then should we still stop zombies from evolving? Chow Minhui's eyes were confused. Jiang Dong was stunned. Professor Chow, isn't this nonsense? Zombie evolution is of no benefit to us. Chow Minhui shook his head. Scientific research requires all possibilities. High-level zombies lead low-level zombies. If zombies don't evolve, there will be no more high-level zombies in the future. With so many low-level zombies, will they start to change in other directions? For example? Jiang Dong asked. At this moment, he was everyone's mouthpiece. Chow Minhui scratched his gray stubble, looking worried. For example, will zombies break through the birth limit, or the ability to regenerate? Well, I'm just giving an example. Don't be so nervous. There are so many zombies in the world. Even if we have a vaccine, it's impossible to arrange for every zombie. Don't be nervous. Chow Minhui is a researcher. He considers problems from a theoretical perspective first, and only starts experiments after the theory is verified. After all, resources are scarce now, and every experiment is real resources. So he is very cautious. But he didn't expect that the concerns he raised seemed to make everyone more anxious. Even Shen Xian fell into thinking. Continue to develop vaccines. If zombies don't evolve, will such a large group look for other breakthroughs? After all, evolution is the law of all things. If we want humans to beat zombies, or at least achieve a balance without studying zombie vaccines, we need more human evolution or more hot weapons. In this way, we will continue to study zombie vaccines and decide when to use them. Okay. With Shen Xian's accurate information, Chow Minhui felt more at ease. Where are you going to put the Sky equipment? Shen Xian turned to Qi Anning. Qi Anning raised his hand and pointed to an open space to the east of the 5 pits. That is, the north of the train dormitory. First, put it here first. The equipment needs to be modified. Some of it will be used to make solar equipment for the greenhouse, some for communication, and some for transportation to the wine market. It's hard for Qi and Ning to say so many words in one breath. Okay, leave it to you. Han Lin, let Zhang Min evacuate first. After making arrangements, Shen Xian went down the city gate and walked around the train. Everyone stared at Shen Xian. What is the eldest lady going to do? I don't know. The last time I asked everyone to evacuate, I still built a warehouse in the city. Is there anything good again? That's hard to say. Wait and see. Our good days are still to come. The workers of the new energy production line and the weapons production line in the west also ran out. Seeing that Han Lin didn't stop them, they simply climbed onto the top of the train to see what Shen Xian was going to do. Before they could react, a shadow suddenly fell from the sky. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Everyone looked up with their mouths wide open, only to find that a pot-lid-like thing appeared in the air. If you look at the Sky Eye device on the observation deck or in photos, it won't look very big. Only when you are in front of the Sky Eye device, you will know how small the human body is. Even Shen Xian, standing under the Sky Eye, looks like a watermelon seed. This thing is like an inverted pot lid, with a point in the middle and round edges. It's even a little unstable, and the main body is slightly rotating. It's the Sky Eye. I've seen it before. It's definitely the Sky Eye. Someone recognized it. Wow. But what does the young lady want this thing for? People who know about the Sky Eye equipment couldn't help but start to popularize science and make their own guesses. This thing is all metal, and with this shape, if it is used as a solar energy device, it is estimated that it can set our Anshan on fire. So powerful. Of course, don't you see who the eldest lady is? Han Lin didn't expect the Sky Eye equipment to be so large. After a while, he turned back to look at Chung Sun, how to dismantle it. Chung Sun spread his hands. That's the matter of Xiaoqi and Song Yuan. Ah. Qi Anning and Song Yuan, now they are deaf to the outside world and only have a big pot lid in their eyes. Excitedly took out their mobile phones to take pictures, took out the measurement data sent by Lao Li, and kept comparing them. Here, we can start dismantling from the outer edge, leaving the center part, where there is a sensor device, for the wine market. We will reassemble the dismantled parts to expand the base signal. Qi Anning no longer stuttered. Yes. Song Yuan gave Qi Anning a thumbs up. Brother Anning, you have considered it very well. The two discussed as if no one was around. Let Lu Miao come to help when the time comes. Okay, Song Yuan raised her sweet little face. Seeing Shen Xian start to walk back, Huaman and Atu knew that it was safe. They ran over and jumped around the Sky Eye equipment. Huaman used this thing as a slide, carrying Atu on his shoulders, climbing up and sliding down. Zhang Min brought the children and surrounded Shen Xian at the city gate. The children called Shen's sister one after another, making Shen Xian dizzy. Captain Shen, Zhang Min took a step forward, and his face turned red in such a cold weather. Excited? I have it, thank you for the seedlings and greenhouse planting. After Zhang Min took this job, Han Lin also asked someone to bring seedlings. He had only heard about this thing from others, but he didn't expect it to be so magical. His leg injury was not completely healed. First, it was deeply inflamed in extremely hot weather, and then it was frostbitten in extremely cold weather. It was a bit difficult to walk. After eating the seeds and stinking up a lot, my leg injury healed. Chapter 209. Shen Xian smiled faintly, ignoring Zhang Min's thanks. Containers, solar energy and other equipment are ready. I will go out in a while. I hope to see some results when I come back. Yes, don't worry, I will never let you down. Wait, Shen Xian, you are going out again? Han Lin has a toothache. It has been less than a day since he came back, and he is thinking about going out again. He is like an old father waiting for his children to go home from college. He has been waiting for such news. Others don't know about the nuclear submarine yet, nor do they know Shen Xian's future plans. Looking at the people with resentful eyes, Shen Xian waved his hand. Okay, let's go back to the small building for dinner, and talk about other things later. The small building has never been as lively as today. The original big table can no longer accommodate people, so Cheng Sun and Jiang Dong set up 2 more tables. Except for Lao Li and Zhu Zhe who were outside, everyone was there. At Shen Xian's table, there were Cheng Sun, Jiang Dong, Song Yuan, Qi Ning, Han Lin, Chao Min Huai, and Atu. As for Huaman, of course, he couldn't enter the small building, so Shen Xian asked someone to send Huaman 2 roast chickens and a bottle of vodka. Huaman was a Russian, loved vodka, and had a good drinking habit. When he got drunk, he would lie down at the North City gate. At another table, there were Wang Jia, Wang Yi, Mei, Shan Yao, Zhang Min, Lu Qiming, and Lu Miao. Before the meal, Cheng Sun also sent messages to Zhang Ziliang, Mao Yihu, and Bai Tong from the wine market, and Gue City. Come on, I hope that one day in the future, all of us can gather together. Chao Min Huai was the oldest here, and he took the lead in raising his glass, and drank the white wine in the glass in one gulp. Cheers to Captain Shen. Lu Miao, the eye-catcher, followed closely, and raised his glass. Jiang Dong secretly asked Cheng Sun, how could those 2 prisoners of Lu Qiming come to the family dinner? Cheng Sun looked at him like an idiot. Didn't you see that Shen Xian specially sent people from somewhere? TSK, of course I know, I'm asking, what does Shen Xian mean? I don't understand. So I ask you for advice, he. Cheng Sun raised his head, and took a sip of wine. Maotai wine was smooth in the mouth, although it was the end of the world, but what he enjoyed was not inferior to before the end of the world. Song Yuan, and Ning, and Lu Miao have complementary abilities. In order to develop the base and build weapons, Shen Xian will also find a way to keep Lu Miao. You also saw it when you went to Gue City. Lu Qiming has data and information that we don't have. In addition, the differences between Lu Qiming and Jing City are getting bigger and bigger. There is no reason to let him go. Ah, when did it happen? Jiang Dong was stunned. How could he not know anything? Hee, you don't need to know, and it's useless to know. The two started a new round of debate. This is a family dinner, a celebration dinner, and a distribution dinner. Shen Xian's face was flushed. Jiang Dong. What's wrong? Hiccup. If you and Ame get married, I let Han Lin approve the land for you, and you can build your own wedding house, okay? Shen Xian's almond eyes were watery, and although her tone was still sharp and direct, it was also a little gentle. This is her good point. She is obviously the head of the base, but when it comes to specific matters, she will not bypass the person in charge. Han Lin immediately responded, "Don't worry, leave it to me. I will definitely find a perfect location for Brother Jiang." Ame's face instantly flushed. "Captain Shen." Jiang Dong smiled, holding the wine glass, licking his face and approaching. "I want something else." Hey, move back a little, the wine is spilling." Chung Sen pushed him away. "Tell me, what do you want?" "The two big doors." Shen Xian was stunned, and then he came to his senses. He swung from the space, and two big wooden doors stood directly in front of Jiang Dong. Everyone's eyes were also dark. This was something Shen Xian picked up from the broken temple by the Han River. He just felt it was a pity to throw it away because it was strong. Later, Jiang Dong used it once in the battle with Goka. One door panel went down, and he was invincible. I felt that it was a weapon tailor-made for him. I might as well come over now. Chow Minhui stepped forward to observe. It's still made of iron birch. If this thing is used well, it will be stronger than iron. Jiang Dong, you picked up a treasure. Huh? Lu Miao put down his chopsticks. Just now, he just used his ability out of habit. Wait, don't move, and Ning and I, take a look too. Lu Miao's words attracted everyone's attention. Qi and Ning also came over, and stood in front of the door, to use his ability. Lu Miao's ability is to deconstruct products, and Qi and Ning's ability is to analyze products, similar but different. A few seconds later, Qi and Ning also frowned. Shen Xian. What happened? Don't be anxious, talk slowly. Shen Xian stood over. There's something inside. Huh? Everyone sobered up. Lu Miao explained. I saw human bones inside. Ah. Shen Xian was stunned. How could there be human bones inside the door panel? A layer of goosebumps climbed up everyone's back. Jiang Dong stuttered. I know. How long has this door been there? Chung Sun began to count. The temple is hundreds of years old, and was renovated 3 years ago, but I don't know if this door was built 3 years ago. Jiang Dong was not happy for 3 minutes. He no longer wanted this door to be a weapon. Shan Yao, have someone clear the hospital's MRI room. Shen Xian said. Lu Miao and Qi and Ning could describe the scene inside the door panel, but they couldn't draw it. It's better to take an X-ray. Soon, Jiang Dong carried a door panel, and Wang Jia and Wang Yi carried a large door panel, and they came to the hospital in a mighty group. The doctor in the MRI room, who had received the order long ago, was waiting at the door of the hospital with an emergency bed. Dean Shan, everything is ready, put the patient up. Jiang Dong put the door panel in his hand directly on the bed. Doctor. Wang Jia and Wang Yi also put the door panel on it. Doctor. What are you standing there for? Push them in, Shan Yao urged. Oh, okay. The two doctors instinctively obeyed the order, and pushed the two large doors into the scanning room, with a confused look on their faces. Shan Yao went into the operating room, and explained it to the two doctors, and then they understood what they had to do. The door panels were too big, and could only be placed vertically, and the scanner worked in sections. It took more than an hour to move back and forth from front to back, from top to bottom, and finally get 2 scan films. In the analysis room, Jiang Dong was there, and Shan Yao asked the two doctors to leave. Jiang Dong explained the films to everyone in person. Based on the number of skulls, there are a total of 18 people in the 2 door panels. Judging from the pubic bones, they are all males. Judging from the size of the leg bones and the skulls, they are basically between 14 and 25 years old. Look here, there is also such a broken bone, which was broken or knocked off by humans, and then pressed into the door panel with flesh and blood. Silence. Are you from Yen? Shen Xian suddenly asked. Jiang Dong was really stumped by this question. He didn't know much about human race. He looked at Chow Minhui. Chapter 210. Chow Minhui is a world-renowned biologist, who is involved in human species research. Chow Minhui stepped forward and stared at the film, and studied it over and over again for a while. 80% probability, it is a Yen countryman. Let alone 80%, if Chow Minhui said 50%, Shen Xian could basically confirm it. She looked unhappy. Shan Yao asked carefully, with so many corpses in this world, it is estimated that we can't find out how this door was made. Not only that, even who made it, when it was made, and what it was used for may not be found out. Jiang Dong was so angry. He finally liked a weapon, but it turned out to be the coffin of 18 young Yen countrymen. He couldn't put it in his own space, no matter what. Shen Xian suddenly thought of something, raised his hand, and took out something from the space. palm-sized, metallic, cone-shaped. Shen Xian heard the sound of dense gears turning again. And Ning, Lu Miao, you guys deconstruct this thing. Be careful. After thinking for a while, she added. While busy here, Chao Minhui also stood aside curiously to watch. Seeing Shen Xian silent, Chung Sun took the initiative to briefly talk about their experience on the Han River. Others only knew that Shen Xian encountered a zombie ambush on the way to Gue City. But I didn't expect to encounter such a thing and lose a motorhome. Han Lin felt a pain in his flesh. It's good that people are fine. It's good that people are fine. Does anyone really believe in the river god? Song Yuan was puzzled. At his age, he had not experienced that ignorant era, so naturally he didn't understand. River god shit. Who knows what it is? Jiang Dong spat. Sister Shen, what happened next? Shen Xian looked around. Later, we found a nuclear submarine at the place where the villagers worship the river god. Han Lin scratched his ears. What the hell? Looking at the expressions of Shen Xian and the others, it didn't seem like a joke. Is it that kind of nuclear submarine? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Lu Miao patted his chest and guaranteed, I have been watching these things since I was a child. If I saw it wrong, I will twist my head off and let you kick it like a ball. In the end, it was Shen Xian who put the door panel back into the space. The group returned to the small building. Continued silence. Although Shan Yao, Wang Jia, Wang Yi, and Zhang Min were very curious, they didn't dare to speak rashly in such an occasion. Han Lin finally came back to his senses from his daze. So let me summarize. You were besieged by zombies first, and you guessed that there might be something wrong with your city. Then you were ambushed by villagers on the Han River, and lost a motorhome. You found the so-called small temple of the river god, smashed the statue and buried the temple, and found the metal object and the door panel. At the Sky Eye, you found a fighter jet, and according to local legends, you thought it was at the bottom of the Han River. Finally, you found a nuclear submarine at the bottom of the Han River. Right? Shen Xian nodded. Now, we have a lot of things to do. Is it okay to leave the base to Captain Han? Before Shen Xian said he was going on a long trip, he was not happy. Now thinking about it, it must be because of the nuclear submarine. He must show his ability to stabilize the rear. No problem, the base is running on track now, and Wang Jia and Wang Yi are helping me. Don't worry about going out. If there is a problem with the base, I will come to see you with my head. Wang Jia and Wang Yi also signed the military order. Shen Xian nodded. Turning to Chao Minhui and Shan Yao, let me briefly talk about the data of the second batch of seedlings. Chao Minhui immediately took out his small notebook from his arms. Now the top 10 teams in the base, all members have taken seedlings twice. The effect is very good, and the ability has increased as much as the first time. I also did a small amount of third seedlings taking experiments, but the effect was not ideal, which was equivalent to not taking them. Shen Xian nodded. Whether there are sequelae of seedlings, it is difficult to say clearly now that we are in the research stage. Take it twice at most. Yes. Chao Minhui nodded. 50% of the team leaders took seedlings. Shen Xian pondered for a while, and took out more seedlings from the space. This was cultivated in the space before she went to Gue City, and now the growth is gratifying. Put it in your lab. Discuss with Captain Han how to distribute it. Draw Wang Tian's blood as soon as possible, or cut whatever needs to be cut. I will take Wang Tian with me this time. Wang Tian is a time bomb, at least a level 6 or 7 zombie. He is about to make trouble. I am afraid that the base will suffer a great loss. It is safer to take him away. Well, he has been taking the highest dose of anesthetics, and he has not woken up since he came back. Chao Minhui replied. Vaccine research is going on as usual. We must have this thing. Shen Xian always feels that the zombie vaccine may become her killer weapon. Yes. Then, Shen Xian looked at Zhang Min. I will leave the greenhouse planting to you, and let Zhu Zai find 2 guards for you later. When you are outside the city, don't be too far away from the guards at any time. Now that the communication has been restored, the base's lower-level personnel are no longer in a state of isolation, and the greenhouse planting matter cannot be concealed. It is only a matter of time before other bases become jealous. However, Shen Xian is not the kind of person who is afraid of things, and he just told his people to take good protection. Zhang Min nodded vigorously. What he is doing now is very meaningful. He is responsible for the granary of Anqing Base, and even the food of Jiushi and Guishi Base will be supplied by him in the future. When he thought of this, he was excited. Song Yuan and Ning, Lu Miao, You should deal with the Sky Eye equipment in the next 2 days. Next, we will go to Jiushi first, and then to Minshur. Yes, Sister Shen. Qi and Ning nodded silently. No problem. Lu Miao smiled with his gums exposed, grinning at Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming closed his eyes, not wanting to look at this conspicuous bag. Captain Lu, I still need your help when I go to Minshur this time. Shen Xian was quite polite to Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming was flattered. In fact, Shen Xian didn't need to be so polite. His stupid son had already stood on the same side with him. What else could he do? It wasn't that he wanted to betray the Jingshur base. And it wasn't really a betrayal. These 2 days, he sent messages to Jingshur, but they fell on deaf ears. It was as if Jingshur had forgotten him. He sighed in his heart, we are in the same boat. The base's affairs are my affairs. Commander Shen, don't worry. Lu Qiming explained directly. After saying that, he felt much more relaxed. Shen Xian's mouth curled up. Okay, Sister Shen, it's out. Song Yuan shouted. The 3 of them deconstructed the metal object and finally got a result. Each person deconstructed it several times, then communicated, deconstructed again, and finally came to a conclusion. Song Yuan took a piece of paper and handed it to Shen Xian. On the paper was a simple lock cord deconstruction. This looks simple in the drawing, but it's actually very complicated. This should be a decimal mechanical lock. What is this? Everyone was attracted by this fresh concept. Chapter 211. Everyone knows about the decimal system, 0 and 1. Everyone also knows about mechanical locks. Although fingerprint locks were very popular before the end of the world, it does not mean that they have never seen mechanical locks, the kind that insert keys. But what the hell is a decimal mechanical lock? Song Yuan continued to explain. The smart locks we usually use are systems that record passwords, and the anti-theft mechanism is that the system randomly generates interference numbers and combines them with the real secret. Everyone knows this, right? The lock we have now is a key to a smart lock on the surface, but there is no smart system. The mechanical gears inside generate interference numbers. Together with the real secret, the interference numbers and the real password must be used at the same time. This can minimize the possibility of being deciphered by software. When using it, I estimate, it will only last for 15 seconds at most. Once 15 seconds are over, a new interference number will be generated. Finally, Song Yuan used 2 words to summarize this metal object, very unique. It is indeed a wonderful idea. Shen Xian sat on the chair with one hand on his chin. What does this key open? Why did it appear in those statues? Who put it there? Also, does it have anything to do with those 2 doors? Everyone was silent. After a long time, they still couldn't come up with any conclusion. They could only leave it alone for now. Finally, in the expectation of everyone, Shen Xian allocated a small space to each of the remaining people. With this space, I can sense your location. The farther the distance, the more vague the sense. You can't transfer. As for what will happen to the space if people die, I don't know. Also, don't take a living person and easily you might die. Others were excited to think about their new treasures. They knew that Shen Xian had a magical space, and since she became powerful, she had stopped hiding it a long time ago. But no one thought that they would have this thing one day. Whoosh, it was gone in an instant. Whoosh, it appeared in an instant. Ame hurriedly touched her chest, sensed the space, and said to Shen Xian, this is too expensive, I can't have it. Besides, I don't go out, it's a waste to give it to me. Shen Xian shook her head, we are often outside, and you do all the big and small things at home, how can you say it's a waste? Don't think about those things. These 2 sentences are full of domineering. It's like a man who makes money and buys things for his wife generously. Ame blushed instantly. Oh, why are you stealing my lines? Shen Xian. Jiang Dong stepped forward and grabbed Ame's hand. Ah, Ame's face became even redder. Wow. Shan Yao, Wang Jia and his group started to make a noise. Although Wang Yi also liked Ame, it was obvious that Ame liked Jiang Dong. So why should he be the bad guy? He sighed, picked up the wine glass and walked towards Jiang Dong. Brother, congratulations. Jiang Dong said nothing, tilted his head back and drank it all. Everything was self-evident. Shen Xian was also happy. When I come back from Min City, I will hold a wedding for you, and everyone will have a good time. Han Lin's face was flushed from drinking. If you ask me, how about we hold a collective wedding at the base? In the Doomsday, everyone is trying to survive, so who cares about these men and women? Love is the eternal topic of mankind. As the base became more stable, many people began to pursue love. Shin Xian had previously revealed that she did not recommend everyone to have children. So the people in the base knew it well. Yes, although we cannot issue them a marriage certificate in this world, we are at least witnesses of their feelings. Shin Xian's eyes were filled with water, and the whole person looked very soft. She was also happy to see the people around her find love. It was not until midnight that everyone dispersed. Before leaving, Shan Yao and Zhang Min, under the influence of alcohol, kept saying thank you to Shin Xian. I am afraid that I will have to wait for a long time to get together next time. Shin Xian rubbed her forehead and went upstairs, and Ah Tu faithfully guarded her bedroom door. A little drunk, but I couldn't fall asleep lying in bed. Shin Xian followed the moonlight and played with the metal cone key in her hand. As she watched, she fell asleep. Only the mechanical key was running silently in the dark. As expected, when Shin Xian got up the next day, it was noon again. After eating something, we came to the weapons production line at the north gate. Qi Anning and Song Yuan were testing the new solar air gun in the test room. Sister Shin, come and see. This is a newly upgraded weapon. This time we go out again, we will change to this new model. Song Yuan waved to Shin Xian. Qi Anning was on the side, concentrating on testing the gun. 30 meters away, two targets, about 3 meters apart. One shot, the lower target was unscathed, but the target behind exploded into fireworks. Wow! Awesome! Shin Xian's eyes lit up. Let me try. This kind of design with a turn was the first time she had seen it. Qi Anning explained the principle. It is difficult for ordinary metal bullets to achieve a turn, and it requires the level of the shooter himself. And our gun, when the air energy bullet is ejected, the track is planned, intelligent locking. Shin Xian, we are awesome, aren't we? Talking about professionalism, Qi Anning's eyes are frighteningly bright. Shin Xian, it must be awesome. With such a weapon, it will be safer on the road to Min City this time. Thank you for your hard work. It should be. Sister Shin, let's also modify the RV. Brother and Ning and I have made a plan. Knowing that Shin Xian lost an RV this time, Song Yuan felt distressed. How to modify it? Shin Xian was curious. Now the zombies have also grown in scale, and even evolved, making them more difficult to deal with than before. And through this trip to Gue City, everyone feels more and more that the threat from their own human beings is even more difficult to guard against. No matter how powerful the zombies are, they rarely come to sneak. As for humans, it's hard to say. And now that communications are developed, it is estimated that many bases know Anqing and Shin Xian. First of all, the Ultraman light must be installed. Song Yuan looked determined. Shin Xian frowned. That's too big. There's not enough space on the top of the RV. Thinking of the huge base of Ultraman light. Sister Shin, don't worry, we have a solution. This time when we built the planting greenhouse, the production line produced many models of Ultraman light. We found a model with small recoil and only half the damage range of the previous one, but the range can reach 1,000 meters. With the help of the map, it can be accurately positioned to 10 meters. 1,000 meters, that's almost the distance of a small missile. And the biggest feature of the solar air cannon is that it is silent and does not need to be cooled. As long as the recoil can keep up, it is definitely a killer. Shin Xian immediately made a decision. Okay, there are still 2 RVs, so you can modify them as you said, and keep the machine gun for me, it's useful. Yes. Song Yuan was very happy. He and Qi Anning could contribute to the team again. Chapter 212. Shin Xian threw out 2 RVs and placed them in the weapons production workshop. He also took a look at the new energy vehicle production line. Hello, Captain Shin. Good afternoon, miss. This was the first time Shin Xian had set foot on the new energy vehicle production line after it was put into use. There was no person in charge of this project, only 2 designers and 1 engineer. There were also some workshop operators. When they encountered problems, they would either ask Song Yuan and Qi Anning, or figure it out on their own. Therefore, the cars produced were becoming more and more deformed. As soon as Shin Xian entered the door, he saw something with a strange shape. It was as big as a double bed, square, and had wheels. What is this? The engineer was covered in dirt, and immediately took off his gloves and introduced it to Shin Xian. This is the chassis of the solar car modified by the base. Before, new energy used batteries, and the base uses solar energy. It is necessary to convert solar energy into electricity, and store it in the battery. Later, Qi Datian said that it would be better to make it solar-powered, just like your RV. The engineer suppressed his excitement, and introduced his production line. Qi Datian? That must be Qi Anning. Not bad, show me the finished product. Come with me. The car production workshop is not big. After landing, almost half of it was divided out to make weapons production lines. In less than 2 minutes, he came to the back of the workshop. The engineer pushed open a door and came out of the workshop. There were neatly arranged square cars. There were about 40 or 50 cars. All black. The size is 3 meters by 3 meters, and the height is 2.5 meters. People can stand up inside, which is very suitable for combat. The engineer kindly introduced the most basic data. Unlike traditional cars, these cars have discarded all the things that are only responsible for beauty, but have no use. For example, the windows are only in the front, and they are only 2/3 the size of ordinary cars. The windows on both sides of the front row can only allow the driver to see the rearview mirror clearly. The doors are not 4-door. Only the driver's seat has a door, and the trunk has double doors, and there are doors on the top. Now that car glass is scarce, this is the only way, but the advantage is that it is very durable, and the experimental data is very good. The door on the driver's seat is just to make it convenient for the driver to get in and out quickly. I collected all the crisis situations of the team's operations, and 80% of them came from the car's rollover and lack of bulletproofing. You see our wheels. They are all big wheels of off-road vehicles, and the power is very good. There is no fuel tank and battery. The whole car machine has only one power system. The body is very large. It can accommodate a team, and when it encounters a rollover, the trunk door is used. These frames are all made in one piece in Dojo, and they are very strong. The engineer was afraid that Shin Xian would not understand, so he explained it in great detail. Shin Xian opened the double doors at the rear. The design of the black Iveco was adopted, and only the driver's seat had a seat, and the other positions were all bare steel plates. When the time comes, let the teams decide how to sit comfortably, and what to install. Hee. The engineer touched his head embarrassedly. There is really too little information on the production line. Whoever uses it will be responsible for it. When the car paint runs out, I am afraid that I can only use the original color of the metal. Very good. What about the production capacity? Are these all? Well, there are still a few outside running data, about 2 a day, limited by various factors. The engineer's tone was regretful. The current production capacity just met the needs of the base. Sometimes the production line will produce all kinds of messy things for the base. For example, shell brackets, greenhouse supplies, etc. He also knew that Shin Xian would continue to expand the base, and the demand for solar combat vehicles would only grow. Well, Shin Xian pondered for a few seconds. When we meet the car production line, I will move some back for you. Thank you, boss. The engineer was relieved now. Oh, by the way, someone brought back the anti-radiation material last time. We really can't use this thing, and it's a pity to throw it away. I made 2 anti-radiation storage boxes. The engineer came to the corner and pointed at 2 small coffin-like things. Square, metallic color. This is lead alloy. The coatings on the outside and inside are radiation-proof, but they are not very strong and hard enough. I keep it for you, just in case it comes in handy. Shin Xian was used to stuffing everything in her space, whether useful or not. Of course, she accepted this radiation-proof thing with a smile. Although, it is highly unlikely to be used. Leaving the car production workshop, stepping onto the north wall, Homan and A2 were playing outside the greenhouse in the distance. The 2 of them were playing like football, and after a while, A2 threw something out of his space and gave it to Homan. Homan played with it with his big feet for a few times, then put it in his space and took it out and threw it to A2. The man and the dog were having fun. After looking at it for a while, Shin Xian realized that it was not a toy at all. It seems to be Wang Tian. Wang Tian has been locked up in Chow Minhuai's laboratory. The anesthetics at the beginning worked for him. The later ones didn't work at all, and at most he just felt dizzy. But he cleverly pretended to sleep and pretended to be dead. Even if Chow Minhuai cut his flesh, he endured it. Anyway, he was a zombie and was not afraid of pain. He was ready to run out when the laboratory's defenses were relaxed. But before he could do it, Chow Minhuai seemed to have a seizure last night. He wrapped himself naked in a white sheet and threw it directly to Shin Xian, the dog. He thought he was going to feed the dog with himself. He was ready to escape, just waiting for the vicious dog to drag him out to eat, and then he killed it and left. But who would have thought that he just secretly opened his eyes and took a look at the dog? Then his consciousness went black. He didn't know where he was. He was clearly awake and could feel the movement of blinking. But it was pitch black. The real black, black without any color. He didn't know where this was. This kind of darkness was the most torturous for people. Oh no, it was the most torturous for zombies, especially for zombies like him who had consciousness. Like people, they had fear. Besides, he couldn't move except blinking. The boundless darkness almost made him lose the concept of time. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly felt cold and his eyes were bright. He actually came to the outside of the city. The air was full of the smell of freedom. Good dog. The words of praise came out of his mouth. He saw the big guy Horman stretching his foot towards him, and after stepping on him a few times, his eyes went black again. Everything returned to silence. When he appeared again, his eyes were bright, but before he could regain control of his body, it was black again. After an unknown amount of time, he finally understood. He was being played like a ball by that hateful dog in Horman. Although I still don't understand why my eyes went dark. Chapter 213. At first, Wang Tian tried to wait for a gap to find a chance to escape. But he was not as fast as the dog, and not as strong as the big guy Horman. After being played with for more than 10 times, Wang Tian was as hopeless as a dead wood and gave up resistance. "Atu!" Shen Xian called out, "Bring him up." Woof woof. Swoosh. Wang Tian heard a voice, and he would never forget it until his death. It was Shen Xian. But before he could find Shen Xian's location, Wang Tian's eyes went dark again. Damn it! Atu ran to the city wall and shook his head, and Wang Tian was thrown out of the space and rolled to Shen Xian's feet. Wang Tian, Wang Tian, how are you feeling recently? Shen Xian's careless voice sounded above his head. Wang Tian pretended to be dead and closed his eyes without saying anything. Hee, I have good news for you. I have taken over Guisha. Now Guisha is mine. My people said that there is a community in Guisha with a lot of zombies, but I believe it will be cleaned up within a month. Hearing this, Wang Tian opened his eyes suddenly. He knew that Shen Xian knew everything. The 3 white eyes stared at Shen Xian for a few seconds, like a venomous snake, and then laughed disdainfully. Shen Xian, what do you want to do? Kill me or chop me up, give me a quick death. Shen Xian squatted down and got a little closer to him. Actually, you are of no use to me, but I am very interested in your story. You can tell me how you became like this. If you tell it well, maybe I can let you go. Do you think I will believe you? A gleam of light flashed in Wang Tian's eyes. Shen Xian stood up as if she didn't see it. Wang Tian was right under her feet. Did you become a zombie first and then become like this? Or did you become like this directly? She has always been thinking about the fact that she can hear the voices of many people, including Horman's. So far, Wang Tian is the only exception. To put it nicely, now that zombies are evolving in a flourishing way, she still has a long way to go, and she doesn't know when she will meet a more powerful existence. If that kind of existence disguises itself as a human, it will be even more difficult to guard against. If she can't eavesdrop on all the high-level zombies, it can also be regarded as a criterion for judgment. In the future, no matter who she meets, as long as she can't hear their voices, she will be 120% alert. This is also one of the reasons why she kept Wang Tian. Wang Tian was not so cooperative. What's there to say about the past? He turned his head to the side, his face was dead, and many past events were already very vague in his memory. He muttered something in a low voice. What did you say? Shen Xian couldn't help but move closer. Wang Tian's half-closed eyes suddenly opened, and he rushed toward Shen Xian at a very fast speed. The moment he heard Shen Xian's voice, he had a plan to kidnap Shen Xian. With his speed, as long as Anshin gave him 5 minutes, he could run away. His 100,000 zombie army was ready. Shen Xian's frightened eyes kept expanding in front of him, and Wang Tian's fingernails were visibly darkening and lengthening, and he was about to pinch Shen Xian's white neck. But in front of him, Shen Xian suddenly disappeared out of thin air. No, he clearly saw that the dog and Horman were very far away. Shen Xian could not have been taken away. Where did she go? The incident happened in an instant, less than a second, and the guards on the city wall pointed their guns at Wang Tian. Shen Xian suddenly appeared again. Wang Tian reacted faster, and his arm suddenly moved forward in an incredible way. But what greeted him was a solar air gun. Xian gave Shen Xian a new weapon. It was faster, without any buffer, more penetrating, and easier to focus than the old one. Shen Xian smiled evilly, and shot Wang Tian in the waist. Boom! At such a close distance, Shen Xian felt his ears buzzing. Wang Tian's waist and below were all blown away. Only the upper body was left squirming on the blood slag, and his blood was as light as clear water. The whole person looked like he was wrapped in egg white. Oh, do you really think that your father And I took down such a big base for nothing? Shen Xian put away the gun and looked at Wang Tian with a gossipy face. Does it hurt? Do zombies of your level feel pain? It hurts. Wang Tian looked at his disappearing body, his face twisted in pain. The highest pursuit of them zombies is to have powerful strength, while also having human emotions and wisdom. This of course includes pain. I still remember how happy he was when he first had the sense of pain. But now he hates it. Your ability is to disappear suddenly, right? Wang Tian hated it even more. The last time he led a group of zombies to besiege Shen Xian's team, Shen Xian's team disappeared out of thin air. He thought it was the ability of Chung Sun, who was smart and capable. Shen Xian, a woman, can control a base, but it depends on men. But he also paid the price for his prejudice. Shen Xian looked at him coldly. Sure enough, whether it is a human or a zombie, as long as it is a man with a lower body, he is not honest. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong rushed over. Shen Xian, are you okay? Shen Xian shook her head, raised his hand, and fired 2 shots, smashing Wang Tian's 2 arms into pieces. Shen Xian. You bitch. I'm going to kill you. Wang Tian turned into a zombie. Jiang Dong stepped forward and patted Wang Tian's swollen face. You're really tired of playing tricks with Shen Xian. Take him away. Send him to the laboratory. Chung Sun also stepped forward and stood side by side with Shen Xian. Wang Tian was in such a state that it was not suitable to leave him to a two-in-one man, for fear that they would eat Wang Tian out of their mouths. As it was now, it was estimated that there would be no trouble, so he was thrown to the laboratory. The guards on the city wall immediately picked up Wang Tian and went down the city wall. One of the guards took a look, found a clean trash can, shoveled up the egg white like blood from Wang Tian, put it in the trash can, and sent it to Chao Minhui. Chung Sun considerately took out a tissue to wipe Shen Xian's hands. Alas, still nothing gained. Shen Xian's face was full of regret. What do you want to gain? Chung Sun was puzzled. Unfortunately, she could not tell anyone that she could hear other people's thoughts. Shen Xian changed the subject. How are the preparations going? We are going to the wine market this time, which is about 2,500 kilometers. I was just about to tell you about this. Lu Qiming asked us if we would like to go to Beijing City by the way. Shen Xian pondered. Going to Beijing City now is very unstable. Looking at the attitude of Beijing City towards Lu Qiming and his son, it can be seen that the Beijing City base is pursuing the maximization of collective interests. At certain times, personal interests are insignificant. If Beijing City wants to take her down at that time, she will definitely not obey, and then there is only one way to resist. Deep in Shen Xian's heart, she is unwilling to go against the authorities. If Beijing City has no other ideas about her, then she will go this time for the purpose of cooperation and transaction. But she doesn't know what Jing City needs now. And what she wants is in Min City. Shen Xian shook her head. Let's see what happens. We don't plan to go to Jing City this time. Let Lu Miao stay at the base. We have to bring Song Yuan with us this time. It's really inconvenient without Song Yuan. And Lu Qiming, he is the key link figure. We have to bring him with us. Chung Sun nodded. Chapter 214. The Anqing base can now basically realize autonomous operation. Especially the Dazhou minerals, which can continuously deliver various metals and/or materials, and many production lines in Anqing can be opened. Especially the weapons production line, including solar air guns and Ultraman light. There is also a solar car production line. After productivity is achieved, the means of production are abundant. Old infrastructure equipment such as hospitals, laboratories, solar water towers, and granaries have also been updated with the arrival of Tianyan equipment. Especially Shan Yao's hospital and Chao Minhui's laboratory. Now the teams are desperately bringing back useful and useless things in order to earn mission rewards. It is no exaggeration to say that Chao Minhui even feels that the configuration of his laboratory is more advanced than his laboratory before the end of the world. Without Li Xiang and Yang Hai, the two troublemakers, the south of the city is much more stable. Shen Xian stood on the city wall and thought about the first time he came here. He was still outside the city gate and made a deal with Han Lin. Han Lin was also very emotional. Shen Xian, our base, including those inside and outside the city, has a fixed population of 20,000. Do you have any plans? So many? Shen Xian turned her head with a surprised look. If I remember correctly, when she first took over Anqing, the base seemed to have only about 5,000 people. In less than half a year, it has increased so much. Han Lin smiled and replied, every day, outside, don't know how popular our base is now. Especially after the communication was restored. Even if not many people use mobile phones, the name of the Anqing base has been known by more and more survivors. These 20,000 are registered permanent residents, and some are just passing through and taking a rest here. However, these passers-by must leave the base at night. Shen Xian nodded. The inner city of the base is her base camp. If someone with bad intentions, like Wang Tian, sneaks in, who is not sure whether he is a human or a zombie, the consequences will be disastrous. Looking at Han Lin staring at her eagerly, Shen Xian said, "Ah? What's wrong?" "No, I'm asking if you have any plans? Our city can't accommodate so many people." Han Lin simply pointed it out. "I know you are busy with the development of the base, and it is hard to find supplies. We can do other things, but you have to give us an overall development direction." Shen Xian scratched her head, took out her mobile phone, and checked the map of Anqing. A few minutes later, she closed the phone with a click. "So, clear out everything within the second ring of Anqing, just like when we built the inner city. When zombies were rampant, the inner city had walls to resist, and a lot of construction was done in the inner city. Now the zombies in this area have been almost wiped out by the teams. But don't let the teams mess around like flies this time. Give them the streets before the apocalypse as units. One team is responsible for one street, and clear it from south to north. The hidden zombies have been eliminated, and the population has been absorbed. After all this is done, go to the hard installation team." Shen Xian knew that there was a large demolition team in Hanlin City. It mainly uses excavators, road rollers, cranes, etc., and is very good at demolishing houses. You can arrange it later. Shen Xian just wanted to be a hands-off boss. "Okay, we keep the usable houses, and demolish the dangerous and useless ones. It just so happens that Dazhou can produce materials for self-built houses, so we make a unified plan when the time comes." Han Lin already had a plan in mind, and was just waiting for Shen Xian to speak. What he meant by useless were those shopping malls, entertainment venues, parks, restaurants, etc. that had been flooded, occupied land, and consumed electricity. What they need to do now is to make a unified plan. The self-built house materials produced in Dazhou are all semi-finished products, with walls and buildings of uniform specifications. As long as the foundation is in place, a 6-story building can be built in half a day. The design plan Shen Xian gave at the beginning was used. There are 30 households on each floor, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room or 1 bedroom and 1 living room, and solar energy is used for electricity. 2 toilets on each floor, and 2 designated water supply points. There is a public canteen and a public bathhouse on the first floor of each building. Unlike the base, the canteen and bathhouse in the Anqing base and the area in the south of the city are basically free. Even the high-end dormitories have independent bathrooms. It's useless for the teams to ask for supplies now. Which team develops the street, which team will be responsible for the construction. After the construction is completed, except for the population settled in the base, things like the bathhouse and canteen will be given to the teams themselves. When Shen Xian made this arrangement, Han Lin's eyes lit up again. He often talked about Shen Xian with Lao Li in private, and always felt that this kid had a unique way of governing and employing people. Like the Anqing teams, each one is now well equipped, and those who have eaten seeds and seedlings have strong combat effectiveness. The materials needed for life and survival are not lacking. What is lacking is how to move forward. Shen Xian had already started to lay out the plan for them. Dazhou and Guisha have divided almost 1/4 of the teams. If nothing unexpected happens, the future development direction of these teams will be in Guisha and Dazhou. But there are still many teams left. You know, there are 20,000 people in Anqing now. Shen Xian stipulated that the number of teams cannot exceed a certain number of people. In addition to civilian and logistics, there are many combat teams, who are clamoring for tasks every day. Now it's good. There are so many streets within the second ring road, enough for these teams to be busy for a while. And this is obviously the base's contribution. The population belongs to the base, but the income belongs to each team. It's very nice. Han Lin was in a hurry to sort out the task announcement, but was stopped by Shen Xian. "I didn't know there were so many people before, and I didn't think about this. You asked Chu Zhe to assign a few reliable people to form a team to deal with the friction between these teams. As for the friction between the new population later, we don't care." "Yes," Han Lin responded. "This is good. Now there are more people, and where there are people there are frictions and gray areas, and the Doomsday is no exception. Now the teams are all locked up in the inner city, and they see each other every day, and there is also military suppression, so no one dares to cause trouble. But it may not be the case outside. It is good to have a special team to manage these things. It saves people from secretly complaining to him every day. Han Lin trotted away. After eating the seedlings, he did not awaken any abilities, but his physical fitness is very good. Now he can run from the city gate to the command center in one breath. Now Shen Xian is alone on the city wall. Several guards are silently guarding behind. She looked up at the uneven houses built in the south of the city, and her mind was completely empty. She really didn't think about anything. She just simply enjoyed the time of days. Suddenly I remembered the only time I went out for a trip before the Doomsday. There were blue fields and white clouds, white mountaintops, and green foothills. If the weather doesn't improve in my lifetime, I'm afraid I never see such scenery again. It's a rare scenery. Share it with everyone, and resume updating. Chapter 215. 2 days later, Shen Xian's team was ready. 2 brand new fully armed RVs, with modified Ultraman lights installed on the roofs, and Wang Jia watched the 2 cars until they were shiny. Each team member had 2 brand new solar air guns. Do you feel that it's not so cold anymore? Jiang Dong rubbed his face, and wrapped himself in new combat uniforms. Amei sorted out his clothes for him, and said coquettishly, "Is it possible that the clothes Captain Shen gave everyone are warmer?" Chung Sun stood aside, and ate a mouthful of dog food. "Song Yuan, is your sister Shen ready?" Song Yuan was saying goodbye to Qian Ning, and took the time to reply to him. "It's normal for girls to go out slowly, Brother Chung." Chung Sun. Soon, Shen Xian came down from upstairs, and met everyone's eyes. Her straight and slender long legs made Chung Sun dizzy. Shen Xian put on her coat while calling people. "Chung Sun, Jiang Dong, Song Yuan, call Lu Qiming, let's go." "Okay. Okay." Amei took advantage of the time to fill the refrigerator of the RV with the food she had cooked overnight, and also stuffed a lot into Jiang Dong's space. The group got in the car, picked up a 2 and Huaman from the north gate, and drove north under the watchful eyes of everyone in the base. "Where is the young lady going this time?" "I heard it's the wine market." "I also heard that the wine market base is also the territory of our young lady." "Then she's going to her own territory, and she'll be back soon." "That's true. I feel at ease when the young lady is in our base, even if she is sleeping in the small building." "Yeah, don't tell me. I'm going in and out of the north gate now, and I feel at ease as long as that big guy Huaman is there." From Anshan to the wine market. Lu Qiming leaned on the window to look at the scenery. "I was one of the people who built this area back then, but now, looking at the desolate wilderness with no direction, you can occasionally see zombies wandering aimlessly." Lu Qiming was filled with emotion. Suddenly, his eyes went dark. He was startled. It turned out that Horman was tired of sitting cross-legged on the roof of the car, and his thighs drooped, blocking his sight. Song Yuan was fiddling with the drone, not paying attention to what was happening outside the window. The wine market asked when we would arrive. Chung Sun held the phone and looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian was writing and drawing on a notebook. She was counting her supplies and things that had not been completed. After hearing what Chung Sun said, she didn't even raise her head. "You can tell me when you arrive." What kind of answer is this? You are talking nonsense. Of course it's a surprise attack. Surprise inspection, do you understand? What if the wine market takes advantage of our absence, and does something to us in one way, and another behind our back? When it comes to surprise attacks, Jiang Dong gets excited. Lu Qiming agrees deeply. Seeing that Shen Xian has no objection, Chung Sun directly grabs the phone, and simply deletes the text message. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Dong doesn't understand. Chung Sun shakes the phone. "You don't understand this, right? If the wine market doesn't make any small moves, then I will say that I didn't receive the message, so I didn't reply. In this way, it's not surprising that we suddenly appear in the wine market." Jiang Dong was stunned for a moment, then raised his thumb and smiled wickedly. "Dog. It's you?" However, the wine market shouldn't be so bold. Isn't that Zhang Xiling still in our hands? Jiang Dong didn't understand again. Shen Xian raised her lips slightly, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "Never test human nature." "Ah, what human nature?" Jiang Dong couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it and decisively changed the subject. "Shen Xian, is there any news about the 2 door panels?" Shen Xian put down the pen and shook her head. "I have asked Bai Tong to pay attention to the news in this regard. Folk legends, unofficial history, and all kinds of things. Let's see what happens by then." Mentioning the 2 doors that lock people's lives, she thought of the fighter jets in her space, and the nuclear submarines under the Han River. There is also the mechanical key in her space, and the chip's secret key pulled out from Chow Hawaii and Lu Chiming. TSK. Let's do it one by one. This time, in addition to delivering things and inspecting, I went to the wine market to get the chip location list. The chips on Chow Hua and Lu Chiming were located at the beginning. Now that the satellite positioning has been restarted, how many people still have chips? The wine market is already looking for them. Hey, Sister Shen, there are two teams fighting after the high-speed turn ahead. Song Yuan suddenly spoke. Handed over the drone display screen in his hand. At the same time, the drone increased the distance to avoid being discovered. Interesting, are there fewer zombies now? People are starting to fight each other. Do you want to go over and take a look? Jiang Dong slowed down the car. Stop the car at the turn, we observe. Shen Xian decided to be careful. In case it was a trap. There were about 30 people in the group, led by a big beauty with flaming red lips. In such a cold day, a big wave was unusually conspicuous. Although the other group of people was larger in number, most of them were elderly. Neither side had guns, so they used the most primitive fighting methods, wielding machetes, kitchen knives, and wooden sticks. The fighting scene was even more brutal than fighting with guns. The beautiful woman was very decisive in slashing people, and she was so powerful with a long machete that she cut people like cutting watermelons, one by one. Blood splattered everywhere. It fell on her long wavy hair and dripped down her proud figure. Jiang Dong took a breath. Song Yuan, send a robot over to hear why they are fighting? Chung Sun called for help. Okay. Shen Xian touched her chin and looked at the wavy beauty. To be honest, she didn't care why the two groups of people were fighting. She just simply thought that the beauty was good at fighting, especially that knife. Inexplicably, she felt like herself in her previous life. The door of the RV opened, and Song Yuan controlled a robot the size of a tissue box to crawl along the road. Wait, this is a new toy that Brother and Ning made for me. It performed very well during our actual test. Song Yuan showed off with great interest. Watch me transform. Just when Shen Xian wanted to praise him, she heard Song Yuan's naive slogan, and the compliment got stuck in her throat. Forget it. The little robot lay on the ground, its gray skin blending into the road. When it crawled over the white line on the ground, the metal module on its back also changed color. Isn't it amazing? Tiga can scan the color of the environment under its feet in real time and adjust the color of its back. Coupled with the super silent mode, it is an excellent spy. Song Yuan kept showing off the advantages of the little robot. Just the name. Tiga. Shen Xian held his forehead. Soon, the little robot crawled to the vicinity of the battle center. The picture and sound came from the control handle. So what have you found the service area? Why is a woman not at home taking care of her kids and coming out to fight? An old man in his 40s, waving a knife, yelled at the big wavy beauty. The big wavy beauty swung the knife faster. You old man, what kind of world is this? You still look down on women. I told you not to look down on people. I told you not to steal things. Damn it! I told you not to steal. Puff, the big wavy beauty finally caught a gap and chopped the old man on the head with a knife. Chapter 216. Puff, a stream of blood spurted out and fell to the ground and turned into ice chips. Oh! This girl is really fierce. Who is she? Jiang Dong had never seen this type of girl. Chung Sun squinted at him and silently uttered two words, Ame. Gah, Jiang Dong was honest. A battle, the big wave beauty sighed one miserably. In the end, only 10 people were still standing, and all those standing were injured. Big sister, hee. Stop, hee. Clean up the battlefield. The big wave beauty had a cold face, and didn't even look at the body of her companion, who was chopped to pieces. Shen Xian watched the big wave beauty lead people to dig the body. Don't say it, it's quite similar to the beginning of their team. Horman was also curious, tilting his big head and watching from top to bottom with relish. Until the big wave beauty pulled a pair of pants off the body, exerted force, and sat down on the ground suddenly. As soon as I looked up, I saw the big head of a man sticking out from the hillside at the corner. Girls are girls after all. Ah, a scream broke through the sky. Roar! Man was also startled and screamed. Everyone's head was buzzing. Man! Shen Xian pressed his temple and shouted. Man stopped talking. Song Yuan, Sister Shen. When everyone came to their senses, the big wavy beauty had already blocked the door of the car with people. Looking at the brand new RV with a machine gun on the roof, the big wavy beauty's eyes lit up. Just like in the previous life, a row of male models stood in front of her. The car door opened silently, and Chung Sun stood on the threshold, looking down at everyone. The big wavy beauty's eyes fell on Chung Sun's face. So handsome, I want this one too. This face, this Adam's apple, this narrow waist. Shin Xian was speechless. Because the voice of the big wave fell into Shin Xian's mind. Who would have thought that the big beauty who just killed people was a pervert inside? The people behind the big wave beauty came to their senses and looked at Chung Sun with a vigilant face. Who are you? The opening voice was a northwest accent. Shin Xian stood out from behind Chung Sun. What's your name? There are women? What's the relationship with this handsome guy? At this time, Jiang Dong and A2 also came over. The big wave beauty frowned, and her inner activities became more rich. 2 men? And a dog? No, there is a bigger hunk on the roof. Sister, you have so many tastes. Shin Xian's face was black. What a mess. Seeing her unhappy face, the big wave beauty stroked her hair and shook off a handful of blood foam. With a sweet smile, my name is Jihua, the boss of this area. Who are you? Jihua? Chung Sun and Jiang Dong were both stunned. They all knew that Shin Xian was looking for such a person. What a coincidence. Shin Xian raised his eyebrows. Boss? Sure, you can call me boss too. I've never seen such a shameless person. Shin Xian just thought it was interesting, and took the initiative to speak. I'm the eldest sister. This is the second brother, the third brother, the fourth brother, and A2. The second brother refers to Chung Sun, and the third and fourth brothers refer to Jiang Dong and Song Yuan. Song Yuan called sweetly, eldest sister. Jihua was stunned at first, then smiled more brightly. A family. Good, good. The eyes moved back and forth between Chung Sun and Jiang Dong. She kept thinking about how to get these 2 men into her team. It would be best if she could take the car as well. She didn't want the kids, the dog, or the woman. She hadn't seen such a nice car since she left the organization. Shin Xian secretly rolled her eyes. According to Jihua's inner thoughts, the person in front of her should be the Jihua of Xingtian organization. If she remembered correctly, Jihua still had a lot of clues about Xingtian organization in the northwest. And the team was going to Min City in the south later, where Xingtian organization might have infiltrated more. This Jihua was still a little useful. Okay, you can see that we are just a few people, and we want to pass by here to the wine market. Chung Sun knew Shin Xian very well. As soon as Shin Xian opened his mouth, he guessed Shin Xian's intention and said, since you are the boss in this area, can you please lead the way? We can give you a reward. When they heard the reward, the people behind Jihua's eyes lit up and looked at the RV, determined to get it. They knew about Jihua's hobbies. She just liked men and was lustful. She was also a coward who could only argue. Jihua always took advantage of the others with her words, and never made any substantial progress with the men in the team. After a long time, everyone got used to it. It's not that no one had noticed Jihua, but Jihua was really ruthless when she got angry. While the other party was sleeping, she directly chopped him to pieces with a knife. She became famous in one battle. After several battles for supplies and zombies, Jihua became their boss. Since the boss had taken a fancy to the car and the 2 men, especially the gun on the roof, they had no reason not to cooperate. They all smiled what they thought was the most sincere smile. Jihua tucked her hair behind her ears coquettishly. It's no big deal. We have cleared all the zombies in this area. But if you want to get to the wine market, you don't have a map and don't know the way. We are going to the wine market too, so follow us. It seems that Jihua's team has no mobile phones, and they don't know about the restoration of satellite communications or the use of mobile phone maps. Shin Xian also smiled sweetly. Okay, I still have to pay. Turning around, he took out a bag of apples from the refrigerator and handed it to Jihua with a silly smile. We don't have money either, we only have these. Thank you for leading the way. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong didn't care. Such fresh apples are rare. Last time, they fought with another team for a bag of frozen persimmons for a day and a night. Now such a big bag of fresh apples was delivered directly. It's a car full of idiots. Idiots are good, idiots are good. This is what everyone is thinking. We have a car, just follow us. Jihua took the apple, turned around and opened her coat, wrapping the apple in her proud figure. Her teammates were drooling at the sight. I don't know if she wanted to eat the apple or not. Soon, Jihua led people to clean up the battlefield, and 3 Songhuajiang vans came out from nowhere, leading the way in front. The RV followed quietly. Shin Xian, is that Jihua? Jiang Dong asked. It's her, Chung Sun. I think she has some ideas about you. You should get in touch with her more. Shin Xian took out a bag of bigger and rounder apples and ate them. Chung Sun, let Jiang Dong go. I think Xihua is also interested in Jiang Dong. Jiang Dong immediately restrained his smile. I won't go. I have a partner. If Ame knows, she will be sad. Don't worry. There are only a few of us. No one will tell Ame. Chung Sun continued to persuade. Jiang Dong still waved his hand and turned to Song Yuan. Song Yuan, you have to testify for me. I don't have that idea at all. Don't talk nonsense with your sister Ame when you go back. Chapter 217. 3 vans, one leading the way in front, and 2 following behind, sandwiching Shen Xian's RV in the middle. When Xihua came over just now, Song Yuan's drone was not retracted. Now to avoid being discovered, it flew higher. Chung Sun looked at the route on the mobile phone map, always staring at the direction where Xihua was leading the way. Is she really taking us to the wine market? She doesn't look so kind. Chung Sun's handsome eyebrows twisted into a ball. Shen Xian leaned on the back of the bed like Guyu. It doesn't matter, anyway, she will be kidnapped in the end. We need her on the trip to Min City. If we meet the Xinqian organization, she will be of some use. What if we don't meet any organization? Lu Qiming couldn't help asking. It depends on the situation. If she is obedient, bring her back. If she is not obedient, let her stay in Min City. Shen Xian has no love for the Xinqian organization. Although Xihua has withdrawn, it does not prevent Shen Xian from adding a filter to her. Wait, we've taken a detour, the fox's tail is exposed. Jiang Dong, keep following. Chung Sun slapped his thigh. No problem. Xihua didn't know Shen Xian, and the others had a map yet. The convoy sped towards Yin City. What should we do? Chung Sun asked Shen Xian. Don't worry, someone will take us back to our nest. Isn't it good? Shen Xian wanted to see why Xihua withdrew from Xinqian organization and her nest. That's right, Jiang Dong stepped down, and the car followed closely. The number of zombies on the road began to increase. Shen Xian and the others did not take action, watching Xihua lead the others to fight. The number of zombies was not large, about 50 or so. Shen Xian was watching from the surveillance camera. There are no advanced zombies. They are all ordinary zombies. At this level, they are no problem. Shen Xian was looking for flaws. She always felt that Jihua's appearance was too coincidental. But no matter from Jihua's performance or inner activities, there were no flaws. After a wave of zombies, about an hour later, another wave of zombies was encountered. The number was more than before. Even Jiang Dong could see something was wrong. Is this a conspiracy? Shen Xian sneered. I guess they are forcing us to take action. Jiang Dong was surprised. Does Xihua really have bad intentions? I don't know about that. Everyone, get ready. When the number of zombies rises to 1,000, take action. Except Xihua, attack indiscriminately. Okay. Chung Sun put on leather gloves and took out his 2 solar air guns. Since he had space, he was faster than before in drawing his guns. Sure enough, just as they were ready, the drone sent a picture from farther away. The zombies were surging and endless. Song Yuan thought he was dazzled and checked several times in the drone. Sister Shen, there is a huge zombie tied ahead. Shen Xian came over to take a look and frowned. The number far exceeded the number of zombies in the last siege. So Xihua wants to take us to fight the zombies? Song Yuan, quickly calculate the approximate number of zombies. Chung Sun, Jiang Dong, make a quick decision and bring Xihua to me. Yes. Finally, it was time to work. Song Yuan used his super intelligent brain ability, while Chung Sun and Jiang Dong put on down jackets, opened the car door, and jumped into the battle group ahead. Xihua and his group were still struggling. Boss, do you want to run away? Xihua gritted her teeth and chopped off a zombie's head. Wait a little longer. With the combat effectiveness of their team, I don't believe they won't take action. Looking at the machine gun on the top of the RV, everyone's eyes were red. How far is it from the zombie group? Xihua asked. One of his subordinates swung a knife to chop the zombies, while looking at the distance of the highway, about 5 kilometers. Everyone hold on a little longer. Finally met a combat-capable one. Xihua didn't want to let it go. When the super zombie group was first discovered, there were only about 20,000 zombies. At that time, she was busy fighting for territory with others. When she came to her senses, the zombie group had reached nearly 50,000. In less than a week, there were 100,000 people. After thinking about it, she decided to find external help. But where to find people? She didn't know that the communication was restored yet. The only idea was to go all the way to Anqing, and if it didn't work, she would guide the zombie group to the vicinity of Anqing. Let Anqing's team destroy them. God blessed her, and she actually met a team with machine guns on the road. Such a team should be just the vanguard, and I believe there will be a large force behind them. So she made a bold decision and led the team towards the zombie group. Just as she gritted her teeth and brushed the points, she suddenly felt the pressure reduced. At the same time, a buzzing sounded in her ears. Turning her head, she saw that it was the two men in the team. Just the two of you? She was very worried. The weapons in their hands were too strange, and didn't seem to have much killing power. After all, they didn't make any sound. I'm afraid they will die in vain. Jiang Dong glanced at her and snorted. What's wrong with two people? There's no problem beating you. Stop talking nonsense. Xihua had never been confronted like this before, and was speechless for a moment. Everything that happened next was beyond the understanding of Xihua's people. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong, holding guns in both hands, directly launched a silent attack on the zombies. The zombies exploded into a blood mist in front of everyone. One shot, several zombies did not have time to wail, and turned into mincemeat. The muzzle of the gun fired continuously, and no one was spared wherever it passed. This? Xihua opened her mouth wide. What kind of weapon is this? Others hurriedly hid far away, for fear of being accidentally injured. Especially the agility shown by Chung Sun, who shuttled between the zombies, and could not see his movements clearly. And Jiang Dong, seeing that the van blocked his view, put away his gun with his backhand, and actually lifted the van with one hand. Everyone, Xihua looked at Jiang Dong for a while, and then at Chung Sun. Her intuition told her that she had found the right person this time. Those 100,000 zombies, just wait to be turned into fertilizer. 8,000 zombies were not enough for the two of them to fill their teeth. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was over. Xihua was about to express her gratitude, and she had already thought of the flattering and bewitching words. Before she could speak, Chung Sun grabbed her collar and took her to the RV. Ah! When everyone reacted, the RV door slammed shut. What should we do? It shouldn't. It won't do anything to Xihua. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Xihua in the RV was also confused. Chung Sun was too fast just now, and she was a little nervous. Second brother, right? You can let me go. Chung Sun shook his hand and stood behind Shen Xian. Shen Xian stared at Xihua with a cold face and didn't say anything. Xihua was terrified by her look. She got up from the ground, patted the blood on her body, and smiled charmingly. Thank you for your help. I was indeed a little nervous. After confirming that he could hear Jihua's inner voice again, Shen Xian was relieved. I was afraid that Jihua was like Wang Tian, and it would be troublesome if I couldn't hear her inner voice. Chapter 218. My head is a little itchy. I guess I need to grow a brain. Shen Xian played with an apple and said calmly, just to lead us to the zombie group? Jihua was stunned at first, then smiled brightly. How did you know? Since you know everything, I have nothing to say. There are too many people in that zombie group, and they are growing very fast. I originally wanted to lead the zombie group to the vicinity of Ansheng, and have people strangle them. Jiang Dong got angry when he heard it, and rolled up his sleeves to start. You vicious woman. Jihua, thank you for the compliment. You? I didn't expect to meet you on the road. With your configuration, it's impossible to go alone. There are people behind you. Let them all come over and clear the zombie group together. Jihua said calmly. Jiang Dong sneered. Haha, you wishful thinking. To tell you the truth, there are only a few of us. Jihua, Lu Qiming and Song Yuan were together, not talking. Jihua's eyes fell on the two of them. After hearing what Jiang Dong said, she stopped smiling and turned to a bitter smile. Yes, you are old, weak, sick, and disabled. Song Yuan, you are disabled. Lu Qiming, who are you talking about? Shen Xian raised her hand. Provocation is useless to us. Tell us about the zombie group in detail. Jihua was now at the mercy of others, so she simply told the whole story of the zombie group. At this time, Song Yuan also finished the calculation. Sister Shen, it's probably between 100,000 and 110,000. 100,000? Everyone knows this number very well, because Wang Tian had been shouting about his 100,000 zombie army all day long. Shen Xian raised an eyebrow and said to Ah Tu, take Wang Tian out. Now it was Jihua's turn to be confused. What did a dog take out? Woof! Ah Tu wagged his tail and opened his mouth, and a figure appeared on the ground of the RV. It and a man didn't know what they were thinking. Every time they took something from the space, they would open their mouths to indicate. I didn't know why, and thought they vomited it out. The figure's face was pale, and when it suddenly touched the light, tears flowed in pain. Shin Xian held her forehead. "Atu, you took the wrong one, not this one." Woof. Atu had no idea who was who, and was about to take the person in. After hearing the sound, the figure on the ground opened his eyes, enduring the pain. What he saw was Jihua's beautiful face. Jihua was also startled, because that person was none other than Yang Hai. Before, Yang Hai and Li Xiang were thrown to Atu and Huaman to take. As the person in charge of the supply point of the northwest base of Xingtian Organization, she had met several high-level people of Xingtian Organization. She had also met Yang Hai. But that was before the end of the world. But it seems that Yang Hai doesn't know her. But how could Yang Hai be in the hands of these people? She secretly hid behind Jiang Dong. Atu shook his tail and stretched out his claws to scratch Yang Hai. Before Yang Hai could beg Shin Xian for mercy, he was taken into the endless darkness again. Another figure was vomited out. This time, it was Wang Tian. Seeing this operation, Jihua was extremely envious. She never thought that she would envy a dog in her lifetime. Wang Tian is indeed a high-level zombie with strong adaptability. The first thing he did after coming out was to curse. "Shin Xian, you stinky bitch, if you have the guts, fight me. Get a beast to insult people. You are nothing." Atu heard this person calling him a beast. Although he was not wrong, he was still upset. He bit Wang Tian's leg directly. "Ouch. Shin Xian didn't care. There are many people who scold me. You are the first zombie to scold me." On the other side, Jihua's face turned pale. If she heard it correctly, what did that person say just now? Shin Xian? This team is actually Shin Xian's team? Shin Xian is a ruthless person who killed Chen Shuhe, Yang Bei, and Yang Tian brothers alive. No wonder Yang Hai is in her hands. Xingtian Organization and Shin Xian have an irreconcilable feud. What to do? Bumped into the muzzle, Shin Xian glanced at Jihua, whose inner activities were extremely rich, and retracted his eyes. "Wang Tian, can you sense your 100,000 zombie army?" Wang Tian carefully sensed it, and a hint of surprise flashed in his swollen eyes. Although it was well concealed, it was still captured by Shin Xian. "It's good that it's your zombie army. Don't even think about it. You will be allowed to watch the battle when we kill them." Shin Xian waved her hand. Atu immediately took Wang Tian away. Shin Xian habitually took out the map. "Our current location is between Anqing and the wine market. 100,000 zombies. It's not a big problem." Hearing the words "not a big problem," Jihua hesitated for a moment, but still spoke weakly. I was wrong before, and I was also for all mankind. The zombie group is growing stronger, and will sooner or later deal with it." Jiang Dong interrupted her directly. "Bah, vicious woman, you are still for all mankind? Why don't you say that you are the reincarnation of Maria? Don't argue with a fool, Shin Xian. I have heard of your name, the top leader of Anqing. You need to exterminate these zombies. My people are willing to help." Jihua gritted her teeth. If she didn't say something, she might not be able to walk out alive just because she brought Shin Xian into the zombie group. Unexpectedly, Shin Xian refused. "We have people, and your people are useless." Jihua felt an unprecedented insult. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been looked down upon like this. Shin Xian ignored her and continued to stare at the map. "Song Yuan, monitor the movement of the zombie tide and mark zombies above level 6. "Yes, Sister Shin." "Chung Sun, let Jiushi bring people over. Bring half of the people. Surround the zombie group from the north, and you will be the commander at that time." Okay, Chung Sun had the weapons that Anqing brought to Jiushi in his space. At that time, he would not tell Jiushi what to do. It would depend on Jiushi's own choice. "If there is a problem, just take down the leader," Shin Xian added. Chung Sun nodded. "If someone comes from the wine market, it proves that the basic problem is not big, and the weapons will be given to the wine market. Or after the person comes, he does not listen to the command and has a different mind, that's perfect. Take this opportunity to take down the person in charge. If they can capture the wine market once, they can capture it twice." At the same time, she silently lit a row of small candles for the wine market leaders in her heart. In terms of fighting mind, Shin Xian is not the strongest, but in terms of ruthlessness and decisiveness, Shin Xian is stronger than most people. She doesn't care about the past friendship of the wine market. If anyone dares to stab her in the back, she will directly cut the grass and root it out. Jiang Dong, send a message to Lao Li. Guisher and Dazhou should be about the same. Let him transfer people from Anqing and come directly to us. Okay, leave it to me. Guisher and Dazhou are very efficient and can basically operate normally. Unlike the wine market, the team from Anqing has no second thoughts about Shin Xian. so you can rest assured. Let Lowly go straight to her, and bring the team from Anqing on the way. There are so many teams in Anqing that are eager to fight, and the combat power that is nowhere to be placed is finally put to use. Chapter 219. Do you think the wine market will send someone? Jiang Dong pinched his chin, and looked at Chung Sun with a half-smile. Although the wine market was taken down by Shen Xian and his men, it was basically built up by Chung Sun. If the wine market betrayed, Chung Sun would be very embarrassed. Chung Sun touched his pocket and took out an electronic cigarette. He took a deep breath and blew out a smoke ring without any smell. This was something Han Lin pulled him aside and secretly stuffed into his pocket before he set off. Everyone in the base knew that Shen Xian hated the smell of cigarettes, and no one dared to smoke in front of her. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong only took a puff when Shen Xian was not around. Unlike electronic cigarettes, you can take a puff anytime and anywhere, and the key is that there is no smell of cigarettes. Jiang Dong was stunned. Where did you get the e-cigarette? Chung Sun chuckled, with a smug look on his handsome face. Guess? The few people got along easily, and they didn't look nervous at all about facing a 100,000 zombie army. Xihua was anxious, looking straight at Shen Xian. Sensing her gaze, Shen Xian raised her head slightly. What do you want to say? After asking what she should ask, Shen Xian had already withdrawn her consciousness, and no longer paid attention to Jihua's thoughts. The reason why Jihua hasn't been released yet is, on the one hand, because there are still Jihua's people outside, so Jihua is here as a hostage. Although this hostage has no sense of hostage. The second reason is that Shen Xian didn't want to release her at all, and wanted to take her to Min City. Jihua's face was sincere and anxious. Why did you only call so few people? That's 100,000 zombies, you should at least come 30,000 people. Shen Xian put down the pen in her hand. There are not so many people in the whole Anqing, you think too much. These made Jihua even more anxious. She wanted to kill the 100,000 zombies, not to die. She stood up and turned to open the car door. Then you fight on your own. I think there is no difference between having more or less of my 10 people. I don't want to die with you. But she stretched out her hand to pull the car door a few times, but it didn't open. Jihua turned her head and glared at Shen Xian. What do you mean? Shen Xian spread his hands. No point, die together. Shen Xian, you psycho. Open the door and let me get off. Jihua realized now that Shen Xian, who had been so easy to talk to just now, was still the female devil who killed people without blinking an eye in Li Xiang's mouth. You are really too noisy. Shen Xian picked up the pen and prepared to continue writing. Jihua's noise gave her a headache. She glanced at Ah Tu, who was squatting next to Song Yuan, and was about to ask Ah Tu to put Jihua away. Jihua keenly felt a murderous intent. She shut up tactfully. Jiang Dong and Chung Sun looked at each other, and saw a hint of teasing in each other's eyes. This Jihua thought she was a little clever, and could fool everyone, but she didn't even look at who she met. Lu Qiming sat aside, trying to reduce his presence. Especially after seeing Wang Tian's fate, he dared not breathe. Jiang Dong drove the RV off the highway, and found a roadside parking lot to stop. There were no zombies nearby. Probably all of them had just been killed. A car of people ate dinner while waiting. Jihua squatted in the corner, and was also given a bowl of hot noodles. She really hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time, and she secretly looked at Shen Xian while eating. As she ate, she actually felt like crying. Why is the gap between people so big? From Anqing and the wine market to here, it took almost 4 hours at full speed. Jiang Dong was washing dishes while cursing. I always cook and wash dishes. I have such a hard life. Chung Sun directly exposed him. It was Ame who cooked. Then, I'm still washing dishes. You've never washed them once. Song Yuan, can you invent a robot to wash dishes for our team? Song Yuan stopped what he was doing and pushed his thick glasses. Brother Jiang, do you know about dishwashers? Jiang Dong, Ha ha ha. Amid Chung Sun's laughter, Song Yuan's drone monitored the convoy. Sister Shen, Captain Li's people are here. The black Iveco was hard to identify in the dark, but Han Lin painted a red-bottomed and blue-bordered flag logo on the body of the car. The drone saw it clearly. Jiang Dong said bluntly, too coquettish, I just want to know who gave Han Lin the idea. Song Yuan covered his mouth and chuckled a few times. Brother Chung, I heard Brother Chung chatting with Captain Han that day. Chung Sun said nothing, which was an admission. Jiang Dong gave a thumbs up. Cool, it has to be you. Shen Xian closed the map. Chung Sun, you go and answer it. Jihua was speechless and muttered softly. You really think you are a Superman? How can you answer it so far away? Ignoring her, Shin Xian opened the car door and released a black Iveco. Chung Sun put on his clothes, took a two and the walkie-talkie, got on the Iveco, and drove away. Jihua, you have space, you are amazing. This car was specially left for Shin Xian when Qian Ning and Song Yuan modified it. It is to prevent this situation. The black Iveco also uses solar energy, says goodbye to fuel, and is quieter. If it really runs, it will be much faster than the RV. It was originally used as a precautionary measure, and it was used to escape when it really encountered a situation where it could not win. The RV is too big and a bit bulky compared to Iveco. Qi Anning put a lot of effort into the car's power system, taking into account both safety and speed, and removing unnecessary parts. Most of the weight of the car body is batteries. In his original words, even if there is no sun, it can run from the north of Yin country to the south in one breath. Now it's just right to take it out for a stroll, and let Chung Sun get familiar with it. Shin Xian and Song Yuan watched Chung Sun and Lao Li's convoy meet in the surveillance. This time we are going to fight. I brought 3,000 people, and 150 Ultraman lights. As soon as Lao Li got out of the car, he hugged Chung Sun. Can't wait to ask about the battle situation ahead. 100,000 zombies, is that true? Chung Sun nodded. We are lucky. It's the zombies that Wang Tian's dog currency calls every day. It's good to meet this time. It's all done, so I don't have to worry about it every day. Old Li got into Chung Sun's car. Dear Atu, did you miss me? Old Li stroked the dog's head as soon as he got in the car. Atu is an ordinary Chinese pastoral dog who grew up overnight after eating seeds and seedlings, and the food has always been good. Now he has a faint feeling of a big golden retriever. After rubbing Lao Li's palm affectionately, he laid down beside him. Hey, why is your car so simple? Didn't Han Lin prepare a better one for you? Old Li sat on the bare cardboard with a look of disgust. Chung Sun also sat down. The advantage of this car is that it runs fast. It's like this, there's something. There are also people coming to the wine market this time. Chung Sun briefly talked about his concerns with Lao Li. Old Li immediately patted his chest and promised. Don't worry, we must first stabilize the country before fighting against foreign enemies. If the wine market has second thoughts, we will attack the wine market before fighting the zombies. Chung Sun shook his finger. No. Chapter 220. Old Li was puzzled. They have second thoughts. Why don't you kill them? No, Shin Xian doesn't care about the people in the wine market, but the satellites in the wine market. It's the people who rebelled, not the satellites. Why do you care about those people? Old Li couldn't figure it out. Then what should we do? Chung Sun was confident of victory, and showed a sneer. If the wine market is fine, we will clear out the zombies according to the plan. If the wine market rebels, they will most likely think of killing people with borrowed knives this time. So, Old Li, divide the people and weapons you brought in half, and hide in the dark. If the wine market rebels, I will use the zombies here to hold the wine market. You take people straight to the wine market and control it. Shin Xian said that we only want the equipment in the wine market. I understand. Old Li nodded vigorously. Once unfaithful, never again. Why do you think the wine market has ulterior motives? Old Li asked the question in his mind. The wine market has been providing us with information all the time. Chung Sun shook his head. This time we went to the wine market to deliver supplies. Shin Xian and Han Lin retrieved the records of the supply exchanges between the wine market and Anshan. Only then did we realize that 3 weeks ago, the food and grain requested by the wine market and Anshan increased by 1/3, but the equipment delivered was gradually decreasing. Something must have happened. The most likely one is a rebellion. Ah, there is such a thing? Old Li was stunned. He only cared about fighting every day, and never cared about the rear. He didn't expect that such an undercurrent would happen when he didn't know. I don't want the wine market to change, but we have to prepare for the worst. Chung Sun's mood was very complicated. As a mercenary, he rarely trusted others. Compared with love, he preferred others to fear him. After all, fear lasted longer. It was useless to think so much. Lao Li did not come up to meet Shin Xian, but quickly divided the 3,000 people and 150 Ultraman lights he brought into 2 parts. One part was in the open, and the other part sneaked in the dark night, detouring to the north of the zombie group and the east of the wine market. Just after doing all this, Chung Sun received a message. Brother Chung, I'm here. It was Zhang Ziliang who led the team. As soon as he got off the car, Zhang Ziliang rushed over and gave Chung Sun a bear hug. I heard that you need people here. This time I brought 2,000 people, which is half of the combat power of the wine market. Yehu went out to find supplies 3 weeks ago and ran a little far. This time the incident happened suddenly, and he couldn't come back. Mao is watching the base, don't worry. After saying that, he patted Chen Guxin's back hard. Chung Sun's dark eyes drooped, and he patted Zhang Ziliyang's back a few times with his backhand to comfort him. On the other side of the intercom, Shen Xian heard the conversation between the two clearly. The original intention was to be on the safe side, so Chung Sun's intercom was turned on. Shen Xian's side was turned off. So Zhang Ziliyang's words were accurately transmitted back. Something is wrong. Frowning in thought, Song Yuan controlled the drone to patrol the team brought by Zhang Ziliyang. At this time, the sky was already dawn and basically everything could be seen clearly. Sister Shen, the data is correct. There are indeed about 2,000 people, and only 1/3 of the convoy is equipped with weapons. His news came in time. When Jihua heard this, she immediately became worried. Shen Xian, there are 3,000 people in Anqing and 2,000 people in the wine market, which is only 5,000 people. There are 100,000 zombies. How can we fight them? Why don't we just run away? Unfortunately, no one paid attention to her. Lu Qiming, who had no presence along the way, spoke weakly at this time that, Shen Xian, why didn't the people from the wine market say they wanted to see you? In a flash, Shen Xian suddenly understood. Yes. Something happened in the wine market. Zhang Ziliyang told us the most important information as soon as he came up. He said he brought 2,000 people, which is half of the current combat power of the wine market. But Han Lin and I calculated that day that the wine market and the food we need are equipped for 10,000 people. So, the wine market now has at least 7,000 combat power. After listening to Shen Xian's analysis, Jiang Dong cursed, Bastard, what should we do now? Shen Xian stood up, looked at the map he drew, lowered his head and smiled. Also, he said that Yehu went out 3 weeks ago and didn't come back. There was a problem with the quantity of supplies, also 3 weeks ago. If I remember correctly, Zhang Ziliyang was in charge of the supplies in the rear of the wine market. The sudden change in the quantity he reported to us should be a warning to us. Jiang Dong didn't understand. Why didn't he say it directly? It should be a coup. Zhang Ziliyang was controlled, and it was inconvenient to say. Lu Qiming is indeed a veteran, and is extremely sensitive to such things. Yes, Shen Xian agreed. It seems that the coup was carried out by Mao Ao. Zhang Ziliyang must have been monitored, or there are Mao Ao's people around him, so it is inconvenient for him to say it, and he doesn't want to see me, worried that he will say something that cannot be said when he meets and chats with me. The more Shen Xian thought about it, the more interesting it became. Jihua felt that her brain was not enough. In just a few minutes, Shen Xian actually analyzed so many things. Monster! Chung Sun, bring Zhang Ziliyang to see me. Don't worry about other things. Shen Xian pressed the intercom and suddenly said to Chung Sun. Zhang Ziliyang, who was several kilometers away, also heard Shen Xian's instructions. His expression was slightly solemn. Chung Sun, however, was like nothing happened, and put his arm around Zhang Ziliyang's shoulders. Let's go and see, Captain Shen, and the others miss you so much. You don't know, Jiang Dong made your favorite belt noodles and Rigiamo. Seeing that Chung Sun and Zhang Ziliyang were about to get into Chung Sun's car, the guards, who had been following Zhang Ziliyang, immediately followed. Chung Sun shook his head and frowned at him. The guard immediately smiled. I am Captain Zhang's personal guard, responsible for protecting his safety. You are not needed, don't you know who I am? Chung Sun asked in a vicious voice. I know you, I know you. The guard raised his leg, not knowing how to put it down. Zhang Ziliyang patted Chung Sun, turned to the guard and said, the entire wine market base belongs to Chung Sun and Captain Shen Xian. How can my life be in danger? But, what but go, your Captain Zhang is very safe. Let's talk to each other, don't get in the way, go to Captain Li to get a box lunch. When the guard heard the word get a box lunch, his eyebrows jumped. Mao asked him to monitor Zhang Ziliyang, but now was obviously not the time to tear his face apart. However, Zhang Ziliyang had a listening device and a modified bomb installed in his body, so Zhang Ziliyang didn't dare to do anything. So the guard retracted his foot and smiled, and made a gesture of invitation. Then I won't bother you anymore, I won't bother you anymore. Chung Sun stopped Zhang Ziliyang from getting into the Iveco, and wanted to ask something as soon as he got in the car. Zhang Ziliyang yawned and ignored the hand that Lao Li extended to him. I'm really tired after this journey. It's more comfortable here. Let me rest for a while. This is too abnormal. Chapter 221. I didn't even say hello to Lao Li, whom I met for the first time. I even closed my eyes, looking like I didn't want to talk to anyone. Chung Sun, drive over here. At this time, Zhang Ziliang heard the voice coming from the intercom, opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but finally swallowed it. He closed his eyes in pain. This was his first time in Shen Xian's RV, and perhaps the last time. He simply said hello to Shen Xian, Jiang Dong, and Song Yuan, and after sitting down, he saw Jiang Dong wanted to ask questions. Zhang Ziliang said directly, No, I'm covered in dirt, don't touch me. Jiang Dong knew that he was probably in trouble, but he still wanted to punch him twice after being treated with such an attitude. What can't be said? If you can't say it, can't you write it? Shen Xian let go of his consciousness and prepared to capture Zhang Ziliang's psychological activities. Please don't ask me. I don't want to lie to you, but if you ask me, I must lie. Mao installed a listening device on me, a monitor in my eyes, and a bomb in my body. If I reveal any information, we will all die. That's it. Let me go, and let me die in the zombie tide. I hope you will take good care of Xiling in the future. Thinking of his sister, Zhang Ziliang showed a trace of reluctance on his face. Shen Xian felt heavier and heavier as he listened. His face became uglier and uglier. After a while he said, Zhang Ziliang, this time I called you here to attack the zombie tide. There are 50,000 zombies, and we need to plan for the long term. Well, you go and arrange your team first, and tell the brothers not to worry. Okay. Zhang Ziliang felt relieved, and without caring about Chung Sun and Lao Li, he put on his clothes and left. Before leaving, he glanced at Shen Xian. His eyes were full of sadness, gratitude, regret, and fearlessness. When he walked away, Jiang Dong pointed at Zhang Ziliang's back. Shen Xian, what kind of attitude is this? When Shen Xian raised his head, he signaled him to shut up. He has been installed with listening and monitoring equipment. Ah, everyone was stunned. And a bomb. Ah, everyone opened their mouths. Chung Sun was the first to calm down. I hugged him as soon as we met, and touched him when we hugged. There is no bomb on him. Not outside, but inside. Everyone had never seen Shen Xian's face look so ugly. No, how did you know? Jiang Dong asked. That's not the point. Shen Xian directly avoided the question. Of course, Jiang Dong was just a straightforward person, and asked directly. Chung Sun, Song Yuan, and Lu Qiming all knew not to ask this question. The bomb is inside. This Mao. Chung Sun pounded the bed in anger. He and Mao came from the same training system, and knew this kind of thing very well. This is human body modification. The listening device is installed in the muscles, the monitor is usually installed in the eyeballs, and the bomb is installed in the stomach. There are also advanced ones. The bomb is connected to the heart, and will explode if the heartbeat is too fast. Mao probably doesn't have that technology. It is most likely a remote-controlled bomb. Every word was horrifying. Lu Qiming and Jihua didn't dare to speak, trying to reduce their presence. These were all black worlds that Jiang Dong had never been exposed to. He stuttered and asked, then what should we do? We can't really let Zhang Ziliang die. Shen Xian pondered for a while. We need to rearrange and fight on 2 fronts. 2 fronts? Everyone looked up at her. We need to kill Mao and the zombies. As I said just now, there are only 50,000 zombies. It must be difficult to get accurate data in the wine market. Chung Sun, let Shan Yao bring people and surgical equipment over here. After you come, explain the situation of the human bomb to him. These must be done in secret. Then where do we perform the surgery? Once the bomb is taken out, Mao will definitely know. The program raised his concerns. In Hormone space. Shen Xian made a heavy decision. Ah! Shen Xian pinched her brows. Zhang Ziliang's situation may be fatal, so we might as well give it a try. Although my space can also accommodate living people, the time is not enough. One man and a 2 space can accommodate living people for a long time. Just look at Li Xiang and Yang Hai. Compared to a 2, one man can communicate with people in a simple way, and he has always gotten along well with Shan Yao. Let Shan Yao enter one man's space, and it will not be a problem to complete the operation within an hour. I will go in when the time comes. If the situation is not right, I can take Shan Yao out. This is too risky. Old Li was the first to object. In his medium-sized thinking, anyone can get into trouble, but Shen Xian cannot. It's okay, I know what I'm doing. With the seedlings, Zhang Ziliang's recovery won't be a problem. Let Zhang Ziliang put on a good show then. Chung Sun, Jiang Dong, you and Captain Lu, Zhang Ziliang, and Hui Man will lead the team to clear out the zombies here. Lao Li, Song Yuan, A2, I will take half of the combat force and head straight to the wine market. We're just trying to catch people off guard. Lu Qiming was a little confused. Can we defeat 100,000 zombies? No, you only have 50,000 on your side. I will let Wang Tian command 50,000 zombies to go with us. That's it. Everyone sorted out their thoughts. After Shan Yao arrived, he secretly performed surgery and used seedlings to quickly restore Zhang Ziliang. Then the team was divided into two groups. Chung Sun led people to eliminate 50,000 zombies here. Shen Xian led people to take over the wine market with 50,000 zombies and half of the combat power. This battle was an unprecedented test for Shen Xian's team. Then, what about me? A voice spoke weakly. It was Ji Hua. Shen Xian looked at her and smiled meaningfully. You, of course, are more useful. From now on, you will stay in the car and are not allowed to show your face in front of outsiders. As for your few people, if they cooperate well, they can live. If they don't obey, they will die. Shen Xian has no patience. Ji Hua nodded repeatedly. I know. Then came the busy moment, and everyone started spinning like a top. Chung Sun sent a message to Shan Yao first. In order to prevent the liquor market from using satellites to monitor the content of the message, he only told Shan Yao that he encountered a group of zombies here and was afraid of heavy casualties, so he asked Shan Yao to bring people here personally. At the same time, he drove his black Iveco every few hours to patrol around. When patrolling, he also called Lao Li and Zhang Ziliang. Naturally, he didn't bring Zhang Ziliang's guards with him every time he patrolled. The guard was very nervous at first, afraid that Zhang Ziliang and Chung Sun would do something. But after going out a few times, they all came back intact, and the guard gradually felt relieved. There was also time to go around Shen Xian's RV a few times. Every time, he vaguely saw the figure of a long-haired woman from the small window. That should be the Shen Xian mentioned by Mao. Everything was under his control. Whenever Lao Li had time, he would start training his troops. Although they didn't attack zombies, the team trained well. The guards only watched a few times, and then lost interest. Chapter 222. Finally, on the third day, Chung Sun received the news that the Yam was about to arrive, and Song Yuan also detected Zhang Ziliang's specific location with the drone. It's time to act, Shen Xian stretched lazily. Chung Sun took the order, and patrolled with Lao Li as usual. Jiang Dong hid in the RV, looking lazy and sloppy. What a coincidence, he met Zhang Ziliang who was also on patrol. The car had already driven past, and backed up again. Chung Sun stuck his head out. Captain Zhang, you look so sullen, what's wrong? Did any of your brothers make you unhappy? Since the last time they met in a hurry, Zhang Ziliang has been hiding from Chung Sun. He was ready to die, and he was waiting for Shen Xian to give the order to attack every moment. As soon as the order came, he would rush into the zombie group with those Mao's spies. Unexpectedly, Chung Sun found him again today. But he couldn't make the rejection too obvious. Captain Zhang, don't be unhappy. Come on, let's go on patrol. Chung Sun waved. The car door opened, Lao Li got out, and went to command the team to train as usual. Only Lu Qiming was smoking in the car, crossing his legs, very relaxed. Come on, don't be nervous, just take a break. Lu Qiming blew a smoke ring. Thinking that this might be the last time he saw him, Zhang Ziliang's heart was moved. He walked towards Iveco. The guard followed closely, but when he got on the car, he was still stopped by Chung Sun. I say, you are so tactless, we brothers are talking and you have to follow us? Zhang Ziliang, your guard is really not good, I will change you after I finish this one. Chung Sun is really a bad mouth. The guard cursed Chung Sun in his heart, but he still had a smile on his face. No, I go and get busy, Captain Zhang. You have a good chat with Captain Chung. Anyway, he's not far from death. The guard retreated and closed the car door. After Zhang Ziliang got in the car, Chung Sun continued to drive around humming a song, and didn't pay any attention to Zhang Ziliang. When he passed the RV, he just shouted, Hui Man, do you want to go out and play? Roar, Hui Man jumped down from the roof of the RV, looked at the small Iveco, and decided to follow the car. Lu Qiming opened the car door, and knocked on the RV door. Shen Xian, do you want to come with us? I won't go. Shen Xian's faint voice came from the car. Okay. Lu Qiming was a little disappointed, finished his cigarette under the car, and then got in the car and closed the door. Let's go! Chung Sun whistled. Everything looked normal on his face, but people who knew him could still see a hint of excitement in his eyes. The guard watched all this from afar. He was worried when Iveco went far away. He deliberately went around the RV. He was relieved when he saw Shin Xian with her hair loose, lying on the table studying something through the small car window. As long as Shin Xian was still here, Chung Sun and his men would not be able to escape. In the RV, she was neck hurt. Just as she wanted to look up, she was stopped by Song Yuan. I advise you to continue watching for a while, don't move. Song Yin stared at the surveillance in the RV. The guard in the surveillance was still staring not far away. Xihua said in a muffled voice, then you can change the book. I can't understand this map drawn by Shin Xian. You don't have to understand it. Song Yuan interrupted Xihua mercilessly. Xihua didn't like her long waves being straightened, and wanted to raise her hand to smooth her fallen hair, but Song Yuan's voice came again. Don't move. Sister Shin won't do such a feminine move. Xihua felt like ants were crawling all over her body. I really want to move. Hold it. Lu Qiming was smoking under the car just now, for about a minute. After Shin Xian entered the space, she couldn't move her physical position. But she thought of a wonderful way. As long as she went in and out quickly enough, she would flash into the space, move one step out, then enter the space at the fastest speed, and move one step out again. She had tested it, and even Song Yuan could only barely catch the afterimage. The guard just now was far away, and Lu Qiming was covering her, so 1 minute was enough for Shin Xian to move into the Iveco. And Xihua stayed in the car, pretending to be Shin Xian. There was no flaw. Iveco drove farther and farther along the daily patrol route. Iveco didn't stop until 20 kilometers away. Chung Sun got out of the car, lit a cigarette with a click, and leaned against the car to smoke. A man squatted down beside him. Zhang Ziliang opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but thinking of the monitoring and surveillance equipment on his body, he closed his mouth resignedly. From a distance, Chung Sun saw 2 Ivecos with the Anqing logo coming, opened the door, and said to Zhang Ziliang, "Brother, come down and get some fresh air." Zhang Ziliang was stunned for a moment, but still got out of the car. "What man, come and block the wind for us." Hearing Chung Sun's words, What man stood up, moved his burly body, and stood in front of Chung Sun and Zhang Ziliang. In a monitoring room in the command center of the wine market base, the person in charge of monitoring sneered at the scene. He knew What man. The former god of war in the wine market has now become someone else's loyal dog. "Shoo, don't talk, Captain Zhang, you are just too nervous, fighting zombies is nothing. Come on, What man, come closer." The monitoring was dark, and there was no sound. The person staring at the monitoring tore open a bag of potato chips and ate it. What man, that big guy, must have held Zhang Ziliang in his arms. It was pitch black. "Why don't you talk? Are you meditating together?" And Zhang Ziliang is now confused. He only knew that What man stood up and walked a few steps towards him and Chung Sun, and then his eyes went black and he entered a foggy space. He barely felt the existence of his arms and legs, and only knew that he was still alive. Soon, Shin Xian also came in, and brought a few young people with him. "Shin Xian, what's wrong with you?" Shin Xian smiled at him. "It's safe here, this is Horman's place." Seeing Zhang Ziliang's nervous expression, she smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, Mao's people here can't eavesdrop or monitor. This is Shan Yao and his team, responsible for your surgery. Shan Yao, we only have 1 hour, hurry up." Shan Yao looked serious, glanced at the people he brought, and replied with extraordinary determination, "Don't worry, leave it to me, I guarantee to complete the task." He brought a total of 5 people this time, all of whom were surgical experts. He is essentially a veterinarian, and the trust given to him by Shin Xian cannot improve his medical level. So for many important operations, he just watched, and someone else did it. After the doctors spent a few minutes to adapt to the space, they opened the operating table and equipment, and walked towards Zhang Ziliang with anesthetics. "No, Shin Xian, what are you going to do?" Zhang Ziliang was panicked. "Don't talk." The matter was too complicated. How she found out, how she arranged it, and what happened to Horman's space were difficult to explain in a few words. Chapter 223. Zhang Ziliang now had 3 words written in his mind. Finished. No matter what, run. Mao has put a bomb in my body. Once his people find something wrong, I will explode. Chung Sun, take good care of my sister. Zhang Ziliang is ready to die. Shin Xian didn't have the time and patience to explain to him, so she gestured to Shan Yao. Chung Sun held Zhang Ziliang, "Don't move." Shan Yao stabbed Zhang Ziliang's neck with an anesthetic. Zhang Ziliang felt his neck cool, and then fell into complete darkness. Woo-woo, after Zhang Ziliang completely softened, Chung Sun picked up the big guy and put him on the operating table. The doctors were well trained, fixing Zhang Ziliang, cutting his clothes, and disinfecting him. Zhang Ziliang was like a little white sheep, lying there with a frown. Shan Yao was not idle either, and took out solar equipment, shadowless surgical lights, and CT machines from the space. Scan Zhang Ziliang first. In the image, there are large shadows under Zhang Ziliang's stomach and liver, which makes everyone's backs cold. Too cruel. This Mao is not a human being. Shan Yao knows that the human body is squeezed like this. Although the bombs are wrapped and will not cut the internal organs, it is easy to imagine that Zhang Ziliang is suffering from inhuman torture all the time. For his sister, for Shen Xian and others, Zhang Ziliang just endured it. Okay, leave it to us, Shen Xian, you go out first. I will call Huiman if you are well. Chung Sun gathered his mind and urged Shen Xian to go out. Okay. Shen Xian was not hypocritical, and asked Huiman to let her out. When she was at the base, she was really curious about Huiman and ATU's space. She was the source of everyone's space. Others couldn't test anything when they entered, so she simply entered Huiman's space. Shen Xian could only vaguely sense the space of others, such as Chung Sun and Jiang Dong, but couldn't enter. As for Huiman and ATU's space, she could actively enter it, and even stay in it. After entering, she could communicate with Huiman and ATU. This is simply a bug. Before, she entered the space and stayed in place when she came out. But if she entered Huiman or ATU's space, Huiman moved, and she could move with him. The reason why she didn't use this trick when she got from the RV to the Iveco just now was because Huiman couldn't get on the car, and she didn't want to get off and be exposed, so she used such a complicated method. She guessed that Huiman and ATU didn't belong to the category of human beings, but belonged to her servants and possessions. 100% belonged to her. So the nature of the space given was also different. Other living people were relatively at ease in Huiman's space. He flashed out of Huiman's space, raised his hand, and patted the big man's shoulder. Huiman, you've worked hard. Huiman opened his bloody mouth and said vaguely, it's not hard. Save him. In fact, Huiman knew everything. He was bitten by zombies because of Anthony's calculation. It seems that the sudden zombie tide may have something to do with Wang Tian. There was nothing he could do about it. Fortunately, because of his mutation, Shen Xian took him in. He lived a life that was happier than when he was a human, although he could not be a human. Shen Xian got on the Iveco and sat cross-legged on the board. Lu Qiming asked cautiously, is everything going well? Shen Xian nodded. It would be a lie to say that there is no affection between Shen Xian and his team after spending some time together. She even had a yearning for the wine market base that she had never met before. Lu Qiming continued to comfort Shen Xian. Where there are people, there will be conspiracies and calculations. Don't take it too seriously, especially in a situation like the end of the world. The temptation of a base is too great. Don't worry, Captain Zhang will definitely be fine. When he recovers, you can go to the wine market and catch that Mao and skin him alive. Well, Captain Lu, I'm fine. Mao doesn't need to be caught and skinned alive. Just kill him directly. Shen Xian has always been straightforward when dealing with such enemies. Killing him is more worry-free. Well, seeing that she was fine, Lu Qiming stopped talking and silently guarded by her side. Time passed by minute. Shen Xian looked at her watch. She bought this watch at a high price. It has been with her through life and death. Facts have proved that you give what you pay for. Shen Xian's thoughts kept diverging. She recalled bit by bit from before the apocalypse, thinking about how she met the team members, how she had 3 bases, and how the space developed. She gradually thought about her previous life. She lived for 3 years in the apocalypse in her previous life. This life is less than a year old. What will happen in the next 2 years? She recalled carefully without missing any information. When the new year was about to come in her previous life, she was still struggling in Sioux City. In the spring of the 2nd year, she heard about the official base and went to Anqing. What else happened in between? I didn't hear about the zombie mutation, or the zombie mutation, but the official concealed the news. Oh, there is one more thing. In the autumn of the 2nd year, she arrived at Anqing with difficulty. She heard that overseas invaded. Due to the global disaster and long-term low temperature, all oceans were frozen into land. Overseas countries have small populations, so there are naturally fewer zombies. After taking a breath, they attack Yin country. The bad nature of some races is that they never forget to invade others. At that time, Yin country was in a difficult situation. It resisted zombies and foreign enemies at the same time. Many things have changed in this life, But the overseas attack on Yin country is likely to happen again. She does not have such lofty ambitions, saying that she wants to be a savior, but she still understands the truth. The lips are cold, and the teeth are dead. So the matter of resisting foreign enemies is left to the official. If she is asked to contribute, she is willing. Let's talk about it later. Shen Xian was immersed in her own stream of consciousness, and time passed quickly. Until Herman stood up and moved his huge body. Chung Sun, Shan Yao and his men, as well as the unconscious Zhang Ziliang, suddenly appeared, and Shen Xian came back to his senses. Shan Yao took the initiative to introduce the situation. It's going well, but I lost too much blood. Fortunately, there are seedlings and seedling extracts provided by Professor Chow. When the anesthesia effect wears off, people will wake up. I have put all the equipment back into the space. It is really convenient to have a space. Shen Xian smiled. Thank you for your hard work, but you can't stay here for long. There are important plans later. You have to rush back to Anqing now. Shan Yao and several doctors shook their heads hurriedly. If it weren't for Shen Xian's team, they wouldn't have a peaceful life. All of this is what they should do. Then you should pay attention to safety. Contact me at any time if you need anything. Shan Yao did not drag his feet, and directly took the doctors back to his Iveco, and returned under the escort of the guards. Zhang Ziliang had been changed into new clothes, and was lying in the car. Pale face. Chung Sun sat in the driver's seat. Shen Xian was in a daze again, and the job of taking care of the patient naturally fell on Lu Qiming. He picked up the thick syringe without a needle tube, which was filled with green liquid. According to Shan Yao's instructions, he poured a little into Zhang Ziliang's mouth from time to time. Chapter 224. Shan Yao still had gauze in his eyes. The listening device, monitor, and human bomb that were taken off from him were still in Horman's body. Now that Zhang Ziliang had not woken up, they could not return to the team, and the monitor could not disappear for too long. Shen Xian sent a message to Song Yuan. Brother Jiang, you watch, I'm going. Go ahead, be careful. Song Yuan opened the door of the RV and ran into Lao Li, who was wandering outside. Very good, the first step went smoothly. He called Lao Li as planned. Captain Li, I want to go out and relax. Sister Shen always nags me. No one would refuse a 10-year-old cute girl with red lips, and white teeth, and a well-behaved appearance. Zhang Ziliang's guard looked at Song Yuan's innocent appearance, sneered, and turned to patrol other places. Lao Li happily called an Iveco, and drove it himself. Get in. I take you to find Captain Chung and the others. Song Yuan climbed into Lao Li's car, and the modified Iveco made a buzzing sound and drove away. After leaving the large group, Lao Li immediately accelerated, and the black Iveco became a shadow and drove towards Shen Xian. When they were making plans before, they thought whether Song Yuan should go out with them at the beginning. But they thought that there were too many people, and it would be too easy to attract attention. So they decided on this strategy. The operation time plus the time Song Yuan would have to rush over, it would not be a problem to control it within an hour. As soon as Song Yuan arrived, he rushed to Horman and quickly took the things Horman handed over. He got into the car with the computer. He quickly turned on the computer, took out a robot, and installed the monitor on the robot. And debugged the screen on the computer to make up for the shortcomings of the robot and Zhang Ziliang's body. The robot just needs to make sure it doesn't get exposed within 2 days. Everything went smoothly. At this time, Zhang Ziliang woke up slowly. Seeing everyone around him, he suddenly thought of the situation before he fainted, and immediately wanted to speak anxiously. But Chung Sun held him down. Listen to me, brother. Take out the listening device, monitor, and bomb. From now on, this robot will replace your movement trajectory. You have to deal with it as usual until we take over the wine market. Zhang Ziliang, A few minutes later, Zhang Ziliang confirmed that what Chung Sun said was true. The iron-willed man immediately burst into tears. He told his experience with snot and tears. It was similar to what Shen Xian and the others had guessed. About a month ago, Zhang Ziliang, Yahu, and Mao had a fierce argument over the allocation of base resources. At that time, Shen Xian was just about to leave for Gue City. Zhang Ziliang wanted to give priority to the development of Anqing. After all, the current situation of the wine market is much better than that of the old Anthony's rule. The road must be taken step by step. But Mao refused to do so. He advocated asking Anqing for more supplies and developing the wine market. With the satellite in hand, the sky is still high and the birds fly after getting rid of Shen Xian's team. Zhang Ziliang has always distrusted this foreigner, and they quarreled immediately, and the two sides almost fought. Yahu said nothing. A few days later, He left the base with his confidence in the name of looking for supplies, and never came back. Mao took advantage of Zhang Ziliang's unpreparedness, and dragged him directly to the operating room. Which base did Mao contact? Shen Xian grasped the key point. Zhang Ziliang shook his head. I don't know, he has been hiding this from me. Shen Xian and Zhang Ziliang told their plan again. We will find a way to bring half of the zombies, and 1,500 troops to the wine market, and use their strength to fight against them. You and Cheng Sun, Jiang Dong and others are here to eliminate the remaining 50,000 zombies and Mao's people. In order to stabilize Mao's people, Cheng Sun and Jiang Dong must stay here. Zhang Ziliang looked worried. Shen Xian, isn't it too risky to be alone? Shen Xian shook her head. Don't worry, as long as the wine market is not prepared, let the zombies consume them first, and after you finish fighting here, rush to the wine market to meet me. It's not a big problem. Shen Xian always keeps his word. The plan was decided. Next, don't reveal anything related to the plan in the satellite message. After departure, I will turn off the satellite positioning. This battle must be quick. This is the first time Shen Xian has officially faced so many enemies. If you are on the same line with her, you are family. If you are not on the same line, you are an enemy. After the quarrel, Zhang Ziliang wondered if he had a seedling. Zhang Ziliang's wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half an hour later, only a faint red mark remained on the wound on his stomach. The gauze with blood oozing from his eyes could be removed. Only those who have lost their freedom understand the value of freedom. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhang Ziliang returned to his usual appearance. Shen Xian entered Huaman's space, and the others got on the car. Huaman followed behind the car, and rushed back as usual. The guard personally watched Zhang Ziliang get off the car, with a cold face. There didn't seem to be anything unusual. He seemed to have a bad quarrel with Cheng Sun. He whistled lightly, and went back to work. He heard rumors that Shen Xian seemed to be going to attack the zombies in the next few days. He heard that Anqing had 1,500 people, plus his own 2,000 people, 3,500 people, fighting 50,000 zombies. He didn't know yet that Shen Xian had asked Lao Li to hide 1,500 people in the rear long before he arrived. It was just as he thought. Shen Xian issued an order to attack the zombie group in the middle of the night, that night. You are sick, attacking in the middle of the night. The guard cursed secretly. Zhang Ziliang glanced at him, and said meaningfully, Captain Shen likes to attack at night. Do you have any objection? A dying man. The guard was too lazy to argue with Zhang Ziliang. Zhang Ziliang looked at the guard with an expression, as if he was looking at a dead person. Cheng Sun, Jiang Dong, Zhang Ziliang, Huaman, and that Lao Li all led their men to meet them head-on. It was normal for Song Yuan to not show up as a child. Shen Xian's figure could be seen clearly on the car window. As for the dog, it was nowhere to be found, but it didn't matter. It was just a dog. After the guards confirmed that there was no problem, they led their confidants to kill the zombies. He was not in a hurry. One reason was to avoid the strange weapon of Cheng Sun and his men. He had seen that kind of big killer weapon during the mutiny in the wine market. So he had been hiding near Zhang Ziliang intentionally or unintentionally, always letting Zhang Ziliang be between him, Cheng Sun and Jiang Dong. When they were almost exhausted, he would find an opportunity to defeat them one by one. As long as Cheng Sun and Jiang Dong died, the remaining Zhang Ziliang and Lao Li were not to be feared. As for that fool Huaman, he didn't need to worry about it. Seeing his expression change, Jiang Dong sneered. Together with Cheng Sun, he secretly led Mao's men away according to the plan. Zhang Ziliang's own people followed Zhang Ziliang closely. This situation is also very common. The personal guards naturally have to guard the captain, so the guards did not find it strange. The people on Mao's side were either sent into the mouths of high-level zombies by Cheng Sun, or shot to death secretly. The night was so dark that when the guards realized that something was wrong, Cheng Sun and Jiang Dong had already surrounded them. Chapter 225. The guard remained calm, hiding behind Zhang Ziliang. When Zhang Ziliang was not enough, he would just dive into the zombie group. At the same time, he avoided Horman and avoided being attacked. Cheng Sun and Jiang Dong were now more terrifying than zombies. And he always kept a distance of at least 10 meters from Cheng Sun and the other two. There were people and zombies in between, and there was still this distance. Let's see what they would do. The smug smile was still on his face, and he saw Jiang Dong smiled strangely at him, and raised his gun across Zhang Ziliang. The guard shouted, Zhang Ziliang, look at what kind of person you are following. At this time, don't you still not take your life seriously? Facing the muzzles of Jiang Dong and Chung Sun's guns, Zhang Ziliang pursed his lips, gritted his teeth, and continued to fight the zombies, ignoring all this. Jiang Dong shot directly at Zhang Ziliang. There was no sound of gunfire. But the guard not far behind Zhang Ziliang suddenly exploded into fireworks. The guard's terrified eyes were the last proof that he stayed in this world. Why? Jiang Dong blew the muzzle of the gun and smiled at Zhang Ziliang. A solar air gun that can turn he. Zhang Ziliang, Be serious, brother, I was scared to death just now. Were you scared just now? Chung Sun killed a group of zombies with one shot, and asked with his back to Zhang Ziliang. Zhang Ziliang shook his head. No, I trust you. He must not admit that he was scared to death, but thinking that Shen Xian went through so much trouble to save him, it was definitely not to be used as a shield. Facts have proved that he made the right bet. Chung Sun shouted to Lao Li, Captain Li, it's done, start killing. Shen Xian and the others are still waiting for us. No problem, leave it to me next. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong dragged Zhang Ziliang out of the battle circle. Everyone retreat. Chung Sun ordered. Zhang Ziliang's people all obeyed the order and retreated immediately. At this time, the difference between the two was clear. Chung Sun was completely able to command Zhang Ziliang's people, which also indirectly proved that Zhang Ziliang usually gave his people instructions to let everyone know who was the boss. Soon, the crowd was cleared, and Mao also jumped out. 2,000 people came out of the wine market, and now there are less than 800 people left. But Chung Sun didn't feel sorry at all. Even if these people were not friendly forces, but normal teams, they could survive in this battle. But these people were enemies, and their viciousness was not inferior to that of zombies. The saintly heart is not worth it, and those who should be killed must be killed. When the time was almost right, Lao Li's men also withdrew. One Iveco after another blocked the zombies, with the muzzles on the roofs pointed at the zombies. A silent massacre began. The weapons factory headed by Chi Anning took advantage of this period to upgrade all the Ivecos in the base. The machine guns were modified and all equipped with solar air cannons. Unlike Ultraman's Light needs to be made into shells. The current modified machine guns do not need shells, which is equivalent to a low-end version of the solar air gun, but it is larger than the solar air gun used by Shen Xian and others. The advantage is that as long as the muzzle can withstand it, it can attack continuously without distinction, without loading bullets. The disadvantage is that the range is not that far, it is more suitable for close combat, and the attack is not as accurate as the solar air gun. But it can't be used to attack zombies. The carpet bombing lasted for more than a minute. Every time a zombie fell, the Iveco team rolled forward a section of the road. The whole process was exciting, and Zhang Ziliang and the people from the wine market didn't dare to breathe. They had only one thought in their minds now, Mao, he was dead this time. They didn't know that the battle lasted for almost 4 hours. Shen Xian had already led people and zombies to attack thousands of miles. As soon as Chung Sun left with his people, she sat in the driver's seat. Song Yuan, Captain Lu, sit down. Xihua didn't know what happened, but her strong desire to survive made her grab it immediately. Shen Xian stepped down, and the RV sped away. Since she met Chung Sun and Jiang Dong, Shen Xian rarely drove by herself. She held the steering wheel with both hands. Without Chung Sun and Jiang Dong, it seemed that she had returned to the days when only she and two were there. Driving faster and faster. In less than 10 minutes, they rushed to the back of the zombie group and met up with the team that Lao Li had hidden in advance. The young lady is here. Woo woo woo, if Captain Shen doesn't come, I'd be bored. So we are going to attack the zombie group? I can't wait. My new car hasn't been fired yet, brothers, get in the car. Shen Xian opened the door and raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Our goal is not here. Give everyone 15 minutes to prepare. When the time is up, set off immediately. Yes. The deafening shouts resounded through the sky. Lu Qiming's blood boiled, but it was a pity that at his age, it was really difficult for him to go to the battlefield. Xihua then realized that in addition to the front battlefield, Shen Xian actually hid people. She had been pretending to be Shen Xian these days. Although she had never shown her face, she could hear the passing team leader coming to greet Shen Xian from time to time through the car window. She did nothing but simply greeted her. Or she found something good and wanted to present it to Shen Xian. Even if it was a box of frozen Zhou, she would give it to Shen Xian. Shen Xian always asked Song Yuan to open the car door, and happily accepted it. After the frozen duck necks were thawed, she ate them with relish. She even took out a few more boxes from the space. You? Xihua didn't understand. You have duck necks. Why do you want to accept others? Shen Xian glanced at her. What did she say at that time? Oh, you don't understand. Later, Shi Hua sat in that position and gradually understood that the people of Anqing loved Shen Xian more than they feared her. Shen Xian was their beacon, their stabilizing force. Just like now, Shen Xian only needs to give a look, and all 1,500 people will immediately fall silent. Atu, let Wang Tian out. Woof woof. Atu pretended to vomit. Wang Tian, who was only half of his body, fell out. Shen Xian, you stinky bitch, you must let me go. My 100,000 troops are at your door. The cold ground rubbed his skin, and Wang Tian felt a pain. It's better to be comfortable in the dog space. At least, there are people named Li Xiang and Yang Hai in the space to chat with him. Shen Xian wrapped himself in a down jacket, and the wide leather hat pressed on his head, which made his little face more delicate. He smiled at Wang Tian. But Wang Tian suddenly got scared and moved his body towards the two. Don't come over here. What's your trick? Wang Tian, lend me 50,000 of your zombie army. Huh? Wang Tian was stunned. Chapter 226. Then he immediately started to curse. Shen Xian, have some shame. You made me like this, and now you still have the nerve to come to me to borrow troops? If Wang Tian hadn't lost all his limbs, he would probably be so angry that he would stamp his feet. Shen Xian scratched his ears and shouted, keep your voice down. Wang Tian, it must be difficult for you zombies to evolve to your level. You must have suffered a lot, right? Wang Tian looked at her angrily. Do you know why I didn't kill you? I just think it's not easy for you, and you are also useful to me. Wang Tian, thank you. It's not necessary. If you are useless to me, I will just rub you into ashes and let Horman eat you with sauce. You should be happy now. At least you are still useful to me. Give me 50,000 zombies to use, and I will give you half an hour off so that you can breathe some fresh air. To be honest, Shen Xian is the most unconventional human Wang Tian has ever seen. He is really worried that, as Shen Xian said, he will be worthless and thrown to Horman by her. Finally, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Shen Xian asked Atu to spit out Li Xiang. She pointed at Wang Tian on the ground and said, go, pick him up, and take him for a walk outside to get some fresh air. Then, a strange scene appeared. A skinny young man, who had no desire to live, held a man without limbs. Started to walk around nearby. Lu Qiming chased after him. Shen Xian, what if Wang Tian lets 50,000 zombies attack us? There was no way. Besides Shen Xian, there was also Song Yuan, the little kid, and Atu, who knew nothing but barking. He has to worry more. Shen Xian glanced at Wang Tian, and met Wang Tian's eyes. Don't worry, if the zombies dare to attack me, or fail at the critical moment, I have enough time to blast him into pieces. Wang Tian shuddered. He didn't know what Shen Xian wanted the zombies for, nor did he know if he would have a chance to escape this time. But opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. He was so suffocated that he couldn't help but mutter in Li Xiang's arms. Li Xiang said, you're right. But he actually laughed in his heart, escape? Don't take me with you if you want to die. Shen Xian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and turned to look at Wang Tian. Don't think about running away. If I can catch you once, I can catch you twice or 3 times. Every time I catch you, I will cut you shorter. Cut you into slices. Wang Tian, get out, vicious woman. Li Xiang, cut it, he. Li Xiang's brain is not working well anymore. This time, Lao Li assigned 1,500 people here. Because the matter was of great importance, he also transferred Zhu Zai from Dazhou. Zhu Zai saw Shen Xian from a distance and ran over, leaving everyone behind. Boss! Chung Sun and Jiang Dong were not here this time, so he was the only wall in front of Shen Xian. Thank you for your hard work, Shen Xian responded with a smile. 50,000 zombies are attacking the wine market. You lead people to ambush. As soon as the door of the wine market opens, let everyone rush in. Your target is Mama Ao. Yes. Why didn't Shen Xian lead people to attack the wine market directly? There was no need. Although the wine market was not as strong as Anqing, it was also a solid place when old Anthony was there. Ma Ao would only defend it tightly after taking over. Leading people to charge, for example, requires sacrifice. Her people, her team, are all extremely precious. At least they are all fed with seeds and seedlings. Why make such sacrifices? There is a ready-made zombie army. Why not use it? Zhu Zai scratched his head. Boss, will the zombies listen to us? Yes. After consuming 50,000 zombies, and the people in the wine market, We will go back and clear them out after we take over the wine market. It's still in time. By the way, should Xian reminded again, tell all the brothers that the important thing about the wine market this time is the satellite and equipment, nothing else is important. Let everyone turn off their phones. If it is not stated, it means that the remaining people in the wine market are not important. The important ones have been brought out by Zhang Ziliang. Turning off the mobile phone is also to prevent the wine market from monitoring the movements of the people in Anqing through satellites. Yes. Zhu Zhe took a deep breath and turned to convey Shen Xian's order. 1,500 people, ready to go. Shen Xian raised his hand to look at his watch. Chung Sun should have just started the battle. Half an hour later, a drone detected zombies rushing towards them. Shen Xian waved to Li Xiang, and Li Xiang, the humanoid mount, immediately trotted over with Wang Tian in his arms. Wang Tian, let your zombies go directly to the wine market and arrive within 8 hours. No, 10 hours, my babies are not that fast. Wang Tian bargained. Okay. Shen Xian agreed happily. You? Damn, insidious woman. He was right, Shen Xian's original plan was 10 hours. Seeing Shen Xian so happy, he realized that he had been fooled. The person in charge of monitoring with drones sent a report that the zombie army was heading towards the wine market. Shen Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy to control Wang Tian. It mainly depended on psychological quality. She needed Wang Tian's ability to control zombies. It would be great if this ability belonged to her. Calling A2 over, Li Xiang and Wang Tian disappeared on the spot with a whoosh. Back to the RV, the people in Anqing followed the zombies 30 miles away and also headed towards the wine market. The people in the wine market didn't know that danger was approaching. Mao sat in the chair that old Anthony once loved the most and listened to the reports from his men. Everything is normal over there with Zhang Ziliang. Although the people following Zhang Ziliang didn't reply today, the surveillance footage shows that everything is normal. They didn't know yet that this was a video recording that Song Yuan had edited in advance. Mao took a sip of red wine and asked lazily, where are the people in Anqing? Where is Chung Sun? According to the positioning, they are still active in that area. It is estimated that they will start a war with the zombie tide in the next 1 or 2 days. The news from there said that there are 50,000 zombies. Mao sneered, very good, these 50,000 zombies, even God is on our side. Go, continue to monitor closely, and report to me at any time if there is any news. Before the reporter left, he also played a vinyl record for Mao. Mao put down the red wine glass, crossed his legs, and raised his head with an intoxicated look. That's 50,000 zombies. Consume Zhang Ziliang, and it would be better to consume Chung Sun and the others, and then I can take over Anqing. From beginning to end, he didn't take Shen Xian, a woman, seriously. Although Zhang Ziliang kept saying that they were Shen Xian's people when he was there, even Yehu was a little afraid of Shen Xian. But he didn't care, she was just a woman who relied on men to get to the top. Besides, he saw that Shen Xian looked so weak, could he make the fierce tiger Chung Sun surrender? Bullshit. The actual controller of Anqing must be Chung Sun. Chapter 227. Mao was immersed in his own dream. I heard that Anqing had a new base and a mineral resource point, which must be his. It was a pity that the old man Anthony didn't have this blessing. A foreign old man, who kept saying things like prepare for a rainy day and look 3 steps ahead, was finally dealt with. However, the dead old man was right in saying, be fully prepared for everything. Although it was unlikely that Chung Sun and Shen Xian would survive the zombie tide, and there was also Zhang Ziliang as a backstab. But we couldn't help but be prepared. What if? Even if it was just a one-shot, they really survived, they would be defeated. Mao put his feet down from the gorgeous desk, scratched his head, and found the destination of Zhang Ziliang's trip from a pile of information on the desk. Damn, the place names of Yen country are so hard to recognize. He lay on the map for a long time, before finding Zhang Ziliang's destination. It's very close to the wine market. If they are all dead, then everything will be fine. If they are not dead, they will definitely come to the wine market for help. Yes, Mao laughed sinisterly. He suddenly thought that Chung Sun and the others should be alive, and come to the wine market to ask for help. Ha ha ha, people passing by the office were stunned. Ever since Mao became the head of this base, Yehu left, and Zhang Ziliang lost his voice, the base has been shrouded in a crazy atmosphere. I don't know what will happen this time. Others shook their heads, and continued to work on their own things. No one thought of reporting to Anqing. You said, are you really not going to report to Anqing? Go go go, are you here to test me? Everyone wants to make a living, who cares who is the boss? Yes, only those few who don't think about it want to follow Zhang Ziyang. Everyone knows that this time they go out, they will never come back. As several people were discussing, the alarm suddenly sounded in the entire base. Since the zombies were cleared, the piercing air defense alarm has not sounded for a while, and it was a bit strange. Mao, who was crazy, regained his lost sanity, and opened the door of the office. Everyone prepare for battle, the zombie tide is coming. The moment the alarm sounded, he also received a message from the monitoring station. Tens of thousands of zombies were close at hand. Mao wrapped himself in the leather jacket sent by Anqing and drove to the nearest protective wall. The situation in the wine market is quite special. There is no wall surrounding the launch base. The protective walls are built at various intersections. Looking at the zombies below, they are stacking up and trying to climb over the high wall. Mao pulled the person next to him over. Didn't you say that we were monitoring it? Where did all these zombies come from? I don't know, I swear, I was watching the surveillance. They just appeared out of nowhere. It's really not my fault. Ah! With a scream, Mao threw the person down from the wall that was more than 10 meters high. The people following him trembled, not daring to breathe. Go out and fight. There were so many zombies. Before the apocalypse, he loved playing football the most. A World Cup standard stadium only held 60,000 people. But now the zombies in front of him were almost catching up with so many people. Under siege, this wall can't hold out for long. The rest of the base didn't have to listen to Mao, but they had to fight in front of the zombies. Otherwise, if the zombies attack, their base will be gone. With the roar of the cars and guns, Ivicos drove out from other parts of the base, mounted guns, and started to clear out the zombies. Shen Xian's RV was parked at the farthest point, and Mao on the wall could be seen through the telescope. The base's weapons haven't been provided to the wine market yet, right? Song Yuan pushed his glasses. No, not in time. After the weapons were upgraded, Brother Chung said he would come to the wine market in person. The weapons were so important that he was waiting for Brother Chung to escort them in person. This delay has ended now. Lu Qiming was quite worried. What about their combat effectiveness? Can we beat them? There are so many precious satellite instruments. Don't let them get damaged. He was as worried as an old father. Zhu Zhe glanced at him. Captain Lu, although we are few in number, we are well equipped and more than enough to deal with the traders in the wine market. As for the instruments, he knew that Shen Xian valued the instruments in the wine market, so of course, he would try his best to protect them. The people in the wine market fought fiercely with the zombies. Especially, there were several high-level zombies in the zombie group. After several battles, the guns and ammunition of the wine market were almost exhausted. But there were at least half of the zombies left. In the telescope, Mao seemed to be jumping again. Not long after, another row of convoys drove out from the outskirts of the wine market. Zhu Zhe, take people to get ready. I guess there are not many people in the wine market base. Yes. After Zhu Zhe agreed, he opened the door and got out of the car. He got back into his Iveco. 1,000 people will follow me, and the remaining 500 people will protect the boss. Pay attention to concealment, pay attention to the target, and pay attention to protecting the equipment. With one order, the 1,500 people hiding in the dark acted quickly. Like a dormant dragon that suddenly began to move, the convoy bypassed the front battlefield far away and found a side breakthrough. Now everyone in the wine market has gone to fight, and there is no one guarding here. Zhu Zhe waved his hand, and two Ivicos stood side by side, turning the solar air brake on the top and blasting over. The wall collapsed directly like paper, raising a cloud of dust. Before the dust dispersed, Zhu Zhe's car rushed in first, and ran straight towards the launch base. The surveillance here is well developed, and there is about a 10-kilometer unmanned area between the wall and the launch base. Under normal circumstances, the wine market can find them in less than half a minute. But now, after all the cars were modified, the fuel tanks were replaced and solar cells were installed, and the annoying roar was gone. Drive at the fastest speed. Zhu Zhe only gave everyone 3 minutes to rush through the no man's land. Brothers, kill! Kill! Mao's head was buzzing with pain. Damn, a bunch of losers. Watching the team he sent out, it was like a stone sinking into the sea when fighting against the zombie tide. He hadn't participated in a zombie battle in person for a long time, and didn't know that the zombies had evolved. I just felt that his people were useless. Just when he was about to get off the wall and prepare to go out to fight in person, fierce gunfire suddenly rang out in the base. As a veteran mercenary, he was extremely sensitive to gunfire. He had obtained a batch of new weapons before, but didn't tell Anqing, and only equipped his core followers. These gunshots were all gunshots from his side. Something happened at the base. Leave the zombies to those people to fight, his base can't be lost, and the satellite console can't be lost. Chapter 228. Mao jumped into the car, and his personal guard had been thrown out to feed the zombies. Now he was alone, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the base alone. The gunshots first became dense, and then from dense to sparse. When he arrived at the launch base, he was greeted by neat rows of black Ivecos. It was estimated that there were at least 100 vehicles. There were not so many cars in the wine market. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Iveco team, Mao sneered, "Why, Chung-sun, are you really not dead?" Zhu Zhe opened the car door and got out to face the betrayer in person. What a joke. 1,000 people entered the base, each with a solar air gun, and each team had been baptized by seedlings. Directly start a carpet sweep. Moreover, the launch base has a simple building structure. In less than 5 minutes, Zhu Zhe's people went through the launch base like a sieve. The rebels were killed on the spot. The surrenderer is in charge, so Atu swallowed it in one gulp to avoid any trouble. Even Shen Xian, who was far outside the base, could sense Atu's voice from a distance. Woof woof woof, I'm so full. Atu had a 30 square meter space, which was now crowded with people. And in order to hold back the undercovers around Zhang Ziliang, Huaman didn't come this time, so cannibalism could only be left to Atu. The rear was still being cleaned up, and Zhu Zhe had already stood opposite Mao calmly. Are you talking about Captain Chung? He's not available. I heard there was a traitor here, so I came to take a look. I heard that you are a mercenary, but you can bend and stretch. I advise you to surrender directly to avoid suffering. Mao's face was covered with beards, and he was shaking with anger. But his years of experience as a mercenary made him calm down quickly. It was impossible for him to leave. But he would not die here. Surrender? That's impossible. There is no word surrender in my Mao's dictionary. Then from now on you have it. Zhu Zhe was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and directly threw out the air gun and rushed forward. After his evolution, although his speed did not reach Jiang Dong's level, it was far beyond the range of normal humans. Before Mao could react, Zhu Zhe grabbed his neck. You? Shit! Let me go! Mao was so shocked that he spoke his native language. There are people in the world who are so fast, worried that the solar air gun would smash him. Zhu Zhe changed his hand to a revolver. Bang! 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 After 4 shots, Mao's hands and feet were completely disabled, and the 4 blood holes froze after bleeding a little. He is not a saint, and he has no patience for traitors. Be good, I let you live a little longer, wait here for the boss to see you. Mao is indeed a tough guy. After 4 shots, the sweat from the pain hung on his face and froze, but he did not beg for mercy. Zhu Zhe turned off the intercom. Boss, everything went well, Mao is in hand. Okay. Turning off the intercom, Shen Xian started the RV. Song Yuan then released the drone. He did not use the drone before to avoid alerting the enemy. Now we have to hurry up to survey the surrounding situation. Lu Qiming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good if it goes well, it's good if it goes well. In fact, Shen Xian really wanted to go in and fight in person. But Zhu Zhe said that even if the people in the wine market did not go out in full force, he could take down the city with 1,500 people. Otherwise, with so much equipment and so many seedlings, the combat team could just die as a token of apology. If the combat effectiveness is so strong, why not fight hard? There was no specific data on how many people there were in the wine market before, and Shen Xian was unwilling to let the people he trained make fearless sacrifices. The RV drove into the base, and it felt good to revisit the old place. And it seemed that the wine market had developed well in just a few months. The previous slums had been demolished and replaced with neat self-built houses. When the RV appeared in Mao's sight, Mao stared at the door on the ground with hatred. He had already thought of how to get out. Chung Sun was a principled person, but he was also nostalgic. With old Anthony and the old relationship, even if he couldn't get out, he could at least save his life. But when Shen Xian and Song Yuan got out of the car, Mao was stunned. Shen Xian did not deal with Mao immediately, but was concerned about the situation of the satellite first. Song Yuan, take these 500 people to take over the satellite. Yes, Sister Shen. Tell me about the situation of the base. Shen Xian turned to look at Zhu Zhe. Zhu Zhe immediately took out the data he had just sorted out. 450 people were cleared and 218 people were captured, all of whom were civilians and technical personnel with no combat effectiveness. No one of us died, and 35 people were injured. The people fighting zombies outside the base have not been counted yet. Well, after listening to the core data, Shin Xian was quite satisfied. Shin Xian wore a pair of leather boots and a long down jacket today, and it looked very high-end and warm, and a black fur hat on his head. Compared with a few months ago, the momentum is even more overwhelming. Little leather boots appeared in front of Mao. Shin Xian directly filtered out Mao's cursing voice. Lifting Mao's big head with his foot, Mao, Anshin is pretty good to you guys, right? Bah, it's useless, being good to me, you let Zhang Ziliang, that bastard, and Yehu hold me back? Being good to me, you should let me take charge of the base alone. Mao thought so in his heart, but he said something else. Shin Xian, I admit that you won, where is Chung Sun? Haha, he's not dead. Zhu Zhe immediately kicked Mao in the stomach. Even if the world is destroyed, Chung Sun won't die. Shin Xian, I admit that I underestimated you. From now on, I will follow your lead. Give me a chance. The idiom is well used. Shin Xian shook his foot. Even if he didn't have the ability to hear the inner voice, Shin Xian wouldn't believe Mao's words. As the old saying goes, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Looking at the limbs frozen on the ground by blood, Shin Xian shook his head. TSK, so pitiful. After saying that, he turned and left. He threw down his sentence lightly, kill him, so that Chung Sun won't be upset when he sees him. Shin Xian. Ah, Mao never thought that Shin Xian would be like this, killing him without hesitation. Zhu Zhe took out the solar air gun. Be content, at least the eldest lady came to see you before you died. After saying that, he pulled the trigger directly. Boom, Mao turned into a pile of mincemeat. 300 people to guard, 300 people to sort out supplies, and 400 people to dry the base for me again to ensure the safety of the boss. Yes! This battle was almost effortless. But only those who participated in it personally know how much preparation Shin Xian had made for this battle. Lu Qiming followed Shin Xian silently. Thinking back on the journey from the Jing City base, he was kidnapped, discovered, held hostage, had his seedlings eaten, and was taken to Gui City for a trade. His opinion of Shin Xian was being refreshed every day. Chapter 229. If he really had to choose someone to be the commander of the base, he would choose Shin Xian. Although Shin Xian was very young, in his opinion, he had many shortcomings. But he had many things that leaders did not have. While thinking about it, he followed Shin Xian to the only tall building in the base. Shin Xian entered the underground floor, the satellite control center, with ease. Song Yuan had already started to get busy. A row of large monitoring screens were floating with information that no one could understand, of course, except Song Yuan. And Shin Xian assigned 500 people to Song Yuan, who were guarding this place closely at this time, not even letting a fly in. Seeing Shin Xian coming in, Song Yuan smiled obediently. Sister Shin, I have changed the permissions of these satellites back. No matter who uses the satellites in the future, the core functions must be authorized by us. Also, I have started looking for the strange metal chips on Grandpa Chow and Captain Lu in the satellite data. I will probably be able to lock the positions of others tomorrow. Shin Xian touched Song Yuan's head. Well done, don't worry, we will stay here for 2 days. Just tell me who you need. Yeah, I know. Song Yuan didn't say who he wanted. To be honest, he didn't trust the people in the wine market very much now. At least wait until Zhang Ziliang comes back. After handling this, Shin Xian came to the meeting room. It's really a matter of time. She and Chung Sun and others just killed old Anthony here not long ago, and killed Mao here. I didn't expect that I would sit here in the end. Atu, spit out the person, let me see. Shin Xian touched Atu's head. Atu has now been shaped. After eating the seedlings twice, there is no change. Shin Xian stopped him from eating. After all, it is still unknown whether there are side effects after eating too much. Zhu Zhe stood behind Shin Xian, ready for battle. Atu opened his mouth. It and Horman used space in a very special way. They both liked to spit. There were too many people, and the dog almost vomited. A group of people fell into a familiar meeting room in confusion. What's going on? Ah, I'm still alive. Mao, you son of a bitch, are you out of control? I want to live. Hey, isn't that? What's her name? Shin Xian. Why is she here? There were so many people, and so many voices at once. Although the scene was quiet, in Shin Xian's mind, it was like a vegetable market. She pinched her temples. Zhu Zhe immediately took half of the people out, and left the remaining half for Shin Xian to question. Are there any people from Gusher here? Finally, Someone raised his hand weakly. I'm from the mountains of Gushar. Very good. Tell me if there are any folk legends in your area, especially those related to Buddha and temples. Others thought Shin Xian would ask about some secrets, but he didn't expect to hear stories. Shin Xian wanted to find out if there were any clues in these folk legends related to the door that was related to human life. After all, he was idle anyway, waiting for Chung Sun and the others here, and waiting for the people outside to fight zombies. We don't have anything. There. The man thought desperately to survive, thinking about making up one himself. Shin Guogua held her chin with one hand and said coldly, if you dare to make up nonsense, I will throw you out to feed the zombies immediately. The man squatted on the ground, holding his head and thinking hard. By the way, my wife lives by the Han River. She told me an old story in their village. Can I? Shin Xian nodded. The man breathed a sigh of relief and began to tell a story. It is said that there is a dragon vein under the Han River. Although it is not the largest dragon vein in Yin country, it is the most spiritual dragon vein, and there is also a river god. A long time ago, my wife's grandfather's generation, outsiders came. I don't know what they did, so they built a temple. People say it's a river god temple, but my wife said. He paused for a moment, and the meeting room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone was listening to the story. Don't play tricks, just tell it. Tell the truth, you can save your life. As soon as a little crooked thought arose in my mind, it was ruthlessly interrupted by Shin Xian. Alas. But my wife said that her grandfather's grandfather had a younger brother who participated in the construction of the river god temple. He said that it was not a river god temple, but a nail used to suppress the dragon vein of the Han River. Such nail temples are used to suppress living people. There are 18 of them on the Han River. Shin Xian frowned. Suppressing living people? Seeing that she looked unhappy, the man immediately panicked. I don't know. I also heard it from my wife. And my wife heard it from her family, saying that her grandfather's younger brother never came back after the temple was built. Shin Xian and Zhu Zai looked at each other. Both thought of the 2 doors that suppress people. And there are 18 such doors and such temples. Do you know where they are from? I mean the people who built the temple. Shin Xian tapped the table with one hand and began to wonder who was coveting the dragon vein of Yin country. This kind of superstitious thing, at the moment of Doomsday, I believe no one will believe it. But these things happened before the Doomsday. The man was silent and tried to think. Shin Xian caught the thoughts of others. After a while, he raised his hand and pointed at a few people. This, and the ones leaning against the wall stay. What does it mean? Does it mean that we can die? The rest of the people were confused. Why? Of course, when Shin Xian was capturing the thoughts, these people had no good intentions. What revenge for Mao? What secret bombing of the base? How can this be kept? Of course, there are also insults to her. Don't kill them and keep them for the new year? Yes. Zhu Zai didn't care about these people's resistance. Except for the few people designated by Shin Xian, the others were taken out directly. As for the end, Shin Xian didn't care. Zhu Zai would take care of it. Lu Qiming didn't dare to say a word now. He didn't understand Shin Xian's principles, and didn't dare to speak carelessly. He was afraid that Shin Xian would smile at him at this moment, and then wave his hand, and throw 3 words at him the next moment. Kill him. He was afraid of this. After dealing with the things here, Shin Xian stretched his body. He hadn't slept well these days. He didn't care about other people, and took a tube back to the RV to have a good sleep. Chapter 230. It's strange to say that Shin Xian can only sleep well in 2 places. One is the small building in Anqing, and the other is her own RV. Today, there are only her and Atu in the RV. Atu put his head on the bed. The man and the dog seemed to have returned to the beginning of the Doomsday. Atu looked at Shin Xian with a pair of wet puppy eyes. What? Do you want to go out and play? Woof. No. Just want to accompany me. Woof. Okay, then you can't get on the bed either. Shin Xian pulled up the quilt and pressed it under her arm. She was just feeling sleepy, but couldn't fall asleep. It was a rare quiet time, so she chatted with Atu. Those 2 doors are really annoying, aren't they? Woof. But this matter has been resolved. Don't worry about it anymore. Get the list tomorrow and see which ones are on the way to Min City. This time, we are going to Min City to find the nuclear submarine personnel and aircraft personnel, and the owner of these chips. I have a hunch that there is a big secret behind these chips. Woof. While chatting, Shin Xian fell asleep without knowing when. When he woke up the next day, the base was noisy. Chung Sun and his team had arrived. Seeing Shen Xian, Chung Sun grinned. We arrived in the second half of the night. Seeing that you were asleep, we didn't disturb you. Old Li also immediately stepped forward to report the results of the battle. All the 50,000 zombies over there have been cleared. The team in the wine market is not that strong in combat power, and there are fewer people. There are still 30,000 zombies outside of the 50,000. Zhang Ziliang was not to be outdone. My people have already started to hand over to Brother Cheng's people, don't worry. Shen Xian rubbed his forehead. Thank you for your hard work. Let's spend a day in the wine market. A2 led Wang Tian and Li Xiang out. Woof woof. Two figures fell out of thin air, Wang Tian and Li Xiang. Li Xiang had developed a conditioned reflex. When he saw the scene, he picked up Wang Tian and said, I know, let's go for a walk. Wang Tian, let the 30,000 zombies outside stay where they are. Wang Tian's face immediately turned ugly. Shen Xian, what do you think of me? You used me once, but now you want my zombie team? Shen Xian had a headache. He listened to people's voices yesterday, and used his consciousness a little too much. What's the difference between once and twice? Don't you want to live? I give you 2 minutes. If the zombies don't stop, you can die. Wang Tian, please, someone come and take this vicious woman away. Unfortunately, Shen Xian couldn't hear his voice. Zhang Ziliang, after the zombies stop, tell the combat team to stop, bring them back to clean up the mess, and throw away those who don't obey. Yes. After this crisis, Zhang Ziliang was completely convinced by Shen Xian. Before, perhaps because Zhang Ziling was in the hands of the other party, and Mao was a foreigner, he naturally listened to Shen Xian and Chung Sun. But from now on, he will follow Shen Xian steadily. Chung Sun knew what she wanted to ask, and took the initiative to speak. Horman is playing in the bass. Song Yuan is still in the command room. Lu Qiming is with Song Yuan, and Jihua has been taken care of by Zhu Zhe. Well, the base is still handed over to you, and you have the final say on how to deal with it. Shen Xian did not question Chung Sun's ability because of the rebellion in the wine market. She only cares about the satellite, and the satellite is still in her hands, so everything else is easy to deal with. Isn't it just a rebellion? At worst, kill them all. Wait, Shen Xian was suddenly stunned. She is not a saint. Since the end of the world, except for the few companions who saved her, she really has no patience for others. But she has not killed so many people. But from yesterday to now, whenever she thinks of something, the first thing she thinks of is, kill them all, kill them all. No, there must be something wrong. At this time, Jiang Dong came up. Do you want to have breakfast? Shen Xian shook her head. The base is left to you. No one should disturb me. After that, he returned to the RV, and even A2 was locked outside the car. Chung Sun's face also sank slightly. Jiang Dong, you stay outside to guard Shen Xian. I will deal with the base as soon as possible. Yeah. Jiang Dong drove an Iveco, and parked not far from Shen Xian. A2 and Jiang Dong were in the car, guarding her every step. Chung Sun and Zhang Ziliang hurried to deal with the internal affairs of the base, and there was no clue to many things. The base can be said to be in ruins. This time is different from the last time. Last time, Chung Sun had a month to take over the base, but now, he only has 1 or 2 days. In addition, he was worried about Shen Xian, and the whole person was invisibly exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Zhang Ziliang dared not breathe, and did what Chung Sun said, but it was very efficient. Zhu Zhe led the people from Anqing to patrol everywhere. If nothing unexpected happened, many of these people would probably stay in the wine market base, so it would be better to get familiar with it earlier. Lao Li ran to the wall, and watched the changes on the battlefield. Wang Tian was in Li Xiang's arms, looking at the battlefield below with hatred. Captain Li, can't you really let me go? Wang Tian looked at the zombies with a yearning expression. Old Li snorted. Wang Tian, I still say that. Shen Xian has given you a way to live. With her ability, she can kill you 8 or 10 times. Don't be ungrateful. You think about running away every day. You ran away. Didn't you just want to command these zombies and live a human life? Now you stay with Shen Xian. If you are obedient, can't you also command the zombies? If you perform well, can't you live a human life? It's even more fun than fighting alone. Yes. Li Xiang suddenly spoke. What a fart. Captain Li, do you think I look like a human being now? Wang Tian was really angry and laughed. Shen Xian made him like this, and this Li guy actually wanted him to surrender. Old Li shook his head. This is all for a reason. We have known each other for such a long time. I will tell you a secret. What secret? Humans are all gossipy. Even Li Xiang, who was a little dazed, pricked up his ears. Shen Xian, she has a way to regenerate people's broken limbs. Are you serious? Wang Tian was stunned. Oldly patted Wang Tian on the shoulder. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. He just gave Wang Tian hope. Besides, if Shen Xian's seedlings continue to evolve, maybe one day Chao Minhuai's research will have a new breakthrough, and it may not be impossible to achieve it. More importantly, although Wang Tian has wisdom and can communicate, he is essentially a zombie. Do you need to be honest with zombies? But Wang Tian took it seriously. Mr. Li, you'd better not lie to me. That's right. Old Li was very sure. Chapter 231. I never lie. Old Li looked sincere. But Wang Tian was not a human. Then Wang Tian looked up and let out a sharp cry from his throat. The zombies below seemed to be under a spell and stood still. Old Li also issued an order, and the wine market team stopped. The ground was covered with blood of varying depths, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The two sides were deadlocked, and the scene was inexplicably funny. Under Wang Tian's order, the zombies stood together in a crooked line, and the wine market team gathered under the wall. It was only then that I realized that the person who issued the order was an old man I didn't know. No, who are you? Where's Mao? A foreigner with injuries on his body spoke in English. Lao Li understood foreign languages, but he just didn't want to answer. Even in the Doomsday, the zombies in Yin country had to speak Chinese to me. Seeing that Lao Li didn't speak, the man asked again in broken Chinese. Mao? Dead, right? There was no one here when I came. Now the wine market is taken over by us. Bah! Who do you think you are? Why? Some people were dissatisfied again, and they shouted under the city wall. Wang Tian looked at the leaders as if they were dead. Especially those who talked about Mao all the time. Lao Li raised the black muzzle of his gun, and the people under the wall also raised their guns and pointed them at Lao Li. People in the wine market, listen carefully, now the Anqing base has completely taken over the wine market, Mao is dead, and those who understand put down their weapons. There were estimated to be 5,000 people left under the wall, and they looked at each other in surprise after hearing this. Some smart people realized that Mao's betrayal was discovered, and he killed himself unexpectedly. This group of people were the first to put down their guns and raise their hands. Another group of people survived until now purely because of good character and good luck. In fact, they knew nothing and just followed the trend to lay down their weapons and surrender. There was also a small group of people with fierce eyes, but they didn't wait for them to shoot. As soon as Lao Li raised his hand, dozens of people behind him appeared out of thin air with solar air guns, directly aiming at the people who resisted. Boom, boom, under the air shock, many people had tinnitus and dizziness. When they woke up, those who resisted were crushed into meat paste. The wall in front was splattered with blood and dyed red. Wang Tian and Li Xiang's eyes dimmed. Li Xiang had completely lost hope in life. He would probably live in the body of that dog for the rest of his life. He couldn't raise any resistance at all. Wang Tian was confused for a moment. What exactly was he pursuing? Before, he pursued living like a human, but now think about it. No, his pursuit should be to live like people like Shen Xian and Lao Li. The wall was opened, and the living people were as quiet as chickens, lining up with weapons and walking in. It was quieter than the zombie team next to it. At this point, the wine market rebellion was completely suppressed. After Lao Li counted the number of casualties, he saw that Shen Xian had not come out yet, so he could only sit in the car with Jiang Dong and wait. The two people who usually talked the most were silent at this time. The less Shen Xian talked, the more difficult it was. Speaking of which, Shen Xian is still a child. Yeah. Jiang Dong nodded. It has always been Shen Xian who led everyone, and Shen Xian is everyone's spiritual pillar. They couldn't imagine what would happen if Shen Xian was gone one day. Others didn't know, but Jiang Dong himself was afraid that he didn't want to live anymore. The RV was empty. Shen Xian entered her own space. There was no sound except her own breathing. The whole space was gray, with only a patch of green in the corner, which was a different color. The space had been with her since the first day of the apocalypse, and her ability to be rooted in the space was also growing. But where did this murderous thought come from? Looking at the endless space and the empty distance, Shen Xian suddenly had an idea. Is her space really without boundaries? Found the things that were put into the space for the first time, KFC fried chicken and hamburgers, and gently tore open the packaging. The hamburger was very soft and still steaming, exactly the same as when I bought it. Found the sofa, sat down and took a bite of hamburger and a sip of Coke. After silently finishing the hamburger, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water to wash his hands. After the clear water flowed on the ground, it disappeared. The floor was also gray. Shin Xian took off her coat and sweater, wearing only a light inner garment, took a deep breath, and set a 6-hour alarm on her watch. In the space, the compass on the watch also failed. So she just picked a direction and started walking forward. At first, she walked past, but soon found that it was endless, so she gave up. But now, in units of 6 hours, no matter how long she walked, she must find a result. Have you ever tried walking in the void? At first, she could still feel her body, know what she was doing, and glance at her watch from time to time. But gradually, she first forgot what she was doing, and only knew that she had to keep moving forward. Later, she forgot the time, and didn't know why she was walking, how long she had walked, and how long she had to walk, but there was a voice in her heart, move forward. After that, she could hardly feel her arms and legs, nor her body. It seemed that only her consciousness was moving forward. Who am I? Why am I going? Where am I? The nothingness in front of her eyes turned black and white, and the pupils in Shin Xian's eyes were completely blurred, and the whole eyeball was covered with black. I don't know how long I walked. As if it was the end of time, Shin Xian's mind suddenly popped up a line of lyrics. Very abrupt. Then, an anxious shout came from her ears. Shin Xian, Shin Xian, Shin Xian. Who is this? Shin Xian's footsteps still did not stop, and the shout still rang in her ears. It's so noisy. Shin Xian wanted to cover her ears. Woof woof, it's Ah too. Shin Xian. Shin Xian. It was the voices of Chung Sun, Jiang Dong, or Song Yuan and Lao Li. They were all familiar people. Shin Xian's memory was like a gate that opened, and it gradually recovered. Then the gray fog in front of her eyes dissipated. It turned into an endless black starry sky, in which the blue star was very dazzling. Even though she was separated by the void, she could feel that the blue star seemed to be frozen. With just one glance, the air around her seemed to be sucked dry, and she fell down instantly. She suddenly opened her eyes, and found herself falling out of the space and onto the bed. Shin Xian, you finally came out. Sister Shin. Chung Sun and Song Yuan rushed to the bed first, and Jiang Dong, Lao Li, Lu Qiming and Atu all surrounded them with anxious faces. Jiang Dong answered quickly and started to output like a machine gun, you scared us. Originally, you said you wouldn't let us in, but 48 hours have passed. We came in because we were afraid that something would happen to you. Chapter 232. After we came in, we found that you were not in the RV, so we knew you had entered the space. We waited for another day, and you still didn't come out. Jiang Dong was so anxious that tears came out. He couldn't speak clearly. At the critical moment, we have to rely on Chung Sun. Atu also became anxious and uneasy. We guessed that you might have been in trouble. There is no way. We can only keep calling your name, hoping that you can hear it in the space. Facing a pair of red eyes, Shin Xian smiled slightly. It's okay. I was just looking for something in the space and got lost. It's okay, it's okay. Old Li and Lu Qiming were also relieved. These few people will guard you during your absence, and the base will be handed over to Zhang Ziliang and Zhu Zhe. Well? Shin Xian sat up. Jiang Dong handed her a glass of water. Shin Xian drank the water in small sips, while sorting out the last scene she saw in the space in her mind. Finally, she should have overlooked the entire solar system, or at least the entire blue star. That murderous emotion seemed to be the emotion conveyed by Blue Star. She had a feeling that Blue Star was asking for help. So, since she had the space, the main task became saving the Earth? Shin Xian's eyes were fierce. You said to save it? That depends on her ability. Her 3 bases added together were just a small Karami. How could she save Blue Star? Save her ass. She already knew what was going on with that murderous emotion, so she could slowly control it. Leave the base to Zhang Ziliang and Zhu Zhe. Anyway, we are not in Anqing, and it would be a waste for Zhu Zhe to be in Anqing. Old Li, if you have time, go to Dazhou again and see what's going on there. The rebellion in Jiushi made Shin Xian more vigilant, especially for an important strategic material place like Dazhou. Yes, I go when you leave. The population of Anqing is increasing now. Should we move the population to Jiushi? Old Li asked. Shin Xian shook his head. Jiushi was originally built based on the launch base, and the materials for life are very scarce. The Jiushi base only needs 5,000 people, mainly to protect satellites. Confirm that there is no problem in Guisha, and send people to build Guisha. Also, after going back, discuss with Han Lin to sort out a road for Jiushi, Anqing, Dazhou, and Guisha to make transportation and communication faster. Yes. Seeing that Shin Xian finally paid more attention to these bases, Old Li was very relieved. Shin Xian stood up and moved around, then turned to Song Yuan. Do you have a list? Yes, I simulated the chip signal in the satellite, and quickly found the same signal source. There are 9 in total, 7 more than the 2 we have. This is the current location. 3 are on the way to the Min City base. Song Yuan turned on his phone, opened the album, and showed it to Shin Xian. Shin Xian took a look at the map. Song Yuan thoughtfully marked the signals with serial numbers, and he had a rough idea of the route in his mind. As usual, we will bypass the mountain city and go to Zhangjiajie first to find the target person number 1. Then go to Shashi to find the target person number 2. The next stop is Sanming to find the target person number 3, and finally Min City. This journey, including the round trip, will probably take at least 3 months. Everyone is reluctant to leave. Have a meal in the evening as a farewell banquet. Shin Xian, Chung Sun, Jiang Dong, Song Yuan, Atu, Lao Li, Lu Qiming, Zhang Ziliang, Xihua are all at the same table. Xihua didn't know that her fate had been arranged yet, and she rubbed against Shin Xian with a wine glass. I am familiar with the Northwest, so let me stay in the Northwest. I promise to be obedient. She has no intention of resisting now. She said it sincerely. Shin Xian shook her head. You are more familiar with the Xingtian organization. That's all in the past. You don't have to stay in the wine market. There are more suitable places for you. You don't want to kill people to silence them, right? Xihua trembled, gritted her teeth, and said, I am really useful. Please keep me. Don't kill me. After Shin Xian came out of the space, she did not use the mind-reading function. She wanted to suppress the murderous emotion in her heart. I don't know what Xihua is thinking. I don't want to bother with her. I brought her with me just to meet Xingtian organization on the way and learn about it in advance. But if you write down everything you know about Xingtian organization and give it to me, I can consider keeping you in the wine market. Really? You must keep your word. Xihua was originally a free and easy person. Since she left Xingtian, it was useless to keep these materials. It would be better to use them to exchange for her life. She immediately put down the wine glass, asked Zhang Ziliang for a pen and paper, and found a quiet place to rack her brains to output. How she joined Xingtian, Xingtian's supply point in the Northwest, Xingtian's organizational structure, and Xingtian's general national content. As long as she knew, she wrote down everything. The wine market is located in the Northwest, and every brick and tile here exudes a sense of freedom. Even the cold wind seems to say, come out and have fun, come out and have fun. In this atmosphere, except for Shin Xian, who had a headache, everyone else drank too much. Especially Jiang Dong, who howled while drinking. Shin Xian, how can we live without you? Woo woo woo, don't abandon me. You saved me in the beginning. You have to be responsible. You can't just throw me away after you use me. Ugh. Vomited 200 in the car. Shin Xian said coldly. 200? Of course it's RMB. But in this Doomsday, who has RMB, let alone 200, Jiang Dong doesn't even have 2. He could only hold back and open the car door to vomit outside. He was wrong, and he just pulled Atu down. Atu was no match for the mutant Jiang Dong, and was worried that his tail would be pulled out, so he followed him down. Ouch. You. Jiang Dong vomited while holding Atu, and vomited all over Atu. Woof. Woof. Atu Ping struggled hard but couldn't get away. The vomited filth quickly froze. Ah! Someone, save the dog. Atu is so angry. Hey, Atu is screaming like this. Didn't Jiang Dong do anything bad? Lao Li heard Atu's scream, opened the car door, and leaned out to check. But it was dark at night. Lao Li only saw Atu being held by Jiang Dong, and didn't look closely at all. Slammed the door. It's okay, I guess Jiang Dong hurt Atu. Chung Sun, watch your words. Lao Li, I didn't say anything. Seeing the door of hope being closed, Atu wanted to die. After Jiang Dong vomited enough, Atu finally broke free, and immediately barked a few times, and then switched to Horman. After a while of talking nonsense, Horman found a knife, and started to shave Atu's hair. Shaved, Lung. Woof woof, Lung was shaved too. Chapter 233. Horman had no choice but to do it, because Atu was his best friend. He looked at Jiang Dong lying on the ground, worried that he would freeze to death, and thought the drunk Horman was annoying, so he simply picked him up and threw him into Zhu Zei's car. Then he concentrated on shaving Atu's hair. A night of hangover. The next day, after Shin Xian woke up, he asked someone to clean up the RV, but he didn't find any trace of Ah-Tu. Where is Ah-Tu? Everything in the wine market base had just been put on track, and there were still many loopholes. He was afraid that someone would take Ah-Tu away. Song Yuan. Shen Xian called people over, and when he was about to let Song Yuan use a drone to search, Ah-Tu appeared with his ears drooping. Ah-Tu, what's wrong with you? Looking at Ah-Tu, who was shaved all over, like Devon's curly hair, Shen Xian was stunned. Chung Sun was also shocked. What happened? It was fine last night. Ah-Tu rubbed Shen Xian's legs listlessly. It can't talk, and a man, who knows what's going on, is not here now. The monitoring equipment in the wine market is not as advanced as that in Anqing. We can only start from the monitoring around the RV. Luckily, Jiang Dong didn't run far last night, and the monitoring equipment in the RV recorded everything Jiang Dong did. Jiang Dong is really a bastard. Watching a man shaving Ah-Tu's hair in the video, Ah-Tu almost cried. Chung Sun forced himself to laugh and cursed. Shen Xian scratched his head. Who can be blamed for this? Jiang Dong was drunk and didn't know anything. Ah-Tu at least knew that he was vomited all over, frozen, and his hair was pulled up, instead of coming back to take a shower. Good Ah-Tu, I'm sorry for you. Shen Xian squatted down and touched Ah-Tu's head. I go give you a bath now. There are still some things to be done at the base, so everyone went to work. Shen Xian was the only one left, so he asked Zhang Ziliang for the room key and went to his room to give Ah-Tu a clean bath. When they were all packed up and came out, they happened to meet Jiang Dong, who had just sobered up. He also felt that it was not possible to take a bath in the RV, so he was going to take a bath at Zhang Ziliang's place. As a result, he saw Ah-Tu in a German curly hair coming out. Ha ha ha. Ah-Tu, where's your hair? But you are also very special like this, very handsome. But aren't you cold without hair? Ah-Tu looked at him resentfully, ignored him and walked away. Hey Ah-Tu, what's wrong with you? Why don't you pay attention to me? Seeing Shen Xian behind him, he immediately went up to him. Shen Xian, what's wrong with Ah-Tu's hair? Why doesn't it pay attention to me? Shen Xian, pat Jiang Dong's shoulder and left without saying a word. Huh? What happened to everyone? Until they were about to set off, Jiang Dong didn't get a look from Ah-Tu. Boss, don't worry, Zhang Ziliang and I will definitely fix the base. Zhu Zhe patted his chest and promised. I believe you. Remember, as long as you and Zhang Ziliang still have the satellite, it's important, nothing else matters. Shen Xian told the two. She has always been a person who is willing to give up everything, knows what she wants, and can give up everything except her goals. Zhang Ziliang was moved. Shen Xian was like a reborn parent to him. Zhu Zhe understood what Shen Xian meant. The wine market is too close to Lan City, and now more and more people know about the restoration of the wine market satellite, and it is hard to guarantee that people from other bases will have ideas about the wine market. If there is danger, everyone can sacrifice, as long as he, Zhang Ziliang and the satellite are fine. Lu Qiming opened his mouth, looked at the people around him with hot faces, and finally said nothing. He just couldn't understand. Won't those people be sad after hearing such words? Lu Qiming asked loudly in a low voice. Lao Li turned his head and looked at him in surprise. Why are you sad? You are so generous, and try hard to become someone that Shen Xian cares about. What's there to be sad about? They are not moved enough. If one day you climb to a position as high as Zhu Zhe and Zhang Ziliang, Shen Xian will treat them the same way. Hi, Lu Qiming was speechless. He didn't know what to say for a while. He could only say that the people in Anqing base are all good at self-PUA. He will never learn it in his life. Shen Xian's eyes fell on Jihua, who was still wearing a red fur coat, standing in the crowd and conspicuous and flamboyant. I have seen the information you provided. If it is false, you know the consequences. Don't worry, everything I provided is true, but now it is the end of the world. If there is any change, you can't blame me. Jihua will fight for it myself. I know what I am doing. Zhu Zhe followed. Boss, don't worry, I will watch her. The subtext is that you can kill her when necessary. Jihua shrank her neck and stopped talking. Before leaving, Shen Xian took out the water tower, weapons, and 10 Ultraman lights that he wanted to leave for the wine market from the space. There are also precious seedlings. Of course, all of these were given to Zhu Zhe. Zhu Zhe received them directly in the space in front of Zhang Ziliang. With these, the wine market will develop better. Zhang Ziliang is a person who knows the importance and knows how to be grateful. Before, when Mao was in power, he did not betray Shen Xian in such a difficult situation, so there is no need to worry now. Shen Xian also directly allocated a space to Zhang Ziliang. Not wanting to see how Zhang Ziliang was surprised, and how to learn to use the space, Shen Xian waved his hand. Jiang Dong was the driver, and the RV carrying Shen Xian, Chung Sun, Song Yuan, Lu Qiming, and the two slowly drove out of the base, with Horman sitting on the roof. This is a new journey. Loudly stayed in the wine market for a few days. After he was done, he would go to Dazhou and Gui City for inspection. Leaving the northwest and heading southeast, the first stop was Zhangjiajie, the first signal location in the map provided by Song Yuan. Why do you want to bypass the mountain city? Lu Qiming couldn't help asking. When he went to Gui City before, Shen Xian bypassed the mountain city. The terrain of Shancheng is complex, and the population is large. The most important thing for us now is not to capture the city, but to get the nuclear submarine. Finding chips on the way is just a side job. If you take Shancheng, the entire northwest will be yours. Lu Qiming expressed his views. Shen Xian fell into thought. You are right. Then he sent a message to Zhang Ziliang and Zhu Zhe. After this is rectified, we will do our best to take Lan City and dispatch personnel from Anqing. I told you about Shancheng. Why did you run to Lan City? Lu Qiming was really anxious. Shen Xian raised a finger and shook it in front of him. No, Captain Lu, what the outside world is like now, how many bases there are, to be honest, we don't know it all. Shancheng is an important area. If other bases know that I have connected Jiushi, Anxi, Shancheng, and Guishi, and I am not in the base, what will happen? Lu Qiming followed her thoughts. They will treat you as an opponent and attack you directly. Yes, congratulations, you are right. Before we know the situation outside, we should develop secretly. It would be good to take Lan City. Now many people know that the satellite has been restored, and the Wine City base is also known. It is not difficult to find out who owns the Wine City base. Shen Xian does not want to make herself so threatening. Keep the mountain city. Moreover, there will definitely be a base that will take the initiative to take the mountain city because they are worried that we will take the mountain city first. At that time, if the other party is willing to cooperate, we will cooperate. If the other party is unwilling to cooperate, we will consider other things. Isn't this good? Lu Qiming knew that the other thing Shen Xian said was to fight violence with violence. But he was indeed surprised by Shen Xian's thoughts. It's a pity that you don't become a commander. Chung Sun stood up and poured a cup of tea, and also handed a cup to Lu Qiming. Now our Shen Xian is not inferior to the commander. Then will your 30,000 zombie army just follow us? Lu Qiming asked tentatively. Wang Tian is in Shen Xian's hands, which is equivalent to the zombie army in her hands. This combat power is really enviable. The zombie team and the RV are kept at a distance of 10 kilometers. Unless drones or airplanes are used, the relationship between the two cannot be basically discovered. Shen Xian smiled mysteriously, yes? Lu Qiming snorted silently and stopped talking. He now secretly prayed that the Min City base would be obedient and not stubborn. As long as they cooperate well with Shen Xian, everything will be there. If they are stubborn and insist on going against it, then what awaits Min City may be zombies rushing the city. The RV was on the road again, and everyone seemed to have returned to the days when the Doomsday began. But Atu still ignored Jiang Dong. Sister Shen, there is a group of zombies ahead. Should we recruit them or fight them? Song Yuan asked, and at the same time handed the control screen of the drone to Shen Xian. The group of zombies on the screen did not seem to be numerous. No matter how few flies there are, they are still meat, and we cannot waste them. If they were alive, they would all be human beings. Tu, let Wang Tian out. Tu, you. Wang Tian's appearance was often accompanied by Li Xiang. Now Wang Tian also figured out his position. At least on the surface, he was honest, and no longer scolded Shen Xian as soon as he saw her. This was the first time he appeared in Shen Xian's RV. Tell me, what's the matter this time? Wang Tian asked carelessly. Turning his head to see Tu, his expression was exaggerated. Tu, dog, where's your hair? What happened? He just wanted to take the opportunity to laugh at Tu. It's easy to imagine that in such a cold day, something must have happened to shave his hair. Tu stared at him with a pair of dog eyes in a humane way, and finally rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha, Wang Tian actually laughed out loud. Tu felt itchy and wanted to bite someone. Li Xiang was very easygoing, so he took the initiative to pick up the bananas from the Table Mountain and fed them to Wang Tian. He now accepted his fate, knowing that as long as he served Wang Tian well and took good care of Wang Tian, his life would be safe. Speaking of life, He thought of Yang Hai again. Yang Hai tried to steal his job as a humanoid mount more than once, but in the space, he was no match for the well-fed Li Xiang, and he was beaten back by Li Xiang after several attempts. So Li Xiang's current job was secured by his fists. He was a little happy to serve Wang Tian. Shen Xian smiled lightly and scratched his fingernails. There is a group of zombies ahead. Let them join our team. Wang Tian, So you don't want to fight now, just want to play snake, right? But he had no choice. He had to make Shen Xian feel that he was useful, so that he would have a chance to grow a body again in the future. Okay, I have a condition. Let me stay outside for a while. Tu's stomach is too stuffy. It's not the time yet. Wang Tian was cunning, and Shen Xian couldn't see through his inner activities, so he was definitely unwilling to take risks. With a wave of his hand, Tu took the two back to the space. Seeing Tu waving his hand, Li Xiang quickly picked up the fruit on the table and disappeared into the car together. This Li Xiang is really... Jiang Dong turned the handlebars to get the RV as close to the zombie group as possible. Then Tu released Wang Tian again, this time only Wang Tian. Wang Tian thought Shen Xian had let it go and wanted him to breathe some fresh air outside. Unexpectedly, Chung Sun opened the car door, and a man's big hand came in from the car door, directly pinched Wang Tian's head, and pulled Wang Tian out like pulling a carrot. Hey, you murdered me. My head. Under Wang Tian's protest, a man reluctantly changed his position. He clamped Wang Tian under his armpit. Since a man became like this, he was close to Shen Xian at the beginning, and was still thinking about taking a bath. Later, he only took a bath when the battle was over. He was huge, and there was no place for him to take a bath on the road. Moreover, Herman is not afraid of cold and sweats. It is conceivable that his armpits are not only warm, but also touching. Look, Wang Tian was so moved that he vomited. Herman has a conditioned reflex to the sound of vomiting. Jiang Dong ruined his good brother A2 in this way a few days ago. When Wang Tian's vomiting sound just sounded, Herman quickly pulled him out and held him upside down in his hand. The unlucky Wang Tian still vomited, but he vomited all over his face in the wind. Wang Tian, do you want me to die? Herman brought Wang Tian to the zombie group. Both of them were zombies, so naturally they did not cause a commotion in the zombie group. Wang Tian turned his head, wiped his face on Herman's clothes, and reluctantly pulled Sands away and hissed a few times. Then, several high-level zombies jumped out of the zombie group and lay in front of Wang Tian. For a moment, Wang Tian really thought, why not let these zombies attack the RV and tear Shen Xian, the bastard, to pieces? But the moment he was about to give the order, a cold sweat broke out. Shen Xian, that woman, was full of tricks. Would there be any conspiracy waiting for him here, if he really let the zombies attack her? Would it be a trap? After thinking about it, he still felt that his life was more important, so he immediately ordered the zombies in front of him to line up and wait for Shen Xian's RV to arrive. In fact, he really thought too much. Shen Xian didn't think of doing anything to him at all. The RV was not slow after the upgrade. If the zombies turned around and attacked them, they could still kill them with this number of zombies. If the worst happened, the zombies 10 kilometers behind them also attacked, and the worst thing was to run away. Blue Star was so big, let Herman tear Wang Tian to pieces, and the zombies would just crawl around. That was her idea, but unfortunately, this plan had no chance to be implemented after the RV safely passed the zombies. It was Wang Tian who got himself dirty. Jiang Dong stopped the car, and Tu vomited out Li Xiang, and found a place for Li Xiang to wipe Wang Tian. Otherwise, Shen Xian would not want to talk to Wang Tian. And Wan Man also changed into clean clothes. Chapter 234. First stop is Zhangjiaji. With the help of Wang Tian, Shen Xian's zombie army grew bigger and bigger. When it was close to Xiangxi Autonomous Prefecture, there were already 60,000 zombies. Wang Tian was also able to get some fresh air outside for several hours every day. Zombies are just like people. Once they lose their thoughts, they can no longer be energetic. Since Wang Tian gave up on opposing Shen Xian, he felt much more relaxed. Every day, he rode on Li Xiang's arm happily, and ate a lot. Jiang Dong couldn't stand it. Wang Tian, you are like this, eating so much, don't you poop in these days? Shen Xian, who was eating ice cream, paused. Eat, don't talk about such disgusting topics. Oh, Jiang Dong lowered his voice, and continued to ask, Wang Tian, to be honest, you only eat and don't poop. Where do all the food go? Shen Xian had excellent hearing. Even if Jiang Dong lowered his voice to the lowest, she could hear it clearly. Since you can't beat them, just join them. Shin Xian handed the remaining half of the ice cream to Ah-Tu to eat, and then joined the group chat. So Wang Tian, I see your zombie army doesn't eat much. What are they alive? Cultivating immortals? Chung Sun, Lu Qiming, Song Yuan, that's right, tell me, Wang Tian, call me dad. I tell you if you call me dad. Of course, Wang Tian didn't dare to say that. Shin Xian asked several people, so he had to explain it. I said that we zombies are samples of human evolution, but many people can't withstand cell evolution and become like that. People like me are well evolved. The biggest difference is that the utilization of cells is different from that of humans. Like me, no matter how much I eat, it will be converted into energy, and the energy can be stored if it is not used up. Wait, don't tell me that you have spiritual crystals in your body? Jiang Dong thought of the zombie articles he had read before. Wang Tian was horrified. It was a pity that he had no hands, otherwise he would be holding his belly with both hands. I warn you, I don't have any spiritual crystals in my body. That's all your imagination. I store energy in my blood, and it's not without limit. Shin Xian touched his chin with a curious look. What about those zombies outside? What do they eat? It's not that they don't eat, you just don't see it. But zombies are different from humans. You humans will be hungry if you don't eat for a day. Wang Tian said this, and glanced at Jiang Dong. Among these people, Jiang Dong is the one who eats the most. We zombies can survive for a long time just by eating a little. Wang Tian looked proud. Shin Xian pondered. Send a message to Professor Chow, asking him to focus on studying the utilization of zombies' blood and cells. Chung Sun, okay, Wang Tian, Shin Xian you. Bad woman, you tricked me. Now he didn't dare to scold Shin Xian recklessly. Beep beep, the drone sounded an alarm, and Song Yuan quickly called up the control screen, frowning. Sister Shin, someone is blocking the road ahead. Huh? In the screen, 3 long trailer trucks were parked horizontally in the middle of the highway ahead, with a line of large characters sprayed on them with paint. Pay to pass the road. As if worried that people wouldn't understand, it was also written in English below. This stretch of road is hundreds of kilometers long, with mountain roads on both sides, and there is no other way to choose. And forcing through the barrier is not possible either, with 3 trucks parked sideways, and tanks are almost there. Everyone looked curious. After so many times, this is the first time I have encountered a toll collector. It's the end of the world. What's the use of asking for money? Jiang Dong complained. Interesting, do you want to go and see it? Chung Sun asked Shin Xian. Go, how can you get through if you don't go? Shin Xian gestured to Chung Sun to remove the machine gun and solar air gun on the roof of the car. Moving forward bare, it seems to have no lethality. Huaman, get off and walk by yourself. Let the eye-catching Huaman leave the car. Another very important reason is that the target person they are looking for is in Zhangjiaji. Instead of working hard like this, it is better to find some locals to lead the way. RVs are something that everyone will covet, especially fully armed top-of-the-line RVs, like Shin Xian. The RV slowly approached, and a dozen burly men jumped out of the truck. They were dressed tightly, holding homemade guns in their hands, and smoking cigarettes. One of them raised his gun, and fired a shot in the direction of the RV's wheels. Bang! The gunshot was very abrupt, and Jiang Dong cooperated very well and braked suddenly. The RV was equipped with vacuum tires, so there was no fear of injury at all. The performance of the emergency brake made the person who fired the gun on the opposite side very satisfied. Chung Sun, you go. I want to see the people behind these people. Shin Xian ordered casually. No problem. Chung Sun straightened his clothes and opened the car door. Brothers? Let's talk it over. He looked frightened and scared, but he had to show up. The burly man in the lead spoke in a rough voice. Where are you from? Mountain City. Mountain City. Chung Sun was afraid that if he was slow to reply, he would make the other party unhappy. The burly man looked at the RV. His eyes widened and his saliva was about to flow out. Let everyone in your car get off. We have the elderly, weak, women and children in our car. It's too cold outside. Can you make some concessions? Chung Sun of course had to bargain. This is the truth. Wait a minute, if you are really the elderly, weak, women and children, how did you survive until now? Don't talk nonsense, all get off. Chung Sun had no choice but to return to the door with a helpless look on his face. All get off. The first to get off was Jiang Dong. The expressions of the burly men were still normal. Then came Lu Qiming and Song Yuan, who were indeed the elderly, weak, sick and disabled. And a dog? The burly men looked at each other. Their eyes were full of the words dog meat hot pot. Wang Tian and Li Xiang had been received in a two's space. Shen Xian came down last. As soon as Shen Xian came out, the big men all took a deep breath. Women, and such a beautiful woman. In their worldview, people live for houses, cars, and women, and have many children. After the apocalypse, they have too many houses to live in, but cars and women are in short supply. And now, it's right in front of them. This. When these people were getting excited, the big man in the lead coughed dryly. Take them all back. No, search first. He barely kept his sanity. When the flood just receded, they thought about how to make money and collect tolls on this only life channel. At first it was money, then gold, and later they found that gold and money were useless, so they started to collect food and people. Relying on homemade earth guns, they robbed wave after wave. In Chung Sun's opinion, these people were also very lucky. The official team would not take this road, because Zhangjiajie is not a strategic fortress, so those who walk here are ordinary people. And ordinary people have limited combat effectiveness. They were robbed alive by them. Zombies don't take this road either, because there is nothing on the road that attracts zombies. So these people have survived until now. Chapter 235. In addition to greed, the faces of the bandits on the opposite side also showed a trace of vigilance. They searched the RV inside and out, and took the fruits in the car. Captain, look. One of them handed the apple in his hand to the leader, as if offering a treasure. The apple had been in the car for several days. Because it was a little wilted, no one wanted to eat it, so it was kept until now. The leader immediately put the apple in his arms. Be careful, don't freeze it. After Shen Xian saw it, he was more certain that there were people behind these people. Thinking about it, he should be able to mobilize his consciousness for a few minutes and listen to the inner activities of the people on the opposite side. For a few minutes, he can still suppress the murderous emotions in his heart. Captain, do you want to search me? The man who offered the apple had a wretched expression, and his rat eyes glanced at Shen Xian. Search! The burly men immediately rushed over with loose smiles, and they all wanted to search Shen Xian actively. But Shen Xian took the lead in unbuttoning her down jacket and gestured to them, Don't touch me, I have an infectious disease. Puff, Jiang Dong almost couldn't hold back his laughter, and could only cover himself up with a cough. Speaking of infectious diseases, the people who came to search her hesitated, and seeing that the others were all so far away from Shen Xian, they began to believe it. There was no way not to believe it. In the current situation, you can't get sick at all. There are no hospitals and doctors. A little illness can kill people. Searching others, a woman, what can she hide? The captain of the big men spoke. Chung Sun, Jiang Dong, Song Yuan and his party had already put all their things into space, so they naturally couldn't find anything by searching their bodies. The car and the people have been confiscated, follow us. Don't try to resist, or you will be shot. Faced with the temptation of the car and the woman, the people on the opposite side seemed to have lost their minds. They never thought about how these people in front of them could survive in the apocalypse without weapons. All they thought about was, today is a big fish. Chung Sun looked at Shen Xian, who nodded slightly. The leader raised his chin, and the big men had a clear division of labor. Some moved the big truck away, and some got on the RV. But after getting on the car, they found that the operating console was too advanced, and they didn't know how to drive. They could only get off the car awkwardly, and secretly tell their captain about the situation. Waste. You go drive. Follow us, don't play tricks. The leader pointed at Chung Sun. Chung Sun got in the car honestly. The leader thought about it, and got in the car. Shen Xian didn't care about anything else, raised his foot back to the car, and Jiang Dong and others followed back to the car. The leader wanted to say something, but after thinking for a while, he didn't say anything. He just waved his hand, and the three big men followed him into the car. The car was too warm. The big men became more greedy. Shen Xian sat steadily at the table, and let go of his consciousness. Little girls, little girls, little girls, Take it back and offer it to the high priest. Can you only offer the car? No, such a big beauty can't be concealed. That's not right. The high priest is so old, it's useless to have a beauty. It would be great if I could drive this car. Shen Xian felt a little like killing someone, because of his messy thoughts. Tear up this car, it should be useful in the laboratory. When will the vaccine be developed? After the research is done, I will change many women. The desire to kill became stronger and stronger, and Shen Xian regained consciousness in time. But he also got important information. High priest, this place is indeed a remote area, and there is such a high priest. Then, there is the research room, which is researching zombie vaccines. Then his goal is this research room. See how the research progress is, and who is doing the research. As for whether to wipe out the other party, Shin Xian is still hesitant. In troubled times, everyone depends on their own abilities. How can humans survive? Besides, it is useless for Shin Xian to come to a small base in such a place. As long as he gets what he wants, and the other party is not too bad, Shin Xian is unwilling to kill, lest his killing intention become stronger and stronger. After the RV passed, they moved the truck back to its original position, and there was a van behind the truck. Half of the people were left to continue collecting protection fees, and the rest got on the van and led the way in front. The muzzle of the earth gun kept Chung Sun's head down, and Chung Sun drove to follow the van. After getting off the highway, they headed all the way to the mountains. According to the road signs, they have entered the Zhangjiajie scenic area. If it was before the end of the world, so many people would come in, and the ticket price alone would be several thousand. Shin Xian adjusted her breathing and looked at the scenery outside the window. Although the scenery was gone, the towering mountains still stood there. It was refreshing, if there were no such eyesores. The killing intent was rising, and Shin Xian took a deep breath. As if sensing her discomfort, Tu came forward, squatted at her feet obediently, and put his head on her knees. Shin Xian touched Tu's head from time to time, and his mood gradually calmed down. Suddenly, the RV bumped and followed the van from the flat road to a mountain road. "Brother, where are we going?" Jiang Dong asked after receiving Shin Xian's signal. "Stop talking nonsense and follow me." One person pushed Jiang Dong fiercely. "Brother, it hurts." Jiang Dong raised his orchid finger and shouted shyly. "It's really disgusting." Shin Xian lowered his head and stopped looking. Lu Qiming and Song Yuan had speechless expressions on their faces. "Talk properly." The man pushed Jiang Dong again. "Oh, don't push me, brother." Jiang Dong spoke with a pinched throat. "Talk properly, damn, dead sissy." The man was disgusted and wanted to vomit, and raised the butt of the gun to hit someone. "Wait!" Another person suddenly stopped him. "Since he likes this, isn't it just right to give it to that person?" You're right, that person does experiments every day, and he's in a bad mood recently, so it's good to give him a gift." Big brothers, are you serious?" Jiang Dong was just bored and wanted to discuss those big men, but who would have thought that he would fall into the trap? He turned his head to look at Shin Xian, and his eyes revealed 3 words. "Save me, save me, save me." Shin Xian turned his head to look out the window, with an expression that he didn't see anything. Lu Qiming and Song Yuan gave him a look of "may you be lucky." Even Jiang Dong saw a gloating expression on Tu's face. Shin Xian also got another message. The one doing the experiment is a man, and he likes men. It's just right for Jiang Dong to go and meet him when the time comes. The mountain road is not easy to walk, and after shaking for 3 hours, the van stopped at the entrance of a village. The reason why it is called a village is that the style is too obvious. Red brick walls, gray brick roofs, and chimneys with smoke coming out. The people who appeared at the entrance of the village were wearing clothes with silver ornaments. But strangely, they were still wearing single clothes. Shin Xian and his group had a lot of questions on their faces. Could it be that the people here are all zombies, and they have evolved? Are they not afraid of the cold? But as soon as they got off the car, everyone felt something was wrong. "What's the temperature here?" Lu Qiming blurted out. Chapter 236. Shin Xian took off his gloves and felt it with his bare hands. Indeed, the temperature here seems to be higher than outside. He looked at his watch, which showed a temperature of -10 degrees. Compared with the -40 degrees outside, it was spring here. Others also took off their gloves and felt the spring feeling. "Okay." Jiang Dong was almost exposed. "This place is good, should we take it?" Shin Xian stopped him with his eyes, and shook his head. "The cost performance is too low. The mountains are high and the roads are long, so it is inconvenient for the combat team to enter and exit. But there is another advantage here. It has been isolated from the world for a long time, and there are no zombies here, in addition to the lower temperature. It is easy to deal with without zombies. It is -10 degrees, and greenhouses can be used for planting, which can basically be self-sufficient. What are you looking at? Hurry up." Someone stretched out his hand and pushed Jiang Dong. Jiang Dong could see that this group of people were quite well-mannered. They didn't beat or scold Lu Qiming, Song Yuan and Tu, nor did they provoke Shin Xian. They respected the elderly and loved the young, and they also loved small animals and respected women. Just like him and Chung Sun. Those people took Shin Xian and his group to a stone house, and locked them up except Shin Xian. Come with me. One pointed a gun at Shin Xian. Chung Sun stepped forward and blocked Shin Xian behind him. What are you going to do? I go with you. Good acting, brother. Jiang Dong gave him a thumbs up. Chung Sun acted the feeling of protecting his child very well. Jiang Dong thought that he was still too weak, and he really didn't think as much as Chung Sun. According to normal people's logic, the only woman in the team was going to be taken away, and as men, they should really come out to stop it. That's how it's realistic. Chung Sun rolled his eyes at him. Hack you. He was really worried about Shin Xian, and it had nothing to do with whether Shin Xian could fight or protect herself. Before Shin Xian's turn to perform, the man punched Chung Sun hard. Get out of here, it's none of your business. Chung Sun curled up and fell to the ground. Bah! Weakling. The man smiled contemptuously and took Shin Xian away. He also locked the door with an iron chain. Song Yuan took out a palm-sized instrument from the space, and after pressing the switch, the instrument began to flash continuously. After dozens of seconds, the flashing stopped. There is no monitoring equipment or listening equipment in the room. This was invented by him when he was free, and it was originally thrown into space to collect dust, but he didn't expect to really use it. Chung Sun jumped up from the ground and flicked the dirt off his body, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Dong immediately took out a bunch of snacks and a set of tables and chairs from the space, sat down and started eating. Emergency food was placed in the spaces of several people, but Song Yuan mainly put mechanical equipment, while Chung Sun went for a minimalist style, mainly weapons and vehicles. Atu's space was mainly for prisoners, and Jiang Dong's space was for all kinds of food and daily necessities. Come on, eat something to replenish your energy. I made you dislike my space, but now you still have to rely on me? When he put these in the space, he was laughed at by several people. He proudly tore open a bag of Oreos. Chung Sun was not polite, and sat down to eat. Song Yuan, we saved some for you. Song Yuan took out the drone remote control from the space. When he searched him just now, he put all these into the space. The modified drone can fly by itself. But since he didn't know the destination, he could only set a location at random, and kept secretly changing the location of the drone along the way. Now that everything is quiet, the first thing to do is of course to explore the surrounding terrain. Well, this village is not small. According to the housing, there are at least 30,000 people here. There are many greenhouses on the mountain. It is surrounded by mountains, and there is only one road we came in. After listening to the information provided by Song Yuan, Chung Sun made a summary, that is, it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Wait for Shin Xian's news. Everyone be careful not to show your feet. Chung Sun took out his mobile phone from the space and took a look. There was no news from Shin Xian, so after sending Song Yuan's news and his own inference to Shin Xian, he threw it back into the space. Looking at the extremely calm people, Lu Qiming could only accept the current situation and sat down to eat. When he was at the base before, because of their age, he and Chao Minhui got along best. Chao Minhui reminded him more than once, don't go out with young people. He didn't care at the time. Now it seems that the old man is still shrewd. What Chao Minhui said is right. These young people do not play by the rules at all. Except for the planned destination, they may make different moves at any other time. In his opinion, when it is not time to take action, Shin Xian often does it without saying anything. When it is time to take action, she often uses a trick to outsmart, just like now. If Chao Minhui were here, he would tell her that this is in line with Shin Xian's principle of action, not too troublesome, but also cost-effective. Her goal is to find the chip, and she is not so crazy as to massacre the whole village. As for the collection of protection fees, what does it have to do with her? Shin Xian followed the man through the village. Your environment here is really good. She looked like she was here for sightseeing, which made the escort wonder if she had brought back a man. Shouldn't she be like the women before? Scared, yelling, crying and begging for mercy? The man looked Shin Xian up and down, his eyes lingering on Shin Xian's face. He thought, wouldn't it be better if this was a crossdresser? That man likes this. Hearing his inner thoughts, Shin Xian raised her eyebrows. This job should be done by Jiang Dong, but maybe Jiang Dong will be the next one. Arriving at the door of the highest house on the hillside, the man knocked on the wooden door. High priest, the people are here. Come in. An old voice came from inside the house. Shin Xian was taken in. The room was full of wooden furniture, with a charcoal basin burning, and a few potatoes and sweet potatoes placed next to the charcoal basin. The smell of roasted sweet potatoes filled the room. An old man sat on a rocking chair next to the charcoal basin, wearing a blue and white hat on his head and an animal bone hanging around his neck. When he saw Shin Xian, a gleam of light flashed in his calm eyes. It wasn't the kind of man seeing a woman, but it was like seeing something precious. The high priest raised his dry hand and motioned for others to leave. High priest, no, what if? What if this is a man? A smile bloomed on the wrinkled face of the high priest. No, you guys go out, I know my limits. Shin Xian frowned. This high priest has an aura she has never encountered before. Wait, let's leave someone here. If anything happens, it's easy to explain. Is there something that the high priest doesn't want your villagers to know? What if this old man does something to her, and she can't suppress her murderous intent and massacres the whole village? Recently, she doesn't want to kill anyone unless it's absolutely necessary. Chapter 237. The high priest laughed and did not force the man to leave. The guard was afraid of something happening, so he stayed inside the house when he saw that the high priest stopped talking. If it was a man, he could still be on guard. Even if it was a real woman, she was too beautiful. The high priest was so old, what if? As soon as she opened her mind, Shin Xian heard the guard's messy inner thoughts and was speechless. No! She immediately became alert because she could not feel the high priest's inner world. This situation has only happened to one person, Wang Tian. As long as they are human, they have inner thoughts. Even if they are blind, they have fewer inner thoughts, but they are not completely insensitive. So, there is only one answer. The old and withered high priest in front of him is a zombie like Wang Tian. The high priest's eyes seemed to see through everything. Shin Guo frowned. So what are you doing for? The guards were puzzled by her words and tone, and were about to step forward to scold her, but were stopped by the high priest. You'd better go out. You're really in the way here. Guards, Go, don't worry, I be fine. Hearing what the high priest said, the guards bowed and saluted, and left. It was even harder for Shin Xian to understand. This high priest seemed different from Wang Tian. She decided to get straight to the point. How long have you been a zombie? The high priest didn't seem to expect her to be so direct. He was stunned at first, then smiled suddenly, and the wrinkles on his face were stretched a lot. Touching his forehead, he seemed to be trying to recall. How long? It doesn't seem to be very long. This was the first time Shin Guogui encountered such an enemy. If it was someone like Wang Tian, it would be fine to start a war directly. But this high priest was so strange. The high priest stood up tremblingly, and stood at the window looking outside. I have been a high priest for a long time, so long that I have forgotten it myself. Little girl, do you think there are gods in the world? Shin Xian shook her head at such a profound question, but when she thought of her rebirth, she was a little uncertain. Next, the high priest said something that Shin Xian could not understand at all. In the words of you young people, the end of science is theology, and the end of theology is science. Shin Xian did not understand, so she simply did not speak. I had a premonition that we would meet today. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Shin Xian frowned. She did not like this kind of mysticism and metaphysics. So what? The high priest smiled but did not say anything. He thought Shin Xian would be interested in this topic, but he did not expect Shin Xian to be uninterested in this topic. He also changed the topic. Do you know why it's not as cold as the outside world? Shin thought for a moment. It's probably because of the geographical location. The high priest shook his head. Since you guessed my situation, do you know why I'm old? If you become younger, I'm afraid it will scare people. No, even if I become a child, people here won't be surprised, because I'm the high priest. The high priest showed a childlike smile on his face. With a hint of pride, he said, because I used my ability to change the environment here. Shin Xian's brain almost couldn't keep up with the high priest's train of thought. It took a few minutes to understand what was going on. The high priest was indeed a zombie, even a higher level than Wang Tian. Perhaps the cause of death was that the high priest was kind by nature before, or had been exposed to his so-called divine power. After becoming a zombie, his brain was not occupied by desire like Wang Tian. Instead, he used his own energy to save the village. The high priest just mentioned the extremely cold weather, which means that he became a high-level zombie after the extremely hot weather. Because the energy was used to protect the environment of the village, he did not have extra energy to rejuvenate. Facing someone like Wang Tian, Shin Xian did not kill him, but used him. Facing such a high priest, Shin Xian had no intention of killing him. After all, Blue Star is so big that there will be all kinds of zombies, as long as they don't provoke her. Don't worry, I won't kill the people here, as long as they don't provoke me. Shin Xian thought about it, and made a promise. The high priest smiled. Then it's your turn. What's your name, little girl? Shin Xian. Good name. Do you have anything else to ask me? The high priest looked kind. Although he couldn't catch the high priest's inner thoughts, Shin Xian had an inexplicable intuition that what the high priest said was true. 2 questions. I know you have a laboratory here. I want to meet the person who does the experiment. Yes. The high priest agreed without hesitation and was very confident in Shin Xian. He didn't even ask Shin Xian what she was going to do. The second question. Shin Xian fell into deep thought. The high priest didn't urge her and waited quietly. I dreamed of a scene, a blue star, shrouded in ice, and it seemed to want to kill all living things. This dream troubled her for a while. She didn't think about it deliberately, but she didn't forget it. Dreams are so mysterious, maybe you can ask this magical person in front of you. The high priest looked mysterious. Perhaps, you can connect everything, and blue star is also a part of everything. Shin Xian's brows tightened. This old man knew his ability? Then blue star is really a living thing. This is too outrageous. Shin Xian found it a little hard to accept. Moreover, there are so many people or zombies. Why is it herself? The old priest stopped talking and closed his eyes. If she didn't know that the other party was a zombie, Shin Xian would have thought that the other party was dead. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, the old priest said, "Don't tell my children." Shin Xian didn't say anything. Even if the old priest didn't say it, she wouldn't meddle in other people's business. After leaving the house, the guard gently pushed the door open and took a look. He was relieved to see that the old priest was safe and sound. Your priest asked you to take me to the laboratory to meet the person in charge. Oh, and my friend has to go with me. There are so many things. If the old priest hadn't said that no animals could be killed within 3 days, these people would have cut them up and fed them to pigs. The other party's voice came, and Shin Xian looked up at him. It seems that there is an old priest in this village, and he is not as healthy as he seems. Soon, Chung Sun and others were brought over. Are you okay? Jiang Dong looked concerned. Chung Sun took the time to explore around and analyze useful information. Shin Xian nodded. Let's go to the laboratory and see if it is the person we are looking for. Seeing that the guard didn't pay attention to him, Shin Xian quickly took out his mobile phone and opened the map. On the map, the red dot with the chip location was in this area. Also, Jiang Dong, no matter what happens later, you just have to be patient. Shin Xian gave Jiang Dong a heads up in advance. After all, according to the information currently available, the person in charge of the so-called laboratory doesn't seem to be that straight. Chapter 238. Song Yuan pointed to a white building on the mountain. On the bare mountain, there was a futuristic building, all white, surrounded by a cloud of fog. Awesome, a science fiction movie. Jiang Dong became interested. Go up, don't run around after you go up, there is an electric grid nearby. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you get electrocuted. The guard stopped. Why don't you go up? Jiang Dong was worried that there was a trick up there. The guard looked Jiang Dong up and down, and said meaningfully, I won't go. Shin Xian led everyone all the way up. After observing the surrounding environment for a while, Chung Sun came to a conclusion. If this was before the end of the world, it would be lush and green, and it could be a good homestay. As soon as the voice fell, the few people turned the corner, and saw Dushan Homestay written on the door of the white building. It was a white 3-story building. Most of the walls had collapsed. Some of the glass windows were covered with plastic sheets, and some were built with bricks. The main door was made of 1 glass, and 1 wooden board. Jiang Dong laughed and patted Chung Sun on the shoulder. Not only can your gun turn, but your eyes can turn too. There was not even a guard at the door of the white B&B. A man cursed angrily from inside. You can't even figure out this little thing. You're such a waste. Where are the cigarettes I asked you to find for me? I'm going on strike if there's no more cigarettes. Shin Xian waved his hand, and 2 yellow Crane Tower cigarettes appeared out of thin air in his hand. They were picked up from the supermarket before. Handed to Chung Sun. Chung Sun stepped forward and knocked on the door. Damn it, who is it? Didn't I say not to disturb you? Dong dong dong. Go open the door. Then, the door was opened from the inside by a little girl. The girl looked about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a thick sweater, 2 braided pigtails, a blue and white hat, and a pair of big red eyes. It seemed that she had just cried. Seeing the situation outside, he was stunned at first. Chung Sun coughed lightly. The high priest asked us to deliver something. Oh, give it to me. The little girl's eyes fell on the cigarette in Chung Sun's hand. Are you from outside? The little girl sniffed. The professor is in a bad mood today and doesn't want to see anyone. As she was talking, she saw Jiang Dong behind Chung Sun, and her eyes immediately lit up. Wait a minute. She slammed the door shut. Everyone looked at each other, and only Shen Xian, with his extraordinary hearing, heard the conversation inside. The girl, Professor, there are a group of people outside. No, see. The girl, there is a very beautiful person. Get lost. It's a man. Wait. Soon the door was opened again. A handsome young man in his 20s tore open a cigarette box with one hand and opened the door with the other. He raised his little finger, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. The girl immediately stepped forward with a lighter to light the cigarette. The young man saw Jiang Dong at a glance and looked him up and down. He raised his head slightly and blew out a smoke ring. Staring at Jiang Dong, did the high priest ask you to come? Yes, Chung Sun said. When the young man glanced at Shen Xian's face, his brows frowned, trying to recall something. Pointing at Shen Xian, have we met before? Shen Xian sighed and reluctantly uttered 4 words. Boai Min's department. I thought so. The young man slapped his forehead. So you are an acquaintance, come in. Yes, the sissy in front of him was the owner of the private men's hospital when Shen Xian bought medical equipment before the end of the world. At that time, he was very angry and was holding a handkerchief. Now the whole person seems to be different, and there is no handkerchief. Shen Xian took the initiative to ask, aren't you going abroad with your friend? Hearing this, the young man sat down decadently on the sofa in the living room, and the others also sat down. The girl quickly poured everyone a cup of hot water. Don't mention it, I prepared everything to go abroad with that person, but it rained heavily, and that person ran away by himself. Sure enough, love is so unreliable. Shen Xian let go of his consciousness, and began to capture the other person's voice. You also saw the disaster that followed. You may not survive even if you escape to a foreign country. This is a comfort. The young man immediately became alert. You're right, my name is Ma Xiaohu. What's your name? The two traded millions last time, and they didn't even leave their names properly. Shen Xian, this is Chung Sun Jiang Dong. Shen Xian introduced them one by one. When it came to Jiang Dong, Ma Xiaohu was obviously more enthusiastic, holding Jiang Dong's hand tightly. Hello, are you going to live here for a long time in the future? Jiang Dong was about to say, no, but was interrupted by Shen Xian. Almost, we do something and leave, he wants to stay here. Jiang Dong, I won't, Shen Xian warned him with her eyes. Shut up, Jiang Dong, Wronged. Okay. Ma Xiaohu didn't care much about other people's stay or departure, but Jiang Dong really grew up in his aesthetics, and was a bit similar to his scumbag ex-boyfriend. Jiang Dong pulled his hand out with force. He was a little unhappy. Ame had never held his hand like this before. Shen Xian took out her mobile phone and checked the map information on it. The little red dot was in this room. As for what experiment Ma Xiaohu was doing here, she didn't care. Ma Xiaohu, are you the only two here? And Ma Xiaohu's eyes were all on Jiang Dong, not paying attention to Shen Xian's question. The girl with pigtails immediately replied, it's just the two of us. The professor doesn't like people to disturb us. I guess he doesn't like girls like you, and he doesn't like those rough guys outside, so he doesn't let you disturb us. Shen Xian silently complained in her heart. Through consciousness capture, the girl and Ma Xiaohu's words were all true, without lying or concealing. Shen Xian looked up at Song Yuan, let's start. Okay, Sister Shen. Song Yuan smiled obediently, and then nodded at the girl with pigtails. The little girl didn't know what happened yet, and looked at Song Yuan in confusion. Start. What? Song Yuan closed his breath and eyes, and released his consciousness, scanning the little girl's body like an X-ray. A minute later, Song Yuan opened his eyes, and shook his head at Shen Xian. Shen Xian raised his chin and pointed at Ma Xiaohu. Ma Xiaohu's cheeks were slightly red, looking at Jiang Dong, and he kept handing Jiang Dong snacks. Try this. It's a specialty here, they gave it to me, but I couldn't bear to eat it. I do it myself, don't feed me. It's really delicious. Chung Sun couldn't bear to watch and turned his head away. Song Yuan closed his eyes again and began to scan Ma Xiaohu with his consciousness. Shen Xian was just trying it out. After all, the previous two chips were found from heavyweights like Chao Minhui and Lu Qiming. This Ma Xiaohu, no matter how you look at it, is an insignificant little person. A minute later, Song Yuan opened his eyes and nodded at Shen Xian. Chapter 239. Hey Ma Xiaohu, it's like this, we are looking for something. Ma Xiaohu. Shen Xian had a headache. Yeah, go ahead and look, is there anything I can help with? Ma Xiaohu finally took his eyes off Jiang Dong and looked at Shen Xian. I said, we are looking for something, this thing may be in your body. Before Shen Xian finished speaking, Ma Xiaohu immediately jumped up, covering his butt, his face flushed. I said, how could it be in my body? How long have I not messed up? Among the people present, only Lu Qiming and Song Yuan didn't understand what was going on. Oh, and Ah Tu didn't know either. Shen Xian held his forehead with one hand, too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and waved his hand. Chung Sun stepped forward and held Ma Xiaohu down. Ah, what are you going to do? I don't play with multiple people. Shut up. Chung Sun was so angry that he laughed. This guy's head was full of yellow garbage. The pigtailed girl was also shocked, and hurried forward to tear Chung Sun. You don't mess around, I'm going to tell the high priest. Shen Xian stood up. Don't worry, the high priest knows everything. Oh! The pigtailed girl stopped immediately, and stood aside obediently. Ma Xiaohu kept struggling. Hey, I said, you believe everything they say, go find the high priest to save me. The pigtailed girl shook her head, with a sincere face. They won't lie to me, using the high priest to lie will be punished. Retribution. Ah, your sister's retribution. Shut up, you can die if you yell again. Shen Xian's face was cold. Oh, we are friends after all, if you force it, I can't stand so many people. Shen Xian gave Jiang Dong and Song Yuan a look. Song Yuan raised his hand, and a marker appeared out of thin air. Ah! The girl with pigtails was stunned, and immediately covered her mouth. Brother Jiang, take off his clothes, just his shirt. No problem. Jiang Dong understood immediately, and immediately started to strip Ma Xiaohu's shirt, directly using his mutant ability to violently tear it apart, and Ma Xiaohu's sweater and autumn clothes were directly broken into pieces. Ah! How can you do this to me? Woo woo woo. Be gentle, be gentle. Jiang Dong. Ma Xiaohu's expression actually changed from fear to shyness. Chung Sun, kill this thing. Lu Qiming, Shen Xian, hold it in, don't hit it. Song Yuan, this brother is so weird. After Ma Xiaohu was naked, Song Yuan stepped forward and raised his arm to draw a circle outside Ma Xiaohu's left shoulder. What's this for? The pigtailed girl and Ma Xiaohu were stunned. As the two looked at each other in confusion, Jiang Dong waved his hand, and a surgical box appeared out of thin air. After opening it, there were anesthetic needles, scalpels, gauze. In Shen Xian's team, although Shan Yao was in charge of the hospital, Shan Yao was not there. Jiang Dong was a regular doctor after all, so he was naturally equipped with these things for emergency, to prevent anyone in the team from getting hurt. Ma Xiaohu was very familiar with these things, and he was really scared this time. No. Shen Xian, are you serious? You can't use my big elbow. Ah! Don't pierce it, don't pierce it. Half a needle is enough. Looking at the anesthetic needle piercing his left shoulder, a chill came over him, and then half of Ma Xiaohu's body was out of his control. Lu Qiming pouted slightly. He didn't have anesthesia at the beginning. Jiang Dong picked up the scalpel, and under the influence of anesthesia, Ma Xiaohu's tongue was enlarged. You don't mess around. He watched Jiang Dong stab his shoulder with a knife, and began to dig inside. Song Yuan kept instructing, a little to the left, yes, a little deeper. Woo woo woo. Blood fell to the ground. Ma Xiaohu was really. Ding! A small piece of metal was dug out of his shoulder meat, and fell on the coffee table with a crisp sound. Ma Xiaohu stopped wailing. What is this? Shen Xian picked it up, and put it in a teacup to wash it, then took it out, and wiped it clean with a tissue. Take a look. And handed it to Song Yuan. Lu Miao was more suitable for this job, but Lu Miao was not there, so Song Yuan had to do it reluctantly. Song Yuan used it, you structured it. Sister Shen, it's a chip. Chip? Ma Xiaohu didn't care about the bleeding on his shoulder. Jiang Dong was stitching his wound. Seeing that Ma Xiaohu was about to move, he immediately patted him on the chest. Be honest. I don't care if it's crooked. At the beginning, he injured his back, and fainted from the pain without anesthesia. Now Ma Xiaohu is much happier. Oh, I won't move. Ma Xiaohu immediately sat down obediently. But how did this thing get into my shoulder? Who put it in? He was just lustful, not stupid, and immediately grasped the key to the problem. Shen Xian put the chip into the space, and put it together with the other two chips. I don't know, have you had surgery on your shoulder? No. Ma Xiaohu shook his head. There is no scar on my shoulder. It's smooth and shiny. How could it be injured? Shen Xian pondered for a moment and asked again, have you ever been completely unconscious? The kind that is unconscious? That's too many. Seeing Shen Xian's face sank, he immediately stopped talking and recalled seriously, about 3 years ago, my boyfriend and I went to play paragliding. I fell down and fainted, and when I woke up, I was in the hospital. Where did you play paragliding? Jing City, the paragliding club, there is the most famous, and the club belongs to my ex-boyfriend. When? 3 years ago. Maybe. Ma Xiaohu was a little uncertain. Everyone began to integrate the information. It was all 3 years ago, and the timeline can be confirmed. At that time, Chao Minhuai and Lu Qiming were also in Jing City. Shen Xian turned to Lu Qiming, Captain Lu. Did anything important happen in Jing City 3 years ago? Lu Qiming was not as stupid as Ma Xiaohu, so he naturally knew what Shen Xian was asking. At that time, he had just been injured and retired from the front line, but he had not yet entered the preparation base to take up his post. However, he habitually paid attention to major events that happened in the entire Yin country. But there was really nothing special in Beijing 3 years ago. What about the entire Yin kingdom? Shen Xian reminded. Whether in this life or the previous life, she was just a company partner 3 years ago and didn't care about current affairs at all. Yin kingdom. For a long while, Lu Qiming tried to recall in his mind. After Jiang Dong bandaged Ma Xiaohu, the two of them sat quietly on the sofa and listened. Ma Xiaohu, who was still able to move for half a year, leaned towards Jiang Dong. TSK, don't squeeze it, are you boneless? Ma Xiaohu, I'm anesthetized. You're really a fussy person. Jiang Dong looked disgusted, but still lent his shoulder to Ma Xiaohu. Got it. Lu Qiming slapped his thigh. 3 years ago, I heard a rumor that Yin Kingdom and several major countries in the United Nations had come up with a plan that seemed to involve the use of global nuclear weapons. Are you talking about a joint statement? Chung Soon asked. Yes, but that's just the surface. Chapter 240. Lu Qiming lowered his voice mysteriously. That's just the surface. Didn't I say that? I was recuperating at that time, and I overheard the old guys in the sanatorium talking nonsense. It is said that several major countries have made a joint statement that they will never use nuclear weapons, and they have also stipulated quotas, but in fact, there are quite a lot of stocks. In order to cover up, these extra nuclear weapons were hidden. Each country tried every means to hide it. The Yin country made a chip map of the hidden location and hid it in the human body. That's not right. This is too ridiculous. Jiang Dong raised his doubts. What if this person died? Or moistened? Lu Qiming spread his hands. You ask me? How do I know? Often the more outrageous the rumor, the more true it is. Indeed. Shen Xian took over the conversation. If there is no rumor at all, then there is a problem. The spread of true and false is more confusing. That's it. The more this rumor spreads, the more outrageous and unreliable it will be. Lu Qiming affirmed. Song Yuan pushed his glasses. Brother Jiang, the situation you are talking about does not exist. As long as the chip is still on Earth, whether the person is alive or dead is not a problem. The signal penetration of this chip is very strong. Brother Ning and I have speculated that the chip will not be damaged unless it reaches the highest temperature that humans can currently reach. And to reach the highest temperature that humans can create, the conditions are very harsh. Jiang Dong really put himself into it. That's not right. When it really needs to be used, it will be so troublesome. Lu Qiming coughed dryly. Hey, I just heard it from others. Who knows whether it is true or not? It's just that among the major events that happened 3 years ago, only this one can barely match it, and it may not be true or false. That's the truth. But Shen Xian still wants to continue looking for the chip. It doesn't matter if Ma Xiaohu knows about this. Their communication is not well developed now, and they don't have the strength to find someone in the end times. Seeing Shen Xian taking people away, Ma Xiaohu struggled to stand up, but he was anesthetized and couldn't move for at least 2 hours. Hey, don't leave. Stay here for 1 night. I have a room. Don't leave. Let's see if there are any chips on me. Jiang Dong, don't leave, woo-woo. Ma Xiaohu almost hung on Jiang Dong. The pigtailed girl whispered, of course, to Jiang Dong, the professor was invited to our place, mainly to do some experiments, and occasionally to be a doctor. He is really a good person, but the people here are not close to him. For so long, he has no friends. Is this so pitiful? For some reason, Jiang Dong was a little hesitant. Shen Xian gave him a meaningful look. Anyway, we're not leaving tonight. Oh, then I play here for a while? Whatever you want. Shen Xian said, and left with the two. Song Yuan and Lu Qiming followed immediately. Only Chung Sun patted his shoulder, hesitant to speak. No, what's that expression on your face? Jiang Dong was puzzled. It's okay, have fun. Be careful. Chung Sun fled from the B&B. Before leaving, he heard Ma Xiaohu say to the pigtailed girl, prepare dinner and leave, you don't have to guard the door tonight. Oh! Chung Sun caught up with Shen Xian. Is it okay to leave Jiang Dong there? Shen Xian blinked her eyes. What could it be? Chung Sun, not him, that Ma Xiaohu is Nana. He couldn't say it. Shen Xian, of course, he is a good person. Jiang Dong is a mean person with slow reactions. The guards led them back to the RV. The high priest didn't send anyone to say anything until dinner. No one disturbed them, so they had a good rest. They just finished dinner, and were ready to go to bed. It was rare to go to bed early. Shen Xian and Chung Sun received messages from Jiang Dong on their phones almost at the same time. Save me, save me, save me. He wants to do that to me. If you don't come, I'm going to kill someone. This Ma Xiaohu is a pervert. Shen Xian, I go and bring Jiang Dong out. Chung Sun got up and started to put on his coat. Shen Xian also got up and pulled open the curtain beside the bed. Let A2 go, and bring the people out quietly to avoid Ma Xiaohu making a fuss. That high priest is not an ordinary person. He protects Ma Xiaohu very much. If Xiaohu makes a fuss, maybe we will have to take him with us. That's right, A2, thank you for your hard work. Chung Sun lay down again. A2 raised his paw, opened the car door skillfully and jumped out. So what did the high priest say to you today? Chung Sun asked, lying on the bed, looking at the lights outside through the car window. The high priest, like Wang Tian, is a zombie. Ah! Chung Sun sat up suddenly, and even Song Yuan and Lu Qiming were no longer sleepy and sat up. Sister Shen, should we kill him? Shen Xian shook her head. No, he has no ill will towards us, even though he is a zombie. Lu Qiming didn't understand. Shen Xian, I'm not saying this, don't blame me for being nosy, zombies are zombies after all. Shen Xian put her hands behind her head. Captain Lu, I understand what you mean. You know Professor Chow is researching zombie vaccines, right? I know. In fact, we once wavered about whether to continue researching zombie vaccines. Why? Zombie vaccines are so important. Zombies are essentially humans. Humans have the spirit of growing in adversity engraved in their DNA. Zombies are evolving, and our vaccines can't completely reverse the evolution of zombies, but suppress and hide them, so the evolutionary ability of zombies will develop in other directions. Other directions? Lu Qiming didn't understand. When they are suppressed and hidden, they will evolve in uncontrollable directions, resist, for example, give birth. Fuck. Lu Qiming couldn't help swearing. Zombies are just humans, so they can be controlled. After all, as long as humans still have fire and can reproduce, sooner or later they will kill zombies and survive in this extreme weather. But in this world, zombies are more durable than humans. If zombies can reproduce, the consequences are disastrous. What does that have to do with the high priest? Lu Qiming still didn't understand. Shen Xian spoke slowly. There is no way to kill all the zombies, and the vaccine cannot be made at the current progress. If it is a zombie like the high priest that is harmless to humans, it can be kept alive for the time being, and I think it's good. Wait until one day it threatens me, then kill it. Shen Xian used threat me instead of threat humans, which is her current standard. In fact, at this moment, she was a little confused. According to the situation of the confrontation between zombies and humans, the high priest should be killed, or like Wang Tian, killed half to death. But seeing this quiet village and the relatively balanced temperature environment, even just now in the village, there were still many children in swaddling clothes. Chapter 241. Shen Xian decided to think about it again. Jiang Dong covered his collar, and looked at Ma Xiaohu, who wanted to get into his arms, with a horrified face. After Shen Xian and the others left, he saw Ma Xiaohu looking pitiful, and he became like a saint. He helped Ma Xiaohu wash his hands and face, and even fed him at his request. He felt that the two of them got along quite happily. So when Ma Xiaohu suggested taking a bath, although he hesitated, he was still moved when he saw the spacious bathroom. Even when Ma Xiaohu, who had lost his clothes after the anesthetic wore off, went into the bathroom, he just felt awkward. He didn't think about anything else. After all, when conditions were limited before, he, Chung Sun and Song Yuan had taken a bath together. Ma Xiaohu kept praising his tendon meat and chest muscles. He admitted that he'd lost himself in the praise. 10 minutes ago, Ma Xiaohu suggested, I have a great projector in my bedroom. Do you want to watch a movie? Jiang Dong nodded vigorously. You have such a carefree life. Have you been here since the beginning of the apocalypse? Ma Xiaohu climbed onto Jiang Dong's bed and replied absent-mindedly, during the flood, I missed my flight and stayed in the hotel. Later, I felt that it was not a solution. The flood receded, and I didn't care whether the weather was hot or not. I thought it would not work if it was always this hot, so I wanted to find a cool place. So I came to Zhangjiajie, and then the weather suddenly changed, and there were zombies outside, so I was even more reluctant to go out. It's good to be a barefoot doctor here, what do you think? Ma Xiaohu looked at Jiang Dong with big eyes. Yes, it's good. It's safe and quiet, and you are just lucky. Don't you have zombies here? Jiang Dong asked. No. Well, Jiang Dong was sighing when the projector lit up, and the room lights dimmed automatically. Pretty high-tech. The projector started playing a movie. It was normal at first. Jiang Dong liked to watch crime-solving movies, and was enjoying it. Until two men kissed each other in the picture. Gah! Jiang Dong's potato chips were scattered all over the bed. At the same time, he felt a hand touching his chest. Ah! What are you doing? Jiang Dong's hair stood on end, and he jumped off the bed. Ma Xiaohu sat up immediately with an innocent look. No, why are you reacting so strongly? You touched me there, shouldn't I react strongly? But isn't it always like this? Ma Xiaohu was stunned. Jiang Dong was also stunned, and instantly realized what Ma Xiaohu meant. He immediately took out his mobile phone, and sent a message to Shen Xian and Chung Sun. Is your phone still working? Ma Xiaohu's attention was immediately diverted. Also, where did you get the phone from? Looking at Jiang Dong, who was only wearing tight shorts, Ma Xiaohu's brain was a little insufficient. It's none of your business, I warn you. Stay away from me. Jiang Dong didn't even put on his clothes, he opened the door directly. A gust of cold air poured in, he rushed out directly, and ran down the mountain. He looked back while running, afraid that Ma Xiaohu would catch up. When he met Ah Tu, who came out halfway, Jiang Dong was like seeing a life-saving straw. Brother Tu, hurry up, I'm going to freeze to death. As soon as Ah Tu opened his mouth, Jiang Dong disappeared on the spot, and Ah Tu turned around and ran towards the RV. Ma Xiaohu, who was standing at the door, was holding Jiang Dong's clothes and pants in his hands. He blinked and Jiang Dong disappeared. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. From his angle, he just didn't see a two running over. So the scene just now in his eyes was that Jiang Dong, who was not wearing clothes, suddenly disappeared on the spot, and was replaced by a dog. Ma Xiaohu, So the man he liked was a dog? The kind that became a spirit? But it seems more exciting. No, is only Jiang Dong a dog, or are all those people dogs? Or are there other spirits? No, I have to ask the high priest. Ma Xiaohu picked up the flashlight and went down the mountain, knocking on the door of the high priest's house. The guard quickly stopped him. Professor, the high priest is gone today. No, I have something important to ask the high priest. That won't work either. Let him in. The old voice of the high priest came from the house. The guard stepped aside, and Ma Xiaohu pushed the door open and rushed in. High priest. High priest, what's wrong with you? I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you look old again? Are you going to die? He had seen the high priest a few days ago. Although he looked old, he looked okay. He would live for at least a few more years. But the high priest now exuded a sense of old age from head to toe, as if he was going to die at the next moment. I'd better check you out. Wait, I go. Ma Xiaohu turned around to leave, and the high priest waved his hand. I'm fine. Birth, aging, illness and death are the normal state of human beings. But you, what do you want to talk to me about so late? Ma Xiaohu scratched his head. You asked those people to come to me today. I want to ask, are they all human? Ma Xiaohu was talking in a mysterious way. The high priest smiled and replied, if they are not human, could they be zombies? Don't worry, they are human. Oh! Ma Xiaohu left with doubts and closed the door. The high priest's eyes became older. In fact, every high-level zombie like him has his own desires, and most of the time he wants to live like a human. So he will consume energy to disguise himself as a human. However, after the high priest, who accepted the will of God, became a zombie, he wanted to keep the people in the village alive. So he did not hesitate to consume his own energy to keep the village at a temperature where humans could survive. But he probably can't keep it for long. He has made plans. When he dies, he will let the people in the village go to Shen Xian. He heard from other zombies that the Anqing base is the most difficult base to deal with now. That Shin Xian is the little girl he met today, the person in charge of Anshan. He tried it, and found that she is a kind-hearted person. Achoo! Shin Xian sneezed violently. Are you catching a cold? Chung Sin sat up and poured Shin Xian a cup of hot water. Shin Xian shook her head. No, maybe someone scolded me. Bang bang. Atu knocked on the door of the RV, and Chung Sin opened the door for Atu. After Atu came in, he opened his mouth and Jiang Dong, who was only wearing underwear, fell out. The moment he saw Shin Xian, he almost cried, "Woo-woo, you don't know what I've been through. I almost lost my innocence." "Woo-woo." Shin Xian scratched his head. "No, we are all leaving. I saw that you, and that Ma Xiu fell in love. Didn't you want to stay?" "I didn't." "Woo-woo. Let's go quickly, I'm afraid that Ma Xiu will chase us." Song Yuan raised his little face, and raised the control handle in his hand. "Brother Jiang, don't worry, Ma Xiu went to the High Priest, and didn't come to find you. I've been watching him." Chapter 242. Ma Xiu is just a love-brain person, not really brainless. The High Priest can ask Jiang Dong and his people to go to the laboratory to find him. Just looking at the attitude of the High Priest, even if they are not dog demons or something, they are not ordinary people. He had a good ideological struggle for several minutes at the door of the High Priest. He gritted his teeth and walked towards the BNB. He muttered, "My life is important, don't be impulsive, my life is important, don't be impulsive." The next day, the people who robbed Shin Xian's convoy yesterday took the initiative to find him. He looked unconvinced, and his attitude was not very good. "The High Priest asked me to send you out of the mountain." Especially, the look he gave Jiang Dong was quite unfriendly. "I heard that this person rejected the professor yesterday." Jiang Dong, leaving Zhangyaji and heading towards Shushi. Not long after leaving, Horman caught up. Shin Xian finally remembered the zombie Wang Tian, and asked Atu to spit it out to give Wang Tian some advice. As soon as Wang Tian came out, he started to curse. "What's going on? Where did you go? I feel very uncomfortable in 2G's space." Shin Xian raised his eyebrows. "You feel uncomfortable?" "Yes, you see I am already wilted. In order to fight against that discomfort, I have consumed too much. Give me some food." Half of Wang Tian's body did a sit-up on the ground, motioning Li Xiang to pick him up. Li Xiang picked it up with a helpless look. Wang Tian pointed at the fried chicken on the table. "I want to eat that." Li Xiang looked at the only fried chicken left on the table, which still exuded an attractive aroma. He didn't dare to move. Wang Tian cocooned in his arms. "Hurry up." Li Xiang pinched his bare waist hard. "Why are you pinching me? Just take it if I tell you to. Why don't you move?" Li Xiang sighed. "Why don't I move? Don't you have any idea? It's obvious. It's only 9 o'clock. Whose breakfast is this?" Wang Tian was unhappy. "My energy is very low. You'd better change to a more civilized way of saying it." Li Xiang continued to sigh. "Ask yourself." "Everyone, Shin Xian tied up her bun and glanced at the two people who were bickering. "It's okay, eat it. But you are not allowed to go to the table. Wang Tian is a zombie no matter what. Shin Xian can't accept Wang Tian using his dining table." Li Xiang then stepped forward, took the fried chicken, squatted on the ground and ate it with Wang Tian one bite at a time. He didn't dare to be picky now. Compared to Yang Hai, he was already very lucky. Yang Hai wanted this job of humanoid mount more than once, and now he is very honest after being beaten by him a few times. Shin Xian tapped the edge of the window with his fingers, watching the scene outside the car quickly retreating. Seeing that the two had almost finished eating, he spoke. "I met a high-level zombie. You feel uncomfortable, probably. The other party's level is higher than yours." "Ah?" The fried chicken in Wang Tian's hand fell to the ground, and Li Xiang quickly picked it up and put it in his mouth. He smiled at Wang Tian. Wang Tian didn't bother to grab the fried chicken, looking at Shin Xian. "Higher than me? If you really feel uncomfortable, this is the only reason I can think of. But I'm in Brother Go's space." Wang Tian didn't understand. He didn't know that Atu's space came from Shin Xian, and his words also reminded Shin Xian. It seems that the High Priest should have sensed his own space, or in other words, in the village covered by the High Priest's energy, Atu's space was affected. Among the spaces of several people, only Atu has life in him, so is the space of others affected? Shin Xian frowned. He disappeared directly on the spot, and entered his own space. Others are used to it, but Wang Tian is not used to it yet. He muttered, "So you all have space. If the space can sense it under the coverage of the High Priest's ability, will there be any changes in the space? First check your seedlings, Now at least an area as large as a basketball court has been cultivated. It's green, and the growth is very gratifying. Drinking water, food, medicine, the mountain of express delivery left before, computers, books, clothes, and other messy things are still in the original position. The remaining RV is also parked in the same place. Even after cleaning it before, I was afraid of freezing, so I immediately took it back to the space, and the water stains on it were not dry. Seeing this, I feel a little relieved. But as soon as she turned around the RV, her eyes widened. The endless space was still so gray, and there was no end in sight, but not far away, there was a suspended blue star spinning quietly. It was the blue star that she had seen when she wanted to find the end of the space, and forgot about time and herself. Of course, she felt that the blue star seemed to be angry. Later, for a period of time, she was still affected by the murderous mood, which made her dare not use her consciousness to capture other people's inner activities at will. At that time, she didn't find anything and just thought that the blue star was a coincidence. But now, Shin Xian went forward, wanting to get closer to the blue star, but after walking for a while, she found that the distance between her and the floating blue star did not seem to be shortened. In her sight, the distance between the two was only about 50 meters. But the distance did not shrink. She did not give up, and walked several more times, but the result was the same. The floating blue star was estimated to be as big as a yoga ball. It was suspended there, rotating quietly. The blue star was still covered with frost. Could it be that there is a relationship between my space, the high priest, this blue star, and the blue star in the real world? Things are getting more and more confusing. Thinking of this, he flashed out of the space. Jiang Dong, stop the car, turn around. I want to find the high priest. Oh! Although no one knew why Shin Xian did this, no one questioned it. The person who had been escorting him left at some point. Jiang Dong walked back along the highway, looking at the navigation from time to time. No, Shin Xian, Jiang Dong braked suddenly, and Horman on the roof fell to the middle of the road with a thud. He stood up, and touched his head in confusion. No, we are not in a ghost wall, right? Jiang Dong's tone was anxious. What happened? Lu Qiming also fell, and struggled to get up from the ground. Wang Tian and Li Xiang were also stunned. Only Shin Xian, Chung Sun, and Song Yuan grabbed the handrail in time, and did not fall. What happened? Shin Xian asked. No one blamed Jiang Dong. Although he was careless on weekdays, he was still very reliable at critical moments. He would not break suddenly like this. It must be a very urgent situation. Jiang Dong passed Shin Xian, and looked at Song Yuan. When we turned off the highway yesterday, there was a huge road sign on the side of the road. Here, is there a huge road sign with Zhangjiaji Scenic Area written on it? Song Yuan nodded, and stood up to look outside. Where's the road sign? Chung Sun also looked over. No, Jiang Dong, did you remember the wrong intersection? No. Chapter 243. Jiang Dong opened the car door. When I was robbed yesterday, I was eating an apple. I put away all the other things, and I just spat the apple core on the ground. He pointed to the frozen apple core on the ground, which even had his teeth marks clearly on it. But now, the billboard is gone, and even the exit ramp not far away is gone. Jiang Dong looked like he had seen a ghost. He jogged for a while, and went forward to check the location of the exit ramp yesterday. Now it was a complete highway. Where was the fork road? He kicked a few times. It's all real. It's all real. This was the weirdest thing they had encountered. Li Xiang whispered, did we enter a copy? Shin Xian shook her head. Song Yuan, did you mark the location of the village yesterday? Yes, Sister Shin. Song Yuan took out his mobile phone, and opened the map. There was a yellow 5-pointed star dozens of kilometers away on it, representing the location mark. Use the drone to check it. Shin Xian ordered. Yes. The drone took off silently, and everyone carefully checked the surrounding environment. The 3 large trailers blocking the road were gone, the road signs were gone, and the ramps were gone. But the traces of the actions of several people yesterday were still there. The markings on the map proved that it was not a dream. They did go to the mountain village. The clueless people returned to the car, and waited for the feedback from the drone. At the same time, Shin Xian called up the car monitoring. The RV uses solar energy, and is not afraid of power consumption. Unless there are special circumstances, the external monitoring of the car is turned on 24 hours a day, and the monitoring video will be saved for 7 days. Come and see! Chung Sun, who has always been calm and composed, and has everything under control, couldn't help but exclaimed. Everyone gathered around. In the surveillance video, several people were robbed and got out of the car. Their figures were all there, but they were threatened, their RV was searched, they got off the highway, entered the village, and stayed overnight. The whole video was blank. Only the timeline was moving forward, and the screen was all white. There was no road, no scenery, and no people. But Ma Xiaohu's face appeared in the surveillance video in the early morning. Jiang Dong was very sensitive to Ma Xiaohu. What is he doing here? Chung Sun looked at the time on the surveillance video. It's 6 o'clock in the morning, we haven't gotten up yet, and we don't know what he is doing here, but it happened to be recorded by the surveillance. In the picture, with the appearance of Ma Xiaohu, there was suddenly an environment, and Ma Xiaohu's face appeared for less than 2 seconds, and the hilltop and the village flashed by. But it was enough to prove that what everyone experienced in the village yesterday was real. Details that had been ignored by everyone suddenly appeared. Shen Xian, did we talk about this topic yesterday? Ma Xiaohu looks ordinary, but why is the chip on him? Lu Qiming replied decisively, we discussed it, but at that time. He began to frown. Why didn't we discuss it at that time? What was the conclusion? A strange atmosphere permeated the car. Shen Xian felt something was wrong and kept reminding herself in her heart that she had met the high priest yesterday, and it was true, and what the high priest said was also true. Suddenly, she felt that this memory seemed to be separated from herself by a layer of glass. She suddenly felt that something was wrong, and quickly took out a brand new small notebook and pen, and quickly wrote a paragraph. On December 12, 2026, our team met the high priest in Zhangjiajie. The high priest was a high-level zombie, and a suspended blue star appeared in my space. A chip was found on Ma Xiaohu. Remember, this is real, it really happened. At the moment when she felt the worst, she threw the notebook back into the space. Sister Shen drone? Song Yuan scratched his head. What did you ask the drone to do? Shen Xian looked at the pen in his hand, puzzled. Look at the zombie team behind us. Wang Tian, how many zombies do we have now? Oh, a little over 80,000. Chung Sun tilted his head, looked at the car monitor, and then looked at Jiang Dong who was in a daze. Why did you stop the car? Hurry up. Oh, right away. Jiang Dong was a little dazed, feeling that he seemed to have forgotten something. Lu Qiming scratched his head, sat on the chair and started playing with a 2 as usual. Woof woof. A 2, what's wrong with you? A 2, nothing happened. Jiang Dong started the car, rolled down the window, and spat out of the window. Fuck, who is so crazy that he eats apples and leaves such a big core? Chung Sun also glanced at the big apple core on the roadside. It must be some idiot who doesn't know how to cherish food. The car drove away. Shen Xian took out the map. The next stop is Shushi, huh? Did we miss a place? Lu Qiming stood up and helped her look at the map. There are quite a few. From the wine market, bypass the mountain city, go to Shushi first, then to Sanming, and finally to Minshur. That's right, find 3 chips, and trade with Minshur by the way. Yes, that's right. Even Lu Qiming didn't realize why he had to emphasize it again. In the village dozens of kilometers away, the guards of the high priest passed the message to everyone in the village. The high priest said that the weather is bad recently, and no one is allowed to go out. After 3 days, we will change the route to charge. Oh! The burly men who blocked the road to collect fees lazily agreed. It was boring not to be able to go out to collect protection fees. Ma Xiaohu squatted on the steps at the entrance of the white B&B, eating melon seeds, while watching the guards hold a meeting for everyone. So boring. The girl with pigtails rolled her eyes silently. The RV set off again towards Shushi, as if nothing had happened. Shen Xian felt that the car was crowded, so she asked Li Xiang and Wang Tian to return to ATU's space after a while. She lay on the table and began to study the location of the chip with Chung Sun and Song Yuan. It's strange. The location of this chip has not moved since it was discovered. I wonder if the person carrying the chip is dead. Chung Sun analyzed. It's possible. By the way, did Xihua say that there is a supply point of Xingtian organization in Shushi? Shen Xian took out the information Xihua had given her before from the space. Turning to the section about Shushi, Shushi Xingtian organization has existed for less than 50 years, and has a shallow foundation, but it is said that the person in charge is very resourceful. If he doesn't infiltrate Shushi, he will get supplies. Let me see. Shen Xian turned a page and continued to read. There are chain gas stations, chain convenience stores, vegetable wholesale markets, broiler farms. Jiang Dong sighed. There are really abundant supplies. Then should we rob them? Xingtian organization is not a good thing. According to the limited information everyone has, this organization is probably a reactionary force that has existed for hundreds of years. In the chaotic world before the end of the world, it set off bloody storms. After the situation in Yin country stabilized in recent decades, it was in Yin country just to infiltrate. Shen Xian pondered for a while, first find the chip, then go to Xingtian's supply point to see the situation. When the time comes, as long as it involves Xingtian, it is best to uproot it. Chapter 244. When the RV drove into the vicinity of Shushi, the group had killed several waves of zombies. Originally, they wanted Wang Tian to recruit them, but Wang Tian said that he had a headache and needed to recover. Jiang Dong and Cheng Sun both suggested to Shen Xian that Wang Tian should be given a taste of pain. However, Shen Xian gave Wang Tian 3 days to recover. Is 3 days enough? Shen Xian's eyes were cold. She still couldn't hear Wang Tian's inner thoughts, but her intuition told her that Wang Tian was not lying. It's just that in the Doomsday world, it's impossible to act on intuition. So give Wang Tian a chance. Enough? Wang Tian nodded. The whole zombie was listless, and he didn't know why. It seemed that his body was suddenly hollowed out. Okay, if you can't recover after 3 days, I will completely lock you up in a 2 space, and I don't want the zombie army behind you. Don't play tricks with me. I know. Wang Tian didn't plan to play tricks, so he naturally didn't worry about Shen Xian killing him. Urging Li Xiang to take all the food on the table, he returned to a 2 space. Kill! Shen Xian felt a murderous aura in her heart, which made her feel uncomfortable. She took the solar air gun and jumped directly into the zombie group. This road cannot be bypassed. You can only kill it. Puff, boom, boom, this piece of sky and earth was dyed reddish-brown. With such a low temperature, the blood of zombies layer by layer made this section of the highway patina. Cheng Sun and Jiang Dong also showed their skills, and flexibly shuttled among the zombies. Tens of thousands of zombies were slaughtered by 3 people in less than an hour. Oh, and Huaman. Huaman hadn't eaten well for a long time. This time he ate a lot, and lay on the roof of the RV and burped a smelly burp. Song Yuan has been monitoring the situation nearby to prevent another group of zombies from coming to kill him. Lu Qiming and A2 squatted at the door of the RV and watched the 3 people killing. Occasionally, there were zombies that slipped through the net, and Lu Qiming shot them dead. Shen Xian had given him a solar air gun a long time ago, but the gun was a good gun. After all, he was old and not suitable for fighting deep into the zombie group. He could only envy them here. When the last zombie fell, Shen Xian finally killed it happily. The inexplicable depression that had lasted for several days finally dissipated. Throwing away the bloody coat, standing at the door of the RV, shaking his feet, and throwing his 2 shoes into the air, he didn't want the shoes anymore. He put the gun back into the space casually. Jiang Dong, find a place to park, rest for a night, and then we will go to Shushi. Okay. Jiang Dong and Cheng Sun also did the same, throwing away their bloody coats and shoes and getting in the car. The RV started slowly, and Horman followed the others, threw away his clothes, and continued to lie on the roof and burp. After the RV went away, a large rock on the mountain in the distance suddenly moved, and 2 people in khaki camouflage uniforms jumped out from behind. They were holding binoculars in their hands. The 2 looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Are they still human? Fortunately, we are well prepared, otherwise we would have been discovered by the drone just now. They have been hiding on this hilltop, making enough camouflage to monitor the movements of this road, mainly monitoring the zombie group and the teams in other bases. They have been monitoring the zombie group here for several days, and Shushi is making intensive preparations. This wave of zombies is indeed too large. The whole of Shushi was on high alert. Don't just stand there, report to the base. One of them poked the other. Oh. The man quickly took out a mate phone with a broken screen and started typing blindly. There was no other way. The screen was so broken that even his mother couldn't recognize him. After Jiang Dong stopped the RV, several people decided to have a good meal. Are you thinking about Ame again? Cheng Sun poked Jiang Dong with his elbow. Look, you are washing a duck and the water is overflowing. Jiang Dong quickly turned off the faucet and denied it stubbornly. No, it's only been a short time. I was thinking about how to make sour radish and old duck soup. It's okay. When we get to Shushi, find a shop that sells duck blood vermicelli soup, preferably a time-honored brand, to see if there are any hidden secret recipes or something. Cheng Sun showed him a clear way. Huh? Where are Captain Lu and Song Yuan? And A2? Shen Xian's voice came from behind the 2 of them. Oh, you just went to sleep. They went down to see the planes. See the planes? Shen Xian looked out of the car window. The view was wide, and there was moonlight. Where did you park the car? The airport. Can't you see it? Jiang Dong replied without raising his head. Captain Liu just said that he studied aircraft manufacturing when he was in school, but unfortunately he went to the front line by mistake, and said that there were planes built by his classmates here. Jiang Dong repeated Liu Qiming's words. Shen Xian picked up the new coat and put on the new boots. I go see it too. After getting off the RV, a chill hit me. A man holding a flashlight walked on the empty plane runway, followed by a small robot. Originally, Chung Sun wanted to follow, but was stopped by Shen Xian. It's not far. I can walk there by myself. Chung Sun was worried, but he couldn't persuade Shen Xian, so he had to settle for the next best thing and let a small robot follow. The sound of the robot's tracks was obvious at night. It followed Shen Xian rhythmically. After a fight and venting, Shen Xian's murderous aura was also vented. The whole person became much calmer and walked towards the light in the distance. Some planes were parked there crookedly. Various auxiliary equipment at the airport were also tilted, and it was obvious that they had been baptized by the flood. The altitude of Shushi is not high, just a little higher than her hometown of Sushi. At that time, the flood and rainstorm in Sushi flooded to the 10th floor, and it was about the same here. Sister Shen, we are here. Song Yuan stood on the boarding steps of a small passenger plane and shouted to Shen Xian. Just now, Brother Chung sent me a message saying you're here. Oh, this Chung Sun. But Shen Xian was still touched by Chung Sun's thoughtful behavior. At that time, it was the kind of touching as a friend, family, and teammate, absolutely no love. Pick up the little robot and walk up step by step. Amazing, this is what Grandpa Lu found. Shen Xian, you're here, this plane is still good after a simple repair. Liu Qiming crawled out of the cockpit. Generally, if it is soaked in water, it can still be a good plane after replacing some parts. Shen Xian followed into the cockpit. This was the first time she entered the cockpit of an airplane in her 2 lives. There were many dashboards, and she didn't recognize any of them. Liu Qiming sat in the co-pilot seat. Come on, press here first, start the engine, then pay attention to the wind direction and wind speed, and also pay attention to the data of the angle of attack sensor. Shen Xian, it won't really start, will it? The freezing point of gasoline is very low, about -70 to 90 degrees, so there is no need to worry about fuel. Shen Xian is worried about what to do if the plane really takes off after a set of operations. Chapter 245. Liu Qiming sat in the co-pilot seat and patted the armrest proudly. Don't worry, I bet it can't fly. Grandpa Liu, there are some damages. Song Yuan explained. No. Liu Qiming smiled mysteriously. Shen Xian had never seen Liu Qiming with such an expression before, and asked, What's the reason? This plane was built by my classmate. That's amazing, but what does it have to do with not being able to take off? Shen Xian looked at the rows of unfamiliar buttons. Oh, don't I know their level? Can the plane they built take off? Shen Xian heard that Liu Qiming was really jealous of his classmate's ability to build a plane. This plane is parked here. How could there be any problems with its construction? Of course, you can't poke the old man's lungs. Shen Xian still has this bit of love. He pressed a button casually, and the plane suddenly made a boom. In the quiet and empty airport, it was unusually obvious. Shen Xian immediately retracted her finger and looked at Liu Qiming. It just barked, not taking off. Don't worry, the plane your classmate built will definitely not fly. As long as you tell lies with your eyes open, you will definitely be able to comfort people. Liu Qiming, thank you, I was not comforted. Then there are so many planes here. Do you want to take them away? Yes. It's too late now, and it's dark. When we leave tomorrow, we will take them all away, leaving none behind. If they can be used, we will repair them and continue to use them. If they can't be used, we will dismantle them into parts and use them for other things. If it doesn't work, we can also make them into pieces of iron. Shen Xian was very excited. There were so many planes, but he didn't see them. He never went to collect planes when he was collecting supplies. But now that he had seen them, how could he let them go? Ding! Song Yuan's phone rang. It's Brother Chung. He asked if we were okay. He must have heard the noise just now. Song Yuan glanced at his phone. Shen Xian was too lazy to do anything. He would throw his phone into the space when he had nothing to do. So Chung Sun wanted to find someone, so he sent a message to Song Yuan's phone. Tell him not to worry. We will be back soon. After playing on the plane for a while, the group went back. When Man was still lying on the roof of the RV, Shen Xian climbed up to take a look, worried that he was in trouble. As a result, When Man said slowly, I am so full. Okay, Then you can digest it yourself. Seeing that the big guy was fine, Shen Xian returned to the car. Jiang Dong had already prepared the meal, and was waiting for the others to come back and eat. Come, fragrant rice, pork with preserved vegetables, stewed potatoes with beans, fried eggs with tomatoes, fried eggs with chili peppers, sour radish and old duck soup. Hey, there's also your favorite fried eggs with grandma's vegetables. Shen Xian washed her hands and sat down. Why are there so many eggs? It's good to eat more eggs, they are nutritious. Jiang Dong served Shen Xian rice first. Chung Sun, last time, we collected a few chickens in Gui City. Do you remember? I remember. What happened? At that time, there was no place to put them, and it was too cold outside, so we put them in Huiman's space. Shen Xian nodded. It seems to be the case. As a result, those chickens lived too well in Huiman's space, and the number of eggs they laid was many times more than before. We didn't know about this at first, and Huiman didn't understand it. But today he ate too many zombies, and for some reason, he vomited out the chickens and eggs. Jiang Dong continued. Chung Sun and I had to persuade him to take the chickens back, but he refused to take the eggs, so he temporarily put them in my space. The main reason is that there are too many, and the chickens are still placing orders and hatching chicks. We have to eat them quickly. You also know that there is not much extra space in my space. I have to keep it for Ame to put things. Hatching chicks? So what's wrong with Huiman's space? Is it very suitable for animal reproduction? Shen Xian bit his chopsticks and thought, or let Huiman raise more small animals. The main reason is that we haven't found any small animals yet. In the current climate, most animals are dead. Lu Qiming shook his head with regret. That's right. Shen Xian began to eat eggs one by one. Sure enough, you can't eat too much of anything, or you will get sick of it. Today's meals are large and filling. Originally, several people had experienced the fighting during the day, and their stomachs were rumbling. So Jiang Dong cooked some more food, but he didn't expect it to be too much. In line with the principle of not wasting, except Shen Xian, the others all had extra meals. So a strange scene appeared in the team. Except Shen Xian, everyone, plus the two and Huiman, were all tumbling, eating too much, and didn't want to move. In the end, Jiang Dong found a box of stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablets, and everyone ate them, and reluctantly fell asleep. This was how the night passed, and the second day everyone lined up to go to the bathroom again. When Shen Xian woke up, he saw Song Yuan jumping outside the bathroom, and he was afraid of waking Shen Xian, so he could only lower his voice. Brother Jiang, hurry up. I can't hold it anymore. Jiang Dongyao lowered his voice, and said through the bathroom door, you should learn from your brother Chung and go outside. Such a big airport, not many people, the world is your home, and it's all toilets. I won't go, my butt will freeze. Hurry up. Sister Shen, are you awake? Song Yuan covered his butt, and immediately stopped talking when he saw Shen Xian get up. Then he grabbed the paper and coat, and rushed down the RV. Shen Xian decided not to ask about this topic. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Dong came out of the bathroom, holding his stomach. Then what are we going to have for breakfast? Jiang Dong immediately waved his hand. Stop, Shen Xian, I really can't eat anymore. I haven't digested what I ate last night. I wash up first. Professor Lu, are you going to have breakfast? No, I'm keeping healthy. Lu Qiming touched his stomach and felt a little full. Okay, I eat by myself later, Shen Xian said and opened the bathroom door. Hey you. Jiang Dong didn't have time to stop him. Shen Xian was stunned for a moment, then slammed the bathroom door shut. I don't want to eat either. When this RV was originally designed, it was mainly for Shen Xian's own living. No one expected that they would meet teammates later and take their families on the road. The bathroom was already big enough, but it was just a bathroom. Everyone took turns to use it. The moment the door was opened, Shen Xian had an idea. From now on, all of you should go to Tianduilu. After losing her appetite, Shen Xian started the RV and drove to the plane. She was going to start collecting the plane. But as soon as the RV drove away, two white buttocks were exposed behind the car. Song Yuan and Chung Sun stared at each other. It was too cold outside, and it was a little warmer to get closer to the RV. For privacy, the two of them deliberately turned off the surveillance at this angle of the RV, and Shen Xian didn't watch it when driving. Who would have thought? But this kind of thing, how can it be cut off just by saying it? The two of them turned their heads away at the same time, and each did their own thing. Chapter 246. Are all these planes going to be taken away? Lu Qiming has seen Shen Xian's ability to collect things. A few days ago, several people raided a Walmart supermarket. Although it was flooded and many things were unusable, Shen Xian relied on his skilled raiding skills. He managed to find a lot of supplies from it. Even Chung Sun and Jiang Dong were like Shen Xian, like locusts passing through. Now the scene of raiding the airport is no less shocking than the one in Star Wars, but it is a different kind of shock. Of course, why not keep it for others to enjoy? While Shen Xian was talking, he waved his hand, and a Boeing 747 and a large A380 disappeared in front of him. It was not very satisfying to collect planes. After collecting 2 planes, Shen Xian stroked his chin and pondered for a while. Do you know how the planes at the airport are refueled? Lu Qiming, I know it. Civil aircraft have special aviation fuel. Aircraft refueling is generally divided into gravity refueling and pressure refueling. Gravity refueling is a tank refueling truck. The aircraft refueling port is on the wing. Pressure refueling uses underground pipelines. Generally, large aircraft use this method. The refueling port is under the wing. Okay, wait for Song Yuan to come back. Let's look for it together, and first look for the tanker to see if there is any stock. Shen Xian said, and saw Chung Sun and Song Yuan limping over. What's wrong with you? Jiang Dong gloated, my legs are numb from squatting, hee. Chung Sun, you want to fight? Song Yuan, use the drone to find the airport tanker. Chung Sun, Jiang Dong, you look for underground pipelines on the apron for fuel. Got it. Everyone started to move. Shen Xian looked around, and suddenly, there seemed to be a figure flashing on the second floor of the airport. Shen Xian frowned. Wait a minute. The second floor of the airport is usually a terminal building. The airport in Shushi is not ordinary far from the city, and the Doomsday time has been so long. There are no people or zombies in the airport. And last night, several people checked with night vision goggles and infrared drones, and there were no humans. They also pulled out the dormant Wang Tian, and Wang Tian also confirmed that there were no zombies here. What is the figure that suddenly appeared on the second floor? Shen Xian was worried that it was another strange species, so he learned about it earlier and took precautions earlier. Several people turned around. What's wrong? Let's go to the second floor to take a look. Horman, keep an eye on Captain Lu and Song Yuan. Although Song Yuan and Lu Qiming are not very strong in combat, with Horman here, there is basically no problem. Shen Xian estimated that from the position where she had just seen the figure, there were several planes in the middle, so the other party should not have seen her taking the plane out of thin air. Several people rushed towards the target location quickly. They found the nearest passage to enter the terminal, and came to the place where the figure just disappeared. There was no figure, and Shen Xian even used his consciousness, but did not hear any special sound. Ah! A scream suddenly came from a corner of Hangzhou building. Several people were about to chase, but Shen Xian raised her hand to stop them. Stop, don't go. It was not that she was overly careful, but she had to be cautious enough. She turned around without hesitation. Go back. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong naturally followed Shen Xian's command. The 3 of them returned along the same route. When they reached the entrance of the passage, they saw Song Yuan, Lu Qiming, and Huan Man still waiting there, and they breathed a sigh of relief. But as they walked, something was wrong. The expressions of Song Yuan and Lu Qiming on the opposite side did not change. Needless to say, Horman had always been slow to react in a non-combat state, but even A2 did not even wag his tail when he saw Shen Xian. Shen Xian quickened his pace. Song Yuan A2. As expected, the people on the opposite side did not react. At this time, Chung Sun and Jiang Dong also found something wrong. Chung Sun immediately used his skills and ran towards Song Yuan at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Jiang Dong and Shen Xian followed closely behind. Bang! Crash! The sound of huge glass breaking came from above the heads of several people. Shen Xian rushed to grab Jiang Dong with one hand and Chung Sun, who was stunned, with the other hand, and flashed into the space. Then the glass fragments crashed to the ground, almost touching Chung Sun's scalp. Jiang Dong and Chung Sun's space could not accommodate living things. In the situation just now, only Shen Xian's space was safe. Although people can't stay in her space for too long, it should be enough to avoid the broken glass. Shen Xian looked up at her watch and said coldly, "Go out in 2 minutes, and be ready for battle." What happened just now? Was it broken glass just now? Jiang Dong still doesn't know what happened. Chung Sun shook his head, and tried to stay awake. Even though he had a strong physique, his forehead was bulging with a big bump after the collision just now. Seeing the seedlings growing well, he pulled a few leaves, and chewed them, and applied them on his forehead. He began to recall the experience a few seconds ago. It's glass, but it has very, very little presence, just like air. I could see every hair of Atu's dog clearly. It was not until the moment of collision that I realized there was something in front of me, his. Shin Xian's expression could no longer be simply described as cold. This was the only time since the end of the world that she was plotted against without knowing it. This is a trap. The entire airport is a trap, and even the zombie swarm at the beginning was a trap. Is it related to Wang Tian? Chung Sun asked. Shin Xian shook her head. It should have nothing to do with Wang Tian. After fighting the zombies, they will most likely find a place to rest. That highway is the closest to the airport, so we will naturally choose this place. Yes, you fell asleep at the time, and I was thinking this when I was driving. Jiang Dong admitted that Shin Xian's analysis was correct. There are no people or zombies here, and people who come in will instinctively relax their vigilance. Divide us into two groups, lure the tiger away from the mountain, use glass to create a light and shadow illusion, detain one group of people, and then eat the other group of people. I just don't know if this trap is specifically aimed at us. Shin Xian relied on his keen insight to basically connect the whole thing. Jiang Dong, will Song Yuan and the others be in danger? Not for the time being, but we must also prepare for the worst. The fierceness in Shin Xian's eyes has overflowed, and he flicked his hand, and 2 solar air guns appeared in his hand. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 people who were ready left the space. When they reappeared, they were still in the same place, with glass shards all over the ground. Behind the glass, a fully equipped tank was parked abruptly, about 50 meters away from them, and the black muzzle was pointed at Shin Xian and the others. There was no trace of Song Yuan and the others. Attention, this is the Type 99A main battle tank. The fire control system is very powerful. The armor-piercing shells can penetrate 70 centimeters thick military steel armor at a range of 2,000 meters. It is a very powerful anti-tank weapon, and can withstand the main gun fire of any tank in the world before the end of the world. This is really cool, isn't it? Chapter 247. Chung Sun spoke very quickly, introducing the information of the tanks on the opposite side. So strong? Jiang Dong tightened the solar air gun in his hand. Shin Xian took a deep breath. The 2 sides just confronted each other, and no one spoke first. Shin Xian didn't speak, and Chung Sun and Jiang Dong would not speak in advance, no matter how worried they were about Song Yuan and the others. 20 minutes later, the sound of applause came from the terminal. Shin Xian and the others turned around suddenly. They saw a figure standing behind the floor-to-ceiling glass of the terminal, shaking his head and clapping his hands. It was the position where Wu Ming's figure was just seen. At this distance, the other party's face and expression could not be seen clearly. It's really wonderful. The other party's voice came from the radio of the terminal. As expected of the top leader of Anqing, this kind of mentality and this degree of ruthlessness are 10 streets ahead of others. Don't you worry about your companions? The feminine and ruthless voice sounded like a pervert. And it seems that he knows about Shin Xian's existence. Is there another traitor in the base? Jiang Dong cursed inwardly. Shin Xian shook her head. He should have only heard of our name, but he actually used a tank, which proves that he didn't know that I had space at the beginning. After all, no matter how fast the tank is, it can't be faster than Shin Xian's thoughts. So the tank only looks intimidating, but it has no killing power. The ones who really intimidate Shin Xian are Song Yuan and his men. As for her using empty thoughts just now, I don't know if the other party saw it. Who are you? Shin Xian asked. Chung Sun turned back and stared at the tank without waiting for Shin Xian's signal. The pervert didn't answer Shin Xian's question, but continued to talk to himself. To be honest, you really surprised me. You can actually stay safe and sound when my glass baby collapses. It seems that the other party did not see that he used the space. The position where Chung Sun hit the glass was also very clever. There happened to be a plane blocking in the middle. Shin Xian judged that the other party had about 80% chance of not seeing her use the space to store the plane, nor did she see her avoid the broken glass. Ever since I knew there was someone like you, I have been thinking every day how great it would be if I could find you. Only you can be worthy of me. We can fall in love together, expand our territory together, and dominate the world. How wonderful it is. Give birth to a few more children with good genes. Ha ha ha. The crazy laughter spread to every corner of the airport through the airport broadcast. Damn pervert. Chung Sun bit his cheeks. Secretly swore that as long as he caught the pervert, he must let him taste the real pervert. Shin Xian was not affected by him at all and continued to ask, Who are you? Don't brag about that. If you really care, you wouldn't have put me in danger just now. The distance was too far, and Shin Xian's mind reading could not work. The man seemed to enjoy Shin Xian's performance. I spent a lot of time, and found a glass factory to make this glass that looked so real. How is it? Were you fooled? Ha ha ha. Shin Xian looked around. She wanted to confirm how many people were ambushed nearby. The good news is that it was empty here. In her ears, there was no one on the plains next to her. The bad news is that she didn't know if there were any enemies in the distance, and how many enemies there were. At least she had to confirm where Song Yuan and the others were now. She couldn't sense the spatial location of Song Yuan and the others, which showed that they were either very far away from her, and couldn't sense the spatial connection, or they were blocked by something. What do you want to do? Shin Xian asked. Hey, didn't I just say that? A perverted voice came out. I want to marry you, have babies, and connect our bases. Our base? Shin Xian followed the other party's topic. Yes, Shushi is mine now. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wei Inbo. You can call me Bo Yu. Jiang Dong almost vomited. But Shin Xian at least got a piece of news. Shushi already has a base, and there is a perverted person in charge. Where are my teammates? Shin Xian asked coldly. He certainly couldn't ask anything, but as long as the other party spoke, Shin Xian would find a way to break the deadlock. Wei Inbo behind the glass glanced at Jiang Dong and Chung Sun. Since you are mine, you can't have anyone else around you. Those few people. I naturally treated them well. Don't worry, they will be very happy to leave you. By the way, not only the little man and the old man, but also the male dog. The little boy must be talking about Song Yuan, and the old man is Lu Qiming. You can't keep these two people around you either. Let me think about how to die better. Shin Xian tilted her head slightly, and glanced at Chung Sun. Chung Sun turned around and raised his hands. That old man is very important to me. I am willing to exchange my life for him. Chung Sun originally wanted to say that Song Yuan was very important to him, but the perverted thoughts are not something that ordinary people can figure out. What if that pervert has a developed cerebellum and mistakenly thinks that Song Yuan is Shin Xian's or his own child, or simply Shin Xian and his own child, then Song Yuan would be in danger. It's better to use Lu Qiming as an excuse for safety. Oh! The pervert became interested and squatted behind the glass window. In this case, I agree. How do you want to die? Very good. Although the dead pervert has a strange way of thinking, he is not as good as Chung Sun in responding to such a critical battlefield. Chung Sun is waiting for him here, but Chung Sun gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and didn't speak, just raised his hand to touch his forehead. The bump on his head has become much smaller. He wiped it off when the seedling left Shin Xian's space. Sure enough, seeing his action, the dead pervert spoke. Do you like my tank very much? Then you should be happy to die under the tank, right? Wait a minute, don't let the tank hurt my woman. Go, stand in front of the tank. Let my baby give you a shot, and let you fly. Chung Sun successfully made the pervert's thoughts follow his, and Shin Xian's intentions through exquisite movements and expressions. After hearing this, Chung Sun remained motionless. Go! Didn't you say that old man is very important? Ha! Go and risk your life. You can't just shout slogans, right? Shin Xian, look at the man next to you. He is just so cowardly. Ha ha ha. How do I know you keep your word? Chung Sun looked up with red eyes, looking at him through the glass, as if his tail was stepped on. Don't worry, Wei Inbo, keep my word, go. Chung Sun glanced at Shin Xian, who looked at Wei Inbo with hatred. Wei Inbo was even happier. Go quickly, my baby is so powerful. Powerful, you paralyzed. Jiang Dong cursed in a low voice. Now Chung Sun must go. He has to wait for Shin Xian's order before taking action. Chung Sun moved his feet with difficulty, and walked towards the tank. Go, go. Wait! Shin Xian called out to stop Chung Sun's steps. Chapter 248. Why, my future wife, you can't bear to leave this man, right? What's your name? Wei Inbo held his forehead with one hand, and thought for a while. Your name is Jiang Dong, right? I know you. Jiang Dong, you pervert, thank you for admitting the wrong father, Chung Sun. Yes, you are right. Damn it. Shin Xian can only rely on intuition now to confirm that Song Yuan and others are still alive, but they have no idea where they are hiding. Perverted thoughts cannot be speculated by common sense. So, this Wei Inbo must be captured alive. Don't hesitate, go for your teammates, family, relatives, please die. Wei Inbo's voice became more and more feminine, even with a hint of hypnosis. Chung Sun frowned and glanced at Shin Xian. After Shen Xian nodded slightly, Chung Sun walked towards the tank step by step. With every step, his eyes brightened. The main reason is that no man can refuse such a big toy. Especially the caliber of the cannon, so straight, so straight. It is said that no gift for a man is better than a long and straight stick, and the muzzle of the cannon opposite is definitely enough. Standing in front of the muzzle, there is still a distance of 2 meters. Chung Sun looked back at Shen Xian. Shen Xian turned his head and looked up at the figure of Wei Inbo. Whispered Jiang Dong, I will send you there. When you come out, use your greatest strength and capture him alive. Jiang Dong nodded. With Chung Sun and Jiang Dong, Shen Xian only needs to go on the field when facing zombies. Even with the improvement of their equipment, Shen Xian does not need to take action when facing zombies. So Shen Xian's most commonly used abilities are hearing and mind reading. How could she not improve her physical fitness when she ate seedlings as snacks? Her strength was greater than before, and her endurance was longer than before, but the biggest change was her speed. Chung Sun's speed was more inclined to sprinting, while Shen Xian's speed was more inclined to agility. She used this ability when fighting the zombies yesterday. Shen Xian silently calculated the distance between herself and Wei Inbo. Shen Xian. Chung Sun's roar suddenly came from behind. Wei Inbo, who was behind the French window, also picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand and was about to order the people in the tank to fire. Of course, he didn't care where the muzzle was aimed. This blue star was like this, so why were they afraid of being hit by artillery shells? He vaguely heard the man on the opposite side call Shen Xian, and his hand paused slightly. Sure enough, he is still afraid of death. His sight fell on his tank, just for 2 seconds. Suddenly, the tank disappeared out of thin air. He was slightly stunned, and heard the sound of broken glass in his ears. Before he could react, he felt dizzy, and Shen Xian's face in front of him was getting bigger and smaller, moving forward and backward. A fist with bulging veins hit his face, chest, back and stomach. Every punch hit his flesh. It was like being stepped on by an elephant. How could someone have such great strength? It hurt so much that he could hardly breathe. A warm feeling remained in his eyes, ears and nose, and he must have been bleeding from the beating. He tried to hold his breath and curled up. It was not until his consciousness was almost blurred that he heard a voice above his head, "It's okay." He barely opened his swollen eyes, and saw Shen Xian sitting opposite him, and he didn't even know where he got a sofa from. He was pressed to the ground by the man who stayed with Shen Xian. The man who went to tank to die was holding a strange gun. With a few taps of the gun, his men exploded into blood mist. Almost all of the more than 200 people hiding here were wiped out, and only a few people squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads and trembling. These people were originally ambushed here. When Shen Xian and his men were lured here at the beginning, they played a cat-and-mouse game, but they didn't expect Shen Xian and his men to not fall for it. Perhaps something unexpected happened, and those people rushed over, and they succeeded in sending their souls to the muzzle of the gun. "You? Who are you?" he asked vaguely. Jiang Dong grabbed his hair and slammed him to the ground. "It's your daddy. You still want Shen Xian to be your wife, dream about your spring and autumn period, and be honest with me." Wei Inbo was dizzy from the beating. Chung Sun held a prisoner in each hand, and threw the two beside Wei Inbo. Now the three of them were crawling on the ground like dogs that had lost their homes, completely losing their previous arrogance. Shen Xian secretly let go of his consciousness. "Tell me, where are my companions?" The two prisoners immediately kowtowed and shouted, "We don't know. The person responsible for this matter just died." The dead Wei Inbo grinned with scarlet lips. "Shen Xian, don't waste your energy. My people will never betray me. Give up this idea. If you want the whereabouts of your companions, let me go kneel at my feet and beg me. Get out of here, you Ma Liba." Jiang Dong punched him in the stomach again. With a click, another rib was broken. No matter how these people shouted, Shen Xian's mind was full of different words. "Woo woo, how could I tell you that your teammates were hidden underground? Anyway, the others are dead. As long as the three of us don't tell, we can save our lives. But I'm so scared. That man is too powerful. If I get out alive, I will definitely stew those people and the dog. Woo woo." Of course, Shen Xian also captured the inner thoughts of the dead guard Inbo. "Woo woo woo. Woo. So where are my guys?" Shen Xian said as he stood up. "I really don't know. Tell me." Chung Sun slapped the captive on the head. The prisoner was left with a pool of water, and was so scared that he peed his pants. On the surface, he looked very surprised, but his inner world was like the Amazon River rushing. Underground, underground, right under the plane. Under the sky, we won't tell you, hee. If you have the ability, go find it yourself. Shin Xian looked at the little prisoner with a lot of inner drama with interest. Interesting. Then he turned his head to look at Wei Inbo. What did you say you were in the Shushi base? The person in charge? Wei Inbo was beaten like this, but he still didn't forget to show off. He raised his head and looked up at Shin Xian at a 45-degree angle. I am the head of the Shushi base. What's wrong? Are you scared now? Chapter 249. With your brain, you are the head of Shushi base? Then your base will soon be disbanded. Jiang Dong spitted, his face full of sneers. Bullshit! I am the head of Shushi base. Everything is good, but the time for pretending is too short. Shin Xian caught the other party's voice again. My uncle is the head of Shushi base, so I am the prince of Shushi base. As long as I take you down, my uncle will be happy. Oh, it turned out to be my uncle. Through these two sentences, Shin Xian analyzed a lot of useful information and even added a complete storyline in his mind. Smart and capable Uncle X nephew, who is addicted to troublemaking and pretending. The head of Shushi base is the uncle of dead guard Inbo. I don't know how he knew about Shin Xian's existence. As for how much he knows, Shin Xian is not sure now. But he must have mentioned in front of his nephew that he wanted to do something to his team. Otherwise, this mentally retarded Wei Inbo would not have taken such a risk just to get his uncle's attention. He planned a series of traps. Of course, it is still unknown whether he planned it or someone around him gave him advice. But what is certain is that the head of the Shushi base has set his sights on him. Thinking of this, Shin Xian squatted down, wearing black fur gloves, and patted Wei Inbo on the face. Okay, I go meet your uncle. Ah! Wait! How did you know? Shin Xian, are you framing me? Now he doesn't act like a boss anymore. Fear is greater than arrogance. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong escorted 3 people, and followed Shin Xian to the place where Song Yuan and the others disappeared. She remembered that Song Yuan and the other 2 were here when she left. They were looking for underground oil pipelines at that time. Shin Xian tilted her head and glanced at the 2 captives. My people are down there? The 2 looked terrified. The 3 of them were at the scene just now, and they used their heads to guarantee that no one would give out this information. How did Shin Xian know? After getting a positive answer, Shin Xian looked at the one with a rich inner drama, how to open the entrance. The head shook like a rattle. And the inner activities told Shin Xian that he really didn't know, and the other person didn't know either. Shin Xian turned his eyes to Wei Inbo again, how to open the entrance. Wei Inbo was stunned at first, then the corners of his bloodshot and purple mouth hooked. Please me. Bang, As expected, he got another punch from Jiang Dong. Even if I know, I won't tell you. This is the voice that Shin Xian captured. It seems that you don't know how to open the entrance either. Shin Xian sat down to summarize and turned to Chung Sun. Let's deal with these 2, and keep this idiot as a hostage. No, what good person can kill people just like that? Shin Xian said it calmly, but the 2 captives were scared again. When Chung Sun killed people just now, they saw it. They originally survived, and seeing that these people were led by a woman, they thought they could survive. Unexpectedly, women have the most vicious hearts. Kill them when they are done. Chung Sun did not give the 2 a chance to beg for mercy. He raised his gun in front of Wei Inbo, and fired the silent air gun. With just one shot, at this distance, the 2 people were blown into slag. Mincemeat and blood fell on Wei Inbo's head. Wei Inbo, really killing. Shin Xian had never thought of letting go of everyone who planned this trap, and now she still couldn't sense the location of Song Yuan and others. It can be seen that the situation is probably much more complicated than expected. Now there is only one prisoner left, Wei Inbo, and Shin Xian can guard him alone. Jiang Dong drove the RV over, and Chung Sun adjusted the solar air cannon on the roof and aimed it at the ground where Song Yuan and others disappeared before. Shin Xian walked to the side, at least 100 meters away. Wei Inbo endured the severe pain in his internal organs and followed to the side. Boom, boom, one shot down, the ground exploded directly. The unimproved solar air cannon can directly kill many zombies in seconds and blast out a vegetable greenhouse on the ground. Not to mention a small area on the apron. The ground collapsed instantly, and pipelines and wires flew everywhere. Aviation gasoline sizzled out of the pipeline. It must be the end of the world, otherwise the wires mixed with gasoline would have set the entire airport on fire. After the rubble fell, the situation underground became clear. There was actually a passage underneath. It looked like a sewer, but it was very high, more like a secret passage. If Lu Qiming was there, he would have found that this was really a secret passage, not a standard feature of the airport, and other airports would not have such a high passage. Song Yuan and Lu Qiming were now secretly looking at each other. They gathered there at first and watched Shen Xian and the other two run towards the terminal. Then Tu's hair stood on end. Before Song Yuan could ask what happened, the ground beneath the feet of the few people suddenly cracked. Song Yuan was not a combat talent, so how could he react? Not to mention Lu Qiming, who was old and weak, and screamed the loudest when he fell. Tu reacted and wanted to jump to the side, but was hit back by the slow-reacting Huaman. The old man and the child, the big man and the dog, disappeared from the spot. What's worse is that the moment they fell, there was endless darkness. It felt like falling into a scorpion cave and a snake hole, and they were stung several times, and then they lost consciousness. In fact, it was not a scorpion cave at all, but when they fell, their vision could not adapt to the darkness. The people with night vision goggles had been waiting there for a long time. Song Yuan and Lu Qiming were injected with tranquilizers and anesthetics. Huaman was so tall, and was injected with 3 times the amount. As for Tu, of course, it was difficult to escape. After they completely lost consciousness, they were skillfully knocked onto the rail transport vehicle. It was just Huaman, who used 3 small transport trucks. Song Yuan felt numb all over, and couldn't move. The dim light above his head flickered. The sound of the railroad clattering in his ears. He barely saw Lu Qiming staring at him. Now he couldn't see Tu and Huaman. He wanted to open his mouth to ask questions, but his mouth didn't seem to belong to him. He could only turn his eyes with difficulty, and asked Lu Qiming with his eyes, "Have you seen Tu and Huaman?" Lu Qiming replied with his eyes, "No." At this time, Lu Qiming, who had experienced storms and fought on the battlefield, played his role. He was much calmer than Song Yuan, and comforted him with his eyes. "Don't be afraid." Song Yuan, "I'm not afraid. Sister Shen will definitely come to save us. Shen Xian will go back to save them, of course." She put away the RV, jumped down the pit first, and stood in front of the tunnel. Chung Sun grabbed Wei Inbo's neck and jumped down. Jiang Dong found something to block the oil pipe of Zio before coming down. There was no other way. Who knew how much gasoline was inside? They had to go deeper into the tunnel. If it really caught fire outside, it would be troublesome. Looking at the tunnel from below is completely different from looking at it from above. It is about 2 meters high, and the inner wall is rough. It doesn't look like an official product at all. Chapter 250. Especially, there are 2 tracks on the ground, which are much narrower than ordinary train tracks. Shen Xian felt that this thing was very similar to an old game he played when he was a child, the small mine cart in the miners. What era is this? How can there still be such a thing? Jiang Dong raised his foot and kicked the track hard, but it didn't move at all. Wei Inbo was also surprised. Chung Sun, why? You got the people down, and you don't know what it looks like here? Wei Inbo shook his head. I don't know. I only know there is a tunnel here. Chung Sun, then you don't know when the tunnel was built and where it leads to? I know, but I won't tell you. But what Shen Xian heard in his heart was, Uncle, this old thing lied to me. Didn't he say that there was a big pit below? How could there be a tunnel? Uncle again? Shen Xian took a deep breath, took out a robot from the space, and controlled the robot to move forward. The dim tunnel had no end in sight, and clanging sounds could be heard from deep inside the tunnel from time to time. Eerie and terrifying. 20 minutes later, the images sent back by the robot showed no abnormalities, and it was still the same long railroad track with no end. So far? Jiang Dong scratched his head. Shen Xian, let me go. This little thing is too slow. Let's go together. From now on, the 3 of us can't be separated. Shen Xian made arrangements. Okay. Chung Sun glanced at Wei Inbo, wondering whether to put him in the space or kill him here, otherwise it would affect his performance. Put it away. Before Wei Inbo could understand what Chung Sun's eyes meant, he heard Shen Xian's words, and then his eyes went dark. He entered a world that was so gray that it was almost black. Ah! Let me out! Woo-woo! He could hear his own shouts, but he couldn't feel his mouth, and even his whole body didn't belong to him. The feeling of losing control almost drove him crazy. In a panic, he swung his hand and hit an iron lump. The arm that was hit immediately felt a sharp pain. I don't know how long it took for him to recover. He rubbed his hands in the darkness, crying and mumbling, Great Immortal, I was wrong. What did you put me in this coffin for? Kill me. Woo-woo. Chung Sun sneered outside. He could sense what Wei Inbo was doing in his space. The space was not big, and fortunately, there were not many things in the space originally. After the big tank was taken in, the 30 square meter space seemed very crowded. There was no need to worry about taking that person in. After getting rid of the burden, Shin Xian and the other two moved at full speed along the ground track. Shin Xian took out his cell phone and looked at it. No signal, and the map is useless. There was no choice but to go on. He raised his hand and looked at the time. It's 11 o'clock now. Let's go! Try to find Song Yuan and the others before 2 p.m. Yes. In the tunnel, 3 figures were like nimble ghosts, leaving only after images under the dim light. Chung Sun was always paying attention to whether there were any surveillance devices that suddenly appeared in the tunnel, while Jiang Dong was responsible for clearing the way. Shin Xian let go of his consciousness and captured sounds from far and near. He also collected the robot halfway. An hour later, the 3 finally saw the end of the track. At the end was a sloppy hall, about the size of a classroom, with several railcars stacked up, and a lifting platform next to the wall. Jiang Dong went forward to check. He had only seen the old-fashioned lift switch in American movies. Is this a mine? Chung Sun touched the lush wall and rubbed the brick floor under his feet. The construction of the airport was strictly surveyed. There can't be a mine here. This tunnel should have been secretly built behind the scenes. It's awesome. I don't know which psychopath built such a big tunnel under the airport. Why? Jiang Dong pressed a red button next to him, and the lift slowly rose. I go up and take a look first. Shin Xian followed and stood up, together. Chung Sun came up last. The lift was about 2 square meters in size, which was the size of a double bed. It was spacious enough for 3 people to stand on it. Looking up, the lift was more than 10 meters high. Isn't it that deep? Why does it look like a 6-story building? Jiang Dong scratched his head, waved his hand, and took out the solar air gun from the space, ready for battle. Such a large flatbed freight elevator must be transporting larger items. It is so hidden that I feel it is more like a smuggling route. Shin Xian looked at the tracks and railcars on the ground that were getting smaller and smaller. It is possible that someone built it and smuggled something out of the airport, and it was on the apron. Chung Sun also took out his gun and raised it with one hand. When he was about to reach the top, he stretched out his arm to fix it, to prevent the lift from shaking under the inertia. Facing the lift, there was a double-opening iron door with a red button next to it. Jiang Dong pressed it, and the iron door actually split open on both sides. The 3 of them walked out and found that they were in an empty parking lot. The iron door behind him looks like an elevator door. It is also very wide, 2 meters, just like the special elevators for surgery in hospitals. There is a sign on it saying Professional Operating Room, no entry for outsiders, and there are up and down buttons next to it. Chung Sun reached out and pressed it, and said, "It's fake, just for show." Shin Xian looked around. There was an echo in the empty parking lot. Occasionally, there were a few cars on the wrong side of the road, and there was a lot of garbage piled up on them. Everyone be careful. That way Inbo is a fool. But it doesn't mean that the enemies on the opposite side are all that smart. The most important thing is that the tunnel, the elevator, and this door just now were all powered, but I didn't hear the sound of the generator in the tunnel or above. Based on the construction style of the tunnel, it is unlikely that they have other ways to generate electricity, only generators, but I didn't hear the sound of the generator. That proves that the generator is far away from us, and they have a complete power grid. Shin Xian's analysis made Chung Sun and Jiang Dong stunned. It was indeed the case. Chung Sun immediately added, even though everyone is gone, the electricity is still on, which proves that the other party is not short of gasoline or diesel. Shin Xian took out his mobile phone and finally got a signal. The map showed that they were already in the urban area of Shushi. They were in the tunnel for only an hour, and they actually got to the urban area from the airport dozens of kilometers away. They followed the signs and walked towards the exit. They still couldn't sense the location of Song Yuan and others, so they had to at least confirm their own location. Crack. A very subtle breaking sound was heard. Shin Xian stopped immediately, and Chung Sun and Jiang Dong also stopped. What's wrong? Chung Sun asked. Shin Xian took a few steps back and saw a crushed melon seed on the ground. Carefully picked it up and put it in his hand. It was still a raw melon seed. It's Lu Qiming. Chapter 251. Shin Xian's team was not short of snacks and fruits. It can be said that everyone's mouths never stopped. But Lu Qiming was old. Although his health improved after eating the seedlings, he was still not interested in snacks. Until he found that Shin Xian's snacks contained raw melon seeds. For him, it was simply a good medicine to kill time. Later, Shen Xian gave all the raw melon seeds in his space to Lu Qiming, leaving only some for seeds. In addition to daily necessities, this was the most in Lu Qiming's space. Fresh, only stepped on by Jiang Dong. It's probably them, looking for them. Shen Xian held the melon seeds in his hand and began to look down. Be careful not to disperse. The garage was very dim, but the temperature was a little higher. Finally, at the location where the sign said Yonghui Supermarket, another raw melon seed was picked up. Several people went upstairs along the elevator and came to the supermarket. The empty and crooked shelves were silent, without a person or zombies. Wanda's Yonghui Supermarket is usually on the underground floor. They have been to many supermarkets, and this is the only one with lights on. Sure enough, there is something fishy. Jiang Dong gritted his teeth. Shen Xian whispered, remember the big glass at the beginning, and the electricity here, which we have never seen before. No matter what happens later, don't separate or leave your sight. Now there are more scenes outside, and Lu Qiming's favorite raw melon seeds have been found. Shen Xian has a hunch that the hunting game has begun. Such a big city, there can't be no living people to. Just as she was about to continue speaking, she suddenly sensed two spatial locations, which should be Song Yuan and Lu Qiming, but she was vague and unsure. Let's go outside. The three of them ran towards the ground of the mall with all their strength, while Shen Xian kept shooting at the front with an air gun. Although the front looked empty, it was the ground exit of the mall. The revolving door had been washed away by only half, and there was a square outside, and there was no one on the square. It's always right to be careful. Besides, the air gun doesn't make too much noise, and won't attract the attention of people or zombies. Sure enough, when they were more than 20 meters away from the revolving door of the exit, bang! Crack! Hua la la! The familiar sound of broken glass came again. This time they had experience, and the three of them jumped back together to avoid the broken glass shards. It was only at this time that they realized that the large glass was almost 3 meters high. If it was in the past, wouldn't such a large piece of glass sell for tens of thousands? Jiang Dong stood in front of Shen Xian to protect Shen Xian from being splashed by glass shards. This delay caused Shen Xian to lose the spatial location sense of Song Yuan and Lu Qiming. Shen Xian thought for a moment, took out his mobile phone, and sent a message to Zhang Ziliang. The address of the large glass factory in Shushi. Give it to me quickly. Within a minute, the mobile phone received the map information. The map showed that before the end of the world, there were 4 large glass manufacturers in Shushi, 3 in the southwest of Shushi, and 1 in the south of Shushi. There would not be an extra piece of glass here for no reason. The only explanation is that there are people hiding here. And Wei Inbo is one of them. Shen Xian let go of his consciousness, and asked Chung Sun to release Wei Inbo. Chung Sun raised his hand, and a dark figure fell to the ground out of thin air. Wei Inbo gasped for breath. Chung Sun's space, and even Shen Xian's space, are not suitable for long-term placement of living beings. The main reason is that you will lose your sense of time and direction, and you can't feel your body. People with weak willpower can't even stay for 5 minutes. You are quite strong. Jiang Dong stepped forward and pinched Wei Inbo's neck with his big hand. Shen Xian raised his head and turned his eyes to a place on the 2nd floor. If I heard correctly, there was breathing there, about 10 people. With the appearance of Wei Inbo, the breathing sound became obviously heavier. Is this person a relative of the person in charge of your base? I count to 5. I want to exchange my people back. If no one answers, wait for him to be collected. After seeing clearly where this was, Wei Inbo immediately shouted into the air, his hoarse voice almost breaking, quick! Go find my uncle, and ask him to save me. Jiang Dong's men worked hard. Wei Inbo's brain, which had just cleared up, began to lack oxygen again. Shen Xian raised her fingers and began to count. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No one answered. Generally she counted to 3. Shen Xian had been very patient with the other party, but unfortunately the other party did not cherish it. Shen Xian walked out the door without looking back. Wait! Crack! The sound of a broken neck and the voice of the people on the 2nd floor sounded at the same time. Haha, it's too late. Jiang Dong threw Wei Inbo's body aside with a bang. Little girl, you are so cruel. A slightly older voice sounded. Shen Xian looked up and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s appearing on the 2nd floor. His face was terribly gloomy. Shen Xian sneered. Thank you for the compliment. You? The nephew of the boss of Shushi died under your nose. Doesn't it feel good? Shen Xian said, and glanced at Chung Sun, who was left behind. Li Adong stood on the second floor, and his blood rushed up after being poked in the sore spot. He was recently assigned to this mall to fish. Of course, it was to fish for living people. Normal people can't break their own glass, unless they use hot weapons, but the hot weapons of the entire Shashi are in the hands of the people in the base. There are still weapons outside, but there are not many, and the power is not great, so there is nothing to be afraid of. He originally saw 3 young men on the opposite side. Although he didn't know how they broke the glass, he thought that there were 10 people on his side, 10 against 3, and he would win anyway. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't play according to common sense at all, and the king bomb was the first shot. I don't know where it came from, but Wei Inbo, the big playboy, was brought out. The people in the base may not know who the top leader is, but they definitely know who Wei Inbo is. He relies on his relationship with the head of the base to stir up trouble everywhere. I heard that Wei Inbo went to rob and kill a group of people these 2 days. How could he be here? And what the woman said was right. Wei Inbo's death in his own territory could not be concealed. When the top leader knew about it, he would die too. If he could find a way to keep these murderers, he could at least make up for his mistakes. At least, he would not lose his life. He didn't know that his thoughts had been captured clearly by Shen Xian. When the big glass appeared, Shen Xian thought of a way to find Song Yuan and others faster. Hearing the other party's inner thoughts, her mouth curled up. Very good. Go catch them alive. Li Adong raised his hand, and 5 people behind him jumped over the second-floor guardrail. Some people held guns, some held machetes, and some held steel pipes. Shen Xian stood back, and Jiang Dong and Chung Sun stepped forward to start the fight. Jiang Dong and Chung Sun took advantage of the other party's inattention and replaced the solar air gun with the most common pistol in the space. They first dealt with the other party's gunmen. Chapter 252. Li Adong frowned. The 2 men below were quite good at fighting, but if he also took action, he should be able to take them down. Let's go together, he said, and jumped down first. Shen Xian nodded secretly at Chung Sun and Jiang Dong. The 10 people on the opposite side were not easy to control. Only 5 people were in a better state. Then kill the most powerful people except Li Adong. Bang, another gunshot. Li Adong lost another person. He was so angry that he only had 5 people left. The small team that he had cultivated with great difficulty was killed by half of them. Seeing Shen Xian standing still, he rushed over directly. Ah! You still have to pretend. Shen Xian took several steps back and fell to the ground with a horrified expression. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong were distracted and were caught directly. Jiang Dong was also hit by Li Adong several times. Damn it, I've sacrificed a lot. Jiang Dong and Shen Xian, who was also tied to the car, cursed in a low voice. Shen Xian sat up with his superior physical condition. They were in a Vantype police car. This group of people didn't know where they got it from, and the light bulbs in the car were so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. It can be seen that these people here are not short of electricity at all. Shen Xian and the other 2 were tightly guarded inside the car. There were 3 people sitting outside, especially Li Adong, who looked at them with eyes that wished they could tear them to pieces in the next second. There was also Wei Inbo's body next to them. The car swayed forward. Shen Xian looked out from the narrow window between the cab and the car. Although the streets were dilapidated, there were no zombies, and even humans occasionally appeared. It seems that the people on the opposite side set an ambush at Wanda Mall, and they were ambushing outsiders like them. Shen Xian moved her body, and was immediately scolded by Li Adong. You bitch, be honest. A mobile phone appeared secretly behind Shen Xian's tied hands, and she deftly pressed the mute button and turned it on. Chung Sun found the map with the help of Shen Xian's cover. The vehicle's location was indeed heading towards the glass factory in the south. After nodding to Shen Xian, the 3 of them waited quietly. When leaving the second ring road of Shashi, Shen Xian frowned, and she sensed the spatial location of Song Yuan and Li Qiming again. They were not far from her. Shen Xian continued to look out, and there were no cars in front of her on the straight road. It seemed that Song Yuan and Lu Qiming should be in another car, which was behind their car. Boss, there is a car behind, and it is San Mao's people. The person in the co-pilot shouted to Li Adong. Damn it, let's start a war. Kill these bastards. Shen Xian raised her eyebrows. There were actually 2 groups of people. The group with Song Yuan and Lu Qiming seemed to be the group called San Mao. After Li Adong's people died, he put away all the guns. Now everyone in the car has a gun. After Shen Xian listened for a few seconds, she glanced at Chung Sun and Jiang Dong. Now the noise outside was too noisy, but she heard the sound of a submachine gun being loaded. She had heard this sound so many times at the wine market base that her ears were calloused. There was no submachine gun on Li Aidong's side. This side would definitely die, but if Song Yuan and Lu Qiming were in the opposite car, the people here would die, and she would go to the glass factory herself. Finally, Shen Xian listened to Li Aidong's inner thoughts again. I'm so annoyed, day after day. When will this miserable life end? I want to take a break. At the moment when Li Aidong kicked open the tailgate, Shen Xian said, now you can have a good rest. Then the ropes that bound his hands were directly cut off. Shen Xian grabbed Jiang Dong and Chung Sun, and disappeared in front of Li Aidong. Li Aidong was so shocked by the series of changes that he couldn't speak, and the sound of gunfire came to his ears. The car opposite was a convertible pickup truck. The pickup truck swung its butt and turned sideways. There were several people sitting in the back, who were covered tightly, and they raised their submachine guns and fired directly at them. The people in Li Aidong's car were shot into sieves before they could react. It was strange that Li Aidong looked at the bloody hole in his chest, and what he thought of in his mind was what Shen Xian had just said. The battle in the back was fierce, and the driver's cabin in the front was not much better. There was only a few seconds of pause between the gunshots. The submachine gun bullets were like free money, directly shooting the car into a sieve. The police car overturned on the side of the road, and with a bang, a small-scale explosion occurred. Two people jumped out of the pickup truck at the back and went to check with guns. After pulling out the bodies of Li Aidong and Wei Yinbo, they ran back to the pickup truck. The passenger window rolled down, and a cold little face poked out. No? Captain, no. Song Yuan had a cold little face, pushed open the car door, and jumped out directly. Walked towards the burning car. Lu Qiming poked his head out from the back seat of the driver's seat. Song Yuan, don't go over there. It's dangerous. I won't feel at ease unless I take a look myself. It's okay. Song Yuan frowned and checked every body, but did not find the figures of Shen Xian and the others. He was a little impatient and scratched his head. Song Yuan? A familiar voice suddenly sounded not far away. Song Yuan and Lu Qiming were stunned at first, and suddenly looked up and saw three figures standing in the middle of the road. Sister Shen. Song Yuan immediately flew over and threw himself into Shen Xian's arms. I thought I missed you again. Brother Chung, Brother Jiang, woo woo woo. The people who followed Song Yuan saw Song Yuan's performance, and their eyes almost fell to the ground. Is this the young boy who was both wise and brave before? And how did these three people appear out of thin air? Lu Qiming also got out of the car quickly. Shen Xian. Chung Sun Jiang Dong. I can find you, so good. Captain, it's dangerous here, let's talk somewhere else. Someone next to him interrupted. Song Yuan raised his head from Shen Xian's arms, and put away his slightly red eyes. Okay, Sister Shen, where are we going? Shen Xian looked around. This is the main road in the city. There are no zombies, but there are still people. The gunfight here has attracted some people to observe from afar in the dark. She raised her hand and pointed to a parking lot next to a gas station in the distance. Go over there. Okay. Song Yuan turned to the people who had been following. You go over there and wait for us. The people who followed glanced at Shen Xian and the other two. Then how do you get there? Let's take a car together. Song Yuan had a cold face. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. Yes. The man's face did not show any discomfort after being scolded. Shen Xian even heard the other party praising Song Yuan in his heart. It is true that heroes come from young people. Masochists. Those people said nothing, turned around and got in the car, started the pickup truck and drove towards the parking lot. Shen Xian raised her hand, and the RV appeared. After seeing this scene, the people in the pickup truck exclaimed in unison. What kind of extraordinary person are we following? Chapter 253. The bodies of Wei Yinbo and Li Aidong were placed on the pickup truck at the back. Song Yuan and Lu Qiming boarded the RV again, feeling the long-lost sense of familiarity and security. Lu Qiming almost cried. After Shen Xian sat down, Chung Sun went to drive. Song Yuan immediately released the drone and began to be on alert. Lu Qiming began to tell what happened after they separated from the airport. After you entered the terminal, the ground suddenly cracked, and we fell down. We were given anesthesia the moment we fell down. When we woke up, we were still in the tunnel. Later, we pretended to be asleep. When we were about to get in the car, two groups of people started fighting. We were robbed by another group of people, and a man and a two who were behind us disappeared. Then, Lu Qiming looked at Song Yuan with a proud face. The people on San Mao's side only barely won, and there were injuries, and there were pursuers behind. At that time, we couldn't see the location of your mobile phones, so we could only wait outside first. Song Yuan took the initiative to give them advice. With fewer troops, San Mao won 4 waves. Jiang Dong nodded. We should have been in the tunnel at that time. After suddenly finding your cell phone signal, Song Yuan chased you with 4 submachine guns as a reward. San Mao said that the person on the other side was the top leader of the Shushi base. We didn't dare to send a message rashly, so we had to start a war first. Shen Xian learned about what happened later, and was slightly relieved. It's good that you and Song Yuan are fine. Now we have to find the whereabouts of Tu and Huaman. The RV has been parked in the parking lot. There are 5 people on San Mao's side. They all got off the car and stood there, staring at the RV. That tall RV is enviable. The 3 people who just appeared out of nowhere are very powerful. No wonder they have raised such excellent children. San Mao, do we really want to follow these people? San Mao took off his hat and scratched his head. It can be seen that he is just a boy of 17 or 18. The situation is getting more and more critical now. The Wei family can no longer tolerate a small team like ours. A small team was wiped out a few days ago. We are just a few people. We either surrender to the Wei family or leave Shushi. Another person immediately objected. No, the brothers in our dormitory have finally survived until now, but we will not go along with the Wei family. San Mao nodded. Yes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. I feel this is an opportunity, but it doesn't seem reliable to let them pick the Wei family's nest. Xiao Song is here. At this time, the door of the RV opened, and Song Yuan poked his head out. Captain San Mao, come in for a moment. Oh, I'm coming. San Mao and the others looked at each other, took a deep breath, and stepped into the RV. The inside and outside of the RV are 2 completely different worlds. The temperature outside the car is freezing, and the inside is warm, and the air is still filled with the fragrance of fruit bananas. Captain Xiao Song returned to the co-pilot, and fiddled with something. San Mao and the others took off their hats in the heat, and looked at Shen Xian in a reserved manner. Song Yuan was so outstanding at such a young age, and the sister in front of him seemed to be the core leader of the team. Such a good opportunity. You must seize it. San Mao cheered herself up in her heart. Young faces appeared in front of Shen Xian and the others, thin, but with bright eyes. Shen Xian raised her eyebrows. This person is too young. She looks a few years younger than Qi and Ning. Shen Xian sat at the dining table and pointed at Jiang Dong's folding bed opposite. Sit down. Thank you for saving my people. Shen Xian was anxious to find a Tu and Huaman, but she needed enough information. No. You're welcome. San Mao, who thought she had transformed in the Doomsday, seemed to be back to school when facing Shen Xian and such an environment. Jiang Dong, make some food that can be eaten in 10 minutes, make more. Shen Xian ordered. These children looked like they hadn't eaten for a long time. Shen Xian let go of her consciousness and started chatting with several people. Are you students? The eyes of several young people were instantly focused on San Mao. San Mao cursed in her heart, knowing that you guys are cowards. Looking at Shen Xian's smiling eyes, she stammered, we are students studying in Zisha City. Because we started a business in our senior year, we rented a house in the suburbs and stockpiled a lot of supplies. Because we are all athletes, we have good physical strength, so we survived the Doomsday. At this time, Shen Xian caught the thoughts of one of them. Sports students and junior brothers should be my favorite. Pretty sister, look at me, look at me. Shen Xian chuckled. Chung Soon, what? Are you so happy chatting with young brothers? Shen Xian, You have a cat cake. Tell me about the head of the Shushi base. Speaking of this, San Mao became energetic, and several people chattered, each saying a few words, like pouring out grievances. After a long time, Shen Xian sorted out the basic situation of Shushi. He took out his own modeled map and spread it on the table to study it. San Mao carefully stretched his neck to get closer, and seeing the densely marked routes on the map, he felt that Shen Xian and his companions were not simple. According to what you said, the Wei family's base camp is not in the city, but in the glass factory. Shen Xian asked. Yes, the Wei family originally made their fortune in glass. Before the apocalypse, they were the largest glass manufacturer in Yin country. You seem to hate the Wei family? San Mao glanced at his companions. Yes, we are all locals. When they built the factory, they polluted the environment and forcibly expropriated land, but these are not a problem now. When the apocalypse just started, everyone was in a panic. The Wei family relied on their own security team to rob supplies. Many of the supply points of the small teams I know were robbed by the Wei family. Not only did they rob supplies, They also kill people. They didn't kill zombies, but they kill people every day. Later, after the locals who survived were basically sorted out by the Wei family, they targeted passers-by and outsiders. And I heard that they were smuggling. Smuggling? Shin Xian and Chung Sun both looked over. Smuggling what? Shin Xian asked. I don't know, it is said that it is smuggling abroad, of course, these are all messy rumors. San Mao scratched his head. Shin Xian could tell through mind reading that what these young brothers said was true. Jiang Dong cooked frozen dumplings, opened a can of Lao Gan Ma and mustard, and cut a large bag of ham sausage. Shin Xian threw the pen on the table. Chung Sun, you and Jiang Dong take turns to eat and drive. Head to the glass factory in the south. When you get there, the first goal is to find a 2 in Homan. We see what happens later. Shin Xian didn't say he wanted to overthrow the Wei family. San Mao sighed and took the lead in picking up chopsticks, if possible. Can you kill the people of the Wei family? Shin Xian thought for a while and said, for a region to survive in the Doomsday, or even develop, it must have a leader. Do you have someone suitable to be a leader? San Mao and the others shook their heads. Shin Xian, we see what happens then. However, as a reward, if you can't stay in Shushi, you can go to Anqing. Anqing is my territory. Chapter 254. Shin Xian felt that she was quite kind. But she did not expect that things would develop in an uncontrollable direction. San Mao and her friends ate several plates of dumplings before they put down their chopsticks, touching their bloated stomachs. At this time, Jiang Dong took over the car and was close to the glass factory, about 5 or 6 kilometers away. From a distance, the reflected light from various angles of the glass factory was very uncomfortable. After Chung Sun finished 2 plates of dumplings in a short time, he began to prepare combat supplies. First, he filled the machine gun on the roof with bullets and debugged the solar air cannon. In San Mao's shocked eyes, the starry sky roof slowly opened. Song Yuan released the drone and began to draw a topographic map of the area. Lu Qiming was very bored. Usually at this time, he started to play with a 2. A 2 was not here, so he was very bored. Shin Xian closed her eyes and was fully aware. She wanted to sense the location of a 2 in Horman with her heart. Sister Shin, it's bad, the zombies are attacking the glass factory. Song Yuan spoke quickly, scaring San Mao and the others. Shin Xian stood up and came to Song Yuan. On the drone screen, a large number of zombies were besieging the glass factory. But outside the glass factory, there were layers of large glass of different heights stacked up. It was obvious that the factory used these glasses as fortifications. The thick protective wall was estimated to be half a meter thick. With this thickness, even if it was just ordinary glass, so many stacked together would be impossible unless a cannon came. In the factory behind the glass, many people were holding guns and ready for battle. Only Wang Tian can do this on this scale, and with this kind of behavior characteristics. Chung Sun made a summary. Something happened to A2. This is the only reason Shin Xian could think of. Wang Tian is in A2's space. Although A2 cannot speak, she knows the previous situation between Wang Tian and her. Under normal circumstances, A2 will not let Wang Tian out. Now it is only 5 kilometers away from the glass factory. She didn't sense A2 and Homan's location just now, and she was still hesitating whether the 2 were here. Now seeing the zombies besieging, she is sure that the 2 are here. At least A2 is here. But she can't sense it. Shin Xian's face is uglier than ever before. Go! Got it! Jiang Dong kicked down, and the RV rushed towards the zombie group at an unprecedented speed. Shin Xian climbed onto the roof directly, holding the solar air cannon tightly with both hands. Lu Qiming also climbed up and grabbed the machine gun tightly, with an expression like his son had died. A2 had been with him for so many days, and in his heart, he was more obedient than Lu Miao. Just when he heard that A2 was in trouble, his heart almost stopped. Chung Sun sat on the roof of the car. Although he did nothing, San Mao and the others felt that he was preparing some big move. The speed of the car was getting faster and faster. San Mao and the others were so scared that they broke their voices. Don't rush. Those are zombies. Although they had fought zombies before, they had never seen a zombie group of this scale. Even if they had seen it, they would have avoided it from a distance. It's not like now, where we have to rush up and stick to it. The appearance of the RV and the huge movement immediately attracted the zombies. Tens of thousands of zombies turned their heads together, and the RV plunged into the zombie group. Just when San Mao and the others thought they were going to be torn to pieces by the zombies, they found that the zombie group actually took the initiative to make way for the RV. The RV rushed directly to the glass protective wall. Then he braked and stopped. Chung Sun jumped off the roof neatly, raised his hand, and a super tank appeared out of thin air. He flashed into the tank at a speed that ordinary people could not see clearly. This is too cool. The barrel of the tank rotated rapidly, and this distance did not require any skills. Chung Sun's knowledge of special forces was enough to handle it. The glass wall in front of him, even if the Taiyuan energy air cannon on the roof wanted to break it, it would probably take several shots. Especially such thick glass. It might be the natural enemy of solar weapons. And Chung Sun's tank was not an ordinary tank. Boom! With one shot, the glass wall in front was directly broken into a large hole of more than 10 meters. The ground was shaking, and a large amount of glass shards and dust smoke popped out of the air in front. The glass shards hit the RV. Shen Xian grabbed Lu Qiming and flashed into the space. Sanao and his companions in the car were caught off guard and were directly baptized by the rain of glass. They could only protect their faces first. 2 seconds later, Shen Xian and Lu Qiming appeared again. Jiang Dong. Yes. This time, the RV drove directly into the glass factory without any obstacles. The tanks followed closely behind. Tens of thousands of zombies poured in from the gap, like squeezing salad dressing. The dense gunshots were like firecrackers during the New Year, deafening. The Wei family was originally a second-rate glass factory in Shushi. Before the Doomsday, it was not even a name. But because of the good terrain, the flood of the Doomsday did not cause much harm to them. And by chance, it was adjacent to a storage and transfer point. As soon as the flood receded, the Wei family took the factory security guards to rob the transfer point. Then, there was the police station, the gas station. Until it became the biggest force in Shushi. The Wei family thought that this glass factory was their blessed land, and even spent a lot of effort to move the ancestral graves here a few days ago. No one dared to mess with the Wei family on weekdays, so now there are also hundreds of defensive forces in the glass factory. Until the zombies besieged, Wei Zhongzi was studying the interesting things that the people below had brought back today at the base. He immediately ordered to guard against them. Standing on the second floor of the factory, I felt a little desperate when I saw the dense zombies outside. Husband, let's run, Wei Zhongzi's wife advised. Run for nothing. I told you a long time ago that living in the mall is close to the tunnel, but you are blowing cold wind in Zhongzi's ears all day long. Let me see what you can do now. Wei Zhongzi's father pointed at his daughter-in-law and scolded her. Even though he was still alive, such a large glass factory with so many resources was controlled by his son and daughter-in-law. Even eating crayfish on weekdays has to be approved by a child. Anyway, I don't have many years left to live, so it's just right that zombies are coming. Let's die together, Wei Zhongzi said gloomily. What nonsense! Several direct and collateral members of the Wei family discussed how to escape, and some suggested that the guards outside delay their steps. Someone suggested digging a temporary underground shelter. When they were arguing, there was a loud bang, which made everyone's scalp numb. Wei Zhongzi's wife crawled over and saw. It's Inbo. Inbo is back. Isn't that Inbo's tank? Great, Inbo is back. We are saved, no matter how many zombies there are. Can it be more powerful than that tank? That's right. If it doesn't work, we all hide in the tank and let Inbo take us all out. That's a good idea. Wait! Wei Zhongzi raised his hand to stop several people who were running downstairs. What is that? He pointed at the RV that drove in first. Why don't the zombies attack that car? Chapter 255. That must be the helper brought back by Inbo. A group of people went downstairs. Shen Xian and Lu Qiming stood in the RV and looked at everyone coldly. Wei Zhongzi's wife pointed her finger at Shen Xian without any courtesy. Why don't you come down after seeing us? Well, since they are friends brought back by Inbo, we naturally have to treat them with courtesy. Old man Wei pushed his daughter-in-law aside and squeezed to the front. Wei Zhongzi watched silently without saying a word. The Wei family can survive until now. In addition to luck, there is also his caution. So many people died before and after, and Wei Zhongzi is still alive. Treating you with courtesy is a waste of your time. Jiang Dong was sincere. He had a brain-dead phobia. He opened the RV door and jumped down from the driver's seat, raised his hand, and fired a shot. No one in the Wei family heard any gunshots, and the old man standing in the front was directly blown into fireworks. The guards who had just stopped were all stunned. After they reacted, they immediately raised their guns and pointed them at Shen Xian and the others. The top door of the tank opened, and a strange man climbed out. Wei Zhongzi became more alert and stepped back a few steps. Who are you? Where is Wei Inbo? Yes, who are you? How did you get our tank? Hand over our Inbo. Chung Sun jumped off the tank and raised his hand, and 2 frozen corpses rolled in front of everyone. Hell, wait, Inbo? Are you talking about this? Shin Xian thought this thing was dirty, so he could only put it in Chung Sun's space. Now it's just right to return it to the Wei family. When Wei Zhong's wife saw it, she immediately cried loudly, Inbo. And he is sorry for you. Ah. Hiccup. Wei Zhong's wife immediately covered her mouth after being coldly glanced at by Shin Xian. Husband, you have to avenge Inbo. Wei Zhongza helped her up and spoke slowly, Inbo is dead. As his uncle, I am also very sad, but we who are alive still have to live. That's right. Those people are very powerful at first glance. There is no need for us to go head to head for a dead person. Now think about how to survive. The people who just counted on Wei Inbo to save the situation, now that Wei Inbo is dead, all changed their faces. Shin Xian did not catch any useful information and directly raised the gun to point at Wei Inbo's wife. Where did you hide the people you captured, a big man and a dog? I don't know, I really don't know. Being pointed at by the gun, Wei Inbo's wife almost knelt down. Shin Xian's consciousness told her that this man was not lying. Huh? They're looking for that dog? The dog in the prisoner cell? Shin Xian caught another voice. He turned his gaze to Wei Zhongza. Shin Xian tried to sense it with his heart, but still couldn't find the location of a two-in-home man. He pointed at Wei Zhongza. Except him, the others are. She was hesitating whether to kill them or lock them up, or what. There were at least 300 people standing. Chung Sun waved his hand and put the rest of them into the space. If you can't find a two, kill them one by one in front of him. Shin Xian nodded. Sanao and his friends got off the car and put away the RV and tank. No matter how many times they saw it, Sanao and his friends were still shocked. That feeling was exactly the same as seeing a living Megatron. You guys. Wei Zhongza is really panicking now. He has never seen the world, and he can get the top position in Shushi only because of his peers. Jiang Dong, with blood on his body, directly grabbed his neck. Tell me, where is it hiding? It was the first time that Wei Zhongza was suppressed so well, and he said in a trembling voice, I really didn't see it. Shin Xian glanced at Chung Sun with cold eyes. 10. Wei Zhongza and Sanao didn't understand what he meant, and saw Chung Sun waved his hand, and 10 guards of the Wei family fell out of thin air, including a relative of the Wei family. These people were like fish on the shore, lying on the ground, covering their necks, struggling desperately. Their physiques simply couldn't survive in space for too long. Zhongza, save us! The relative of the Wei family had snot and tears on his face. Wei Zhongza was even more scared, and she guessed what Shin Xian was going to do. Chung Sun raised his gun and shot 10 people in front of Wei Zhongza. The bloody rain finally broke through Wei Zhongza's psychological defense. Sanao and the others were also scared. Are they just so unreasonable? Shin Xian turned her head and looked at the 3 people. I said, I'm not a good person. She walked in front of Wei Zhongza and didn't say anything. Wei Zhongza quickly begged for mercy. I said, that dog, the khaki color, is in the underground prison. I will take you there. Let's go! Jiang Dong pushed him hard. Song Yuan glanced at the drone hovering in the sky. When Shin Xian and the others moved, the originally stagnant corpse tide surged. The corpses on the ground were submerged like a flood. San Mao and his men were closely following Lu Qiming. They wanted to stay close to Jiang Dong, but that was not possible, as he was holding hostages. They wanted to stay close to Chung Sun, but that was not possible either, as Chung Sun was holding a gun with both hands. What if he accidentally fired it? They couldn't stay close to Shin Xian, as Shin Xian was the most terrifying one among them. As for Song Yuan, if they stayed close to him, it would be embarrassing, as 5 grown men were following a child. Wei Zhongza led everyone into the glass factory, where there were generators, a large amount of limestone, quartz sand, etc., which were the raw materials for producing glass. At this time, dozens of workers were working. Their movements were mechanical, and their expressions were dull. When they saw Wei Zhongza, they all shrank and dared not speak. They didn't even notice the big hand on Wei Zhongza's neck. Jiang Dong just felt something was wrong, and when he passed a worker, he pulled him over. Ah! The worker was full of fear and opened his black mouth. Jiang Dong frowned, and after releasing the worker, he pulled another person over. The same scene. Shin Xian, they all had their tongues cut off. Chung Sun put away his gun, pulled up the worker who had just fallen from the ground, and clapped his hands hard beside his ears. The worker looked scared, but did not respond to Chung Sun's clapping. The ears should be deaf too. Wei Zhongzi walked through the factory without saying a word like a quail, and put his hand on the door handle of an iron door. Get out of here! Jiang Dong kicked Wei Zhongzi away. It was obvious that the workers outside had their tongues cut off and their ears poked by the Wei family. It can't be said that in the end of the world, the Wei family will still contribute to the public welfare of the disabled. He looked at Wei Zhongzi now, and he wanted to kick him to death. The door slowly opened. There was plenty of light outside, but it was dim inside. With only a door between them, everyone seemed to have stepped into a gloomy hell. This is also a workshop, but the windows are all covered with black cloth, and there are only a few yellow lights hanging above the head. An indescribable stench hits the face. Everyone quickly covers their noses. This workshop is not very big, with narrow iron cages or glass rooms on both sides. Chapter 256. Each of them looked about 2 square meters in size. There were grinning zombies inside, some animals, but more humans. Some were numb, some were crazy, some had lost their legs, some had lost their arms. And some were lying on the ground, with hideous wounds on their stomachs from top to bottom. Without exception, they were all naked. The temperature here was slightly higher than outside, but it was still below zero, and these people were frozen blue and purple. Those who were a little rational hugged their bodies tightly to keep warm. When they saw Wei Zhongzi, they huddled in the corner. There were also some people who could move, grabbing the feces on the ground and mixing them with hard food, and stuffing them into their mouths. Everyone was silent. Sanao and the others looked at Wei Zhongzi and said directly, "Beast. Is this how you become the boss?" Shen Xian pursed her lips and walked quickly inside. She heard Wang Tian's angry curse. The pace of walking turned into afterimages, and then into running. Finally, at the end of the workshop, on 2 operating tables, Shen Xian saw a 2 and Huaman. However, the scene in front of him made Shen Xian furious. Huaman was tall, 3 or 4 times the size of an ordinary person. The silly and strong man on weekdays was now lying on an operating table made up of 5 or 6 tables. His limbs and torso had been separated. There was a pool of water under him. Huaman's body was a mutant, and he had no blood. It was not sticky brown blood like zombies, but blood like clear water. Now the dried body was like aloe vera in the desert. Go to hell! Jiang Dong directly exerted force. Wei Zhongzi's neck made a crackling sound. Chung Sun stopped Jiang Dong. Don't be impulsive. Letting him die now will be a bargain for him. Shen Xian. You are finally here. Wang Tian on the other side finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Shen Xian, and then fainted in Li Xiang's arms, with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Li Xiang hugged Wang Tian and protected Tu behind him. After seeing Shen Xian and the others, he slid down to the ground. Why did you come just now? Why did you come just now? There were 3 people in white coats lying at his feet. Each of them had their throats bitten open, and sticky blood was still flowing slowly. Tu lay quietly on the operating table. Although he was not cut into pieces like Horman, Shen Xian's extraordinary hearing seemed to make him unable to hear Tu's breathing. Li Xiang was frightened by Shen Xian's expression, and stammered they injected a lot of things into Tu. Tu let us go, When we came out, the big guy was already like that. She walked over step by step. Each step was like walking on the edge of a knife. The scene in front of her eyes kept distorting. She suppressed the idea of going crazy. She stretched out her hand tremblingly, and put her ear on Tu's chest. Tu, it's Dad who is late, I'm sorry. A line of tears dripped into Tu's fur. Dong. Shen Xian was stunned, raised his head, and then fell on Tu again in disbelief. Dong. The faint sound fell into Shen Xian's ears, like thunder from the sky. Tu. Shen Xian raised her hand, and a large area of green appeared out of thin air, and the seedlings were spread on Tu and Horman as if they were free. Chung Sun ran over first, holding the seedling in his big hands. Green juice flowed out through his fingers and dripped into Tu's mouth. Lu Qiming also stepped forward to help, dragging away the body that was in the way on the ground. Sanao and the others looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. What are you doing? Go and help. Jiang Dong held Wei Zhongzi tightly, and shouted to the others. Sanao and the other 5 immediately crowded around the big man, who was cut into pieces. They didn't care about being afraid. They took off their gloves and imitated Chung Sun, and began to squeeze juice manually. Streams of green juice flowed around Huaman's mouth, and the wounds on his limbs. Li Xiang held the unconscious Wang Tian, picked up the seedlings that slipped on the ground, and stuffed them into Wang Tian's mouth without caring about the blood. Don't you want to regenerate your broken limbs? Eat them quickly. Although Wang Tian was unconscious, the 4 words regeneration of broken limbs were his long-cherished wish. He closed his eyes and swallowed the seedlings. Li Xiang seized the opportunity to feed Wang Tian and took a few bites himself while no one was paying attention. The seedlings were being consumed crazily. If these seedlings were placed in the base, they could probably breed tens of thousands of soldiers, but she didn't care about that now. Atu was the first one to accompany her at Doomsday and witnessed all her journeys. Although he was a dog, Atu was smart, and the 2 of them got along just like family. There were also several times when Atu saved her from danger. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would save Atu and Huaman at all costs. Finally, after countless seedlings were fed, "It's moving!" Sen Mao shouted in surprise. Shen Xian turned her head to look over. The wounds on Huaman's severed limbs were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Huaman even took the initiative to swallow the seedling juice. Shen Xian turned back and continued to feed Atu with seedlings. "Atu! Wake up!" Shen Xian's voice was trembling unconsciously. Chung Sun's men moved faster. Boom! Boom! Finally, Atu's chest began to rise and fall slightly. A pair of puppy eyes slowly opened. After seeing Shen Xian, he struggled to get up. Shen Xian directly hugged Atu in his arms. "I'm late." Wang Wang. After Atu hummed weakly a few times, he closed his eyes again. "Atu!" Shen Xian was startled. Jiang Dong handed Wei Zhongzi to Chung Sun and went forward to check. "It's okay, he should have fallen asleep this time." "That's good." Shen Xian's pale little face was moved at this moment. Turned to the other side to see the situation of Horman. Horman is a zombie mutant after all, and his vitality is really tenacious. At this time, the cuts on the limbs have turned into a dark red bloodline, and the throat is swallowing unconsciously. "Horman," Shen Xian reached out and touched Horman's big face. "Get well, I need you, you are one of us." Sanao and the others admired Shen Xian from the bottom of their hearts. This big guy, at first glance, is not a human, maybe he is a zombie. Shen Xian is so close to him. Sure enough, if you are not human, you have to play with non-humans. Sanao and the others did not dare to stop. Shen Xian came to Wang Tian and Li Xiang. Li Xiang was concentrating on feeding Wang Tian with seedlings. Wang Tian's missing limbs had grown 1/3 at this time. The whole person was like a deformed big-headed doll. Seeing Shen Xian, Li Xiang's hand paused. It's okay, give him food, thank you this time." Shen Xian understood. Atu released Wang Tian and Li Xiang, and Wang Tian was unlikely to die. This was a good opportunity to escape. But he still used his greatest ability to call on the zombie group 10 kilometers away to attack. Atu and Horman have different physiques. If they were sliced, they would surely die. So, at this moment, Shen Xian sincerely thanked him. His limbs were shattered at that time, and it was time to compensate him. Looking at all this, Wei Zhongzi's scalp numbed. He had only one thought. He was going to die. Chapter 257. He was right. Atu and Huaman were stable, and Shen Xian had time to start the next thing. "Captain Lu, take care of Atu and Huaman." Okay. Finally it was Lu Qiming's turn. Lu Qiming looked at Atu with heartache. When Atu was lying there, he felt like his grandson had died. "Samao, hold him down. Chung Sun, Jiang Dong, go find someone." "Yes." Samao and his 5 men finally had a chance to show their skills. They rushed forward and pinned Wei Zhongzi to the ground. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong took out their mobile phones and began to look for the chip location according to the information sent from the wine market base. Mobile phone? San Mao's eyes lit up when he saw that there was a mobile phone. God knows, he hasn't touched a mobile phone since the end of the world. The internet-addicted teenager immediately turned his head to look at Shen Xian. "Captain, what's wrong with your mobile phone?" Song Yuan was their team leader, so Shen Xian was naturally the captain. Young people always ask questions directly. Shen Xian glanced at the others without saying anything. Song Yuan thought about it, and decided to take care of his younger brother. He answered the questions while checking the situation outside on the drone screen. "Made mobile phone, if you have one, you can use it. There is no secret." Oh. Sanao and the others began to think about where to get a mobile phone. Shen Xian also took out her mobile phone. The chip location in the data had not been moved in Shushi. At first, she thought the owner of the chip was dead. The chip location was displayed here. Seeing the situation in the workshop, she knew that the owner of the chip was imprisoned. "Found it." Jiang Dong and Chung Sun caught a naked man. Chung Sun took out a down jacket from the space and wrapped the man, bringing him to Shin Xian. Hee. The man grinned foolishly, his hair and beard stuck together. When he saw the scattered seeds on the ground, he immediately wanted to break free to eat. He was held down by Chung Sun. Shin Xian took 2 steps forward and stood in front of the man. Let me get what I want. I give you food and send you to a safe place. The man was just stunned when he heard it, and then he wanted to throw himself on the ground to eat more frantically. This man should be crazy. Jiang Dong judged based on his experience. He had treated mental patients in his previous life. When mental illness broke out, he was in this state. Chung Sun, hold him down, I give him anesthesia. Jiang Dong took out an anesthetic from the space and stabbed the man in the back of his neck while he was not prepared. After 1 shot, the man quickly collapsed on the ground. Jiang Dong immediately checked the man's physical condition, malnutrition, but it's not a big problem to support the operation. Shin Xian nodded, not collecting any useful words from the man. Quick battle and quick decision. Yes. This is a ready-made operating table. Jiang Dong was worried that the man would die, so he hung up saline for him. Song Yuan used his ability to scan the man's whole body. The chips of the previous few people were all in the upper body, so he focused on the upper body. Unexpectedly, this person's chip was on the outside of the thigh. Here. Song Yuan took out a marker and drew a circle on the outside of the man's thigh, which had become pale and thin due to long-term lack of sunlight. About 2 centimeters deep. Okay. Sanao and his friends didn't know what was going on, and they didn't dare to ask, so they could only hold their breath and wait. Jiang Dong first used iodine to disinfect the red circle and the outside several times, then put on medical gloves and chose a handy scalpel. He started without hesitation and directly cut open the outside of the thigh. Why is it not there? He used the scalpel to scrape back and forth twice, but still couldn't touch the chip. Song Yuan, you didn't see it wrong, did you? Song Yuan pushed his glasses. How could I see it wrong? It's right here. The chip is relatively small, and there are more muscles in the legs, so it's really hard to find. Jiang Dong simply put down the scalpel, stretched out a finger to probe into the wound, and touched it directly. Ah! It hurts. The man was awakened by the pain. Jiang Dong couldn't free his hands. Chung Sun, give him another shot. Half a shot. Half a shot is enough. Inject around the wound. This kind of anesthetic needle, if the dosage is not controlled well, it is also easy to cause medical accidents. To be on the safe side, it is better not to inject so much, just inject near the wound. So, the man was awake, watching someone use fingers to pick in the wound on his thigh. Terror swept his brain. The whole person seemed to be awake. You. What are you doing? Ding. Jiang Dong bent his fingers and pulled out a small metal object from the wound and dropped it into the operating tray. Then he began to suture the wound. The torn muscles were specially sutured separately. Shin Xian took out a bottle of mineral water, rinsed the metal object, took it in the palm of his hand and took a look. It was this thing. He looked up at the man. Do you know what this is? The man was confused and shook his head. Did you get hurt 3 years ago? Did you go to the hospital? The man continued to shake his head, then nodded. Foreskin, I had a circumcision 3 years ago. I was afraid of the pain at that time, so I used general anesthesia. Seeing that the man was somewhat sober, Shin Xian continued to ask, where did you have the surgery? Beijing City. I was in Beijing City at that time. What did you do in Beijing City? The man was a little stuck. Why, are you ashamed to talk about your job? Jiang Dong acted quickly, and seeing the man hesitating, he couldn't help but laugh at him. No, I'm the head of Asia Investment Bank in Yen Country. Shin Xian raised her eyebrows, and she said that people with chips on their bodies have extraordinary identities, except for that Ma Shu. It was perfunctory, and seemed like he was just making up the numbers. If Gao Ming's identity was placed before the end of the world, he would be the object of thousands of people's pursuit. As long as he leaked a little bit of things, it would be enough for many companies to drink a pot. Name. Gao Ming, hiss, it hurts, brother, can you give me another shot? Jiang Dong cut the surgical thread, then picked up the scattered seedlings from the ground, and with a force of his big hand, the green juice dripped onto the wound just now. Before the green juice froze, it was absorbed by the wound. Jiang Dong picked up a ball from the ground and threw it to him. Do it yourself. The important chip was found, and the next step was to deal with that beast Wei Zhongzi. Wei Zhongzi opened his mouth and wanted to beg for mercy. Shin Xian looked at Sanao and the others. Do you want to stay in Shushi, or do you want to go to Anqing? Sanao and the other 5 looked at each other, and saw a firmness in each other's eyes. Anqing. They are young people, who can survive until now in the Doomsday, and they are all very smart. There is no reason to give up such a good opportunity, and stay in Shushi as dogs. Okay, you take this person to Anqing to find a man named Wang Yi. I will greet him. After entering Anqing, you will follow Anqing's arrangements. Shen Xian thought that she had left a way out for Samao and Gao Ming. Because next, she would make the Wei family pay the price. Chapter 258. Let the Wei family out. Shen Xian left the operating room and came to the dim workshop, looking around the iron cages and glass cages. Let Chung Sun let everyone out. When the Wei family appeared, the people in the cages began to go crazy. They slapped the cage rails hard, and the skinny arms stretched out of the cages, trying to catch the Wei family. They didn't care that their skin was rubbed on the cages. The Wei family and the guards were crowded in the workshop. The moment they saw Wei Zhongzi, they immediately started crying, "Brother, save us! Let someone kill them!" Wei Zhongzi cursed, "Shut up! Ha ha, kill them?" A cold voice sounded, not loud, but like a knife, against everyone's neck. I asked 3 questions, answer them seriously, and I won't kill you. Shen Xian took out a boss chair from the space, and sat down, fully aware. First, what is the Wei family smuggling? Don't play dumb, I remind you, the tunnel under the plane. Some people looked at each other, some bowed their heads in guilt. 3. 2. As Shen Xian began to count down, Chung Sun immediately pulled out a few people from inside. 1. No one answered. Chung Sun fired directly, without any hesitation, and with one shot, the 3 closest people died painlessly. Ah! You devil! I say! Finally, someone couldn't help it. It was a middle-aged man from the Wei family. Wei Zhongzi gritted his teeth. Shut up, don't say it, we will all die if we say it. In the collected voices, Shen Xian did not find any useful information. Those who knew about the tunnel were only responsible for transportation and handover. Speak up. Shen Xian wanted to see what Wei Zhongzi was hiding. Can't say, absolutely can't say. This was Wei Zhongzi's inner thoughts. She could only feel a shudder in the heart of the man who stood up. Seeing Chung Sun was about to lift the gun again, the middle-aged man knelt on the ground. It's organ trade, organ trade. A few words, deafening. Shen Xian suspected that her ears were split. She tapped her ears. What trade? Organ trade. The middle-aged man's face was full of tears, and he was extremely scared. The 3/5 man was also stunned and looked around. So these people. Beasts? Wait, Shen Xian stood up and squatted in front of Wei Zhongzi. Before the end of the world, you started this business? Wei Zhongzi closed his eyes resignedly. Seeing that he didn't speak, Shen Xian stretched out a finger and yellowed it. Boom! Chung Sun put down his gun, and there was another bloody rain. The strong smell of blood spread in the workshop, mixed with the disgusting smell before. Since you don't want to say it, then never say it again. Shen Xian raised her hand, and the solar air gun appeared in her hand, and the cold muzzle was against Wei Zhongzi's head. Wei Zhongzi sat on the ground, like a deflated ball. I said? Before the Doomsday, our Wei family was not very noticeable in Shushi. Others only thought of us as a small glass factory, but in fact, from the first day of the factory, from my grandfather's generation, they worked for an organization called Xingtian. Xingtian organization? The memories of the dead suddenly attacked everyone. Except for Shen Xian's team, everyone, including most of the Wei family members, and those who were still awake in the cage, heard of Xingtian organization for the first time. It's really haunting. Jiang Dong cursed. Go on. Shen Xian's expression was not much better. All things are difficult at the beginning. Wei Zhongzi started it, and the rest is like pouring beans. I don't know where the Xingtian organization came from. Maybe my grandfather knows, but he died a long time ago. When he died, he handed over the smuggling route to my uncle. After my uncle died, the route was handed over to me. These people who were not imprisoned here before the end of the world were all underground. After the flood, I was worried that they would die of heat, so I moved them here. I didn't expect that the days after that would not be good. After we received the order, we looked for suitable donors underground, removed them directly, and transported them directly to the airport apron through the tunnel. The people transported, all. He is a deaf-mute, working outside. We also have people at the airport, so the organs can be sent out smoothly. As for where to send them, and how to receive them, I don't know. The doctors who died were the ones who had been responsible for organ harvesting. Wei Inbo said that he had caught a newcomer. I saw that the big guy looked strange, so I thought about studying him. Except for the middle-aged man, The other members of the Wei family were scared to the point of dementia. They all thought that it was just a research conducted by the eldest brother in the Doomsday. Who would have thought that it was a long-lasting and scrupulous black business? I said, cut off this line as soon as possible, but you didn't listen, and you killed all the members of the Wei family. The middle-aged man got up and kept beating Wei Zhongzi. Do you think I don't know why you suddenly treated Inbo so well a year ago? It's because Inbo matched. Woo woo woo. A two and a man were rescued, the chip was obtained, and the function of the tunnel was also known. There was only one last thing left. Shin Xian lowered his head, like a god, and looked at him with his eyes downcast. Did you know our whereabouts in advance? No, 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 I will arrest people outside every once in a while. Wei Inbo met you because of the people who ambushed on the mountain beside the highway in advance and tipped off. That's good. Next, Shin Xian gave Sanao a mobile phone and sent a message to Wang Yi in front of him. Let Sanao and 5 others drive the big truck from the glass factory out, and then release the people in the cage and drive them to the car. Left a sentence, these people, you can deal with them as you like. If you want to stay in Shushi, stay in Shushi. If you want to take them to Anqing, take them to Anqing. As long as they can be responsible, it's fine. Jiang Dong exerted his great strength to put a man on the roof of the car and tied him up. There was no way, the RV couldn't fit in. Shin Xian hugged it too and walked towards the RV. Li Xian also followed behind with Wang Tian, whose limbs had grown halfway. The people of the Wei family didn't know what this was for. Some people in the cage didn't want to get on the car and cried to follow Shin Xian. Shin Xian didn't even look at him. After settling A2, Shin Xian patted Wang Tian's face and said, wake up and work first. Wang Tian woke up slowly, and he didn't dare not wake up. The door of the RV closed slowly. The others outside the car looked at each other, and a hint of joy appeared on their faces. Did they just escape like this? Even Wei Zhongzi had a hint of relief on his face. After a moment of silence, the sky spun and the earth spun. The zombies bypassed the RV and the truck, just like a river bypasses a stone in the water. Countless zombies poured into the workshop. The Wei family, the Wei family's own family, the Wei family's guards, the workers. All became food for the zombies. In the cab of the truck, the 3 or 5 people looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. The people in the back car were even quieter. They saw with their own eyes that the person who just shouted that he didn't want to get on the car was also swallowed by the zombies. Chapter 259. RVs and trucks drove in different directions. The news that the southern part of Shushi was invaded by a large number of zombies quickly spread among the human groups in Shushi. Many people hurriedly packed their bags and prepared to flee. It is said that the super zombie group has 100,000. But before they left Shushi, news spread among the crowd. It is said that the zombies just ate all the living things in a glass factory in the south. Glass factory? Isn't that the territory of the Wei family? So, the top leader of Shushi is gone. The teams of all sizes were ready to move, and after hearing this news, they stopped and did not plan to leave Shushi. They hurried back and started to use cold and hot weapons. A battle for human territory began again. None of this had anything to do with Shin Xian. She had no interest in Shushi in the first place, and she could not spare any manpower in the several bases she had. Especially at that time, by coincidence, she also received a message from the wine market base. Zhang Ziliang and Zhu Zhe have taken over the launcher base. Shin Xian announced the news to everyone. Lu Qiming was taking care of the unconscious A2, carefully wiping A2's hair with hot water. Fearing that A2 would be thirsty after falling asleep, he fed him water. Wang Tian's limbs were only half grown at this time. After waking up, he seemed to have lost his intelligence. He kept talking to Jiang Dong about how brave he was at that time. He also ordered Li Xiang to cut apples for him to eat. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up when they heard Shin Xian's news. Really? Chung Sun was the happiest. At the beginning, the entire Jiushi base almost rebelled, and he was so angry that his teeth itched. Now that the wine market has taken over the Lan City base, it can be considered as compensation. You are talking nonsense. Zhu Zhe and Zhang Ziliang dare not joke about such things. Jiang Dong punched Chung Sun. So, Sister Shin, now we have 3 bases in Anqing, Lan City and Wine City, Dazhou and Gui City? Song Yuan was also happy. Lan City is rich in resources, and the damage suffered during the flood is definitely not as great as that in the coastal areas. So many infrastructures have been preserved. Of course, if the death toll is not that high, the number of humans is also high. The reason why Lon City was not taken over before was that Shin Xian had always been thinking of growing and hiding, and secondly, there was not so much food. Now several greenhouses have been put into use, and the solar equipment factory is also outputting continuously. Although no food has been grown yet, Zhang Min has already started to grow potatoes and corn. Taking over Lon City also relieves the worries of the wine market, lest Lon City stab them in the back that day. As for Lon City, let Zhu Zhe be stationed there, and Zhang Ziliang will be in charge of the wine market. Shin Xian scratched his head. The depression caused by the injuries of a two-and one man disappeared a lot. But new troubles also came along. It was Lu Qiming, a political veteran, who knew how to read people's expressions. Are you worried about the lack of management personnel? There are too few people you can trust? Hearing him say this, Shin Xian put down his phone. Come on, Captain Lu, talk to me. Shin Xian is a good hand at conquering cities and territories. When it comes to grasping people's hearts and judging the situation, Shin Xian is a first-class talent. But when it comes to management, it is indeed her weakness. Lu Qiming took out a pen and a notebook from the space and began to organize Shin Xian's thoughts. Anqing is your base, right? Yes. What is your positioning for other bases? Anqing exports military force and materials. Guisher and Dazhou mainly export resources, and Lanshi and Jiushi mainly export information technology and rear support. Shin Xian thought for a while and came back. So, when you choose the head of the base, in addition to loyalty, you have to consider whether this person is good at the corresponding field. Lu Qiming wrote this. Chung Sun was driving and couldn't free his hands, but he also pricked up his ears to listen. Jiang Dong sat on the folding bed next to him. Then, there is no need for management costs, so consider locals? Lu Qiming shook his head. It's not the time yet. We need to consider locals when we enter a peaceful era. And before the end of the world, in order to prevent family collusion, real locals cannot be the head. This is the end of the world. Iron-blooded hands and force determine the right to speak. It doesn't matter whether you are a local or not. Loyalty, military support, and understanding of this field are the most important. Shin Xian nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the heads of several bases do need to be adjusted. And, as far as I know, Anqing used to manage military and internal affairs separately, right? Yes, Captain Li is in charge of the army, and Captain Han is in charge of government affairs. Shin Xian briefly introduced. I also suggest that you allocate 3 people to each base, and the one who knows the corresponding business will be the top leader, and the remaining 2 people, one in charge of the army, and the other in charge of government affairs, and they are responsible to the top leader. But you must also ensure your supreme voice. What you say, even if it has not been passed by the top leader, the remaining 2 people must listen. I know this is a bit difficult, but you have a natural advantage, and many people in Anqing followed you to fight. You have no shortage of loyal fighters. Lu Qiming looked at Shin Xian with a smile. When there was a rift between him and the Jingshi base, he thought about staying in Anqing. Recently, the Jingshi base sent him very few messages, and never mentioned that he and his son Lu Miao should go back. He also gave up. He had long thought of teaching these knowledge and experience to Shin Xian. Especially during this period, Shin Xian had nothing to say about the people around him. Delegating power when it was necessary, giving enough trust when encountering problems, and most importantly, never giving up teammates who encountered difficulties. How suitable for retirement. Shin Xian bit his lip and thought for a while, writing and drawing on the notebook. Yes, we need to train talents. The internal affairs of Anqing base will be handed over to Wang Jia, and the military will be handed over to Zhu Zhe, who will also be responsible for the training of the Blade Squad. The Blade Squad was trained by Zhu Zhe to protect important people or to gather information, and Shin Xian used it very well. Let Han Lin and Lao Li step down, and spend half of their time training talents for internal affairs and the military, and the other half on inspecting various bases. They are both stable and experienced, and are very suitable for this job. Lu Qiming was very pleased with Shin Xian's enlightenment. Unexpectedly, Shin Xian followed up with a sentence, so I don't have to go. Lu Qiming, Shin Xian continued his arrangements. Bai Tong will be the top leader in Gui City, and he will find someone from his own for internal affairs. We are still short of a person in charge of the military, so let Wan Yunshuang go. She performed well, and it's not tiring to work with a man and a woman. Thinking of an elite female warrior like Wan Yunshuang, paired with a smart, strong and tough man like Bai Tong, it's quite interesting. Wang Yi is the leader of Dazhou, but they are still short of 2 people. Zhang Ziliang is the leader of Lanshi, but they are short of 2 people. Qi Anning is the leader of Jiushi, but In his situation, he needs someone who gets along well with him. Chapter 260. Speaking of this, Lu Qiming immediately stood up and looked at Shen Xian eagerly. Both eyes were saying, "Look at me, look at me, look at me." Shen Xian, Then let Lu Miao follow Qian Ning. Qian Ning and Chao Minhuai are Shen Xian's rear base and secret weapons. But Anqing does not have the conditions for a wine market. The wine market has only a satellite launch base, which is worth Shen Xian's investment. First, let Han Lin and Lao Li go to the wine market with Qian Ning and Lu Miao, and move Qian Ning's laboratory there. Be sure to ensure Qian Ning's safety. Zhan Yao will continue to be responsible for Anqing's medical care, and at the same time replicate the hospital supporting facilities and management system to other bases. After Zhang Min's greenhouse has production capacity, it will also be replicated to other bases. The grain production area is in Anqing, but other bases must also be guaranteed to be self-sufficient in case of special circumstances. Shen Xian rarely gets more and more excited. She has found a management method that really suits her. The talents that have been cultivated for so long have finally found their place. After planning these, orders were sent to Shen Xian's various bases with the mobile phone. Wang Tian was really envious and asked Li Xiang to carry him over while eating. Shen Xian. Do you think I should send someone to manage my 100,000 zombie army? Wang Tian looked at Shen Xian eagerly. Shen Xian put down the phone. First, it's not your 100,000 zombie army, it's mine. Second, no matter what, I won't send you there, so forget it. No, Shen Xian. Wang Tian tried to jump forward. I'm sincere. I guarantee with my character, I have no ulterior motives. You are not a human being. How can you have good character? Wang Tian, Shen Xian looked at him and said solemnly, seriously, although you saved too and have been doing well recently, I don't trust you that much. Wang Tian's fat face immediately fell. Of course, the most important thing is that you are the only one I have met who can command zombies. You are too precious and cannot have any mistakes. The most important thing? Too precious? Wang Tian murmured. He was addicted to the pie that Shen Xian had drawn for him. Li Xiang rolled his eyes behind him. When some men become sentimental, women have nothing to do, if Wang Tian is still a man. To put it bluntly, Shen Xian just doesn't trust him. He still wants to use his value, and doesn't want to let go. It's so touching. The key is that this idiot still believes it. The RV drove towards Sanming. From Shashi to Sanming, the journey is a bit far. After Shen Xian's various bases received the order, no one questioned it, and began to move forward in full swing. Han Lin and Lao Li stood on the southern wall of Anqing, looking at the large basins with spherical tops. Those were the materials removed from the sky eye. They both sighed with emotion. Han Lin, I never thought that we would live to retirement. Lao Li, less than a year, it's really amazing, we are both lucky. Han Lin, yes, if we continue to follow Qinshuhe, it would still be a question whether we would still be alive now. Lao Li nodded with satisfaction. Although Shen Xian is young, he is definitely a qualified leader. Han Lin, does this count as a retirement trip? Why not? Ha ha ha. The two burst into hearty laughter on the city wall. Han Lin, for so many years, I'm glad you've been with me. Old Li, go away. Don't be sentimental, it's disgusting. Han Lin, I'm telling the truth. Didn't you see Chao Minhuai? He was about to cry when Qi Anning left. The research on zombie vaccines and seedlings cannot be separated from him. When he succeeds, he can also go on a retirement trip. Similar farewells and conversations are happening everywhere in Anqing. The people who were transferred this time are mainly from Anqing, and many teams are moving with their families. Although busy and turbulent, everyone has full confidence. Because they know that in front of them, there is a tenacious team leading them. On the other side, the RV got off the highway. Because Song Yuan saw two more zombies fighting 20 kilometers ahead in the drone. There are at least 70,000 or 80,000 on both sides. This is the first time I've seen zombies fighting each other. Let's go and take a look, Shen Xian. Wang Tian encouraged Shen Xian to go up and persuade them to stop fighting. No, there are too many zombies. If it's a trap, we don't need to make a fearless sacrifice. Shen Xian rejected Wang Tian's suggestion. Decided to take a detour. It's human nature to watch the fun. Although Jiang Dong drove the RV to avoid the battle area, Song Yuan's drone broadcast the zombie fight live. As the distance got closer, the drone's picture became clearer. This wave of zombies is not strong enough. Yes, how can the formation be broken up so easily? Brother Chung, look at that zombie, it's so funny, It even flipped over. Ha ha. Chung Sun looked at the custom screen for a long time and called Wang Tian over. Based on your understanding of zombies, do you see that everyone here is a zombie? Wang Tian was extremely happy to find a place to use his skills, and looked at it with his swollen eyes wide open. After a few minutes, he shook his head. I feel. The weaker wave is not zombies. Not zombies? The other people exclaimed. What is that? This time it was Wang Tian's turn to roll his eyes. It's a human. Otherwise, what else? Human? But look at their movements, so stiff, and wearing so little, how could they be human? Song Yuan raised an objection. Wang Tian couldn't explain it. Anyway, if I say it's not a zombie, it's not a zombie. Shen Xian watched from the side, and looked at Chung Sun. Wang Tian didn't say anything nonsense about such things. Jiang Dong, find a place to park and we observe. Okay. There happened to be a hillside next to the county road, and Jiang Dong drove up directly through the railing. Shen Xian opened the starry sky top and observed carefully with a telescope. Others followed on Song Yuan's screen. How could that empty look, stiff posture, and mechanical movements not be zombies? Jiang Dong was amazed. What Shen Xian was worried about was that the zombies had undergone some mutations that she didn't know about in the corners they didn't pay attention to, and even Wang Tian didn't know. Now the most combat-capable Horman has not woken up yet, so only someone can be sent. Chung Sun volunteered. I go, I'm fast. Then be careful, if something unexpected happens, go directly into the space, we will come to pick you up. Shen Xian urged. Okay. Chung Sun took off his down jacket and went into battle lightly. After getting off the RV, a Harley motorcycle was thrown out of the space. Jiang Dong was stunned. When did he get the Harley? Why didn't you call him? Chapter 261. Jiang Dong could only drool with envy as he watched Chung Sun run away. Woof! A faint dog bark suddenly sounded. Atu! Lu Qiming came back to his senses instantly and hugged Atu and called him a few times. That look was no different from hugging his own grandson. Shen Xian also took 2 quick steps and came to Atu, raised her hand to touch its head and the puppy's slightly wet nose. Called softly Atu. Atu's eyelids trembled a few times and slowly opened. After seeing Lu Qiming's big face and Shen Xian, he immediately stood up with a start. His eyes were full of grievances, and he rubbed his head against Shen Xian. He kept whining. One paw gestured randomly, and it was obvious that he was trying to recreate the scene of Horman being sliced. The vivid appearance made Lu Qiming afraid that Atu would speak human language in the next second. Okay, Daddy is here. Atu, be good, it's okay, one man is okay too, he's still alive. Woof, woo, it can be seen that Atu was really scared. After seeing Wang Tian, Atu jumped down from Shen Xian's arms and jumped in front of Wang Tian. Wang Tian, who was eating an apple, was stunned. Brother dog. Woof. Atu stuck out his tongue and licked Wang Tian's face up and down. In its memory, when it was about to be sliced, it released Wang Tian, and Wang Tian and Li Xiang desperately blocked it in front. Ah! Dog. Let me go! Li Xiang, don't just stand there, save me. Woof, woo, rumble, the sound of a motorcycle came. Chung Sun caught a problematic zombie and threw it on the ground outside the RV. In order not to alert the enemy, he parked his motorcycle far away and used his ability to approach the 2 groups of zombies. When he got closer, he also found something wrong. One group was indeed zombies, and the other group didn't look like zombies. He caught one that didn't look like a zombie and brought it back. Shen Xian and the others got off the car and looked at the person on the ground. They said it was a person because, like zombies, they retain the appearance of humans. It could be a zombie because the person's eyes were dull, his face was ashen, and his limbs were stiff. Li Xiang also got off the car with Wang Tian in his arms, holding Wang Tian with one hand, and wiping the saliva off Wang Tian's face with the other hand. At the same time, he stayed away from Atu. Wang Tian glanced at the things on the ground and said directly, "This is not our zombie." Jiang Dong went straight forward and first stretched out his hand to test under the man's nose. He opened his eyelids and shone a flashlight on the other's pupils, took out a stethoscope from the space, tore off the other's clothes, and placed the stethoscope on the other's chest. After half a minute, he looked at Shen Xian. It is indeed a person. Lu Qiming stepped forward, bent down and observed carefully. Jiang Dong quickly stopped him. Hey, old man, be careful, don't get slapped. Lu Qiming looked carefully. Look, does it look like hypnosis? Hypnosis? What are you talking about? Shen Xian and others looked at Lu Qiming in surprise. Chung Sun listened, squatted down and observed carefully, and came to a conclusion after a while. Have you heard of hypnosis murder? What is this? Jiang Dong put away the equipment in his hand, took out a rope from the space, and tied up the man, which was safer. Chung Sun began to talk about a case he had encountered. High-level hypnotists can not only make people tell the truth, but also make people immerse themselves in their own fantasies. In our world, hypnotic killing was popular for a while. Hypnotize the target person and make him commit suicide. What happened next? Song Yuan asked curiously. At his age, he was interested in everything, but he had never heard of such a novel killing method. Later, we didn't use it because the targets we wanted to kill began to undergo corresponding confrontation training. Gradually, this method became ineffective, but ordinary people who have not undergone corresponding training may be hypnotized. Jiang Dong was amazed. This is too magical. With such a low temperature, those are zombies, and they just rushed up and fought with their bodies? It's good that there is no mutation. Let's go! Shen Xian was ready to get on the RV. Let things here develop naturally. She is not a savior. Before getting on the car, she habitually released her consciousness and scanned the surrounding environment. As a result, a faint voice was captured. Save the river god, save the river god. Shen Xian frowned and looked at the person on the ground. The voice that was captured was from the person on the ground. River god? Shen Xian searched her memory. If she remembered correctly, the river god appeared when she was fishing for a nuclear submarine near the Han River. Although the submarine had not been fished out yet. What's wrong? Is there any change? Chung Sun noticed Shen Xian's hesitation and asked proactively. He had long discovered that Shen Xian's abilities seemed different from theirs. It seemed that she was particularly sensitive to certain information, but he couldn't say what the specific ability was. But now Shen Xian obviously discovered something. Well, do you still remember the so-called river god of Han Jiang? We have to find a way to find the person behind this group of people. So, Jiang Dong was excited. At the beginning, those people created a river god to deceive the local people of Han Jiang and sacrifice children every year. Unfortunately, the clues were cut off later. Now it appears again. Jiang Dong is eager to find the person behind the scenes. Then how can we wake him up? Jiang Dong asked Chung Sun. Chung Sun shook his head. Such a large-scale hypnosis, the hypnotist must be very powerful. Such a hypnotized person, we can't wake up. What to do? Shen Xian pinched his chin and thought. This is too perverted. Jiang Dong cursed. Indeed, perverted minds cannot be deduced by ordinary people's logic. Song Yuan, expand the range of the drone, and see if you can find any clues. Shen Xian ordered. Yes, Sister Shen. Unfortunately, Song Yuan carefully inspected the area within a radius of 10 kilometers, but did not see any signs of human activities. Even the nearby villages were inspected by Song Yuan at low altitude. No one. It seems that everyone is on the opposite side. How about we use force? What do you think, Shen Xian? Jiang Dong really wanted to fight. Shen Xian glanced at the people on the ground. If these people wake up, can they still live? Jiang Dong shook his head. These people's frostbite is irreversible, and there are scratches from zombies on their bodies. They can still fight now, simply because they are hypnotized and don't feel pain. When their lives are overdrawn, they will die without zombies. Shen Xian said she understood. Go, drive the car within the range. Shen Xian didn't want to waste time here, and didn't want to miss the clues of the so-called river god. In addition, these people were no different from dead people now, so she decided to fight quickly. Chapter 262. When the RV was within range, Chung Sun also used his tank, but it was just there as a deterrent. The real power came from the solar air cannon on the roof of the RV. Boom, boom, in the distance, a small blood mist mushroom cloud exploded at the battle between the zombie group and the hypnotized crowd. The zombie group seemed to pause for a moment, but the hypnotized people seemed to have sensed nothing and continued to surge forward. Just like that? Then these tens of thousands of people will not last long before they are consumed. What are the people behind them trying to do? Jiang Dong used a telescope to check the battle situation. Continue. Seeing that the hypnotized crowd showed no signs of stopping the attack, Shen Xian continued to give orders. Chung Sun was on the roof of the car, calmly turned the muzzle slightly, and fired 2 more shots. The blood mist rising from the battlefield spread out, and the world was quiet. This time, the hypnotized crowd was stunned and motionless. Let the zombies eat them. The people in the front row fell down soon. Then the crowd turned back collectively, formed small teams, and fled away from the road. Awake? Hypnosis lifted? Jiang Dong was delighted. Lu Qiming glanced at the people tied on the ground and shook his head. It hasn't been lifted yet, but Shen Xian's method is effective, and the people behind are scared. Song Yuan. Yes, Sister Shen. Song Yuan immediately raised the drone, his eyes shining. This is a sign that he is using his ability. Tens of thousands of people ran in various directions, and he had to distinguish among these people where the trajectories of these people would eventually converge. Then infer where the people behind might be hiding. This is a huge computing project. Even if a supercomputer comes, it will take some time. But Song Yuan will be faster. After the crowd dispersed in small groups, the zombies followed instinctively. In his mind, there were several groups of people who took turns and successfully got rid of other zombies with the cover of other groups. They ran farther and farther, and finally got into a service area. Locked, Sister Shen. Song Yuan hovered the drone and let it fly by itself. Retracting his consciousness, he took out his mobile phone and quickly found the service area on the map. Jiang Dong came over and took a look. They are frozen, but they are still running fast so far. Chung Sun got down from the roof of the car, looked at the map, and then turned to Shen Xian. Are we going there now? Go. This. Tu, leave it to you. Shen Xian touched Tu's head. Woof woof. Tu took the people on the ground into his own space. Okay, you won't vomit now? Jiang Dong looked at Tu with interest. Before, when Tu used the space, he would always retch, probably because he thought he had eaten something disgusting. But now, he can use the space normally like them. Shen Xian attributed this phenomenon to eating too many seeds. He looked at Ho Man, who was still sleeping on the roof. Ho Man was in much better condition than before. His chest rose and fell regularly, and he was snoring softly. He was no longer as weak as when he was just rescued. Let's go fight quickly, I want to see what this river god is. Chung Sun drove the RV directly to full power, drove on the highway, and drove towards the service area. Jiang Dong sat on the roof with his legs crossed. This time, he did not use the air cannon, but loaded the machine gun with bullets. In terms of deterrence, judging from the appearance alone, the machine gun is more lethal. Getting closer and closer to the service area. Chung Sun frowned. Hold on tight. He kept operating with both hands, and the pedals were almost smoking. Because a row of roadblocks slowly rose on the road ahead. This thing can instantly puncture the tires of the RV and stop it. Although the tires are vacuum explosion proof, they can't withstand such an interception. But who is Chung Sun? In the actual combat of the mercenaries, his car playing skills are not inferior to movie special effects. The tall RV first looked back, and then suddenly tilted to the left. Then, there was a sound of tire friction. The car body shook violently, and the people in the car were almost thrown onto the right glass due to inertia. Ah! Oh my god, Chung Sun, are you going to heaven? Jiang Dong cursed and rubbed his shoulders. He was watching from the roof of the car, watching Chung Sun turn the huge RV sideways. It was several meters long, and he didn't know how to operate the front and rear wheels. He jumped directly onto the anti-collision steps on both sides of the road. The steps were only half a meter wide and 2 meters long, but Chung Sun controlled the RV to jump up. After sliding sideways through the interception device on the ground, it fell to the ground again. After the RV bounced a few times on the ground, it quickly turned the front of the car and drove towards the service area hall. Jiang Dong, attack indiscriminately. Shen Xian gave the order directly. Okay. Jiang Dong had never poured out bullets so happily. The solar air gun had a time when it was pouring down, but it was not as exciting as the machine gun. The super strong recoil was transmitted to the shoulders and back through the arms. Now he had a strong physique and was not afraid of these at all. And the sound of bullets, in his ears, is the most beautiful sound in the world. No, Ame's voice ranks first, and the sound of bullets ranks second. The glass of the hall opposite shattered all over the floor. Even the wall had big holes. There was no resistance. As long as Shen Xian didn't call for a stop, Jiang Dong would keep shooting. Anyway, there were plenty of bullets. Duh. The sudden gunshots were very loud in the quiet suburbs and lasted for 3 minutes. More than 1,000 bullet shells fell to the ground. Sister Shen, come and take a look. Song Yuan handed the drone monitoring to Shen Xian. In the monitor, there was a large parking lot behind the service area. Before the end of this service area, there should be many cars staying overnight here, so the entire service area, behind the service room, are parking spaces. At this time, the parking lot was densely packed with people. One by one, like wooden stakes nailed to the ground. Oh, it's not the end of the world. The evil in these people's hearts may never erupt. Chung Sun sneered. Shin Xian said before that the real horror in the end of the world is not zombies, but living people. They didn't understand it at the time. They have seen too much along the way. In order to survive, people fight zombies to the death, which is right, but in this case, they don't forget to kill each other. Hypnotize humans, and let them fight zombies with flesh and blood. Chung Sun can't think of any reason except to satisfy his perverted desire. Okay. Shin Xian stopped Jiang Dong and gave him a chance to come forward. Sure enough, she was not disappointed. A man in a gorgeous down jacket, holding a woman in a backless dress, walked out of the service hall slowly. The man's down jacket was shining with gold. Chung Sun couldn't think of where to buy this thing. The woman's arms and legs were black, blue, red and swollen from the cold, and there were large bruises on her chest. It was obvious at a glance that the flesh and blood had been completely frozen to death. Chapter 263. I admit that you are very powerful. I want to talk to your person in charge. The other party looked mentally ill. Jiang Dong looked at Shin Xian. I go to talk? Shin Xian shook her head. I go. She still wanted to listen to the other party's heart. Chung Sun, look for my signal, then use the solar air gun to blow it up. The man on the other side looks cunning. Don't leave hidden dangers. Yes. Chung Sun secretly climbed onto the roof of the RV and held his hands on the solar air cannon. Shin Xian wrapped his coat tightly, opened the door, and got out of the car. He walked forward a few steps. The person on the other side was stunned, then grinned. Beautiful, you are really beautiful. He looked at the woman in a dress next to him with disdain, and shook off the woman's hand. The woman had been frozen and unconscious for a long time, relying on the hypnotic effect to support her. With this shake, she fell to the ground, her body was frozen and crisp, and her hands were broken directly. The woman's eyes were clear for a moment. Shin Xian immediately caught a voice, help. River God. Shin Xian frowned, and directly ignored the messy voice of the man opposite, and asked, who are you? I am the great God? Woman, surrender to me now, I will lead you to see God and end all this pain. Psychopath. Shin Xian didn't want to talk to him anymore. He asked directly, are you the river God? After this, the man opposite was stunned for several minutes. It was like shutting down and restarting. A few minutes later, the man suddenly shivered, hugged his arms and sneezed. Achoo. Wait. Why is it so cold? No, where am I? The man looked around in confusion, especially when he saw the broken woman on the ground. He screamed. Shut up. You die if you scream again? Shin Xian's cold voice attracted the man's attention. You, who are you? Did you kill someone? Why are you so cold? Shin Xian's captured voice told him that this man was not lying. Interesting. The man tore off his golden clothes. Damn, it's so ugly. He threw the clothes on the ground and stepped on them heavily with his feet. You damn thing. Didn't you say you would only be out for a week? What did you do? The earth is going to be destroyed, right? You did it all right? After venting, he felt too cold again, and shivered as he picked up the clothes on the ground and wrapped them around himself. Looking at Shin Xian with an innocent face, who are you? I'm your father. Shin Xian couldn't complain. He turned his head and shouted at the RV, Jiang Dong, come down and see him. Is he crazy? Okay. Before the man understood what was happening, he saw a strong man as big as a hill rushing out of the luxury RV and pressing him to the ground. Ah! Pervert! Let me go! Let's talk nicely. Talk nicely. After a lot of trouble, Jiang Dong let the man go. He's very clear-headed, and looks like he has split personality. Hearing the word split personality, the man finally calmed down. He hit his head hard a few times. Shin Xian took a deep breath. Now, I ask you questions, and you answer them. If you answer well, you can leave. Don't lie. Okay. The man nodded immediately. Except for him, everyone in the RV curled their lips. Only they knew that when Shin Xian said you can go, he meant to send you to go peacefully. Such a person, who has the ability to hypnotize, or split personality, has used his ability to hypnotize so many people alive. There must be tens of thousands of them. Before the end of the world, they would have been shot. Although no one cares now, they certainly can't be allowed to go out and harm people. It's better to send him away early. Who is the river god? Where is he? Shin Xian asked again. Ah? The river god only exists in folklore. My grandmother told me when I was a child that the people of Hanjiang River, the river god, had good weather and good harvests. The river god is omnipotent. All the people in the world must listen to him. Treasure, yes, The river god also left treasure in Hanjiang River in Yan'an. Yan'an. With the situation at the bottom of Hanjiang River as a reference, you don't need to see it to know that there are probably nuclear submarines under Yan'an. Shen Xian wrote down this news. What else? Ah? Seeing Shen Xian's cold face, the man frowned and knocked his head. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Then, the man's face changed, and the look he gave Shen Xian suddenly became cold again. Waste, the task left by the river god is to let you protect the secrets of Hanjiang River in Yan'an, and you actually told it all. Waste. Waste. The man lost control and swung his fist to hit his stomach, punching him hard, without a trace of heartache. Stop it, don't hit me anymore, it will hurt me. The man's face became pitiful again. Shen Xian scratched her head. She was too lazy to distinguish who was who with this scheming man. After listening to the inner voice for a while, there was nothing more valuable. Except for the sentence she caught, kill that woman. Kill that woman. Shen Xian would not give him a chance, and raised her hand and waved. Boom! The air shook. The man not far from Shen Xian suddenly turned into pieces of mincemeat. The leader of hypnosis died. The people behind the gas station suddenly woke up, and the power to support their walking and breathing was gone in an instant. Some people touched their frozen black arms, and their arms fell directly to the ground and broke into slag. Some people endured the pain and looked for their relatives in the crowd, but after just 2 steps, they fell to the ground and could not get up again. They didn't remember when they became like this. When they were awake, they were in this state, and silent despair swept over. Half an hour later, no one survived. Shen Xian and the others watched this scene on the monitor, and no one spoke. They had no ability to save these people. If they were fighting alone, in the Doomsday world, their team would be invincible to some extent. But facing human nature and such a result, life is too insignificant. Alas! Let's go! Lu Qiming sighed, got up first and left the surveillance screen, holding a 2 and sitting in the co-pilot seat, speechless for a long time. Jiang Dong sat in the driver's seat and started the RV. Chung Sun patted Shen Xian's shoulder. Do you want to go to Yong'an? Shen Xian shook his head, took out a paper map and spread it on the table, and began to look for a river named Yong'an, and finally found a river near Sanming City. It can be clearly seen on the map that this river is also like a dragon, entrenched there. I guess it's still a nuclear submarine, but it's strange. Why are these nuclear submarines placed here? The waters here are not suitable for this thing at all. If it is placed on the coast, it can be explained, but it is too strange to put it here. And combined with the legend of the river god, the nuclear submarine seems to have been there for a long time. Some people have been trying to get the nuclear submarine out for many years in the name of the river god, but have failed. Chapter 264. I really can't figure it out. The further east you go, the more humid the air becomes, unlike Anqing and the wine market where it's dry. It feels like the return of the south wind, and the temperature is very low. Even with the heater on, everyone in the car still feels a little chilly. Shen Xian cultivated a lot of seedlings in the space to make up for the loss last time. Jiang Dong took some time to make ginger tea, and now everyone is holding ginger tea in their hands. Even Wang Tian and Li Xiang got a special cup. The 2 of them are treated well now, except at night, because there are no extra beds in the car, and they have to go back to Atu's belly to sleep at night. The sound of drinking tea in the car is one after another. Except for Song Yuan. In the world of children, there is no concept of humidity. Sister Shen, Ferris wheel. Song Yuan pointed out of the car window, and suddenly cheered in surprise. Then he turned his head and looked at Shen Xian. Sister Shen, can we go over there and take a look? He rarely had such a childish time. Due to his long Doomsday life and excellent skills, everyone treated him like an adult. At this moment, he felt that he was still a child. No. Yes. It was Chung Sun who said no, and Shen Xian who said yes. Seeing that Shen Xian agreed, Chung Sun immediately changed his words. Yes, on the way. Jiang Dong in the driver's seat curled his lips. Song Yuan, your brother Chung withdrew a message and licked your sister Shen. Chung Sun, stop the car, you are looking for death. Go down and fight. Shen Xian, ha 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 ha. Chow Minhui touched Atu's head, shook his head and smiled. Chung Sun glanced at the map on his mobile phone. We can rest here for a night, and we will arrive in Sanming tomorrow, and see how to get the 5th chip. Jiang Dong drove the car towards the Ferris wheel. This is a large amusement park. From the drone reconnaissance, there are no living people inside, only a few zombies wandering around. In this situation, several people are too lazy to kill. Wang Tian gave the order directly, and the zombies in the amusement park retreated, waiting to join the zombie army behind. The gate of the amusement park was dilapidated and half collapsed. Jiangdong sighed. When I was a child, the place I wanted to go most was the amusement park. Every time my father said he would take me there, but unfortunately he never kept his word. Chung Sun walked to the front and patted Jiangdong on the shoulder. Don't worry, I keep my word this time and take you there. Okay. Jiangdong was immersed in his own world and didn't notice that Chung Sun had taken advantage of him. After reacting, he cursed, Chung Sun, you wait for me, I must beat you half to death tonight. Shen Xian held her chin and watched the two people fighting. She suddenly remembered some vague past events. When she was in love, she always wanted to go to the amusement park, but Ma Wenbin always said that the amusement park was expensive. At that time, her parents were busy with work, and she had never been to the amusement park when she was still with her parents, so she never knew the real price of the amusement park. Later she found out that even in Happy Valley and Disney, it only cost 2,000 yuan to have fun. Before she even got to the amusement park, the end of the world came. Let's go in and take a look before it gets dark. Looking at the tall Ferris wheel, Shen Xian decided to enjoy it. Jiangdong drove the RV directly under the Ferris wheel. How is it? It's cool. The amusement park was without electricity and water. If you want to make the Ferris wheel move, you need to connect it to electricity. This kind of thing is naturally handed over to Chung Sun and Song Yuan. After Song Yuan found the motor and asked Wu Tao to disassemble it, Song Yuan smiled and said, Brother Chung, we are lucky. Ferris wheels are usually 330 volts and 220 volts. This one happens to be 220 volts, and it hasn't been flooded yet. Our RV can drive it. Excellent. Chung Sun touched his head lovingly. Jiangdong was preparing dinner in the RV, while Shen Xian and Chao Minhui took a tour around. Wang Tian felt cold and stayed in the car with Li Xiang, and didn't want to get off. Boom! Before Shen Xian walked far, there was a sound of heavy objects falling behind her. She and Chao Minhui hurriedly turned back. A two was faster than them, and immediately ran towards the RV. It turned out that Huaman woke up. He flipped over from the car and fell to the ground. Shen Xian ran over at a very fast speed. Huaman opened his fist-sized eyes and saw Shen Xian and a two. He sat on the ground and touched his big head. It hurts all over. Huaman seemed to have grown taller again. Sitting now, he was as tall as Shen Xian. If he stood up, he would be 3 meters tall. Shen Xian raised his hand and touched his big hand. It's over. Huaman had experienced a lot with everyone, and had stood in front of everyone in many battles. He was so big, and was almost sliced alive. It would be strange if it didn't hurt. It won't happen again in the future, I promise. Shen Xian was really happy to see him wake up. Huaman grinned, picked up a two and rubbed his face. Chung Sun and Song Yuan rushed back, and they were happy to see Huaman wake up. Is he smarter? Chung Sun studied Horman's performance. Shen Xian nodded, it looks like he is. Jiangdong stuck his head out of the car door. Horman, do you want to eat zombies or eat? Horman scratched his head, thought for a few seconds and then said zombies. Okay. Everyone turned to look at Wang Tian. Wang Tian, my life is not a life. Finally, Wang Tian still issued an order, and the zombies that had just left and had not walked far came back. When not in combat, Horman never ate zombies in front of everyone. It's the same now. He stood up, patted his stomach, and walked away. He was very hungry at this time. In Wang Tian's perception, the zombies he called back soon lost contact. There was no way. Wang Tian could only call a few more zombies from a distance. Who would understand? He was the leader of these zombies, and now he had to use his zombies as food for others. He took a vicious bite of the braised pork handed to him by Li Xiang. Eat more, must eat more, eat your money back. After eating and drinking, everyone stood under the Ferris wheel, and Song Yuan turned off the Ferris wheel switch. The long silent giant suddenly lit up. It twisted, and began to rotate slowly. For safety reasons, Shen Xian let the Ferris wheel run a circle before everyone went up. Horman also wanted to go up, and Song Yuan used his ability to calculate whether the car would not be able to bear it if he went up. In the end, Horman and a two sat on the top of a car. The others sat in another car. The Ferris wheel continued to turn, and everyone's sight rose higher and higher. If the lights are on over there, it will be almost the same as before the end of the world. Jiangdong sighed. As he climbed higher and higher, Shen Xian admired the scenery in the moonlight. It was different from what he saw on the drone screen. Only when he stood there in person could he experience the vastness. The Ferris wheel was so iconic. After it suddenly lit up, it could be seen from dozens of kilometers around. In the apocalypse, electricity was a luxury. Now the Ferris wheel was lit up. What a surprise! The survivors in Sanming City were all stunned. Chapter 265. All the survivors in Sanming City are speculating. Is it haunted, or someone passing by? Or is there support? No one can resist such a bright light. After living in the apocalypse for so long, without electricity, everyone's only fuel has to be used to make food and keep warm. At the beginning, some people still generated electricity. Generators and power generation equipment have become the focus of looting supplies. As the number of zombies increases, and the conditions become worse, this city has not had lights on for a long time. People headed towards the Ferris wheel without any prior agreement. Sister Shen, the chip has moved. Song Yuan's mobile phone sent a prompt message. He asked the wine market base to specially mark the location of this chip, and a prompt will be sent if it moves in a large area. Shen Xian rubbed his face, raised the drone, let me see. Song Yuan raised the drone, and used infrared technology to see a small group of people moving quickly towards this side. It's hard to say whether they are enemies or friends. Homan and a 2 on the top of the car could see farther, and also sense someone approaching. There are also zombies. Wang Tian added. It seems that the survivors in Sanming are still in a stage of being evenly matched with the zombies. Chung Sun pondered. In other areas, either the zombies have the upper hand, and the humans have moved away, turning the city into an empty one. Or the humans have the upper hand, driving the zombies away, and trying to rebuild order. The situation in Sanming City seems not to have reached this stage yet. It's like the beginning of the Doomsday. Under the infrared lens, there are 5 people coming, and they are riding shared bicycles. Not bad, this speed must have been practiced. Jiang Dong was really envious. Chung Sun, can you ride so fast? The 5 people in the camera were whizzing like the wind. It's not hard to guess that there is probably nothing here. Naturally, there are no cars and guns and ammunition. And there are only a few people in a team, and they dare not make too much noise, otherwise they can't beat the zombies. The shared bicycles that are everywhere have become the best means of transportation. Silent, no refueling. Looking at the speed, it is estimated that they have been racing with zombies. In addition to this group of people and zombies, there are others following behind. When the Ferris wheel passed the highest point, someone finally touched over, followed by a few zombies. The people who came couldn't see if there were people in the Ferris wheel, but they could see the RV parked in the open space. There are no zombies here, no other sounds, and sufficient lights. Everything is the same as before the end of the world, except that there are fewer people. Sister Shen, the chip is not moving. The red dot on the mobile phone map stopped a little further away, and didn't move. There are more and more figures in the camera. They all squatted in a tacit understanding and observed from a distance. The Ferris wheel slowly descended, and then everyone discovered Herman squatting on the top of the car. Mutated zombies. The people in the dark were shocked, and someone couldn't hold back, and an arrow whizzed out from the darkness and hit Herman. Herman's skin was thick after growing back, and this level of arrows was just a tickle to him. But he was finally alive again, and he cherished his skin very much. He grabbed the arrow angrily, and broke it with a snap. The people in the dark were so scared that they trembled all over. Is this the courage? This is the person who rushed to the front. No wonder it's a 50-50 fight with zombies. That's fine. Shen Xian doesn't want to kill anyone, especially those who haven't offended her yet. If they are all real cowards, it would be easier. When the Ferris wheel was about to turn to the bottom, a man and a 2 jumped to the ground, and the ground shook. The people in the shadows all retreated a few meters. Chung Sun opened the door of the carriage, and Shen Xian stepped out with her tall long legs. This beautiful woman? The people in the shadows moved forward a few steps. Shen Xian pinched her eyebrows. Come out. For a long while, no one moved, and Shen Xian waved lightly. Chung Sun's figure was so fast that others couldn't see it clearly. When the people in the shadows reacted, they had been caught in front of Shen Xian. Basically, there were 5 people in a team, 3 people in a team, 4 people in a team, and the most were no more than 7 people. These people seemed a little embarrassed to meet each other, and they were unreasonably polite. This is a scene different from the Doomsday atmosphere of life and death outside. Jiang Dong took out a queen chair out of thin air, and put it on the ground for Shen Xian, who sat down steadily. She looked at the little red dot on the map, still hiding in a slightly distant place without moving, and turned her head to look at Chung Sun. Time is precious, go get him here. Jiang Dong's move completely shocked everyone in front of him. Did the person mutate? Or did the zombies become intelligent? Or was it a cross-infection? Or did the savior come? Everyone was unsure, especially the woman, who looked like a beautiful and difficult elder sister, and maybe a female devil. Everyone was like quails, and didn't dare to speak. These people were outsiders, and unlike the locals, there was no peace treaty. It seemed that it was not impossible to kill them if they disagreed. Female devil? Peace treaty? Shin Xian caught some interesting content in the voices of these people. What is the peace treaty? Tell me about it. She was just interested. You speak? Jiang Dong pointed at a middle-aged old man. In other cities, such old men would either become captains because of their extraordinary abilities, or be abandoned because of their incompetence. The fact that they can still live well here is enough to prove that the situation in Sanming City is really different from other places. The old man stepped forward tremblingly and stammered, We Sanming was a united city before the end of the world. Later, everyone agreed on the territory, and we would not interfere with each other. If zombies came, we would fight together regardless of you and me, and we would find supplies based on our own abilities, and we were not allowed to fight for them. That's the agreement? Jiang Dong didn't believe it. What do you mean by regardless of you and me? Seeing that the few people were easy to talk to, another young man said, Even if you are cuckolded, when zombies come, we must put aside our grudges and fight zombies together. Okay. You are noble. But it must be said that with this kind of rules, many people here have miraculously found a way to survive. Shin Xian, the person is here. Chung Sun fell to the ground with a girl in his hand. The girl was petite and delicate, and her pretty face even had baby fat. It was amazing to be able to grow up like this in the Doomsday. Shin Xian frowned. What's your name? How old are you? At the same time, he looked at the red dot on the phone. The position of the red dot was almost the same as her current position. It should be this girl. The girl's innocent big eyes were filled with tears. And Shin Xian's mind was full of, Don't kill me, My sister is so beautiful. What should I do? Save me. No, that man is also so handsome. And there is a younger brother. He looks like he is being rubbed. Don't kill me, woo. Shin Xian had a headache. What is this all about? I don't know if the other party is afraid or is being crazy. But it can be seen that she is really innocent, and her inner activities will not lie. Chapter 266. Speak. She may be cute, but being cute is useless. Shin Xian couldn't get any useful information, so she opened her mouth to answer the question. My name is Wu Tian. Just 5 words. Shin Xian and the others were completely stunned, and a numbness instantly crept up their backs. Shin Xian's hair stood up all over his body. Because in Wu Tian's mouth, in addition to the normal tongue, there was another tongue growing from the root of the tongue. Just like the tentacles of a squid. Shin Xian immediately raised his hand to pinch her neck. Open your mouth. Wu Tian immediately whimpered and reached out to slap Shin Xian, and everyone around him immediately became defensive. Shin Xian's face was serious. I say it again, don't force me to use force. She wanted to use force, but she was worried about something happening. Wu Tian opened her mouth while crying. The tentacles of the squid were still running around like human tongues. Even if you have done enough psychological preparation, it still makes people physically uncomfortable to see it again. What's wrong with your tongue? Wu Tian looked confused. Tongue? What's wrong with my tongue? She even reached out her hand and touched her mouth. It's fine. Shin Xian suppressed her nausea, let her go, and then pointed at a man. You come here. The man was still hesitating, and was grabbed by Jiang Dong, and his mouth was pinched open. Sure enough, 2 tongues. Checked everyone around, without exception. It took Lu Qiming a long time to recover. What happened? These people didn't know anything. They even said that there are only 2 kinds of human beings in the world. One is like Shin Xian and others, with 1 tongue, and the other is like them, with 2 tongues. Who can bear this? Wang Tian also shook his head desperately. Don't look at me. I'm not a zombie. We don't have this kind of zombies. Shin Xian thought for a while. Let Chao Minhui come over, arrange for protection, and don't let anything happen. Chao Minhui is an important person. Shin Xian almost never let him leave the base. When Anqing received this news, Lao Li and Han Lin realized that something was wrong. The 2 simply led the team themselves, taking Chao Minhui with them. Chung Sun and Jiang Dong circled all the people who came together. These people didn't resist at all, as if as long as you don't beat these people will stay together obediently. Of course, they are still very alert. Song Yuan patrolled all night, and Lu Qiming held a 2 in the car without moving. Shin Xian was not sleepy at all. This unknown fear was even more terrifying than when the team faced a super zombie tide. In addition to zombies and humans, what other species are there? This is what Shin Xian saw. Is there anything she hasn't seen? An unreasonable sense of urgency eroded her. Take a deep breath, and she flashed into the space. At this moment, only here can she feel at ease. She sorted out the few remaining supplies, moved the empty water tank to one side, and planted the empty space with seedlings. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the growth rate of the seedlings seems to have increased. The next afternoon, Lowly finally arrived with the team. I was afraid of something happening, so I brought more people. Lowly pointed to the 5,000 people behind him. Shin Xian nodded. She didn't have the mind to think about these. She simply talked to Lowly, Han Lin, and Chao Minhui about the situation, and the faces of the three of them changed. A laboratory was immediately set up on the spot. This is the benefit of having space. The operating table, MRI machine, and DNA machine were all brought. With the blessing of Song Yuan's ability, the chip in Wu Tiantian's body was taken out first. Shin Xian was not very excited about having the chip this time. While Wu Tiantian was under general anesthesia, Chao Minhui tried to dissect the tongue in her mouth, but the tongue seemed to be unaffected by the anesthetic. It hit here and there, and was very strong, so Chao Minhui couldn't catch it. In the end, Jiang Dong was strong. He wore gloves and endured the nausea and pressed the squid-like tongue. Chao Minhui was quick-witted, and the scalpel slipped and cut off the whole thing directly. Wu Tiantian immediately tensed up all over, and her throat screamed in pain. That was not a sound that a cute girl could make. Oh no! Chao Minhui immediately gave her all the emergency medicine, but Wu Tiantian's body still shrank at the fastest speed, and finally became like a torn sheet, lying dry on the operating table. The incident came so suddenly that no one was prepared. Wu Tiantian is not a human in the strict sense. Chao Minhui studied the tongue for a whole night, and asked the wine market base to find all kinds of information for him on the server. And Ning and Song Yuan even teamed up to hack into the database of the international server. No DNA information that could match was found. The matter is more serious than expected. What to do? Everyone looked at Shin Xian. Shin Xian turned to Lu Qiming. Captain Lu, please contact Jing City and tell Jing City about the photos and the seriousness of the matter. Okay. Shin Xian knew she couldn't hide. If her goal was to survive at the beginning of the Doomsday, and later when she had a base, she also wanted to make herself better. But if she doesn't care about this kind of incident now, and humanity is really going to perish, how can she survive alone? After Lu Qiming received the call, he looked embarrassed. Jingshi doesn't believe me. Shin Xian turned to Chung Sun, let Qi Anning release the satellite phone access. As early as half a month ago, the wine market had repaired the satellite call path, but in order to prevent excessive consumption, it has not been open to the public. After all, if the satellite is really broken, they don't have the ability to launch another one now. Soon, Chung Sun received a reply from Qi Anning. It's fixed. Captain Lu, call the person in charge of your Jingshi, the highest person in charge you can find. Okay. At the same time, some people in Yin country were surprised to find that the phone could be connected. Signals from all over the country were all connected. Hello? Captain Lu? Is it really you? A majestic voice came from the phone, with a hint of disbelief. It's me, Shin Xian. Shin Xian's tone was cold. Listen, the photos Captain Lu sent you are not fake. There are species more terrifying than humans and zombies on Earth. I give you 10 hours to bring experts and people over. I will send you the address. The person on the other end wanted to say something, but Shin Xian added, don't bargain with me. This is your only chance. Otherwise, I will completely ignore you and let's die together. After that, he hung up the phone with a snap. Chung Sun patted her shoulder. Don't worry, we will take it step by step. Shin Xian nodded. The few of them had a simple dinner and sent some food to the locked-up people. Quietly waited for people from Beijing to come the next day. The people from Beijing came earlier than expected. Just as Shin Xian and his group finished cooking dumplings, Song Yuan's drone sent an alarm. Sister Shin, a convoy is coming. It looks like they are from Beijing. Chapter 267. Shin Xian sat on the roof of the car, not feeling cold, and saw several military vehicles coming from a distance. She took a deep breath and got off the roof. After the motorcade of Jingshi stopped, Lu Qiming led the team to trot over. Commander Song. A slightly fat middle-aged man got off the car and looked Lu Qiming up and down. I haven't seen you for a long time. You look much more energetic. That's right. Lu Qiming drinks seedlings as tea. Lu Qiming skipped this meaningless topic directly, introducing the personnel of both sides. This is Shen Xian. Commander Song looked at Shen Xian, especially seeing that Shen Xian was so young and beautiful. A faint emotion rose in his heart. Unconvinced? Unbelievable? It seems not. The base in his hands is real. In short, it is very complicated. Shen Xian said calmly, Commander Song, please come this way. Have you brought the experts here? Let's take a look at our findings first. Shen Xian always felt a sense of urgency. He didn't even prepare food for these people to eat. He got down to work first. Okay. So, the people from Jing City buried their heads in the laboratory amid the aroma of meat. But after a few minutes, they felt that it was right not to eat. All the experts, after looking at Chao Minhuai's slice data and the situation in the mouths of those living people in Sanming, ran to the side to vomit. Commander Song's face was not much better. When was this discovered? Shen Xian asked Lu Qiming to tell the story again. The experts brought by Jing City may not be better than Chao Minhuai in terms of technology, but they have more people. These people got together, and after several days and nights of research, they finally came to an amazing conclusion. In the past few days, a medium-sized base has been built here. After all, Shen Xian has 5,000 people, and there are almost 1,000 people from Beijing. Shen Xian sat in the temporary meeting room, next to Cheng Sun and others, and opposite to the leaders of Beijing. Everyone was listening to the expert's report. Now it can be confirmed that it is not an Earth species, but in the DNA sequence inside, genes of many marine species were detected. Many? Shen Xian frowned. Chao Minhuai handed her the information: marine creatures, invertebrates, protochords, vertebrates, marine creatures recorded in human data, their DNA, that tongue. Oh, let's call it a tongue. There are all in it, of course. There are also some that are not in the data. There are 3 situations. One is an unknown deep-sea creature, one is a biological mutation, and one is an extraterrestrial creature. Chao Minhuai said it very clearly. Shen Xian's mind moved. Compare the snail DNA. Snail? Okay, let's go now. Shen Xian inexplicably thought of a dream she had once had, in which the entire blue planet was being devoured by a giant snail. Just now, she suddenly thought of this. There was a long silence in the conference room. The people on Shen Xian's side seemed to be in a daze. The people in Jing City were not used to such a simple and clear meeting. It was still Commander Song who spoke. We have to prepare for the worst. What do you think, Commander Shen? Shen Xian's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. First, explain to me clearly what the chip in your body is about. Don't say you don't know. Second, give me the nuclear submarines in the Han River and the lower reaches of the Han River. As for the rest, wait for the research results. After Shen Xian finished speaking, he stood up and left, not giving the people in Jingshi time to react. Commander Song was stunned. She always has this style? Lu Qiming nodded proudly. Yes. Isn't this good? Doomsday supplies are in short supply, manpower is in short supply, and meetings must be brief and concise. Commander Song's face turned red. I couldn't sit still in the meeting room, so he stood up and walked around the base. This walk made him even more unhappy. They are the same team. Why are the people in Anqing so tall and strong? With that speed and strength, are they still human? And the weirdo named Homan who was fed everywhere in the base. Even the dog was treated well. And that solar air cannon. Commander Song was very regretful. Lu Qiming had mentioned to him that Anqing wanted to make a deal with Jingshi. What was he thinking at that time? Shen Xian returned to the RV and sat on the roof to look at the sky. Cheng Sun was a little worried about her, so he climbed up to accompany her. Are you worried? Shen Xian nodded, then shook her head. You don't understand? If he doesn't understand, then he doesn't understand, but he knows how to accompany her. Just sitting there silently, no one spoke. Shen Xian. 3 hours later, Chao Minhuai was excited and scared, and rushed out of the laboratory holding a report. It's out! It's out! Go to the meeting room. Shen Xian jumped off the roof. In the meeting room, everyone gathered again. Chao Minhuai's hands were shaking, and he tried to keep his voice steady. We looked at the appearance of the tongue and tried to lean towards marine life, but when we compared it with the snail gene just now, everything was cracked. It does contain a lot of snail DNA. Perhaps you don't know what snail DNA means. There is one thing that ordinary people may not know. In the process of exploring space, humans once brought 3 non-human small lives into space, and put them into space. Unlike dogs, they really exiled these 3 types of life into space. These 3 types of life are fish, earthworms, and snails. Fish and earthworms died after living in space for a limited time, but the snail miraculously survived. After humans brought the snail back, scientists discovered that the snail was pregnant. All organisms will have their DNA damaged in the extreme environment of space, but the snail's DNA has a strong repair ability. The snail successfully adapted to the extreme environment, survived, and has the ability to reproduce. Later, scientists made a bold guess. Is it possible that there is an extraterrestrial civilization, one of which is a snail? As soon as he finished speaking, you could hear a pin drop in the conference room. Jiang Dong scratched his head, but I've never heard of this. Chow Minhui nodded. It's really incredible, and the rest is just the researchers' speculation. If we just release it, wouldn't it be? Understand? In peacetime, which scientist dares to say that there may be a kind of extraterrestrial civilization that is a snail? Then, will the scientist's reputation be lost? What are the consequences? Shen Xian asked. Chow Minhui finally calmed down after talking so much. This type of snail DNA has strong reproduction and repair capabilities. Snails themselves like moisture, not dryness. Zombie mutations and zombie viruses all come from people on land. They are infected with this type of extraterrestrial snail DNA. The strong reproduction ability allows the virus to continue to spread, but they die quickly due to lack of water. But the remaining repair ability continues to erode the human body. Zombies are born as a result. Chung Sun thought moisture? No, Professor Chow, I have a question. How big can this extraterrestrial universe snail be? Chow Minhui thought for a while. According to the existing DNA sequence, the largest one may be larger than the blue planet. Silence. The conference room fell into silence for a long time again. Chapter 268. It took a long time for everyone to digest the cause and effect of this matter. If Chow Minhui and his team's research is true, then this Doomsday virus is a virus that contains snail genes in the universe. It has very strong survival, reproduction and repair capabilities, and even has a certain degree of wisdom. As the previous meteorites fell into the Earth's oceans, the small ripples were continuously amplified through the butterfly effect, forming unpredictable tsunamis, earthquakes and extreme weather. And the virus spread and evolved in both directions on land and sea. Coincidentally, under extreme weather, it was first drought and then frozen. The water resources that this virus depends on for survival first evaporated and then froze, causing their growth rate to slow down. It also gave humans some breathing space. But the strength of extraterrestrial civilizations cannot be underestimated by humans. The viruses on land form zombies, and as for the viruses in the ocean. At this point, Shen Xian also matched the news about the disaster in his previous life with the current research. The virus came from outside the Earth. She frowned. Commander Song, how is the freezing situation in the ocean? Commander Song knew that now was not the time to hide anything, so he shared the information from the investigation of the Min City base. The thickness of the ice layer detected so far is 120 meters. That is equivalent to a 40-story building. But where did the virus of these people in Saming come from? If the ice is so thick? Or is it that there are really mutant species in the ocean that can break through the ice? Jiang Dong really didn't understand. Check it, Commander Song. I hope that Jing City can work together and go all out. Shen Xian looked at Commander Song steadily. Her fingers tapped on the table, and everyone could feel a sense of determination from her. It was as if Shen Xian would kill them on the spot if Jingshi dared to say no. Commander Song still had the most basic professional bottom line. Don't worry, it's related to human development. We have no choice but to do it. After sending everyone out, Shen Xian closed her eyes. She really didn't want to care. But if she didn't care, she would be in trouble. As she thought about it, she fell asleep. Shen Xian's consciousness was immersed in her own space, as if she had returned to the last time, when she tried to walk deep into the space. But this time was different. She found something different in the space. When did a handheld pan-tilt recorder appear in it? She clearly remembered that she didn't have this thing. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Shen Xian stepped forward and picked up the pan-tilt recorder on the ground. A video was playing inside. In the video was an old man, thin and with the vicissitudes of life. But from his eyes, Shen Xian could tell that he was definitely a ruthless man, perhaps a general or something like that. Shen Xian turned up the volume, dragged the progress bar, and watched from the beginning. Child, I don't know if you can see this message. I don't know if the countless rescue operations of mankind will succeed. Even so, I have to start from the beginning. Hundreds of years ago, mankind encountered huge natural disasters and extreme weather, with countless casualties. Everyone thought it was just a test from the blue planet. After struggling for 100 years with viruses and harsh environments, humans finally ushered in a ray of hope, but unexpectedly, all this was a conspiracy. The old man got excited, leaned over and coughed a few times. All of this is a conspiracy controlled by other civilizations in the solar system. This civilization's technology is not as advanced as humans, but its vitality is stronger than humans. They released viruses, transformed the Earth, and invaded the Earth. Now, there are only a few species of fire left in the human race. There are less than 20,000 people in the world, yellow, white, black, everyone. After hundreds of years of living in poverty, we found a way to travel through time and space, but we can only send a limited number of people back to the past at a time, back to before the catastrophe. There is no news from the people sent back, and we don't know if it will succeed. Of course, I hope this method will succeed. Although, if one of you succeeds, everything I have now will be changed and wiped out, but for the sake of all mankind, I think it is worth it. Child. The old man raised his head with tears in his eyes. If you can see this message, it proves that you have the ability to change history. Next, take action. This extraterrestrial invader comes from Pluto, with soft tissues, and likes cold environments. After years of research, we have discovered the weaknesses of these stink bugs. The old man bent down and picked up an ugly snail-shaped model. Should Xian felt physiologically nauseous as long as she took a look at it, across the screen and across the long river of time and space. They are afraid of nuclear radiation. So, if you want to kill them, use nuclear weapons. Don't be afraid. I don't know what era you are in now. You may be afraid after hearing about nuclear weapons, and you may not even know what nuclear weapons are. But it doesn't matter. If you are in an era where there are no nuclear weapons, then here is the relevant information about nuclear weapons. If the catastrophe has not happened in your time, please find a way to store enough nuclear weapons and leave a glimmer of hope for future generations. If the catastrophe has already begun in your time, children, find nuclear weapons and purify the blue planet. Don't be afraid of nuclear radiation harming humans. Humans will definitely survive. Instead of losing the blue planet, lingering on, being kept in captivity, being raised, and being used as food. Next, it is the different development forms of these stink bugs. Listen carefully. Everything is clear. Should Xian covered her chest, unable to breathe for a long time, and tears fell one by one. Her rebirth and her space were all sent by humans hundreds of years later. Before her and after her, perhaps many people like her were favored by the space. She can still see this information, proving that other pioneers have failed. Humans, the unyielding will hidden in the blood will eventually awaken. The face of the high priest flashed before her eyes. The nuclear submarine at the bottom of the river flashed before her eyes, and the chips hidden in the human body flashed before her eyes. Tears moistened her eyes, and when she came back to her senses, she was holding the cloud platform in her hand, sitting in the conference room, her face full of tears. Shen Xian raised her fingertips and wiped away the tears. Chung Sun was worried about her, so he pushed the door in and was shocked to see her crying. What's wrong? Did the city of Jing make things difficult for us? Or did someone make you angry? Meeting Chung Sun's concerned eyes, Shen Xian's eyes became firm. At this moment, standing behind her were not only her companions, but also those who were ready to sacrifice and send her back hundreds of years later. How could she let these people lose? Call the core personnel to the conference room. I have something to say. Okay. Chung Sun hesitated, then don't cry. Chapter 269. Shen Xian smiled and wiped her tears. Really, how could she cry? Soon, everyone was there. The core staff of Anqing and the senior executives of Jingshi, all sitting together. Shen Xian didn't have time to explain, and handed the cloud platform to Song Yuan, make a big screen to project it. Yes, Sister Shen. Song Yuan directly took out the projection equipment from the space, studied the cloud platform, and successfully projected it in a few seconds. This was also the first time that Commander Song and his men had seen this ability. Space. They all looked at Lu Qiming and signaled with their eyes. Why didn't you mention such an important thing? Lu Qiming spread his hands and responded with his eyes. I said it, but none of you believed it. Song Yuan's move directly stunned the people of Jingshi. But the surprise lasted only 2 minutes, and the content in the cloud platform next was shocking. Han Lin, Lao Li, and Lu Qiming opened their mouths wide enough to fit a fist, and asked Shen Xian with trembling fingers, "Is this true?" Shen Xian nodded. It suddenly appeared in my space. Oh, the people in Jing City are really jealous to the point of madness. According to Shen Xian, the people in Anqing all have space. Commander Song finally couldn't help asking Lu Qiming, Captain Lu, do you have one too? Lu Qiming glanced at him contemptuously. What else? Chao Minhui took the remote control and played the second half of the video repeatedly. According to what this teacher said, the tongue form we see now is the third form of those Pluto creatures. If the conditions are ripe, it will only take about 3 weeks to evolve from the third form to the ultimate form. 3 weeks. Everyone was silent. Commander Song looked at Shen Xian, nuclear energy purification. He smiled bitterly. Let's not talk about where there are so many nuclear weapons. The key is that ordinary people can't bear it. Nuclear energy purifies the earth, and I'm afraid that mankind will be completely finished. He was telling the truth. Shen Xian shook his head and took out the seedlings directly from the space. These seedlings growing in my space, everyone thought before that they were to strengthen humans and explore potential. Now it seems that those are all additional effects. If my speculation is correct, this thing is the key to helping humans survive nuclear radiation. When she said this, the people in Anqing understood, and Chao Minhui immediately stood up. I go and do the test. No, we don't have nuclear equipment. Not only that, Professor Chao, the result is unknown. If the speculation is wrong, all the people participating in the experiment may not survive. Lu Qiming said solemnly. Chao Minhui thought for a while, looked at the projection on the big screen, and looked at the old man in the video across time and space. If we let it go, we will die sooner or later. Why not let me be the pioneer? His meaning was very clear. Even if Shen Xian's guess was wrong, he would not blame others. He would do this experiment. Han Lin and Lao Li looked at each other. Lao Li took the initiative to speak. Let us be the experimental subjects. Don't persuade me. Among all of you present, Han Lin and I may be the ones who eat the most seedlings. That day, he squeezed juice and added kiwi and ice cubes. After hearing this, the people in Jing City were speechless. It's so cold, and you still need to add ice cubes? It can be seen that the indoor temperature in Anqing must be as warm as spring. How can people be so different from each other? Lu Qiming also raised his hand. Count me in, I am an old man. If you hadn't saved me from Wang Tian, I would have died long ago. It is my honor to contribute to the research now. Besides, I also hope that Lu Miao can live well. Lu Qiming said, looking at Wang Tian. Wang Tian's arms and legs are now better than a few days ago. He was moving his hands and feet, and saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him. Don't look at me, I'm a zombie, not a human, and it doesn't make much sense to use it for experiments. If you really want to use zombies for experiments, I go to the back to call people. Zombies. The people in Jing City immediately went crazy. They saw Wang Tian, who was white and fat, wandering around in the temporary base all day long, and had a human-shaped mount. He smiled at everyone he saw. Commander Song was in a bad mood, because he had shaken hands with Wang Tian at that time. What? What do you mean by going to the back to call for help? A researcher in Jing City asked tremblingly. Wang Tian raised his head and looked at him with a smile. Ah, Shen Xian, can you tell me this? Shen Xian nodded. We are all family. What can't be said? Family. Who wants to be family with you? Everyone in Jing City was about to cry. Oh, it's okay to say it. We have 150,000 zombie troops behind us. Everyone in Jing City, The critical damage today is more than what we have suffered in the past year. Space, extraterrestrial civilization, snail genes, future technology, zombie army, nuclear purification. When there are too many lice, you will become numb. Commander Song looked at Shen Xian numbly. What do you think we should do now? Have you asked the people you found to bring it here? Shen Xian was talking about the chip. On the way. Get a few more nuclear test equipment. Don't say you don't have it. I know you have it. Shen Xian heard the true thoughts of these people in Jing City. Okay, I will ask the Jiushi base to turn on the global satellite communication function. As the top leader of all bases in Yin country, you should speak to the global human beings. No. Can you write the speech yourself? The truth must be announced. It can't be concealed. As for others, believe it or not. Shen Xian stood up and left a sentence. Let Dajo work overtime to deliver energy to Jiushi. As for the satellite, it's as long as it can be used. Take out the chip as soon as it arrives. I want to see the information inside. She guessed that it should be related to nuclear weapons. Everything progressed very quickly. The nuclear test equipment arrived, and Chao Minhui's research progressed rapidly. He stopped researching zombie vaccines, as it was useless. All his time and energy were spent on studying the reaction between seedlings and nuclear energy. As expected, the experimental results were very touching. However, Han Lin and the others who participated in the experiment had sallow complexions. Han Lin, Lao Li, and Lu Qiming were all people who had close contact with nuclear radiation. They drank the seedlings like they were free these 2 days. The bodies of the 3 people were destroyed by radiation while being rebuilt by seedlings. Even during the experiment, they could see their bodies being annihilated by radiation energy and then reshaped. Although they knew they could not die, the pain and the feeling of being accompanied by the god of death tested the will of the 3 people to the maximum extent. Later, Shen Xian threw Wang Tian in as well. He also threw several core personnel from Jing City in. In her original words, "You have never touched the seedlings. Everyone on my side has eaten them. Now you are the only ones left." No one dared to refute Shen Xian's order. Even Commander Song did not dare to say anything. He climbed to this position and lived in the apocalypse for so long, so he was extremely sensitive to danger. He felt that as long as he dared to say no, Shen Xian would definitely draw his gun immediately. Chapter 270. Chao Minhui worked overtime to conduct the experiment, and the wine market soon sent a message. "Captain Shen, the satellite can be used globally, but only mobile phones can receive it. It doesn't matter, whatever you have is enough. Thank you for your hard work." Shen Xian closed his phone. Soon, everyone on Blue Star who was using a mobile phone and whose mobile phone still had power received a message. At 9 a.m. on March 1st, 2038, Yin Country Calendar, please enter the video software on your mobile phone to watch the live broadcast of the Yin Country's highest commander. Wow! The survivors from all over Blue Star were all excited. The Yin Country people can actually broadcast live. Their conditions must be better. It's a global live broadcast. Are they going to announce the development of a zombie vaccine? The border is probably destroyed now. Should we sneak across? What do you mean by sneak across? It's okay to walk across the ice openly. Oh, don't be too optimistic. Who knows what it's about? Maybe it's a cannon fodder mobilization meeting. Survivors around the world are looking forward to this moment. The same thing happened in the temporary base. Shen Xian asked Commander Song to read her the speech first. After Commander Song finished the 3,000-word speech, he threw it to Shen Xian. "Rewrite it. You only have 2 minutes. First, explain the cause and effect of the Doomsday and the future results clearly. Second, explain the effect of the seedlings clearly and let powerful countries send planes to the Min City base to get them. But they must use nuclear weapons in exchange. 1 ton of nuclear weapons for 1 ton of seedlings. Third, explain the purpose of our use of nuclear weapons clearly and do not accept any rebuttal. If they want to survive, they can come and get the seeds. If they don't, it's up to them." Commander Song was choked and speechless. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing in his decades of life. Is this so direct? Chung Sun snorted coldly. "They are all going to die. Shouldn't they be more direct?" "All right." Commander Song went back to rewrite his speech. Shen Xian did this for 2 simple reasons. One was to get nuclear weapons, which she would definitely use, and the other was to hope that humans could live longer. Of course, if she wanted to die, it was up to her. Shen Xian waved her hand and said, "Go to Min City." The temporary base was like a behemoth. Following Shen Xian's order, it began to head towards Min City. In less than a day, Min City became a brand new temporary base. Shen Xian also sent people to plunder countless seeds along the way, including grains, plants, and vegetables. Her space was now full of green seeds. Time was limited, so she asked for a warehouse as soon as she saw the person in charge of the Min City base. Green seedlings are not afraid of freezing, and the effect will not be affected no matter how cold they are. The person in charge of the Min City base was particularly looking forward to meeting the person in charge of the satellite, but when he saw that the person in charge was a little girl, he immediately got emotional. He was unwilling to cooperate. Shen Xian had a headache, closed his eyes, and waved his hand. Before the person in charge of Min City could react to what this meant, Chung Sun next to him drew his gun and shot him to pieces without saying a word. The gate of the temporary base was stained with blood for the first time. People from Jing City and Min City were all stunned and dared not speak. You could hear a pin drop. Shen Xian looked at Commander Song and said coldly, "This is just the first time. If there is a next time, you should go down and accompany them." After that, he turned and entered the meeting room. It was so cold, Commander Song was sweating. He could tolerate everything else, and he knew that Shen Xian was the dawn of mankind, but he was not happy with Shen Xian asking him to modify his speech. Originally, he just wanted to teach her a lesson and make the person in charge of Min City feel embarrassed. Who knew that Shen Xian didn't take the challenge at all and directly solve the person in charge of Min City. What a sin! The person in charge of Min City died too unjustly. At this time, Lu Qiming stood beside him and said earnestly, "Commander Song, I'm not saying anything about you. It's already this time. You still have this kind of mind. TSK. It's just a matter of time." With Shen Xian in shock, no one dared to drag it out. So the people in Anqing always called Shen Xian the eldest lady, while others called Shen Xian the living devil. After Shen Xian knew about it, he sneered. Jiang Dong fiddled with the seedlings and stuffed them into his mouth like they were free. "It's okay. Let them do whatever they want. Anyway, we won't live for many days." "Hey Shen Xian, why don't you eat? You eat too. How can we protect ourselves from radiation when the time comes?" Shen Xian shook her head. Chung Sun immediately felt something was wrong. "Shen Xian, don't do anything stupid." Shen Xian continued to shake her head. "It's not about whether to do something stupid or not. I'm not that saintly. Don't worry. Only my space is infinite. I can carry so many nuclear weapons, and control so many nuclear weapons. At the moment of the nuclear explosion, I will just go into my space. I will live in it for a few years. I leave the things outside to you." Jiang Dong stuffed another mouthful of seedlings. "Okay, don't worry. We will also enter the space when the nuclear explosion occurs, but we will come out after a while. Hey, by then, this world will be in tatters, and I will have to mend it." Chung Sun looked at Shen Xian with a complicated expression. Shen Xian scratched his head. "Take back your look at the idiot. I said it's okay, it's okay." At 8:30 the next morning, Commander Song came with a newly written speech and handed it to Shen Xian nervously. Shen Xian picked up the pen, crossed out half of the content, and returned the speech to him. "Just say it like this." She understood the eyes of the world, and would not easily believe a young man, who was also a woman. She was too lazy to argue about these things. Anyway, there was a ready-made person, so just use it directly. Commander Song clenched his fist to cheer himself up, and sat in front of the live broadcast equipment. There were still 2 minutes left, and Song Yuan made an OK gesture, counting the delay time. "It's just right, we can start." Commander Song took the time to drink a sip of water, facing the camera, and began to read the manuscript. "All human beings, I am the Supreme Commander of Yin Country. Everyone please listen carefully to what I have to say. We will use nuclear weapons this time without the consent of any country, and will detonate on time in 15 days. Survivors who have received the message, please hurry up and gather, bring nuclear weapons, to exchange for seedlings. Survivors in the Yin Country area, go directly to the nearest base to receive them. The following is the address of the Yin Country base." Commander Song gradually got into the groove, and found the feeling of once making a show of force on the stage. That's how it should be. Weapons are the best fists, use them whenever you want. No need to ask for anyone's consent. After the speech, he was shaking with excitement. He threw the speech manuscript on the ground and stomped his feet hard. "Great!" Looking up and meeting Shen Xian's eyes, he immediately picked up the speech manuscript and asked with anticipation, "Commander Shen, when will the next speech be? If you can survive the nuclear explosion, the next speech will be when mankind is reborn." Chapter 271. Commander Song's speech gradually spread across Blue Star. The Min City base soon became lively. At first, the survivors from South China and Central China came in droves. Then the survivors from other parts of Yin Country. In the past few days, people from other countries on Blue Star have gradually appeared and arrived by plane. Shen Xian sat on the high tower of a warship at the Min City base, looking at the ice surface. The ice surface glowed coldly in the daylight. "We are all from the same continent. Why can't you send us seedlings?" A lame voice suddenly rose. Shen Xian turned his head to look. This deck is a seedling distribution point. The team responsible for distributing seedlings looked coldly at the men opposite. Other countries outside Yin Country must bring nuclear weapons to exchange for seedlings. The rules clearly stated. All countries must do this. Why are you special? The men had no embarrassment on their faces, and their complacent look was really annoying. Our two countries are not far from each other, and we are of the same origin. We don't have nuclear weapons, so please help us. As soon as I heard the tone, I knew that they were from Dhaka. Shen Xian jumped from the tower a few times and landed on the deck. Easily captured the thoughts of several men in Dhaka. We have nuclear weapons. Why should we give them to you? The task given by the marshal is to get the seedlings back without spending a penny. The people of Yin have always been soft-hearted. As long as I cry poor. Really. The person in charge of distributing the seedlings wanted to argue, but Shen Xian raised his hand to stop him. Looking up and down at several people from Dhaka, you are still so stupid, didn't your marshal tell you? What? Heh, your commander told me that he has long disliked you guys, and sent you here for me to deal with. Shin Xian combined the other party's thoughts, and began to make up nonsense. Ah! The faces of the people from Dhaka suddenly changed. Shin Xian raised his hand, and 2 solar air guns appeared out of thin air. Lilliput country, dare you jump up and down, dare you bargain? I set the rules, I have the final say. You dare to bark in a tiny country. Without giving the few people a chance to defend themselves, Shin Xian directly pulled the trigger and sent them to the west. When they died, the eyes of the few people were extremely unwilling. Leaving a bloodstain on the ground, Shin Xian turned around and left. The people from other countries, who were queuing behind, shook their bodies. They came here to trade, and they were not as stupid as Dhaka. They all stuffed gifts to the natives of the base, and inquired about Shin Xian's preferences. Although the information they received was polarized. Some people say that Shin Xian is kind-hearted, protective of his children, far-sighted, and thoughtful. Others say that Shin Xian is cruel and ruthless, killing people at the slightest disagreement, and acting arbitrarily, and never listening to opinions. Now it seems that Shin Xian is the latter. But the seeds of life are in someone else's hands, and the throat of fate is firmly held, so people have to bow their heads under the eaves. People are more honest. Commander Shin. Shin Xian, Shin Xian. Commander Song shouted at the door of the laboratory. Shin Xian jumped several times, and came to him quickly. What's the matter? The chips are all taken. Shin Xian had 5 chips before, and the remaining 4 chips happened to be in the north, so he asked Commander Song to bring the people. Commander Song saw Song Yuan use his ability with his own eyes, and pointed out the location of the chips on the bodies of those people, and Jiang Dong did not hesitate to act. Within an hour, 4 chips were in hand. He was really convinced this time. Shin Xian did not lie to him. There were really chips. Shin Xian took the chips and said, "Let everyone come to the conference room." He turned and left. In the conference room, Shin Xian put the 9 chips together. Song Yuan used his ability to arrange the chips in order into a 3x3 square. The chips clicked a few times, and connected into a hole in front of everyone. Then, Song Yuan connected the chip to a computer through an adapter. The computer screen began to run automatically, and soon, a blue star map appeared on the screen, marking the locations where weapons were stored, as well as the entry methods, and the number of nuclear weapons at each location. Most of the locations are within the territory of Yen country. At the end of the information, a man's face appeared. I don't know how long I can live. In today's society, there are so many nuclear weapons stored. I am worried every day. I have lived for 200 years. I am tired. I hope that those who come after me can make good use of these things. Maybe it will take many cycles before these chips can be completely collected, but I believe. Humanity, hope will never die. The screen turned black. Who is this person? Jiang Dong was puzzled. Shin Xian recognized him. This person was the High Priest, a slightly younger High Priest. Now it can be explained that they can meet the High Priest, which is a guidance. The High Priest is also a person who has lived a new life. With space, he used all his strength to stockpile nuclear weapons when he was young. But he couldn't resist the long years. A few years ago, he felt that the end was coming. He didn't know what would happen to the space, and the nuclear weapons in the space after his death. The best way is to leave the nuclear weapons behind, and leave them in reality. So he spent several years planning, and 3 years ago, he put all his efforts into using all kinds of connections to find a way to turn the nuclear weapons map into chips, and install them in different people's bodies. And he probably used the ability of his High Priest. Try to ensure that these people can stay alive. Everyone was stunned and didn't say anything. They were moved by the efforts made by the High Priest, and at this moment, they truly felt the mission on everyone's shoulders. Shin Xian closed the computer. Song Yuan, translate the map just now. Yes. Next, let Zhu Zhe, Wang Jia, Wang Yi, Zhang Ziliang, Ruan Yuanshuang, Bai Tong, and all the forces that can be mobilized, each of them will be assigned to the nearest area to find nuclear weapons. Chung Sun Jiangdong, Song Yuan follow me. Go to each area to collect nuclear weapons. Commander Song, you let all the people in the bases concentrate as much as possible, eat enough seeds and seedlings, and guide each base to build radiation protection projects. I will be back in 10 days. Yes. The entire Blue Star, all places are taking action, and countries that do not have nuclear weapons to exchange seeds and seedlings also follow the advice and build radiation protection equipment. Moreover, Shin Xian did not block these places very strictly, and privately asked Min City to allocate seeds and seedlings to these people. Countries that can exchange seeds and seedlings will increase the intensity of transactions at all costs. All the large and small bases in the Yin country area have moved, on the one hand to receive seeds and seedlings, on the other hand to gather at the base to build radiation protection equipment. Many bases have erected high metal walls. There are also people like Yehu, who had a brief encounter with Shin Xian, and are now heading towards Min City. The remaining members of the Xingtian organization held an internal meeting and unanimously turned to Shin Xian. Shin Xian's RV left the base. This time she brought Chung Sun, Jiang Dong, Song Yuan, A2 and Huaman with her, just like at the beginning of the Doomsday, with the same few people, rushing all the way. Chapter 272. More and more nuclear weapons are stored in the space. From north to south, from the coast to the inland. All the bases know what Shin Xian is doing. Every time Shin Xian passes by a place, she leaves behind seeds, and takes away nuclear weapons like locusts. 10 days later, Shin Xian's RV appeared in the Min City base. The eldest lady is back. People began to cheer. After Shin Xian got off the car, she saw many familiar faces. Shan Yao, Mei, Wang Jia, Wang Yi, Zhang Min, these old people in Anqing base. Zhang Ziliang and Zhang Xiling, Ran Yuanshuang and Zhihua are also among them. There are also Qi Anning and Wang Tian. Wang Tian's zombie team can already coexist relatively peacefully with humans. At this moment, everyone looked at her eagerly. The crowd cheered. Shin Xian was a little tired. Okay, next is the most important thing. 5 days later, I will detonate enough nuclear weapons. Stop! I know you want to ask how to detonate. Where to detonate? These are not what you need to care about. I will enter my own space at the moment of the nuclear explosion. You don't have to worry about me. What you need to do is to be prepared. On the one hand, it is to prevent the counterattack of the creatures on the seabed, and on the other hand, it is to protect yourself. There are still 5 days left. Commander Song, broadcast live to the world again, tell them our plan, and let them fend for themselves. Also, I have already identified the global lords, Chung Sun, Jiang Dong, and Song Yuan. Do you have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. No one had any objections. No. Commander Song was in a complicated mood. Every day after that, Shin Xian spent time with her friends. Chung Sun followed her all the time, even when she went to the toilet. He didn't dare look into Shin Xian's eyes. As long as he met those quiet eyes, he would feel infinite sadness in his heart. Shin Xian, let me go with you. I also have a space. I will hide in my own space. Shin Xian shook her head. You know, I don't know what the result will be. Shin Xian told the truth so cruelly. What is hiding in your own space? Shin Xian really doesn't know. With such great energy from a nuclear explosion, the space will be torn apart. Chung Sun covered his face in pain, squatted on the ground, tears flowing from his fingers. Shin Xian, you know I. Shin Xian stopped him immediately. Stop, don't say anything, there's nothing I can do. I don't want to care, but you've seen the information. If I don't stand up, it won't be long before the people around us, our base, our team, so many people, will become monsters. And then become the snail's meal, and the human civilization of Blue Star will end completely. You don't want that either. Outside the meeting room, Jiang Dong and Song Yuan hugged each other and cried silently. Han Lin, Lao Li, Chao Minhui, Lu Qiming, for old men, couldn't help it anymore, hugged their heads and cried. No one understood them. Along the way, Shin Xian was everything to them, their heaven. Now, the sky is about to fall. When Shin Xian opened the door, she saw people crying. It was really A2, let's go. She was about to leave with A2, turned around and stretched out her hand to stop everyone. Stop, don't follow. She left with A2. After leaving the base, she waved her hand, took out a modified Iveco, took A2, and headed for the Pacific Ocean ice. Along the way, when they were hungry, they ate KFC instant noodles. When they were thirsty, they drank Happy Fat House water. It was just like the beginning of the Doomsday, when Shin Xian just picked up A2. A2, time flies. Dad doesn't regret picking you up at all. You will be alone in the future, so you must live well, understand? Come, Dad hugs me. She remembered that when she was just reborn, the anger in her heart could not be suppressed at all. She wanted to blow the head of anyone she didn't like. At that time, she wanted to be everyone's father, but the first father was A2. So good. A2 rubbed her affectionately. A2, I have to walk the road ahead by myself. You go back? Do you know where to go back? Woof woof. A2's eyes were full of reluctance. It's good that you know. You have space, food and clothing, and you must protect yourself. Shen Xian kissed Ah Tu on the forehead. When the time of separation really came, she was very reluctant. But we still have to move forward. Go! Ah Tu. Under Shen Xian's gaze, Ah Tu got out of the car and ran away. Shen Xian glanced at the time on her watch. There were still 3 hours left. She had already chosen the location for the nuclear explosion. At this moment, people all over the world were waiting for the time to come. Some people knelt down to pray, some people seized the time to stock up supplies, and some people went to the nearest base regardless of anything. With 1 hour left, Shen Xian's black Iveco stopped not far away. Putting away the Iveco, she stepped on the ice. She was the only one between heaven and earth on the vast ice. Looking back, behind her was the land of Yan country, and the boundary between the coastline and the ice was very conspicuous. Yes, it still looks very majestic. With 10 minutes left, she lay on the ice. She looked up at the sun. The sun now has no dazzling light. Father, mother, I never thought that one day we would be reunited in this way, alas. But I may have a chance to survive. Humanity, hope forever. She took advantage of the last 10 minutes and waved her hand. She moved out all the roses that had been cultivated in advance. She liked roses. She hoped that she could look at the blooming roses and do the last thing for Blue Star. After thinking for a while, she put her hands together and said, God, future humans, please bless me to live. If you really can't bless me, then forget it, but don't let my sacrifice go to waste, okay? Give humanity a glimmer of hope. The fact that she can stand here at this moment is the result of the bloody battles of countless people in the future human world. She can't let them down. In the last 2 minutes, she waved her hand again and took out all the nuclear weapons in the space. The ice surface in sight was densely covered. These were all set up and modified by Song Yuan. She pressed the detonator in her hand, and all nuclear weapons would explode within 10 seconds. These 10 seconds were the chance of survival that Song Yuan racked his brains to give her. She just needed to enter the space within 10 seconds. Chung Sun, Jiang Dong, Song Yuan and his party stood on the largest battleship in Min City, looking at the vast ice surface. Suddenly, in the distance, a scorching white light ignited in the sight. The silent explosion was like watching a muted video. It was so bright that everyone's eyes lost their vision instantly. Then, there was an earth-shaking explosion. The thick ice surface exploded, comparable to a magnitude 10 earthquake. The entire blue planet trembled. Many years later, Song Yuan, who had grown up, pushed open the door of Anqing Base. Brother Chung, we analyzed the signal from the Pacific Ocean that day and sent a submarine to check. It was not Sister Shen. You said, Sister Shen is? Chung Sun, who was working at his desk, was less than 30 years old, but his hair was already gray. Without raising his head, he said in a low voice, keep checking. Your Sister Shen promised us that she would definitely come back. Chapter 273 Extra. It's still more comfortable at home. Shen Xian sat on a large white sofa in a gray space, surrounded by nothingness. She stretched out her hand, and a bag of lime-flavored potato chips floated into her hand. When she was about to tear it open, a crack suddenly appeared in the void, and a large group of yellow long-haired creatures fell in. Atu, you're back? I thought you were going to play there for a few days. Woof woof. Atu rubbed her hand affectionately, but he was not satisfied, so he got into her arms again. One person and one dog leaned on the sofa and showed off potato chips. To be honest, when the big explosion happened, maybe the energy was too strong. She couldn't get into her own space. She thought she was going to die. At the critical moment, Atu fell from the sky and directly wrapped Shen Xian into his space. After surviving the disaster, she didn't cry when she decided to sacrifice herself. But when Atu came to find her, she couldn't cry anymore. Almost cried until Atu's space collapsed. I still remember that time when she had swollen eyes, and saw a video device appear out of thin air in Atu's space. Familiar future equipment. Her heart skipped a beat, could it be? Her plan failed. After several minutes of psychological preparation, she picked up the video device to check. There was only a 2-minute video in it, which was the old man from the future she had seen before. The old man looked relieved, and his tone was fast but very calm. I can already feel the world collapsing. Someone must have succeeded. Thank you, although I don't know who you are. We saw sporadic fragments of the nuclear explosion news. After humans are rescued, we will soon perish. Now we concentrate our strength to give you a gift. I hope you can live well with this gift. At this point, the wrinkles on the old man's face seemed to relax a lot. If the energy of the nuclear explosion is large enough, the area you are in will be upgraded from the 3-dimensional world to the 4-dimensional world, and you have the power to travel through any time node. But be careful not to contact people you know, otherwise the original world will collapse. Shin Xian digested the old man's news in a daze. The old man stopped talking and looked at Shin Xian through the device, across time and space and life and death. After a while, the old man left a word and the video ended. Humans never give up. Well, Shin Xian quickly accepted this reality. At least she survived, and she had a 2 to accompany her. A 2's space was only 30 square meters. Fortunately, there were some messy things in a 2's space, which barely supported her and a 2's life. She spent 3 years training a 2's consciousness, and the space gradually became larger. At the same time, she also learned to control this space. This was her own space, and she never entered it again. It turns out that there are so many different worlds, and some of them don't even have blue stars. When she first entered, she was standing on the starry sky, which scared her so much that she took a 2 back. In the past few decades, she took a 2 to many places through space. She went to Daqing to see the handsome ancestor, to see the regrettable Afong Palace, and even tried to persuade the ancestor to continue to fight westward. Later, she went to the Tang dynasty that she had always dreamed of, dressed up as a soldier, followed Geshu Han to kill people in the northwest stone castle, and also tried to suggest Geshu Han to build fortifications to resist the attack of the Tubo people. In modern history, she and Ah Huang rushed to the battlefield and used their own strength to save some people. Unfortunately, the wheel of history rolled forward, and she was nothing in the long river of time. She could not change the history before she was born. Because she had to be born. Later, she was tired of playing in this world, and she tried to go to other worlds. She went to the Xiaoxian world, but it was too lonely. After 2 months of seclusion in it, she ran back with Ah Tu. She went to the Western fantasy world, and learned tarot cards from the wizard for half a year. But because she was not from that world, she had no sense of tarot cards, and became the most useless disciple under the wizard and was driven out. Until she and Ah Tu traveled to a waste planet, she and Ah Tu happily picked up garbage there for half a year. She found something wrong. She actually saw a person who looked like Chung Sun in the interstellar garbage dump. Although it was just a glimpse. After thinking about it, she felt that it couldn't be Chung Sun. After all, Chung Sun couldn't have the ability to travel through space like her. Later, she couldn't help it, and secretly went back to her own blue star with a 2. Because of the rules, she couldn't be discovered by people she knew. Blue Star has changed a lot. The climate is not so cold, but the air is not very good. When she first appeared, Shin Xian coughed for a long time. Steel bases were built on Blue Star, like huge iron crabs, firmly welded to the ground. Green plants are almost gone, and rivers have dried up a lot. Ask a 2 to take out a nuclear radiation detector, and the moment the instrument is taken out, it starts to beep and alarm. She was so scared that she quickly asked a 2 to take the instrument back. She and a 2 were not afraid of these things because of their physiques. Use the space to sneak into Anqing. There were many more robots in the city, and high-tech shadows could be seen everywhere. After a tour in the city, she was very satisfied. It seemed that everyone was doing well during her absence. Finally, she returned to the small building where she had lived. She stood outside and watched for a while, and there was no one in the building. With a 2, she skillfully opened the door and went upstairs. Her room was still the same as when she left. She reached out and touched the table, and there was no dust, which showed that someone cleaned it frequently. She laid down on her luxurious big bed for a while. Woof! Shin Xian sat up suddenly. Woof woof! A 2 meant that someone was coming. Her extraordinary hearing also told her that someone was running quickly towards the small building. Not good, hurry up. She grabbed a 2 and flashed into a 2's space. The moment she entered the space, she saw a figure breaking into her room. In a fraction of a second, she still recognized that it was Chung Sun. Chung Sun still looked young, but his hair. Why was it all white? Chung Sun looked at the empty room, panting. Then Song Yuan also came panting. Song Yuan designed an intelligent system in Anqing, and the alarm sounded when Shin Xian and a 2 appeared. However, only a few figures of Shin Xian flashed in the surveillance, so he was not sure. After thinking for a while, he reported the news to Chung Sun at the Pingliang base. Chung Sun was in a meeting, and without saying a word, he immediately left the place. After he ate the seedlings, his evolved superpowers were speed and sensitivity. At this time, he increased his speed to the fastest. He didn't care about the torn clothes, broken muscles, and bleeding ears due to the fast speed. It took him 15 minutes to get back from Pingliang to Anqing, a distance of 300 kilometers. As soon as he entered the base, he went straight to the small building. Chapter 274 Extra. It was so fast that Song Yuan didn't react. Song Yuan was still looking for Shen Xian's figure on the surveillance camera. When he saw his figure appear in the small building on the surveillance camera, he immediately followed. The room was empty. Song Yuan looked at Chung Sun, whose every pore was bleeding, and called out worriedly, "Brother Chung." Chung Sun moved his legs tremblingly, and came to the bedside, which had an indentation on it. "Yes, it's your sister Shen. Only she likes to lie on the diagonal of the bed." "Great, I said she's still alive." "Still alive? Shen Xian, I miss you so much." After saying that, the whole person fell directly to the ground. "Brother Chung." "Yam. Hurry up and come." Looking at the blood oozing from Chung Sun's body, Song Yuan was really panicked. He had already lost Sister Shen, and he couldn't bear any close person to leave him again. Chung Sun was carried into the hospital. He was put on a ventilator and a nuclear magnetic resonance device. Chao Minhui had passed away. Shan Yao was the only one who could take care of the situation, staring at the equipment all the time. Jiang Dong, Qian Ning, Zhu Zhe, Han Lin, Lao Li, Zhang Min, etc., all stayed in the hospital. People coming and going in Anqing also felt an invisible pressure. Chung Sun lay there for 7 or 8 days, and his heart even stopped beating at one point. Jiang Dong pressed Shan Yao against the wall with red eyes, and said hoarsely, "Is it really impossible to save him?" "Ah," whisper. Everyone came back to their senses immediately after hearing the sound. Chung Sun sat up on the bed, panting, holding his heart, with an unbelievable look on his face. He tore off the equipment on his body, and got off the bed with soft legs. I saw Shen Xian. It turned out that his reckless use of his abilities that day was, to some extent, an evolution. His energy and consciousness were overexploited, and the energy exploded in his body, and his consciousness connected to a 2 space. But he was a mass of consciousness. He could not communicate with Shen Xian. However, as long as he could be sure that Shen Xian was still alive, it was a good thing. He greedily watched Shen Xian live in the space, until he found that Shen Xian could actually take a 2 through the space. His consciousness could not be restrained, and when he tried to follow the shuttle, he was beaten back. "Very good, Shen Xian, wait for me." Song Yuan looked at Chung Sun worriedly. "Brother Chung, are you okay?" What he wanted to ask was, "Brother Chung, are you crazy?" But looking at Chung Sun's state, he really couldn't bear to break him. Chung Sun stood up, his eyes full of hope. "I'm fine, you should do what you should do, and leave the work in my hands to others, don't worry about me." After that, he strode towards the command center. "You?" Jiang Dong was about to catch up. Song Yuan held him back. "Forget it, Brother Jiang, let him go. You know how hard Brother Chung has been through these years." Alas, after the explosion, Shen Xian did not come back. Qian Ning and Song Yuan calculated and searched many times, but gave a bad answer. People gradually accepted that Shen Xian was dead, but Chung Sun turned gray almost overnight. Qian Ning also persuaded, "Yes, let Brother Chung go. We will manage these bases well, which is the best reward for him and Captain Shen." Everyone was silent. Chung Sun took out his diary, and sorted out Shen Xian's affairs one by one. He had been in love with Shen Xian for a long time, but Shen Xian was in no mood to love. This love turned into a series of diaries. In the diary that saw the light of day again, he found a useful piece of information. He stuffed some supplies into the space, and drove away from the base. He was going to the mountain range where he met the high priest. Song Yuan installed positioning on all the cars. When the positioning of Chung Sun's car appeared in that mountain range, Song Yuan knew what Chung Sun was going to do. He called the satellite, and sent all the houses and traces of human activities in that mountain range to Chung Sun. In the end, Chung Sun really caught Ma Xiuhu. He pressed Ma Xiuhu tightly on the car. "Tell me, where is the high priest?" Ma Xiuhu shook his head repeatedly. "Oh, you don't want to tell me? Don't blame me for being rude." Chung Sun directly grabbed Ma Xiuhu's hand and started to use force. Ma Xiuhu's fingers creaked. "Ah! Let me go!" "The high priest is dead." Chung Sun was stunned. "What did you say?" "The high priest is dead. It's true. How can you be so barbaric?" "You lied?" Chung Sun didn't believe it. "Hiss, why would I lie to you?" "It's true." "But what about your friend? The mighty and handsome one?" Ma Xiuhu was talking about Jiang Dong. Chung Sun was distraught. Indeed, Ma Xiuhu had no reason to lie to him. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he turned around suddenly, and pressed Ma Xiuhu on the car again. No, it's peaceful outside. The high priest is dead. Why don't you leave here? Ma Xiaohu pushed the man away and adjusted his clothes with ethnic characteristics. Are you blind? Don't you see what I'm wearing? The high priest is dead, so I am the high priest. Chung Sun, I'm looking for you. Without saying anything, he dragged Ma Xiaohu to the car and stepped on the accelerator to get on the highway. Ah, stop the car. Stop the car. I can't leave here. Woo woo woo. What do you want? You can't take me away from here. Ma Xiaohu was about to cry. He counted with his fingers in the morning, and had a premonition that something good would happen today. Who could have thought it would be this kind of thing? The car was braked when it was about to rush out of the mountain. Ma Xiaohu covered his chest and trembled as he spoke. I am the high priest now, and cannot leave here. What on earth are you going to do? Chung Sun looked at him straight. I'm looking for Shen Xian. Ah? Where are you going to find her? Besides, if you want to find someone, just find someone. I'm not Shen Xian. What do you want to find me for? Chung Sun stepped on the accelerator without saying anything and rushed to the road. Ma Xiaohu quickly hugged Chung Sun's arm. Brother. Brother. I really can't leave here. I say, stop the car. Let go. Chung Sun looked at the hand on his arm. He was almost out of patience. He wanted to see Shen Xian. Ma Xiaohu let go of his hand. You want to find Shen Xian, but she is not in this space. To travel through space, you need to have enough energy to resist the tearing of time and space, otherwise you will die. Chung Sun stretched out his palm, and the space at the tip of his finger became distorted and blurred. Ma Xiaohu's voice stopped abruptly. You, awesome. We ordinary people can't bear this kind of energy at all. How did you do it? This has nothing to do with you. Just tell me how to find Shen Xian. Chung Sun only cares about how to find Shen Xian. Ma Xiaohu thought for a while, and asked Chung Sun to drive the car back to the old house of the old priest. There is not much green in the whole mountain, but around the old priest's room, there are many flowers and plants growing rarely. Ma Xiaohu opened the door and said, Come in. Chapter 275 Extra. After Chung Sun entered the room, Ma Xiaohu was talking nonsense and rummaging through the boxes and cabinets to find something. He found a palm-sized video recorder from somewhere. He blew away the fine dust on it. Fortunately, the high priest brought an extra one when he came back that year. When he came back? Chung Sun was puzzled. When he came back what? Ma Xiaohu waved his hand. You don't need to know. Wait, let me see where Captain Shen is now. This is the only thing the high priest brought back from the future world. With it, you can sense Captain Shen's location when you travel through time and space. Of course, don't ask me the principle, and don't ask me why, I don't know either. Maybe it's the rules of time and space. Ma Xiaohu closed his eyes, and the video recorder at his hand began to become blurry, as if it was covered with a layer of mist. After a few minutes, Ma Xiaohu opened his eyes. Hey, Captain Shen and a two are picking up garbage on a waste planet. Before he finished speaking, Chung Sun took the video recorder from his hand. Don't think about it. The high priest must have known that there would be such a day. This thing was left for me. I took it away. You? Just as Ma Xiaohu was about to stop him, Chung Sun's figure disappeared on the spot. No, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't told you how to locate this thing yet. Hey! Young people, you will suffer from this kind of impatience. Chung Sun got the video recorder, which was actually a time and space locator. He directly mobilized the energy of his body, and entered the void space. The surroundings were gray, and he carefully sensed the device in his hand. Not long after, in the gray time and space, there began to be a space gap with flowing light. The starry sky, the earth, the change of dynasties, all flashed under his feet until he landed on a planet. Chung Sun looked around. There were pure white buildings everywhere, without a single gap, without a single color, even humans, all wearing white clothes. Robots, humans, and robots walked together. It was a future world at first glance. His clothes were out of tune with the people around him, and immediately attracted the attention of onlookers. Beep, beep, the alarm sounded. Robots quickly surrounded him, and the mechanical sound was also emotional. Beep, please verify your identity. Warning, please verify your identity. Chung Sun had no idea how to verify his identity. Seeing that the robots were about to come up and grab the video recorder, how could he bear it? He knocked one of the robots to the ground with one punch. Wow! Roar! How can this guy be so powerful? Is he still a human? Of course, if he is not a human, what is he? Chung Sun glanced at everyone coldly. Ma Xiaohu said that Shen Xian was on a waste planet, obviously not here. His resistance immediately caused the robots to attack him. Stop! A steady voice sounded, and a holographic projection suddenly appeared in front of Chung Sun. A gray-haired old man looked him up and down, and countless blue laser beams appeared out of thin air. Before Chung Sun could react, he was scanned. The old man's eyes immediately lit up. Genetic potential is 100%. Stop it, I want this young man. Then, Chung Sun was taken to the largest white building by the robot. Young man, what's your name and where are you from? You know, this is the Earth-like planet B513. Without the consent of the Interstellar Federation, you can't enter at all. How did you get in? Smuggling? The old man with white beard was a chatterbox. Chung Sun said nothing, watching his body being scanned several times out of thin air. Every time the data was scanned, the old man became more excited, his face flushed, and he turned around in the room excitedly. Chung Sun was afraid that he would have a stroke. Really a perfect human warrior. Chung Sun frowned. Human? You are not human. No, don't get me wrong, I mean, you have the best physique among human warriors. How about it? Join the Federation team. The old man with white beard said sincerely. Chung Sun asked back, are there any waste planets nearby? Yes, there are 13 in total. No, young man, where are you from? The old man became more curious. Can I go to the waste planet if I join the team? Of course. The old man looked suspicious, as if the young man in front of him was not from this era. To go to the waste planet, you just need to spend some star coins to take a spaceship. Of course, he couldn't say this to anyone, just to trick the young people in. Okay, then I join. Chung Sun thought very directly. There are 13 waste planets here, and he can't just walk there. Anyway, no matter what team you join, you can go to the waste planet to check, as long as you can find Shin Xin. If you can't find him, you can use the space to leave at any time. Okay, I ask someone to arrange it for you. Judy, take this. My name is Chung Sun. Take Chung Sun to the S-level team, and say that I arranged it. A robot immediately responded, okay, Admiral. After Chung Sun left, the old man was so excited that he almost jumped up, which was not the behavior of a person of his age. Not satisfied yet, he waved his hand, and a holographic surveillance projection appeared out of thin air. The robot was in front, and Chung Sun was behind. Chung Sun looked around and raised his hand, and the black thing in his hand disappeared out of thin air. Wait, the old man widened his eyes. What is this operation? Is it still a space warrior? No, I have to report to the Federation. Unfortunately, the old man was too happy too early. On the first day of Chung Sun's employment, after a simple training, he couldn't wait to apply for a patrol mission. He was an S-level warrior, and he joined the patrol team. How could the patrol team dare to refuse? Chung Sun gradually realized his privileges and directly asked someone to drive the spacecraft out of the planet and fly to the wasteland. He experienced a wormhole for the first time in his life, and the strong dizziness almost made him vomit. After leaving the wormhole, the patrol team members, who were traveling with him, admired him very much. Is this the strength of an S-class fighter? No protective gear is needed to pass through the wormhole, and the body is not torn apart. Ah, so, they are S-class, and we are garbage. Ha ha ha. Chung Sun gradually realized that something was wrong. Didn't the Admiral say that there are 13 waste planets here? How long will it take us to fly? We will arrive at the first waste planet in 2 days, and we will have to go through 2 wormholes. It turned out that there was something wrong with his understanding of distance. This is a future interstellar civilization. What they call nearby may not be far away. In 2 days, Chung Sun asked a lot of questions out of boredom. Do you know the Earth? Yes, it is the home planet of mankind, but it takes about a year to fly from here, and it must be the most advanced spacecraft. Oh, only the spacecraft is not enough. Only those who have made great contributions can go to the home planet. What year is it now? Star calendar year 3415. Chung Sun, forget it, anyway, he just wants to find Shin Xin. Chapter 276 Extra. 2 days later, he arrived at the first waste planet. This is where other planets dump garbage. Garbage trucks stand in the air. When the hatch is opened, countless garbage falls directly from the sky. Chung Sun stood in the patrol spaceship, looking at the people on the ground, who were the same size as ants, running towards the fresh garbage. Is Shin Xin here? He took out the video recorder from the space with his backhand, and after carefully sensing it, there was no response. In this way, Chung Sun patrolled several garbage planets, but there was no news of Shin Xin. Until the last garbage planet. He took out the video recorder as usual, but there was no response. This is the last chance. He suddenly wanted to go to the garbage planet and feel it down to Earth. What if this garbage planet is where Shin Xian has been? The spaceship slowly descended. There were more robots than humans on this garbage planet. The robots fought for mechanical parts and even fought each other. Humans looked for discarded food in the gaps. Chung Sun really missed Shin Xian very much. If he couldn't find it here, he would continue to look for it. Turn around and board the spaceship. Woof! A dog barked faintly in his ear. Chung Sun was stunned, turned his head suddenly, and ran towards the source of the sound. Even if he ran at the fastest speed, he was still a step slower. He only saw an afterimage, the afterimage he had been thinking about day and night. Shin Xian, wearing a gray sportswear and a signature bun, disappeared on the spot with Tu's mouth covered. You? Why don't you want to see me? Chung Sun muttered to himself. Then he had to find her and ask her clearly. But he was also satisfied. At least he knew how to find someone. No, why didn't the video recorder have any reaction just now? Chung Sun said nothing, moved his fingertips, the space twisted, and disappeared from the spot. The people waiting for him on the spaceship turned pale after seeing the scene. It's over. How are we going to explain this when we go back? You all saw what happened just now. This is a garbage planet, where there is no surveillance. There is no way to explain this time. The first thing Chung Sun did when he came to the world was to find Ma Xiaohu again. Ma Xiaohu was stuck in the road again, and when he saw Chung Sun, his face was pale. Brother, what do you want? Why is this thing not reacting at all when Shin Xian is clearly nearby? Ma Xiaohu looked innocent. It's all because of you. You left so quickly last time that I didn't finish my words. Chung Sun, In order to avoid being beaten, Ma Xiaohu quickly said everything he could say. First, you and Shin Xian cannot meet in our world, let alone contact, otherwise this world will be annihilated. Second, this thing can only sense the time and space coordinates of Shin Xian's location, but under one coordinate, the location is so large that it cannot be particularly specific. What do you mean? Chung Sun frowned. Ma Xiaohu raised his foot and stepped on the ground. Okay, you see? I told an ant that the person you are looking for is in this small place under my feet. Go find it. Chung Sun now understood that the coordinates he could locate were still too large for one person. So if he wanted to find Shin Xian, after he went to that space, he had to stand high enough so that Shin Xian could see him. It doesn't matter, anyway, he has a long life now, and has plenty of time. As long as he can find someone, he can do anything. And most importantly, she is still alive. Chung Sun happily let Ma Xiaohu go. Repositioning Shin Xian, this time the person actually ran to an unknown ancient time. Shin Xian really played big this time, and very advanced. She actually has the identity of the local world. The place where she appeared was the Tian Lao. She was the third daughter of the Shin family, a 6th rank official, and she was not favored. As for where Tu went, I don't know. But Shin Xian was not very worried. Tu was different from other dogs. When she opened her eyes, it was when the jailer came to deliver food. Eat, it's the last meal. Woo woo woo. Shin Xian immediately heard a woman's cry in her ears. She was upset by the cry. That was her stepmother and elder sister, Zhang and Shin Lian. Want to ask why the stepmother's daughter is older than her original daughter? Don't ask. The answer is that the Prime Minister's scumbag father had cheated a long time ago. It's all your fault, you jinx. If it weren't for you, how could we be locked up here? Shin Lian had a disheveled face. Thinking that she would be beheaded tomorrow, she no longer cared about her ladylike image. Shin Xian scratched her head. No, you're going to be beheaded. What does it have to do with me? Didn't you climb into the prince's bed at the palace banquet? 3 days ago, the Shin family was rarely invited to the palace banquet. Shin Lian's brain was kicked by a donkey. I don't know what she was thinking. She actually broke into the palace where she was resting next to her, and threw herself on the prince. As luck would have it, she was caught by the imperial concubine. The imperial concubine was eager for the prince to marry an incompetent princess, so she reported the matter to the emperor on the spot. The emperor was very angry about how the prince was so careless, but he couldn't vent his anger on his own son. The Shin family became a punching bag. All 18 people in the Shin family were arrested, and will be beheaded tomorrow. Shin Lian was choked and had no way to refute, so she could only cry. What's the point of saying these? Aren't you going to be beheaded too? Shin Xian stood up from the straw pile and patted the dirt on her body. No, that's you. I have my own way. She planned to experience a day trip to the heavenly prison, and when she was beheaded tomorrow, she would return directly to her own space. Scare these people to death. Shin Xian looked at the heavenly prison leisurely, while sorting out the situation in this world. It's not that she wanted to do something, but she was used to it. When she arrived at a new place, she would first look at the development and have fun. Just as she was thinking about it, she heard the voice of the jailer. Your Highness, why are you here? A familiar and pleasant voice sounded indifferently. Do I need to report to you whether I am coming or not? No, please come this way, Your Highness. Shin Xian stared at the ground. A hint of crimson clothes appeared in the corner of her eyes, and the dim firelight was also covered, casting a shadow on her head. Shin Xian frowned and looked up. When she saw the face of the person who came, she was shocked. That handsome face, she was very familiar with it. Isn't it Chung Sun? She seemed to remember that she couldn't contact Chung Sun, right? That's what the old man in the future world said before. Time has passed, and her memory is blurred. For the sake of safety, she was about to return to her own space. The jailer cursed. How dare you call your highness the crown prince by his name? The crown prince glanced at her, looking her up and down, his eyes dark and unclear. Coldly speaking, you are the one who climbed into my bed? Shin Xian was stunned. Did he not recognize me? Or did he just look similar? Now that the two of them were talking, nothing seemed to happen in this world. It seemed that this person was not Chung Sun. Shin Xian patted his chest, and felt a little guilty for some reason. Replied in a low voice, I didn't climb into your bed. Heh, I'm not so confused that I can't recognize people. Through the prison door, Chung Sun's hands, which were covered in his wide sleeves, trembled slightly. No matter what, he couldn't let anyone run away again. If you want to pretend that you are not Chung Sun, then pretend, no matter how long you want.